Triumphs and Wonders of the 19th Century. By James P. Boyd. Introductory. Measuring epochs, or eras, by spaces of 100 years each, that which embraces the 19th century stands out in sublime and encouraging contrast with any that has preceded it. As the legatee of all prior centuries, it has enlarged and ennobled its bequest to an extent unparalleled in history. While it has at the same time, through a genius and energy peculiar to itself, created an original endowment for its own enjoyment and for the future richer by far than any heretofore recorded. Indeed, without permitting existing and pardonable pride to endanger rigid truth, it may be said that along many of the lines of invention and progress which have most intimately affected the life and civilization of the world, the 19th century has achieved triumphs and accomplished wonders equal, if not superior, to all other centuries combined. Therefore, what more fitting time than at its close to pass in pleasing and instructive review the numerous material and intellectual achievements that have so distinguished it, and have contributed in so many and such marvelous ways to the great advance and genuine comfort of the human race? Or, what could prove a greater source of pride and profit than to compare its glorious works with those of the past, the better to understand and measure the actual steps and real extent of the progress of mankind? Or, what more delightful and inspiring than to realize that the sum of those wonderful activities, of which each reader is, or has been, a part, has gone to increase the grandeur of a world era whose rays will penetrate and brighten the coming centuries? Amid so many and such strong reasons this volume finds excellent cause for its being. Its aims are to mirror a wonderful century from the vantage ground of its closing year, to faithfully trace the lines which mark its almost magical advance. To give it that high and true historic place whence its contrasts with the past can be best noted, and its light upon the future most directly thrown. This task would be clearly beyond the power of a single mind. So rapid has progress been during some parts of the century, so amazing have been results along the lines of discovery and invention, so various have been the fields of action, that only those of special knowledge and training could be expected to do full justice to the many subjects to be treated. Hence, the work has been planned so as to give it a value far beyond what could be imparted by a single mind. Each of the themes chosen to type the century's grand march has been treated by an author of special fitness, and high up in his or her profession or calling, with a view to securing for readers the best thoughts and facts relating to the remarkable events of 100 years. In this respect the volume is unique and original. Its authorship is not of one mind, but of a corps of minds, whose union assures what the occasion demands. The scope, character, and value of the volume further appear in its very large number and practical feature of subjects selected to show the active forces, the upward and onward movements, and the grand results that have operated within, and triumphantly crowned, an era without parallel. These subjects embrace the sciences of the century in their numerous divisions and conquests, its arts and literature, industrial, commercial, and financial progress, land and sea prowess, educational, social, moral, and religious growth. In fact, every field of enterprise and achievement within the space of time covered by the work. A volume of such variety of subject and great extent affords fine opportunity for illustration. The publishers have taken full advantage of this, and have beautified it in a manner which commends itself to every eye and taste. Rarely has a volume been so highly and elegantly embellished. Each subject is illuminated so as to increase the pleasure of reading and make an impression which will prove lasting. As to its aim and scope, its number of specially qualified authors, its vigor and variety of style and thought, its historic comprehensiveness and exactness, its great wealth of illustration, its superb mechanism, its various other striking features, the volume may readily rank as one of the century's triumphs, a wonder of industrious preparation, and acceptable to all. At any rate, no such volume has ever mirrored any previous century, and none will come to reflect the 19th century with truer line and color. Not only is the work a rare and costly picture, filled in with inspiring details by master hands, but it is equally a monument, whose solid base, grand proportions, and elegant finish are in keeping with the spirit of the era it marks and the results it honors. Its every inscription is a glowing tribute to human achievement of whatever kind and wherever the field of action may lie. And therefore a happy means of conveying to 20th century actors the story of a time whose glories they will find it hard to excel. May this picture and monument be viewed, studied, and admired by all, so that the momentous chapters which round the history of a closing century shall avail in shaping the beginnings of a succeeding one. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Wonders of Electricity. By James P. Boyd, A.M., L.B. At the dawn of the century. When, in his Midsummer Night's Dream, Shakespeare placed in the mouth of Puck, Prince of Fairies, the playful speech, "I'll put a girdle round about the earth in 40 minutes. He had no thought that the undertaking of a boastful and prankish sprite could ever be outdone by human agency. Could the immortal bard have lived to witness the time when the girdling of the earth by means of the electric current became easier and swifter than elfin promise or possibility? He must have speedily remodeled his splendid comedy and denied to the world its delightful, fairy-like features. An old and charming story runs, that Aladdin, son of a widow of Baghdad, became owner of a magic lamp, by means of whose remarkable powers he could bring to his instant aid the services of an all-helpful genie. When Aladdin wished for aid of any kind, he had but to rub the lamp. At once the genie appeared to gratify his desires. By means of the lamp Aladdin could hear the faintest whisper thousands of miles away. He could annihilate both time and space, and in a twinkling could transfer himself to the tops of the highest mountains. How the charm of this ancient story is lost in the presence of that marvelous realism which marks the achievements of modern electrical science. The earliest known observations on that subtle mystery which pervades all nature, that silent energy whose phenomena and possibilities are limitless, and before which even the wisest must stand in awe, are attributed to Thales, a scholar of Miletus, in Greece, some 600 years B.C., on rubbing a piece of amber against his clothing, he observed that it gained the strange property of at first attracting and then repelling light objects brought near to it. His observations led to nothing practical, and no historic mention of electrical phenomena is found till the time of Theophrastus, B.C. 341, who wrote that amber, when rubbed, attracted straws, small sticks, and even thin pieces of copper and iron. Both Aristotle and Pliny speak of the electric eel as having power to benumb animals with which it comes in contact. Thus far these simple phenomena only had been mentioned. There was no study of electric force, no recognition of it as such, or as we know it and turn it to practical account today. This seems quite strange when we consider the culture and power to investigate of the Egyptians, Phoenicians, Greeks, and Romans. True, a few fairy-like stories of how certain persons emitted sparks from their bodies, or were cured of diseases by shocks from electric eels, are found scattered through their literatures. But they failed to follow the way to electrical science pointed out to them by Thales. Even in the Middle Ages, when a few scientists and writers saw fit to speak of electrical phenomena as observed by the ancients, and even ventured to speculate upon them in their crude way, there were no practical additions made to the science. And the ground laid as fallow as it had done since the creation. After a lapse of more than 2,000 years from the experiment of Thales, Dr. Gilbert, physician to Queen Elizabeth, A.D. 1533 to 1603, took up the study of amber and various other substances which, when subjected to friction, acquired the property of first attracting and then repelling light bodies brought near them. He published his observations in a little book called De Magnete, in the year d. 1600, and thus became the first author of a work upon electricity. In this unique and initial work upon simple electrical effects, the author added greatly to the number of substances that could be electrified by friction, and succeeded in establishing the different degrees of force with which they could be made to attract or repel light bodies brought near them. Fortunately for electrical science, and for that matter all sciences, about this time the influence of Lord Bacon's inductive philosophy began to be felt by investigators and scientific men. Before that, the causes of natural phenomena had not been backed up by repeated experiments amounting to practical proofs, but had been accounted for, if at all, by sheer guesses or whimsical reasons. Bacon's method introduced hard, cold, constant experiment as the only sure means of finding out exactly the causes of natural phenomena. And not only this, but the necessity of series upon series of experiments, each based upon the results of the former, and so continuing, link by link, till, from a comparison of the whole, some general principle or truth could be drawn that applied to all. This inductive method of scientific research gave great impetus to the study of every branch of science, and especially to the unfolding of infallible and practical laws governing the phenomena of nature. For very many years electrical experiments followed the lines laid down by Dr. Gilbert, that is, the finding of substances that could be excited or electrified by friction. By and by such substances came to be called electrics, and it became a part of the crude electrical science of the time to compute the force with which these electrics, when excited, attracted or repelled other substances near them. Among the ablest of these investigators were Robert Boyle, author of Experiments on the Origin of Electricity, Sir Isaac Newton, Otto von Guericke, and Francis Hawksbee, the last of whom communicated his experiments to the English Royal Society in 1705. Otto von Guericke used a hard roll of sulfur as an electric. He caused it to revolve rapidly while he rubbed or excited it with his hand. Newton and Hawksbee used a revolving glass globe in the same way, and thus became the parents of the modern and better equipped electrical machine used for school purposes. The next step in electrical discovery, and one which marks an epoch in the history of the science, was made by Stephen Gray, of England, in 1729. To him is due the credit of finding out that electricity from an excited glass cylinder could be conducted away from it to objects at a remote distance. Though he used only a packthread as a conductor, he thus carried electricity to a distance of several hundred feet, and his novel discovery opened up what, for the time, was a brilliant series of experiments in England and throughout France and Germany. Out of these experiments came the knowledge that some substances were natural conductors of electricity, while others were non-conductors, and that the non-conductors were the very substances, glass, resin, sulfur, etc., which were then in popular use as electrics. Here was laid the foundation of those after discoveries which led to the selection of copper, iron, and other metals as the natural and therefore best conductors of electricity, and glass, etc., as the best insulators or non-conductors. Up to this time an excited electric, such as a glass cylinder or wheel, had furnished the only source whence electricity had been drawn for purposes of experiment. But now another great step forward was taken by the momentous discovery that electricity, as furnished by the excited but quickly exhausted electric, could be bottled up, as it were, and so accumulated and preserved in large quantities, to be drawn upon when needed for experiment. It is not known who made this important discovery, but by common consent the storage apparatus, which was to play so conspicuous a part in after investigations, was named the Leyden jar or phial, from the city of Leyden in Holland. It consisted of a simple glass jar lined inside and out with tinfoil to within an inch or two of the top, the tinfoil of the inside being connected by a conductor passing up through the stopper of the jar to a metallic knob on top. This jar could be charged or filled with electricity from a common electric, and it had the power of retaining the charge till the knob on top was touched by the knuckle, or some unelectrified substance, when a spark ensued, and the jar was said to be discharged. By conductors attached to the knob, guns were fired off at a distance by means of the spark, and it is said that Dr. Benjamin Franklin ignited a glass of brandy at the house of a friend by means of a wire attached to a Leyden jar and stretched the full width of the Schuylkill River at Philadelphia. At this stage in the history of 18th century electricity there enters a character whose experiments in electricity, and whose writings upon the subject, not only brought him great renown at home and abroad, but perhaps did more to systematize the science and turn it to practical account than those of any contemporary. This was the celebrated Dr. Benjamin Franklin, of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He showed to the world that electricity was not created by friction upon an electric, but that it was merely gathered there, when friction was applied, from surrounding nature. And in proof of his theory he invaded the clouds with a kite during a thunderstorm, and brought down electricity therefrom by means of the kite string as a conductor. The key he hung on the string became charged with the electric fluid, and on being touched by an unelectrified body, emitted sparks and produced all the effects commonly witnessed in the discharge of the Leyden jar. Franklin further established the difference between positive and negative electricity, and showed that the spark phenomenon on the discharge of the Leyden jar was due to the fact that the inside tinfoil was positively electrified and the outside tinfoil negatively. When the inside tinfoil was suddenly drawn upon by a conductor, the spark was simply the result of an effort upon the part of the two kinds of electricity to maintain an equilibrium. By similar reasoning he accounted for the phenomenon of lightning in the clouds, and by easy steps invented the lightning rod, as a means of breaking the force of the descending bolt, and carrying the dangerous fluid safely to the ground. Here we have not only a practical result growing out of electrical experiments, but we witness the dawn of an era when electricity was to be turned to profitable commercial account. The lightning rod man has been abroad in the world ever since the days of Franklin. Thus far, then, electrical science, if science it could yet be called, had gotten on at the dawn of the 19th century. No electricity was really known but that produced by friction upon glass, or some other convenient electric. Hence it was called frictional electricity by some, and static electricity by others, because it was regarded as electricity in a state of rest. Though a thing fitted for curious experiment, and a constant invitation to scientific research, it had no use whatever in the arts. An excited electric could furnish but a trivial and temporary supply of electricity. It exhausted itself in the exhibition of a single spark. 2. The new 19th century electricity. By a happy accident in 1790, Galvani, of Bologna, Italy, while experimenting upon a frog, discovered that he could produce alternate motion between its nerves and muscles through the agency of a fluid generated by certain dissimilar metals when brought close together. Though this mysterious fluid came to be known as the galvanic fluid, and though galvanism was made to perpetuate his name, it was not until 1800 that Volta, another Italian, showed to the scientific world that really a new electricity had been found. Volta constructed what became known as the galvanic pile, but more largely since as the voltaic pile, which he found would generate electricity strongly and continuously. He used in its construction the dissimilar metals silver and zinc, cut into discs, and piled alternately one upon the other, but separated by pieces of cloth moistened with salt water. This simple generator of electricity was the forerunner of the more powerful batteries of the present day, and which are still popularly known as voltaic cells or batteries. But the importance of Volta's discovery did not lay more in the construction of his electrical generator than in the great scientific fact that chemistry now became linked indissolubly with electricity and electrical effects. The two novel and charming sciences, hitherto separate, were henceforth to cooperate in those majestic revelations and magnificent possibilities which so signally distinguished the 19th century. By means of greatly improved voltaic cells or batteries, that is, by jars containing acid in which were suspended dissimilar metals, electricity could be produced readily and in somewhat continuous current. By increasing the number of these cells or jars or batteries, and connecting them with conductors, the current could be made stronger and more effective. In contradistinction to the old frictional or static electricity, the new became known as chemical or current electricity. As was to have been expected, Volta's invention and discovery excited the whole domain of electrical science to new investigation, and brought in their train a host of wonderful results, growing more and more practical each year, and pointing the way more and more clearly to the commercial value of electricity as a familiar, inexhaustible, and irresistible power. Thus, in 1801, Nicholson showed that an electric current from a voltaic pile would, when passed through salt water, decompose the water and resolve it into its two original gases, oxygen and hydrogen. In 1807, Sir Humphrey Davy, carrying electricity further into the domain of chemistry, showed, by means of the electric current, that various metallic substances embraced in the Earth's crust, and before his time supposed to be elementary, were really dissoluble and easily resolved into their component parts, whether solids, or gases, or both. 2 years later, in 1809, he made the equally momentous discovery of something which was to prove a veritable sit lux, let there be light, for the 19th century, and illuminate it beyond all others. Though it had been known almost from the date of the first voltaic pile that, when the ends of its two conducting wires were brought close together, a spark was seen to leap in a curved or arc line from one wire to the other, which phenomenon was known as the voltaic arc, it remained for Davy to exhibit this arc in all the beauty of a brilliant light by using two charcoal, carbon, sticks or electrodes, instead of the wires, at the point of close approach. Here was the first principle of the after-evolved arc light to be found by the end of the century in every large city, and to prove such a source of comfort and safety for their millions of inhabitants. This principle was simply that a stream of electricity pouring along a conducting wire will, when interrupted by a substance such as carbon, charcoal, which is a slow conductor, throw off a bright light at the point of interruption. The phenomenon has been very aptly likened to a running stream of water in whose bed a stone has been placed. The stone obstructs the flow of water. The water remonstrates by an angry ripple and excited roar. In Davy's experiment with the pieces of charcoal, both became intensely hot while the electricity was making its brilliant arc leap from one to the other, and would, of course, soon be consumed. He, therefore, in showing the principle of a permanent luminant, failed to demonstrate its practical possibilities. These last were not to be attained till the 19th century was well along, and only after very numerous and very baffling attempts. Between 1810 and 1830, many important laws governing electrical phenomena were discovered, which tended greatly to render the science more exact, and to give it commercial direction. Ørsted, of Denmark, discovered a means of measuring the strength and direction of an electric current. Ampere, of France, discovered the identity of electricity and what had before been called galvanism. Ritchie, of England, made the first machine by which a continuous motion was produced by means of the attractions and repulsions between fixed magnets and electromagnets. This machine was an early suggestion of the dynamo and motor of the coming years of the century. It meant that electricity was a source of power, as well as of other phenomenal things. In speaking of the electromagnet in connection with Ritchie's machine, it is proper to say that the electromagnet was probably discovered between 1825 and 1830, but precisely by whom is not known. It differs from the natural magnet, or the permanent steel horseshoe magnet, and consists simply of a round piece of soft iron, called a core, around which are wrapped several coils of fine wire. When an electric current is made to pass through this wrapping of wire, called the helix, the iron core becomes magnetized, and has all the power of a permanent magnet. But as soon as the electric current ceases, the magnetic power of the core is lost. Hence it is called an electromagnet, or a temporary magnet, to distinguish it from a permanent magnet. While the discovery of the electromagnet was very important in the respect that it afforded great magnetic power by the use of a limited or economic galvanic force, or, in other words, by the use of smaller and fewer voltaic batteries. It was not until Faraday began his splendid series of electrical discoveries, in 1831, that a new and exhaustless wellspring of electricity was found to lay at the door of science. Faraday's prime discovery was that of the induction of electric currents, or, in other words, of manufacturing electricity directly from magnetism. He began his experiments with what became known as an induction coil, which, though then crude in his hands, is the same in principle today. It consists of an iron core wrapped with two coils of insulated wire. One coil is a very lengthy, thin wire, and is called the secondary coil. The other is of short, thick wire, and is called the primary. When a magnetic current is passed through the primary coil, with frequent makes and breaks, it induces an alternating current of very high tension in the secondary coil, thus powerfully increasing its effects. In Faraday's further study of electric induction, he showed that when a conductor carrying a current was brought near to a second conductor it induced or set up a current in this second. So magnets were found to have a similar effect upon one another. The secret of these phenomena was found to lie in the fact that a magnet, or a conductor carrying a current, was the center of a field of force of very considerable extent. Such a field of force can be familiarly shown by placing a piece of glass or white paper sprinkled with fine iron filings upon the poles of a magnet. The filings will be drawn into concentric circles, whose extent measures the magnet's field of force. So also the extent of the field of force surrounding a conductor carrying a current may be familiarly shown. In these instances the filings brought within the fields of force are magnetized. So would any other conducting substance be, and would become capable of carrying away as an independent current that which had been induced in it. Here we have the essential principle of the modern dynamo-electric machine, commonly called simply dynamo. Faraday actually constructed a dynamo, which answered very well for his experiments, but failed in commercial results because the only source of energy he could draw upon in his time was that supplied by the rather costly voltaic cells. During Faraday's time and subsequently, electricians in Europe and the United States were active in formulating further laws relative to the nature, strength, and control of electrical currents. And each year was one of preparation for the coming leap of electrical science into the vast realm of commercial convenience and profit. 3. The telegraph. From the date of the discovery that electricity could be conducted to a distance, dreams were indulged that it could be made a means of communicating intelligence. In the 18th century, many attempts were made to carry intelligent signals over electric wires. Some of these were quite ingenious, but in the end failures, because the old-fashioned frictional electricity was the only kind then known and employed. Even after the discovery of the voltaic cell or battery, which afforded an ample supply of chemical electricity to operate a telegraphic apparatus, the time was not ripe for successful telegraphy. For up till 1830 no battery had been produced that was sufficiently constant in its operation to supply the kind of current required. For feasible telegraphy, two important steps were yet necessary. One was the discovery of the electromagnet, 1825–30. The other was the discovery of the Daniels battery or cell, in 1836, by means of which a constant electric current could be sustained for a long time. But even before these two indispensable requisites had been supplied by human genius, much had been done to develop the mechanical methods of conveying intelligence. In 1816, Ronalds, of England, constructed a telegraph by means of which he operated a system of pith-ball signals which could be understood. In 1820, Ampere suggested that the deflection of the magnetic needle by an electric current might be turned to account in imparting intelligence at a distance. In 1828, Dyer, of New York, perfected a telegraph by means of which he made tracings and spaces upon a piece of moving litmus paper, which tracings and spaces could be intelligently interpreted through a prearranged code. A little later, 1830, Baron Schilling constructed a telegraph which imparted motion to a set of needles at either end. From this time up to 1837, which last year was a memorable one in the history of telegraphy, the genius of such distinguished men as Morse in America, Wheatstone and Cooke in England, and Steinhill in Munich, was brought to bear on the further evolution of the telegraph. While all these names have been associated with the invention of the first practical telegraph, it is impossible, with justice, to rob that of Morse of the distinguished honor. Morse conceived his invention on board the ship Surrey, while on a voyage from Havre to New York, in October, 1832. It consisted, as conceived, of a single circuit of conductors fed by some generator of electricity. He devised a system of signs, which was afterwards improved into the Morse alphabet, consisting of dots or points, and spaces, to represent numerals. These were impressed upon a strip of ribbon or paper by a lever which held at one end a pen or pencil. The paper or ribbon was made to move along under the pencil or pen at a regular rate by means of clockwork. In accordance with these conceptions, Morse completed his instrument and publicly exhibited it in 1835. He gave it further publicity, in much improved form, in 1837. In this form it was entirely original in the important respects that the ribbon or paper was made to move by clockwork, while a pen or pencil gave the impressions, thus preserving a permanent record of the message conveyed. Though under systems less original and effective than that of Morse, a first actual telegraph had been operated between Paddington and Drayton, England, a distance of 13 miles, in 1839, and one at Calcutta, India, for a distance of 21 miles. It was not until 1844 that the world's era of practical telegraphy actually set in under the Morse system, which speedily superseded all others. In that year, amid the jeers of congressmen and the adverse predictions of the press, Morse erected the first American telegraph line in America, between Baltimore and Washington, a distance of 40 miles, and, to the confusion of all detractors, sent the first message over it on May 27 of that year. From that date the fame of Morse was established at home, and soon became worldwide. His system of telegraphy, with slight modifications, became that of all civilized countries. As was to be expected in a century so full of enterprise as the 19th, a science so attractive, so useful to civilization, so commercially valuable, so full of possibilities, as telegraphy, could not remain at rest. Everywhere it stimulated to improvement and new invention and discovery. And as the century progressed, it witnessed in steady succession the wonders of what became known as duplex telegraphy, that is, the sending of different messages over the same wire at the same time. Again, the century witnessed the invention of quadruplex telegraphy, that is, the sending of 4 separate messages over the same wire, 2 in one direction and 2 in another. This was followed by the invention of Gray's harmonic system, by means of which a number of messages greater than 4 are transmitted at the same time over the same wire. And this again by Delaney's synchronous multiplex system, by means of which as many as 72 separate messages have been sent over the same wire at the same time, either all in one direction, or some in one direction and the rest in an opposite. For a time successful telegraphy was limited to overland spaces, the conductors or wires, consisting of iron or copper, being insulated where they passed the supporting poles. In the cities, supporting poles proved to be unsightly and dangerous, and they were succeeded by underground conduits carrying insulated wires. In 1839, we read of what may be reckoned the first successful experiment in telegraphing under water by means of an insulated wire, or cable, as a conductor. The experiment was tried at Calcutta, and under the river Hugli. In 1842, Morse experimented at New York with an underwater cable, and showed that a successful submarine telegraphy was practical. In 1848, a cable, insulated with gutta percha, was laid under water between New York and Jersey City, and successfully operated. In 1851, a submarine cable was laid and successfully operated under the English Channel. An enterprising American, Cyrus W. Field, of New York, now took up the subject of submarine telegraphy, and suggested a cable under the ocean between Ireland and Newfoundland. One was laid in 1857, but it unfortunately parted at a distance of 300 miles from land. A second was laid under Mr. Field's auspices in 1858, but the insulation proved faulty, and after working imperfectly for a month, it gave out entirely. These disasters, though furnishing much valuable experience, checked the enterprise of submarine telegraphy for a number of years. Not until 1861, when a deep-sea cable was successfully laid and operated between Malta and Alexandria, and in 1864, when one was laid across the Persian Gulf, did enterprise gain sufficient courage to dare another attempt to cable the Atlantic. In 1865, that attempt was made. Again the cable broke, but this did not dissuade from another and successful attempt in 1866. This signal triumph was the forerunner of others, equally important to international commerce and the world's diplomacy. Countries far apart, and isolated by oceans, have, by means of deep-sea cables, been brought into intimate relation, and made sharers of one another's intelligence, enterprise, and civilizing instincts. What the overland telegraph has done toward bringing local states and communities into contact, the submarine cable has done for the remote nations. In form, an ocean cable differs much from the simple wire which constitutes the conductor of an overland or even underground telegraph. It is made in many ways, but mostly with a central core of numerous copper wires, which are more flexible than a single wire. These are thickly covered with an insulating material, such as gutta percha, after first being heavily wrapped in tarred canvas or like material. The central cores may be 1, 2, 3, or even more in number. Where a cable is likely to be subjected to the abrasion of ship bottoms, rocks, or anchors, it has an outer covering or guard composed of closely united steel wires. In submarine telegraphy, the instruments used in sending and receiving the message are very much more ingenious, delicate, and costly than in overland telegraphy. Whereas at the beginning of the 19th century electric telegraphy was an unknown science, and even up to the middle of the century was of limited use and doubtful commercial value. Nevertheless, the end of the century witnesses in its growth and application one of its most stupendous marvels. From the few miles of overland wires in 1844, the total mileage of the century has expanded to approximately 5 million, and the submarine to 170,000. A single company, the Western Union, in the United States operates 800,000 miles of wire, conveying 60 million messages per year, while throughout the world more than 200 million messages per year serve the purposes of enlightened intercourse. The capital employed reaches many hundreds of millions of dollars. The close of the 19th century opened possibilities in telegraphy that may be classed as startling in comparison with its previous attainments. It would seem that the intervention of the familiar conducting wire is not absolutely necessary to the transmission of intelligence. The old and well-established principle of induced currents has lately been turned to account in what is termed telegraphy without wires. As an instance, a telegraph wire, when placed close alongside of a railroad track, will take up and convey to and from the stations the induced pulsations of a magnetotelephone placed within a passing car and connected to the metallic roof of the car. This system has been put to practical use on at least one railway, and pronounced feasible. But a greater marvel than this springs from the discovery of Hertz, about 1890, that every electrical discharge is the center of oscillations radiating indefinitely through space. The phenomenon is likened to the dropping of a stone in a placid lake. Concentric undulations of the water are set up, little waves, which gradually enlarge in diameter, and affect in greater or less degree the entire surface. Could an apparatus be invented to detect and direct the oscillations made in space by an electric generator, to perceive, as it were, the ether undulations, just as the eye notes those on the lake's surface? In 1891, Professor Branly found that the electric vibrations in ether could be detected by means of fine metallic filings. No matter how good a conductor of electricity the metal in mass might be, when reduced to fine filings or powder it offered powerful resistance to a passing current, in other words, became a very poor conductor. An electric discharge or spark near the filings greatly decreased their resistance. If the filings were jarred, their original resistance was restored. Branly placed his filings in a tube, into either end of which wires were passed. These were connected with a galvanometer. Ordinarily, the resistance of the filings was such as to prevent a current passing through them, and the galvanometer remained unaffected. But when an electric spark was emitted near the tube, the resistance was so much decreased that the current passed readily through the filings, and was detected by the galvanometer. This is simply equivalent to saying that the discharge of the electric spark made the filings to cohere and become a better conductor than when lying loosely in the tube. Here, then, was opportunity for an instrument which had but to regulate the number of sparks and indicate the presence of the electric waves in order to produce dots and dashes similar to those used in the common telegraph. Such an instrument was brought nearest to perfection by Signor Marconi, a young Italian, in 1896. With it he succeeded in sending electric waves through ether or space, and without the use of wires, a distance of 4 miles, upon Salisbury Plain, England. Later, he transmitted messages by means of space, wireless, telegraphy across Bristol Channel, a distance of 8.7 miles, and subsequently across the English Channel, a distance of 18 miles. Mr. W. J. Clark, of America, has improved upon Marconi's methods of space telegraphy, and shown some remarkable results. Whether space telegraphy will eventually supersede that by wires is one of the problems that time only can solve. But such are the possibilities of electrical science that we may well be prepared for more wonderful revelations than any yet made. 4. Hello. Hello. Telegraph, gr. Tele, far, and graphein, to write, implies the production of writing at a distance by means of an electric current upon a conductor. Telephone, gr. Tele, far, and phone, sound, implies the production of sound at a distance by the same means. Though the word telephone was in early use to describe the transmission of sound by means of a rod or tightly stretched string connecting two diaphragms of wood, membrane, or other substance. This last plan of transmitting sound came to be known as the string telephone, and it retained this name until the invention of the electric telephone. Like the electric telegraph, the electric telephone was an evolution. The string telephone, in the hands of Wheatstone, showed, as early as 1819, that the vibrations of the air produced by a musical instrument were very minute, and could be transmitted hundreds of yards by means of a string armed with delicate diaphragms. But while the string telephone served to confirm the fact that sounds are vibrations of the atmosphere which affect the tympanum of the ear, it remained but a toy or experimental device till after electric telegraphy became an accepted science. That is, in the year 1837 and subsequently. One of the earliest steps toward the evolution of the electric telephone was taken by Mr. Page, of Salem, Massachusetts, in 1837, who discovered that a magnetic bar could emit sounds when rapidly magnetized and demagnetized, and that those sounds corresponded with the number of currents which produced them. This led to the discovery, between 1847 and 1852, of several kinds of electric vibrators adapted to the production of musical sounds and their transmission to a distance. All this was wonderful and momentous, but a little while had still to elapse before one arose bold enough to admit the possibility of transmitting human speech by electricity. He came in 1854, in the person of Charles Bourseul, of Paris, who, though as if writing out a fanciful dream, said, "We know that sounds are produced by vibrations, and are adapted to the ear by the same vibrations which are reproduced by the intervening medium. But the intensity of the vibrations diminishes very rapidly with the distance, so that it is, even with the aid of speaking tubes and trumpets, impossible to exceed somewhat narrow limits. Suppose that a man speaks near a movable disc, sufficiently flexible to lose none of the vibrations of the voice, that this disc alternately makes and breaks the current from a battery, you may have at a distance another disc, which will at the same time execute the same vibrations." Bourseul further showed that the sounds of the voice thus reproduced would have the same pitch, but admitted that, in the then present state of acoustic science, it could not be affirmed that the syllables uttered by the human voice could be so reproduced, since nothing was known of them, except that some were uttered by the teeth, others by the lips, and so on. The status of the telephone then, according to Bourseul, was that voice could be reproduced at a distance at the pitch of the speaker, but that something more was needed to transmit the delicate and varied intonations of human speech when it was broken into syllables and utterances. To transmit simply voice was one thing, to transmit the timbre or quality of speech was another. Bourseul made plain the problem that was still before the investigator. And now comes one of the most remarkable episodes in the history of electricity, a chapter of mingled shame and glory. In the village of Eberle's Mills, Cumberland County, Pa, lived a genius by the name of Daniel Drawbaugh, who had made a study of telephony up to the very point Bourseul had left it. He had transmitted musical sound, sound of the voice, and other sounds in the same pitch. He had said that this was all that could be done till some means was discovered of holding up the constant onward flow of the electric current along a conducting wire by introducing into such flow a variable resistance such as would impart to simple pitch of voice the quality or timbre of human speech. Drawbaugh achieved this in his simple workshop as early as 1859–60, according to evidence furnished to the United States Supreme Court at the celebrated trial of the cases which robbed him of the right to his prior invention. He did it by introducing into the circuit a small quantity of powdered charcoal confined in a tumbler, through which the current was passing. The charcoal, being a poor conductor and in small grains, offered just that kind of variable resistance to the current necessary to reproduce the tones and syllables of speech. He transmitted speech between his shop and house, and proved the success he had met with before audiences in New York and Philadelphia. But he neglected to care for the commercial side of his discovery, though many of his patents antedated those which contributed to deprive him of deserved honor and profit. In 1861, Reis, of Germany, came into notice as the inventor of a telephone which transmitted sound very clearly, but failed to reproduce syllabified speech. However, the principle and shape of his transmitter and receiver were accepted by those who followed him. Two men now came upon the scene who had reached the conclusion already arrived at by Drawbaugh, and who became rivals over his head for the honor and profit of an invention by means of which the quality of the voice in speaking could be transmitted. These two were Elisha Gray, of Chicago, and Alexander Graham Bell, of Boston. Their respective devices seem to have been akin, and to have been presented to the Patent Office almost simultaneously. So nearly so, at least, as to make them a part of that long, costly, and acrimonious legal contention over priority of invention which did not end till 1887. Both Bell and Gray reached the conclusion that the transmission of articulate speech was impossible unless they could produce electrical undulations corresponding exactly with the vibrations of the air or sound waves. They brought this similarity about by introducing a variable resistance into the electric current by means of an interposing liquid, just as Drawbaugh had done years before with his tumbler of powdered charcoal. Bell exhibited his instrument with comparative success at the Centennial Exhibition in 1876 in Philadelphia, but much had yet to be done to perfect a telephone of real commercial value. The years 1877 to 78 were years of great activity among electricians, whose prime object was to perfect a telephone transmitter and receiver, by means of whose mutual operations at opposite ends of a circuit all the modulations of speech could be preserved and passed. To this end Berliner introduced into a transmitter or sender the then well-known principle of the microphone, gr. Micros, small, phone, sound, which magnified the faint sounds by the variation in electrical resistance, caused by variation of pressure at loose contact between two metal points or electrodes. Edison quickly followed with a similar transmitter or sender, in which one of the electrodes was of soft carbon, the other of metal. Then came, 1878, Hughes and Blake with senders, in which both of the electrodes were of hard carbon. Subsequently came other and rapid modifications of the sender, both in the United States and Europe, till the form of telephone now in popular use was arrived at, and which, strange to say, is, in its method of securing the necessary variable resistance in the circuit, quite like that employed by Mr. Drawbaugh, to wit, the introduction of fine carbon granules into a small metal cup just behind the vibrating diaphragm or disc of the sender. The circuit goes into the diaphragm in front, passing through the carbon granules and out through the back of the instrument. The action of talking into the sender causes the granules to be agitated, thus opening and closing the circuit and producing the conditions necessary to the transmission of articulate speech. The diaphragm or disc is the very thin covering of the cup containing the granules. It is sometimes made of carbon, but generally of hard metal, as steel. On being struck by the sound waves of the voice, it vibrates to correspond. The same vibrations are reproduced in the receiver at the opposite end of the circuit, and thus one listens to the phenomenon of transmitted human speech. The current for telephonic purposes is furnished by one or more batteries or cells, whose effect is heightened by the presence of an induction coil. The tendency now is to make bipolars, two contacts at the diaphragm, in place of a single contact. This style is becoming more in vogue in order to meet the demands of long-distance work. To each telephone is attached a generator or device for ringing a little bell as a signal that someone wishes to communicate. To such perfection have telephones been brought that it is quite possible to converse intelligibly at the distance of 1,000 miles, with a less satisfactory service at twice or thrice that distance. The possibilities of clear speech transmission at indefinite distance are without measure. Like the telegraph, the telephone has opened an immense and profitable industry, involving hundreds of millions of dollars. At the end of the century it is, unfortunately, monopolistic. But the time is near when a reasonable charge for service will enable every business house to communicate with its customers, and when even the remote corners of counties will be brought into touch with their capitals and with one another. Along the lines of civilizing contact, the telephone fairly divides the wonders of the century with the telegraph, while for intimate intellectual communication it is a triumph of genius without parallel. It is the dispenser of speech in city, town, and village, in factory and mine, in army and navy, throughout government departments. And in Budapest, Hungary, it is a purveyor of general news, like the newspaper, for the Telephone Gazette of that city has a list of regular subscribers, to whom it transmits, at private houses, clubs, cafes, restaurants, and public buildings, its editorials, telegrams, local news, and advertisements. A very natural outgrowth of the telephone was that curious invention known as the phonograph, phone, sound, and graphein, to write. It is not only an instrument for writing or preserving sound, but for reproducing it. As a simple recorder of sound, it was an instrument dating as far back as 1807, when Dr. Young showed how a tuning fork might be made to trace a record of its own vibrations. But Young's thought had to go through more than half a century of slow evolution before the modern phonograph was reached. For in the phonautograph of Scott, the logographs of Barlow and Blake, and the various other attempts up to 1877 to make and preserve tracings of speech, there were no successful means of reproducing speech from those tracings hit upon. In that year, 1877, Edison, in striving to make a self-recording telephone by connecting with its diaphragm or disc a stylus or metal point which would record its vibrations upon a strip of tinfoil, accidentally reversed the motion of the tinfoil so that the tracings upon it affected the stylus or tracing point in an opposite direction. To his surprise, he found that this reverse motion of the tinfoil, tickling, as it were, the stylus oppositely, reproduced the sounds which had at first agitated the diaphragm. It was but a step now to the production of his matured phonograph in 1878. He made a cylinder with a grooved surface, over which he spread tinfoil. A stylus or fine metal point was made to rest upon the tinfoil, so as to produce a tracing in it, following the grooves in the cylinder when the latter was made to revolve. This stylus was connected with the diaphragm of an ordinary telephone transmitter. When one spoke into the transmitter, that is, set the diaphragm to vibrating, the stylus impressed the vibratory motions of the diaphragm, or, in other words, the waves of the exciting sound, in light indentations upon the tinfoil. In order to reproduce the sounds thus registered in the tinfoil of the cylinder, it was made to revolve in an opposite direction under the point of the stylus. And as the stylus was now affected by precisely the same indentations it had first made in the tinfoil, it carried the identical vibrations it had recorded back to the diaphragm of the telephone, and thus reproduced in audible form the speech that had at first set the diaphragm to vibrating. The speech thus reproduced was that of the original speaker in pitch and quality. Ingenious and wonderful as Edison's machine was, it was susceptible of improvement, and soon Bell and others came forward with a phonograph in which the recording cylinder was covered with a hardened wax. This was called the graphophone. Again, Berliner improved upon the phonograph by using for his tracing surface a horizontal disc of zinc covered with wax. By chemical treatment, the tracings made in the wax were etched into the zinc, and thus made permanent. Edison made further and ingenious improvements upon his phonograph by attaching hearing tubes for the ear to the sound receiver, and by the employment of an electric motor to revolve the wax cylinder. By the attachment of enlarged trumpets and other devices, every form of modern phonograph has been rendered capable of reproducing in great perfection the various sounds of speech, song, and instrument, and has become a most interesting source of entertainment. Dynamo and motor. Dynamo is from the Greek dynamis, meaning power. Motor is from the Latin motus, or movio, to move. Dynamo is the everyday term applied to the dynamo-electric machine. Motor is the everyday term applied to the electric motor. The dynamo and motor are quite alike in principle of construction, yet direct opposites in object and effect. Perhaps it might be well to designate both as dynamo-electric machines, and to say that, when such machine is used for the conversion of mechanical energy or power of any kind into electrical energy or power, it is a dynamo. When a reverse result is sought, that is, when electrical energy or power is to be converted into mechanical energy or power, the machine that is used is a motor. In practical use for most purposes they are brought into cooperation, the dynamo being at one end of an electric system, making and sending forth electricity, the motor being at the other end, taking up such electricity and running machinery with it. Both machines were epoch-making in the midst of a wondrous century, and both were results of those marvelous evolutions in electrical science which characterized the earlier years of the century. We have seen how the simple glass cylinder or sulfur roll became, when rubbed, a generator of electricity. In a later chapter of electrical history, we saw a new and more powerful generator of electricity in the voltaic cell, by means of opposing metals acted upon chemically by acids. The greatest, grandest, most powerful, and most economic of all generators of electricity was yet to come in the shape of the dynamo. We see its beginnings in those investigations of Faraday which led to the discovery of the induction coil and the principles of magneto-electric induction. In 1831, he invented a simple yet, for that date, wonderful machine, which was none the less the first dynamo in principle, because he modestly called it a new electrical machine. He mounted a thin disc of copper, about 12 inches in diameter, upon a central axis, so that it would revolve between the opposite poles of a permanent magnet. As the disc revolved, its lower half cut the field of force of the magnet, and a current was induced which was carried away by means of two collecting brushes, fastened respectively to the axis and circumference of the disc. This was the first electric current ever produced by a permanent magnet. The Faraday machine and others that derived the mechanical energy which was converted into electric current from a permanent magnet were classed as magneto-generators. Soon the electromagnet took the place of the permanent magnet, because it produced a much stronger field of force. But then the electromagnet had to have a current to excite it. This current was supplied by a magneto-generator, placed somewhere on the dynamo. Now came the thought, suggested by Brett in 1848, that the induced currents of the dynamo could themselves be turned to account for increasing the strength of the electromagnets used in inducing them. This was a most progressive step in the history of the dynamo. It led to rapid inventions, whose principle was based on the fact that every dynamo carried within the cores of its magnets enough of unused or residual magnetism to render the magnet self-exciting the moment the machine started. So the outside means of magnetizing the fields of force of the dynamo passed away. The dynamo speedily grew in size and importance. The electromagnets or fields of force were greatly increased in number, size, and power. There were great improvements in the construction and efficiency of the wire coils or armatures which cut the fields of force, and a corresponding increase in their number. Commutators and brushes underwent like improvement. So, at last, the well-nigh perfect and all-powerful dynamo of the end of the century was evolved, with a capacity for delivering, in the form of electricity, 90% of the mechanical energy which set it in motion. In the application of steam to machinery, 80%, and sometimes more, of the energy supplied by a ton of coal is lost. With the perfection of the dynamo, its use is multiplied. It became a prime factor in electric lighting. Trolley systems sprang up in city, town, and village, taking the place of horse and traction cars. In certain places, as in the Baltimore Tunnel, the dynamo superseded the engine for hauling freight and passenger cars. The mighty dynamos which convert the inexhaustible energy of Niagara Falls into electricity send it many miles away to Buffalo, to be applied to lighting and to every form of machinery. The end of the century sees a power plant in operation in New York City capable of furnishing 100,000 horsepower, or enough to supply the lighting, rapid transit, and 1,001 mechanical needs of the entire municipality. The essential parts of an ordinary dynamo are, 1. The electromagnets, which, however numerous, are arranged in circular form upon part of the framework of the machine. 2. The iron coils or armatures, mounted in a circle upon a wheel. When the wheel revolves, the armatures pass close in front of the electromagnets, cutting through their fields of force, and thereby inducing electric current. 3. The commutator, which consists usually of a series of copper blocks arranged around the axle of the armatures, and insulated from the axle and from each other. The current passes from the armatures to the commutator. If the current be an alternating one, the commutator changes it into a continuous one, and the reverse may also be accomplished. 4. The brushes, which are thin strips of copper or carbon, are brought to bear at proper points upon the commutator, making connection with each coil or sets of coils. They carry the corrected current to the outside line or lines. 5. The outside line or lines, to carry the current away to the motor. 6. The pulley for strap belting, by means of which the water or steam power used is made to turn the dynamo machine. But we must not forget the motor as a companion of the dynamo, as its indispensable brother, in turning to practical account the electricity sent to it. As we have seen, the motor is the reverse of the dynamo, at least in its effects. It is fed by the dynamo, and it imparts its power to the machinery which it is to set in motion. It is to the dynamo what the water wheel is to the water. In one sense it is an even older invention than the dynamo, but its extended commercial application was not possible until the dynamo had reached certain stages of perfection. It is generally agreed that the first motor of importance was that constructed by Professor Jacobi, through the liberality of the Tsar Nicholas, of Russia. Jacobi used two sets of electromagnets, by means of whose mutual attraction and repulsion he rotated a wheel on a boat with a power equal to that of 8 oarsmen. But as Jacobi's electromagnets required an electric current to magnetize them, and as there were then no means of producing such current except by the costly use of the voltaic battery, his invention was unripe as to time. In 1850, Professor Page, of the Smithsonian Institution, constructed a motor which worked ingeniously, but was still open to the objection of cost in supplying the necessary electric current for the electromagnets. Though various inventions came about having for their object a commercially successful motor, such a thing was impossible till Graham produced his improved and effective dynamo in 1871. This dynamo was found to work equally well as a motor, and hence it became necessary for electricians to greatly enlarge their understanding of the nature of electromagnetic induction. They soon discovered many curious things respecting the behavior of induced currents, with the result that rapid and simultaneous improvements were made in both dynamos and motors. One of the most curious of these discoveries was that a motor automatically regulates the amount of current that passes through its circuit in proportion to the work it is called upon to do. That is, if the work the machine has to do is decreased, the motor attains a higher speed, which higher speed induces a counter-electromotive force sufficient to check up the amount of current passing through the motor. So when the motor is required to do increased work, the machine slows up, but with this slowing up, the counter-electromotive force decreases, and consequently the current passing through the motor increases. As with the dynamo, one of the marvels of the motor is its efficiency. In perfect machines, 90 to 95% of the electrical energy supplied can be converted into mechanical energy. For this reason it has become a competitor with, and even successor of, steam in countless cases, and especially where water power can be commanded. A prime motor, in the shape of a water wheel, may be made to drive scores of secondary motors in places hundreds of miles away. The power developed by the waterfall at Laufen, Germany, is transmitted 100 miles to Frankfurt, with a loss of only 25% of the original horsepower. In its adaptation for practical use, the motor, like the dynamo, assumes all sizes and embraces a host of ingenious devices, yet its power and usefulness always center around, or are contained in, its two efficient parts: its armatures and fields of force. We have seen how in the dynamo the armatures became the source of induced currents by being made to cut the fields of force of electromagnets. Now, a dynamo can be made to work in an opposite way. That is, by making the magnetic fields of force rotate in front of the coils or armatures. In the motor, the field of force is mostly established by the current directly from the dynamo. This current passes also through the armature, which begins to rotate, owing to the force of the field upon it. This rotation of the armature through the field of force produces in the armature conductors an electromotive force, which is the measure of the power of the motor, be the same great or small. 6. And there was light. Mention of the candlestick of pure gold, X 25. 31, may lead to the inference that the primitive artificial light was that of the candle. But candlestick in connection with the lighting of the temple is clearly a misnomer. The lamp was the original artificial light giver, unless we choose to accept the torch, and if less indispensable than in patriarchal times, it is still a favorite dispenser of nightly cheer. Prior to the middle of the 18th century, the lamp had practically no evolution. It was the same in principle at that date as when it illuminated the desert tabernacle. Even the splendid enameled glass or decorated Persian pottery lamps of Damascus and Cairo, and the magnificent brass or bronze lamps of Greece, Rome, and the European cathedrals, gave forth their dull, unsteady flame and noisome smoke by means of a crude wick lying in a saucer or similar receptacle of melted lard, tallow, oil, or some such combustible liquid. A prime improvement was made in lamplighting in 1783, by Leger, of Paris, who devised the flat, metallic burner, through which he passed a neatly prepared wick. A further improvement was made in 1784 by Argand, of Paris, who introduced a burner consisting of two circular tubes, between which passed a circular wick. The inner tube was perforated so as to admit of a draught of air to feed the flame on the inside of the wick. In order to similarly feed the flame on the outside of the wick, he invented the lamp chimney, which was at first a crude thing of metal. It, however, soon gave way to the glass chimney, which has up to the present taken on many improved forms, designed to secure more perfect combustion and a brighter, steadier glow. Improvement in lamplighting during the 19th century has consisted of an indefinite number of inventions, all aiming at economy, brilliancy, steadiness, convenience, beauty, and so on. But in no respect has this improvement been more rapid and radical than in the adaptation of lamps to the various combustible fluids that have bid for favor. While the various oils, animal and vegetable, were almost solely in vogue as illuminants at the beginning of the century, they were largely superseded at a later period by the burning fluid known as camphene. This was a purified oil of turpentine, which found great favor on account of its economy, convenience, cleanliness, and brilliancy of light. But it was very volatile, and its vapors formed with air a dangerously explosive mixture. Yet with all this it might have held its own for a long time, had not Gessner, in 1846, discovered that a superior mineral oil, which he called kerosene, could be readily and profitably distilled from the coal found on Prince Edward Island. This kerosene or hydrocarbon oil speedily displaced camphene as an illuminant. Its manufacture rapidly developed into an important industry in the United States, and large distilling establishments arose, both on the Atlantic coast, where foreign coal was used, and throughout the country. Wherever cannel or other convertible coal was found. With the discovery of petroleum in paying quantities on Oil Creek, Pa, in 1859, there came about a great change in kerosene lamplighting. It was found, upon analysis, that crude petroleum contained about 55% of kerosene, which constituted its most important product. The manufactories of kerosene from cannel or other coal, therefore, went out of existence, and new ones, larger in size and greater in number, sprung up for the manufacture of kerosene or, popularly speaking, coal oil, from petroleum. This illuminant came into almost universal favor for lamp use, owing to its cheapness and brilliancy. It is not free from danger when improperly distilled, but under the operation of stringent laws governing its preparation and testing, danger from its use has been reduced to a minimum. In rural districts, in smaller towns and villages, wherever economy and convenience are essentials, and when beauty in lamp effects is desirable, the kerosene illuminant has become indispensable. The discovery of petroleum helped further to light the world and distinguish the century. It gave us gasoline, naphtha, gas oil, astral oil, and the very effective mineral sperm, which is almost universally used in lighthouses and as headlights for locomotives. With the addition of kerosene, a favorite light of the beginning of the century, the tallow dip of our grandmothers, began to fall into disuse. The home-like pictures of housewives at their annual candle dippings, or in the manipulation of their molds, became venerable antiques. Candlelight paled in the presence of the higher illuminants. Though still a convenient light under certain circumstances, it plays a gradually diminishing part amid its superiors. One of the signal triumphs of the century has been the introduction of gaslighting. Though illuminating gas made from coal was known as early as 1691, it did not come into use, except for experiments or in a very special way, until the beginning of the 19th century. In 1809, a few street lamps were lit with gas in London. An unsuccessful attempt was made to introduce gas into Baltimore in 1821. Between 1822 and 1827, the gaslight began to have a feeble foothold in Boston and New York. Other cities began to introduce it as an illuminant in streets and, eventually, in houses. But the process was very slow, owing to intense opposition on the part of both savants and common people, who saw in it a sure means of destruction by poison, explosion, or fire. It was not much before the middle of the century that prejudice against illuminating gas was sufficiently allayed to admit of its general use. But meanwhile many valuable experiments as to its production and adaptation were going on. The most productive source of illuminating gas was found to be bituminous coal. Though gas could be produced by distillation from other substances, such as shale, lignite, petroleum, water, turf, resins, oils, and fats, none could compete in quality, quantity, and economy with what is known as ordinary coal gas, at least. Not until the time came, quite late in the century, when it was found that non-luminous gases, such as water gas, could be rendered luminous by impregnating them with hydrocarbon vapor. This became known commercially as water gas, and it is now largely used in place of coal gas, because it is cheaper and, for the most part, equally effective as a luminant. Gas lighting has, of course, its limitations. It is not adapted for use beyond the range of cities or towns whose populations are sufficient to warrant the large expenditures necessary for gas plants. It is a special rather than general light. Yet within its limited domain of use it has proved of wonderful utility, a source of cheer for millions, a clean, safe, and economic light, a convenience far beyond the candle, the lamp, or any previous lighting appliance. In the street, it is a source of safety against thieves and waylayers. In the slums, it is both policeman and missionary, baffling the wrongdoer, exposing the secrecy that conduces to crime, laying bare the hotbeds of shame. It is as well a source of heat as light, and consequently convertible into power for light mechanical purposes. In the kitchen, it is more and more becoming a boon to the housewife, who by means of the gas range escapes, in cooking, much of the dust, smoke, worry, and even expense of the coal cook stove and range. In the parlor, library, or sick room, it is a cheerful and effective substitute for the coal grate, and may be made to assume the cozy qualities and fantastic shapes of the old-fashioned wood fire. Coincident with the discovery of petroleum, its inseparable companion, natural gas, came into prominence as a source of both light and heat, or this became true, at least. After it was ascertained that natural gas regions existed which could be tapped by wells, and made to give forth their gaseous product independent of the oil that may have at one time existed near or in connection with it. This natural source of light and heat became as interesting to the geologist, explorer, and capitalist as the source of petroleum itself, and soon every likely section was prospected, with the hope of finding and tapping those mysterious caverns of earth in which the pent-up luminant abounded in paying quantities. It was found that workable natural gas regions were numerous in the United States, especially in proximity to petroleum or bituminous coal deposits, and little time was lost in their development. As if by magic, a new and profitable industry sprang into existence. The natural gas well became almost as common as the oil well, and at times far more awe-inspiring as it shot into space its volcanic blasts which, when ignited through carelessness, as sometimes happened, carried to the vicinage all the dangers and terrors of Vesuvius or Stromboli. Powerful as was the force with which natural gas sought its freedom, wonderful as was the phenomenon of its escape from the subterranean alembic in which it was distilled. Human genius quickly harnessed it by appliances for conservation and carriage to places where it could be utilized. Sometimes great industries sprang up contiguous to the wells. At others, it was carried through pipes to cities many miles distant, where it became a light for street, home, and store, and a prodigious energy in factory, furnace, forge, and rolling mill. In fact, no marvel of the century has been at once so weird and inscrutable in its origin as natural gas, or more potential as an agency within the areas to which its use is limited. The question is ever uppermost in connection with natural gas: will it last? The gas springs of the Caucasus Mountains have been burning for centuries. But that is where nature's internal forces have their correlations and compensations. Where it is quite otherwise, that is, where the vents of natural gas reservoirs are abnormally numerous, or where those reservoirs are drained to the extreme for commercial purposes, not to say through sheer wastefulness. The geologist is ready to surmise that the natural gas supply cannot be a perpetual one. But one of the most magnificent triumphs of the century in the matter of light came about through the agency of electricity. We have already seen the beginnings of electric lighting in the discovery of Sir Humphry Davy, in 1809, that when the ends of two conducting wires, mounted with charcoal pieces, were brought close together, a brilliant light, in the shape of an arc or curve, leaped from one piece of charcoal to the other. Davy's charcoal pieces or carbons were consumed by the fierce heat evolved. But the principle was established that an electric current, so interrupted, was a vivid light producer, and might be made permanently so if a substance capable of resisting the heat could be substituted for his charcoal tips. And a generator of electricity of sufficient power and economy in use could be substituted for his voltaic batteries or cells. Upon these two essentials hung the future of the electric light. The first essential, that of a substance at the ends of the wires or in the midst of the electric circuit which would resist the heat, was soon met by the use of specially prepared and hard graphite carbon tips, in the shape of candles. But the second essential, a generator of electricity cheaper and more powerful than the voltaic cell, was not met with till the dynamo machine reached an advanced stage of perfection, that is, about 1867. The two grand essentials now being at command, invention of electric light appliances went on rapidly upon two lines, eventuating in two systems, which became known as arc lighting and incandescent lighting. By 1879–80, the arc light was sufficiently advanced to meet with favor as an illuminant for streets, railway stations, markets, and any large spaces, in which places it became a substitute for gas and other lights. The essential features of the arc light are: 1. The dynamo machine, situated in some central place, for the generation of electricity. 2. Conducting wires to carry the electricity throughout the areas or to the places to be lighted. 3. The arc lamp, which may be suspended upon poles in the streets, or upon wires in stores and other covered places. Its mechanism consists of two pencils or candles of graphite carbon, very hard and incombustible, adjusted above and below each other so that their tips or ends are very close together, but not in contact. By means of a clockwork or simple gravity device these carbon tips are brought into contact at the moment the electric current is turned on, and then are slightly separated as soon as the current has heated them. The air between the heated tips, having also reached a high temperature, becomes a conductor, and the electricity leaps in the form of an arc or curve through it, rendering it brilliantly incandescent. Should the current be diminished in strength for any reason, the above-mentioned clockwork or gravity device brings the carbons a little closer together, and should the current be increased, the carbons are separated a little wider. Thus the steadiness of the light is regulated. There are also various automatic devices for thus regulating the proximity of the carbons and maintaining the evenness of the glow. The power of an arc light is measured by candles. An ordinary arc light under 2 amperes of current gives a light equal to 25 candles, while under 50 amperes of current it gives a light equal to 20,000 candles. In searchlights on board vessels, and where very large areas are to be lighted, both heavier currents and larger carbons are used than in the arc lamps for ordinary street purposes. No light surpasses the arc light in brilliancy, excepting the magnesium light. There are few cities in this country and Europe that do not employ the arc lamp as a means of street, station, and large area lighting, owing to its superiority as an illuminant and the wonderful policing effect it has upon the slum sections. The incandescent lamp, or electric lighting by incandescence, underwent a somewhat longer evolution at the hands of inventors than the arc lamp, owing to the difficulty of finding a substance suitable for the production of the necessary glow. The discovery of such substance may be accredited to Edison more fully than to any other. The incandescent or glow lamp is a glass bulb from which the air is exhausted. There passes into the bulb a filament of carbon, which, after a turn or two inside the bulb, passes out at the end through which it entered. When a current from a voltaic battery is sent through this carbon filament, it brings it, in the absence of oxygen within the bulb, to a high white heat without combustion. The portion of this high white heat which is radiated is the light-giving energy of the incandescent lamp. Metal filaments were at first tried in the bulb, but they quickly burned out. Carbon filaments were at length found to be the only ones capable of resisting the heat. They moreover had the advantage of cheapness, and of greater radiating energy than metals. Many substances, such as silk, cotton, hair, etc., were used in the preparation of the carbon filaments, but it was found that strips cut from the inside bark of the bamboo gave, when brought to a white heat by an electric current and then properly treated, the most tenacious and best conducting carbon filament. The quality of light produced by an incandescent lamp is a gentler glow than that produced by the arc lamp, and in color more nearly resembles the light of gas or the oil lamp. The incandescent light speedily became for the home, hotel, hall, and limited covered area what the arc light became for the street and railway station, and, if anything, the former outstripped the latter in the extent and value of the industry it gave rise to. In the arc lamp, the carbon pencils have to be renewed daily. In the incandescent lamp, the carbon filament, though very delicate, may last for quite a time, because incandescence takes place in the absence of oxygen. If the favor in which the electric light is held, and the great extent of its use, rested solely on the question of cheapness of production, such question would give rise to interesting debate. And, indeed, the debate would continue, if the question were the superior fitness of electric lighting for lighthouses and like service, where extreme brilliancy does not seem to penetrate a thick atmosphere as effectively as the more subdued glow of the oil lamp. But the debate ceases when the question is as to the beauty and efficiency of the electric light in the home, street, station, mine, on shipboard, and the 1,001 other places in which it has come to be deemed an essential equipment. In all such places the question of economy of production and use is subordinate to the higher question of utility and indispensability. 7. Electric locomotion. The dawn of the 19th century saw, as vehicles of locomotion, the saddled hackney, the clumsy wagon, the ostentatious stagecoach, the primitive dearborn, the lumbering carriage, the poetic one-hoss shay. The universal energy was the horse. A new energy came with the application of steam, and with it new vehicular locomotion, easier, swifter, stronger, for the most part cheaper, rendering possible what was hitherto impossible as to time and distance. This signal triumph of the century may not have been eclipsed by the introduction of subsequent locomotive changes, but it was to be supplemented by what, at the beginning, would have passed for the idle dream of a visionary. The horse car came, had its brief day, and went out with all its inconveniences, cruelties, and horrors before, in part, the traction car, and, in part, the rapidly revolutionizing energy of electricity. The first conception of a railway to be operated by electricity dates from about 1835, when Thomas Davenport, of Brandon, Vermont, contrived and moved a small car by means of a current from voltaic cells placed within it. In 1851, Professor Page, of the Smithsonian Institution, ran a car propelled by electricity upon the steam railway between Washington and Baltimore, but though he obtained a high rate of speed, the cost of supplying the current by means of batteries, the only means then known, prohibited the commercial use of his method. With the invention of the dynamo as an economic and powerful generator of electricity, and also the invention of the motor as a means of turning electrical energy to mechanical account, the way was open, both in the United States and Europe. For more active investigation of the question of electric car propulsion. Between 1872 and 1887, different inventors, at home and abroad, placed in operation several experimental electric railways. Few of them proved practical, though each furnished a fund of valuable experience. An underground electric street railway was operated in Denver as early as 1885, but the one upon the trolley plan, which proved sufficiently successful to warrant its being called the first operated in the United States, was built in Richmond, Virginia. In 1888. It gave such impetus to electric railway construction that, in 5 years' time, enormous capital was embarked, and the new means of propulsion was generally accepted as convenient, safe, and profitable. The essential features of the electric railway are, 1. The track of 2 rails, similar to the steam railway, 2. The cars, lightly yet strongly built. 3. The powerhouse, containing the dynamos which generate the electricity. 4. The feed wire, usually of stout copper, running the length of the tracks of the system, and supported on poles or laid in conduits. 5. The trolley wire over the center of the track, supported by insulated cross wires passing from poles on opposite sides of the tracks, and connected at proper intervals with the feed wire. 6. The trolley pole of metal jointed to the top of the car, and fitted with a spring which presses the wheel on the end of the pole up against the trolley wire with a force of about 15 pounds. And which also serves to conduct the electricity down through the car to the motor. 7. The motor, which is suspended from the car truck, and passes its power to the car axle by means of a spur gearing. The power requisite for an ordinary trolley car is about 15 horsepower. The speed of trolley cars is regulated in cities to from 5 to 7 miles per hour, but they may be run, under favorable conditions, at a speed equal to, or in excess of, that of the steam car. As a means of city transit, and of rapid, convenient, and economic intercourse between suburban localities and rural towns and villages, the electric traction system ranks as one of the greatest wonders of the century. The speed with which it found favor, the enormous capital it provoked to activity, the stimulus it gave to further study and invention, the surprising number of passengers carried, go to make one of the most interesting chapters in electric annals. The end of the century sees thousands of these electric roads in existence, a comparatively new industry involving over $100 million, a passenger traffic running into the billions of people. A prospect that the trolley will succeed the steam car for all utilizable purposes within the gradually extending influence of cities and towns upon their rural surroundings. In speaking of the passing of the horse car and its substitution by the trolley, a distinguished writer has well said, "Humanity in an electric car differs widely from that in the horse car, propelled at the expense of animal life. It is more cheerful, more confident, more awake to the energy at command, more imbued with the subtlety and majesty of the propelling force. The motor confirms the ethical fact that each introduction of a higher material force into the daily uses of humanity lifts it to a broader, brighter plane, gives its capabilities freer and more wholesome play, and opens fresh vistas for all possibilities. We applaud Franklin for seizing the lightning in the heavens, dragging it down to earth, and subjugating it to man. Let this pass as part of the poetry of physics. But when ethics comes to poetize, let it be said that electricity as an applied force lifts man up toward heaven, quickens all his appreciations of divine energy, draws him irresistibly toward the center and source of nature's forces. There is no dragging down and subjugation of a physical force. There is only a going out, or up, of genius to meet and to grasp it. Its universal application means the raising of mankind to its plane. If electricity be the principle of life, as some suppose, what wonder that we all feel better in an electric car than any other. The motor becomes a sublime motive. God himself is tugging at the wheels, and we are riding with the infinite. Enthusiasts say the trolley is only the beginning of electric locomotion, and that there is already in rapid evolution an electric system which will supersede steam even for trunkline purposes. In vision, it presumes a speed of 125 miles an hour instead of 40, greater safety, cleanliness, and comfort. And what is most momentous and startling, an economy in construction and operation which will warrant the sacrifice of the billions of dollars now invested in steam railway properties. The proposition is not to sacrifice the steam railway track, but to add to it a third rail, which is to carry the electric current. Then, by means of feed conduits alongside of the track, and specially constructed electric locomotives and cars, the system is supposed to reach the practical perfection claimed for it. Experiments with such an electrical system, made upon branch lines of some of our trunk line railways, as the Pennsylvania, New York Central, and New Haven and Hartford, give much encouragement to the hypothesis that it may become the next great step in the evolution of electrical science. Another means of electric propulsion was provided by the investigations of Planté, which resulted in his invention of the accumulator, or storage battery, in 1859. His battery consists of plates of lead immersed in dilute sulfuric acid. By the passage of an electric current through the acid, it is electrolytically decomposed. By continuing the current for a time, first in one direction and then in another, the lead plates become changed, the one at the point where the current leaves the cell taking on a deposit of spongy lead, and the one at the point where the current enters the cell taking on a coating of oxide of lead. When in this condition, the battery is said to be stored, and is capable of sending out an electric current in any circuit with which it may be connected. After exhausting itself, it can be restored or recharged in the same way as at first. For greatly improved on Planté's storage battery in 1880, by spreading the oxide of lead over the plates, thus greatly reducing the time in forming the plates. Subsequently, further improvements were made, till batteries came into existence capable of supplying a current of many hundred amperes for several hours. One of the first practical uses to which the storage battery was put was in the propulsion of streetcars, but its weight proved a drawback. It was found better adapted for the running of boats on rivers, and, in the business of water freightage for short distances, has in many instances become a rival of steam. It found one of its most interesting applications in helping to solve the problem of the automobile, or horseless carriage, either for pleasure purposes or for street traffic. In this problem it has, at the end of the century, an active rival in compressed air. But as the horseless carriage is rapidly coming into demand, means may soon be found to utilize the strong and persistent energy of the storage battery, without the drawback found in its great weight. 8. The X-ray. An astounding electrical revelation came during the last years of the century through the discovery of the X, or unknown, or Röntgen ray. A hint of this discovery was given by Faraday during his investigation of the effect of electric discharges within rarefied gases. He also invented the terms anode and cathode, both of which are in universal use in connection with instruments for producing the X-rays. The anode being the positive pole or electrode of a galvanic battery, or, in general, the terminal of the conductor by which a current enters an electrolytic cell, and the cathode being the negative pole or electrode by which a current leaves said cell. Geissler followed Faraday with an improved system of tubes for containing rarefied gases for experimentation. He partially exhausted his tubes of air, introduced into them permanent and sealed platinum electrodes, and produced those wonderful effects by the discharge obtained by connecting the electrodes with the terminals of an electric machine or induction coil, which from their novelty and beauty became known as Geissler effects. Just as his tubes became known as Geissler tubes. In the attenuated atmosphere of the Geissler tube, the current does not pass directly from one platinum point or electrode to the other, but, instead, illuminates the entire atmospheric space. When other gases are introduced in rarefied form, they are similarly illuminated, but in colors corresponding to their composition. In his further experiments, Geissler noted that the gases in the tube behaved differently at the anode, or positive terminal, and the cathode, or negative terminal. A beautiful bluish light appeared at the cathode, while the anode assumed the same color as the illuminated space in the tube. It was also noted that after the electric discharge within the tube, there remained upon the inner surface of the glass a fluorescent or phosphorescent glow, which was attributed to the effect of the cathode. This brought the study of the cathode rays into prominence, and through the investigations of Professor William Crookes, in 1879 and afterwards, a conclusion was reached that a fourth state of matter really existed. He perfected tubes of very high vacuum, by means of which he showed that molecules of gas projected from the cathode moved freely and with great velocity among one another, and so bombarded the inner walls of the tube as to render it fluorescent. Subsequently, Hertz showed that the cathodic rays would penetrate thin sheets of metal placed within the tube or bulb. And soon after, Paul Leonard, 1894, demonstrated that the cathodic ray could be investigated as well outside of the tube or bulb as within it. He set an aluminum plate in the glass wall of the bulb opposite the cathode. Though ordinary light could not penetrate the aluminum plate, it was readily pierced by the cathodic rays, to a distance of 3 inches beyond its outside surface. With these rays, thus freed from their enclosure, he produced the same fluorescent effects as had been noted within the bulb, and even secured some photographic effects. These cathodic rays produced no effect on the eye, which proved their dissimilarity to light. Leonard showed further that the cathodic rays outside of the tube could be deflected from their straight course by a magnet, that they might pass through substances opaque to light. And that in so passing they might cast a shadow of objects less opaque, which shadow could be photographed. Now Professor Röntgen came upon the scene. He had been conducting his experiments in Germany, along the same lines as Leonard, and had reached practically the same results as to the penetrative, fluorescent, and photographic effects of the cathodic rays. But he had gone still further, and, in 1896, fairly set the scientific world aflame with the announcement that all the effects produced by Leonard in the limited space of a few inches could also be produced at long distances from the tube, and with sufficient intensity to depict solid substances within or behind other substances sufficiently solid to be impermeable by light. Professor Röntgen claims that his X-ray is different from the cathodic ray of Leonard and others, because it cannot be deflected by a magnet. This claim has given rise to much controversy respecting the real nature of the X-ray, a controversy not likely to end soon, yet one full of inspiration to further investigation. The essential features of the best approved apparatus designed to produce the X-ray and to secure a photograph of an invisible object, are, 1. A battery or light dynamo as a generator of the electric current, accompanied, of course, by the necessary induction coil, which should be so wound as to give a spark of at least 2 inches in length in the tube where a picture of a simple object, as a coin in a purse, is desired. A spark of 4 inches in length where pictures of the bones of the hands, feet, or arms are desired, and a spark of from 8 to 10 inches in length where inside views of the chest, thighs, or abdomen are desired. 2. The second essential is the glass tube. The one in common use is the Crookes tube, usually pear-shaped, and resting upon a stand. Into it is inserted 2 aluminum electrodes or discs, the one through the smaller end of the tube being used as the cathode, and the one from below and near the large end being used as the anode. 3. A fluoroscope with which to observe the conditions inside the tube necessary to the production of the X-ray, to decide upon its proper intensity, and to establish the proper degree of fluorescence. The favorite fluoroscope for this purpose is the one invented by Edison. It is in the form of a stereopticon, in which is a dark chamber after the manner of a camera. In front are 2 openings, admitting of a view within of both eyes. At the opposite, and greatly enlarged, end is a screen which is rendered fluorescent by means of a new substance, tungstate of calcium, discovered by Mr. Edison after some 1800 experiments. Such is the power of this fluoroscope that it may be used as an independent instrument in cases of minor surgery to locate bullets or other objects buried in the flesh, even before a photograph has been taken. 4. The photographic plate, which is prepared with a sensitized film and mounted in a frame as in ordinary photography. Upon this film the object to be photographed is laid, say, for instance, the human hand, care being taken to have the film or plate at a proper distance from the Crookes tube. Current is now turned into the tube, the X-ray is developed, the film is exposed to its effects, and the result is a negative showing the interior structure of the hand, the bones or any foreign object therein. This negative is developed as in ordinary photography. The discovery and application of the X-ray has proved of immense value in medicine and surgery. By its means the physician is enabled to carry on far-reaching diagnoses, and to ascertain with certainty the whole internal structure of the human body. Fractures, dislocations, deformities, and diseases of the bones may be located and their character and treatment decided upon. In dentistry, the teeth may be photographed by means of the X-ray, even before they come to the surface, and broken fangs and hidden fillings may be located. Foreign objects in the body, as bullets, needles, calculi in the bladder, etc., may be localized, and the surgery necessary for their safe removal greatly simplified. The beating of the heart, movement of the ribs and respiration, and outline of the liver may be exhibited to the eye. It has been boldly suggested that in the X-ray will be found an agent capable of destroying the various bacilli which infest the human system, and become germs of such destructive diseases as cholera, yellow fever, typhoid fever, diphtheria, and consumption. Even if this be speculative as yet, there is still room for marvel at the actual results of the discovery of the X-ray, and its future study opens a field full of the grandest possibilities. 9. Other electrical wonders. The novel idea of keeping time by means of electricity originated quite early in the century, and culminated in two kinds of electric clocks, one moved directly by the electric current, the other moved by weights or springs, but regulated by electricity. The former have the advantage of running a very long time without attention, but as it is impossible to keep up an unvarying electric current, they are not so accurate as the latter in keeping time. Though the latter are popularly called electric clocks, they are really only clocks regulated by electricity, and in such regulation the electric current comes to be a most important agent. As is proved at all centers of astronomical and other observations, as at Greenwich and Washington. At such centers the astronomical timekeeper is set up so as to run as infallibly as possible. This central timekeeper, say at Washington, is electrically connected with other clocks, at observatories, signal service stations, railway stations, clock stores, city halls, etc., throughout the country. Should any of these clocks lose or gain the minutest fraction of time as compared with that of the central timekeeper, the electric current corrects such loss or gain, and so keeps all the clocks at a time uniform with one another and with the central one. Electrical devices are also often attached to individual clocks, as those upon city hall towers and in exposed places, for the purpose of meeting and correcting inequalities of time occasioned by weather exposure, expansion and contraction by heat and cold, etc. The fatherhood of the very useful and elegant arts of electrotyping and electroplating is in dispute. Daniel, while perfecting his battery, noticed that a current of electricity would cause a deposit of copper. In 1831, Jacobi, of St. Petersburg, called attention to the fact that the copper deposited on his plates of copper by galvanic action could be removed in a perfect sheet, which presented in relief, and most accurately, every accidental indentation on the original plates. Following this up, he employed for his battery an engraved copper plate, caused the deposit to be formed upon it, removed the deposit, and found that the engraving was impressed on it in relief, and with sufficient firmness and sharpness to enable him to print from it. Jacobi called his discovery galvanoplasty in the publication of his observations in 1839. It was but a step from this discovery to the application of the electrotyping process to the art of printing. A mold of wax, plaster, or other suitable substance is made of an engraving or of a page of type. This mold is covered with powdered graphite, black lead, so as to make it a conductor of electricity. It is then inserted in a bath containing a solution of sulfate of copper. An electric current is passed through the bath, and the copper is deposited on the mold in sufficient quantity to give it a hard surface capable of offering greater resistance in printing than the types themselves, and also of producing a clearer impression. In electroplating, practically the same principle is employed. The bath is made to contain a solution of water, cyanide of potassium, and whatever metal, gold, silver, platinum, etc., it is designed to precipitate on the article to be electroplated. The current is then passed through the bath, and the article, spoon, knife, fork, etc., to be electroplated receives its coating of gold, silver, German silver, platinum, or whatever has been made the third agent in the bath. The various modern submarine devices for the destruction of ships, known as torpedoes, submarine mines, etc., depend upon electricity for their efficiency. It is the lighting or firing agent, and is carried to the torpedo or mine by means of stout wires or cables from some safe shorepoint of observation. In railroading, electricity has become an indispensable agent for the operation of signal systems, opening and closing of switches, and limitation of safety sections. It moves the drill in the mine, sets off the blast, and supplies the light. It enables the dentist to manipulate his most delicate tools and do his cleanest and least painful work. In medicine it is a healing, soothing agent, boundless in variety of application and wondrous in results. It is a stimulus to the growth of certain plants, and has given rise to a new science called electrohorticulture. It may be made a prolific source of heat for warming cars, and even for the welding of iron and steel. The electric fan cools our parlors and offices in summer, and the electric bell simplifies household service. In fact, it would appear that, in contrasting the electrical beginnings with the electrical endings of the 19th century, the space of 1,000 rather than 100 years had intervened. And that in measuring the agents which conduce to human comfort and convenience, electricity is easily the most potential. Electrical language. Out of the various discoveries and applications of electricity almost a new language has sprung. This is especially so of terms expressive of the measurements of electric energy, and of the laws governing the application of electric power. For a time, various nations measured and applied by means of terms chosen by themselves. This led to a jargon very confusing to writers and investigators. It became needful to have a language more in common, as in pharmacy, so that all nations could understand one another, could compute alike, and especially impart their meaning to those whose duty it became to apply discovered laws and actual calculations to practical electric operations. This was a difficult undertaking, owing to the tenacity with which nations clung to their own nomenclatures and terminologies. But the drift, though slow, finally ended at the Electrical Congress in Paris in 1881, in the adoption of a uniform system of measurements of electric force, and an agreement upon terms for laws and their application, which all could understand. 3 fundamental units of measurement were first agreed upon: the centimeter, 0.394 in, as a unit of length, the gram, 15.43 troy grains, as a unit of mass, the second, 1/60th of a minute, as a unit of time. These 3 units became, when referred to together by their initial letters, the basis of the C.G.S. system of units. Now by these units of measurement something must be measured, as, for instance, the electric force. And when so measured, an absolute unit of force must be the result. Dyne, this is but a contraction of dynam, force. It was adopted as the name of the absolute unit of force, or the C.G.S. unit of force, and is that force which, if it act for a second on 1 gram of matter, gives to it a velocity of 1 centimeter per second. Ampere, electrical force produces electrical current. Current must be measured and an absolute unit of current strength agreed upon. The absolute unit of current was settled as one of such strength as that when 1 centimeter length of its circuit is bent into an arc of 1 centimeter radius, the current in it exerts a force of 1 dyne on a unit magnet pole placed at the center. But the absolute unit of current as thus obtained was decided to be 10 times too great for practical purposes. So a practical unit of current was fixed upon, which is just 1/10 part of the above absolute unit of current. This practical unit of current was called the ampere, in honor of the celebrated French electrician, Ampere. It may be ascertained in other ways, as when a current is of sufficient strength to deposit in a copper electrolytic cell 1.174 grams, 116 grains, of copper in an hour, such current is said to be of 1 ampere strength, or a current of 1 ampere strength is such a one as would be given by an electromotive force of 1 volt through a wire offering 1 ohm of resistance. Volt, this was named from volta, the celebrated Italian electrician, and was agreed upon as the unit of electromotive force. It is that electromotive force which would be generated by a conductor cutting across 100 million c.g.s. lines in a field of force per second, or it is that electromotive force which would carry 1 ampere of current against 1 ohm of resistance. Ohm, so called from Ohm, a German electrician. It is the unit of resistance offered by a conductor to the passage of an electrical current. As an absolute unit of resistance, it is equal to 1 billion c.g.s. units of resistance. As a practical unit, and as agreed upon at the International Congress of Electricians, Chicago, 1893, it represents the resistance offered to an electric current at the temperature of melting ice by a column of mercury 451 grams in mass, of a constant cross-sectional area, and 106.3 centimeters in length. This is called the international ohm. The resistance offered by 400 feet of ordinary telegraph wire is about an ohm. These three units, ampere, volt, and ohm, are the factors in Ohm's famous law that the current is directly proportional to the electromotive force exerted in a circuit and inversely proportional to the resistance of the circuit. That is, current equals electromotive force/resistance. Or, electromotive force equals current times resistance. Or, resistance equals electromotive force/current. Erg, from the Greek ergon, work, is the unit of work required to move a force of 1 dyne 1 centimeter. 1 foot-pound equals 13,560 ergs. Calorie, Latin calor, heat, is the unit of heat. Being the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of 1 kilogram of water 1 degree centigrade. Coulomb, in honor of C.A. de Coulomb, of France. It is the practical unit of quantity in measuring electricity, and is the amount conveyed by 1 ampere in 1 second. Farad, from Faraday, the physicist. It is the unit of electric capacity, and is the capacity of a condenser that retains 1 coulomb of charge with 1 volt difference of potential. Gauss, from Carl F. Gauss, 1785 to 1855. The c.g.s. unit of flux density, or the unit by which the intensity of magnetic fields are measured. It equals 1 Weber per normal square centimeter. Gilbert, the unit for measuring magnetomotive force, being produced by 0.7958 ampere turn approximately. Henry, from Joseph Henry, of the Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C. The practical unit for measuring the induction in a circuit when the electromotive force induced is 1 international volt, while the inducing current varies at the rate of 1 ampere per second. Joule, the c.g.s. unit of practical energy, being equivalent to the work done in keeping up for 1 second a current of 1 ampere against a resistance of 1 ohm. Named from J. P. Joule, of England. Ørsted, from Ørsted, the electrician. It is the practical unit for measuring electrical reluctance. Watt, the practical electrical unit of the rate of working in a circuit, when the electromotive force is 1 volt, and the intensity of current is 1 ampere. It is equal to 107 ergs per second, or 0.00134 horsepower per second. Named from James Watt, of Scotland. Weber, the practical unit for measuring magnetic flux. Named from W. Weber, of Germany. The Century's Naval Progress. By Rear Admiral George Wallace Melville, U.S.N. Influence of sea power. The share of navies in the great movements which have molded human destiny and shaped the world's progress, although long obscure and undervalued, has met in our time full recognition. Within a decade the influence of sea power upon history has become the frequent theme of historians and essayists who, in clear and striking form, have shown the cardinal importance, both in war and commerce, of the fleet, the nation's right arm on the sea. It is fitting, therefore, that in the retrospect of 100 years navies should have their place. That, in looking backward with history's unclouded vision, we should mark, not only their growth and change, but, as well, their achievement in some of the most memorable conflicts of our race. The century had but begun when, at Copenhagen, Nelson, with one titanic blow, shattered the naval strength of Denmark and the coalition of the northern powers. His signal there, ever for closer battle, told in few words the life story of the great admiral, and foreshadowed his end. 4 years later, at Trafalgar, the desire of his eager heart was satisfied, when he met in frank fight the fleets of France and Spain. Amid the thundering cannonade of that last victory his life tide ebbed, bearing with it the power of France upon the seas and the broken fortunes of Napoleon. In the War of 1812, our disasters upon the land met compensation in victory afloat. The United States was then among the feeblest of maritime powers. And yet Macdonough and Perry on the lakes and our few frigates on the ocean opposed, with success, the swarming squadrons of a nation whose naval glory, as Hallam says, can be traced onward, in a continuous track of light, from the days of the Commonwealth. The oppression of the Sultan was ended for a time when, in 1827, the Turkish and Egyptian fleets were annihilated, in sudden fury, by the Allied squadrons in that brief engagement which Wellington termed the untoward event of Navarino. A generation later, the command of the sea enabled England and France to dispatch, in unarmed transports, 63,000 men and 128 guns to the Crimea, and to land them, without opposition, for the red carnage of the Alma, Balaclava, Inkerman, and Sebastopol. Following closely upon the disease and death, the fatuity and the glory, of the Crimea, came the great war of modern times, in which the gun afloat played such a gallant part, as the blockade, with its constricting coils, slowly starved and strangled the Confederacy to death, and Farragut, on inland waters, split it in twain. Passing over the sea fights of Lissa, in which Imperial Venice was the stake, of South America and the Yalu, we note, lastly, the swift and fateful actions off Santiago and in Manila Bay, which destroyed once again the sea power of Spain. One distant territory for the United States, and opened up for us a noble pathway of commercial expansion to the uttermost island of the broad Pacific and the vast Asian littoral beyond. Who will say, in the retrospect of the century, that the fleets of the world have not had their full share in the making of its history? 2. The century's growth in naval strength. The United States fleet, in the year 1800, comprised 35 vessels, 10 of which were frigates mounting 32 guns or more. In 1812, America entered the lists against a navy of 1,000 sail, with a fleet of but 20 ships, the largest of which was a 44-gun frigate. The operations of the Civil War were begun with but 82 vessels, 48 of which were sailing craft. Before the close of that gigantic struggle there were added, by construction or purchase, 674 steamers. In 1898, during the war with Spain, there were born on the Naval Register, as building or in service, 13 battleships and 176 other vessels, including torpedo craft, with 123 converted merchantmen. The total naval force during hostilities was 22,832 men and 2,382 officers, excluding the Marine Corps. At London, in 1653, there was printed, a list of the Commonwealth of England's navy at sea, in their expedition in May, 1653, under the command of the Right Honourable Colonel Richard Deane and Colonel George Monk, Esquires, Generals, and Admirals. This quaint record of that early time gives the force afloat as 105 ships, 3,840 guns, and 16,269 men. In Britain's strife for that ocean empire, which is world empire, that fleet had grown, by the year 1800, to 757 vessels, built or building, with an aggregate tonnage of 629,211, and carrying 26,552 guns, 3,653 officers, and 110,000 men. The stately three-decker, with its snowy canvas and maze of rigging, has vanished with the past, but, despite time and change, that mighty fleet still dominates the seas. Its strength, on February 1, 1898, was 615 vessels, 61 of which were battleships, carrying a total force of 110,050 officers and men. Colbert, when the Grand Monarch was at the zenith of his power, found France with a few old and rotten vessels, and left her with a noble fleet of 40 ships of the line and 60 frigates, which, under Destry, Jean Bart, Tourville, and Duquesne, carried her flag to every sea. A state paper of the time gives the force at the beginning of this century as 61 ships of the line, 42 corvettes, and a numerous, although unimportant, flotilla of small craft. With Aboukir and Trafalgar, the maritime power of France wasted away. And, by the year 1839, there were afloat but 3 effective sail of the line. In 1840, however, the revival began, and during the modern era the French fleet has, at times, been a formidable rival of that of England. It comprised, in 1898, 446 vessels, including torpedo craft, 26 of the total being battleships. The force afloat numbered 70,925, of all ranks and ratings. Germany's navy is of modern creation. It began, a little less than half a century ago, with 1 sailing corvette and 2 gunboats, and, in 1898, comprised 13 battleships and 179 other vessels of all types, carrying 23,302 officers and men. The fleet of United Italy had its inception, also, within the age of steam. It was on March 17, 1860, that Italian national life began with the ascension of the throne by Victor Emmanuel. From the beginning, the kingdom has been lavish with its fleet, its expenditures within the first 6 years reaching $60 million. In 1898 there were in the Italian Navy 265 vessels of all types, 17 of which were battleships. The force afloat was 24,200, of all ranks and ratings. The Crimean War found Russia but little advanced either on the Black Sea or the Baltic, in the substitution of steam for sail. Since that time, however, she has recreated her battle fleet, which is now especially strong in torpedo craft and cruisers of great steaming radius. Her navy, in 1898, comprised 20 battleships and 263 other vessels, with a force of 32,477 officers and men. Japan began her fleet in 1866 with the purchase of an armor-clad from the United States. In 1898, she had a total of 145 vessels, built and building, 8 of which were battleships, carrying 23,000 men of all ranks and ratings. Of minor navies little need be said. Austria had, in 1898, a fleet of 115 vessels of all types, including 13 battleships and 79 torpedo craft. Holland's force was 185 vessels, 3 being battleships and 93 torpedo craft. The fleets of Turkey, Greece, Spain, and Portugal are paper navies mainly. Norway and Sweden have a combined strength of 171 vessels of all types. Denmark, which began the century with overwhelming naval disaster at Copenhagen, has now a force of 3,000 men borne on 50 vessels, half of which are torpedo craft. Argentina, Brazil, and Chile have afloat 102 torpedo vessels and 49 of other types. The vast growth in naval armaments during the century may be measured from the fact that the personnel of the leading navies of Europe, with those of Japan and the United States, comprised, in the year 1898, 368,028 officers and men. With a total force of 2,749 vessels of all types, including torpedo craft. 3. The battleship, past and present. In tracing the evolution of the modern man-of-war, it will be instructive to compare with her the type of the sailing age. There are 2 ships of the old time which hold chief places in the memory of the Anglo-Saxon race, the Victory, Nelson's flagship at Trafalgar, and the Constitution, whose achievements under Hull, Bainbridge, and Stuart, rang around the world. There were, even before the days of steam, war vessels twice as large and powerful as Old Ironsides, but over no sea, in any age, has there sailed a ship with a more gallant record. Plate I shows her as she was in her prime, before the wind, with all sails set. On Plate 2 there is given a side view of her hull, which is of historic interest, in that it is reproduced from the original drawing made in October, 1796. When her power and dimensions are compared with those of the Oregon, our sea fighter of today, one sees what time has wrought. The frigate carried 456 men, the armor-clad, 500. And yet, with this approximately equal force, the Oregon has a displacement 6.5 times that of her famed predecessor, and although the number of the guns, 44, is the same in each, she discharges a broadside 3 times heavier and in energy overwhelmingly superior. The speed of the battleship is 1/2 greater than that of the Constitution, and she carries armor varying from 18 inches to 4 inches thick, which the frigate wholly lacked. The longitudinal section of the Oregon indicates the immense advance in other directions. Her hull is, for safety, minutely subdivided, and is provided with engines for propulsion, steering, lighting, drainage and ventilation, numbering in all 84, with miles of piping and hundreds of valves. The time-honored frigate was but a sail-propelled gun platform, whose wants were as few as her construction was simple. The steel-clad battleship is a mass of mechanism, a floating machine plant, which for full efficiency must be manned by a personnel not only brave and daring as of old, but expert in many arts and sciences, which in the age of sail were but rudimentary or unknown. I have just read the project of Citizen Fulton, engineer, which you have sent me much too late, since it is one which may change the face of the world. So, in the beginning of the century, wrote the first Napoleon from his imperial camp at Boulogne. Wrapped in his daydream of a descent upon the Thames, he saw, with prophetic vision, in the plans of the American engineer, the future of navigation. And he strove to grasp, but too late, the opportunity which might have made his armada victorious over wind and tide. His words, however, rang truer than he knew. On the sea, as on the land, the engineer has indeed changed the face of the world. And in no department of human progress has his influence been more radical or more far-reaching than in the mechanism, the scope, and the strategy of naval war. Fleets move now with a swiftness and surety unthought of in the days of sail. Over the same western ocean which Nelson, in his eager chase of Villeneuve, crossed at but 4 knots an hour, the United States cruiser Columbia swept, 90 years later, at a speed nearly 4 3/4 times that of his lagging craft. When, in 1898, war came, the great battleship Oregon, although far to the northward on our western coast, was needed in the distant battle line off the Cuban shore. In 79 days she steamed 14,500 miles, making a run which is without parallel or approach by any warship of any navy in the world's history. The magnificent manhood, the unconquerable pluck, the engineering skill, which brought her just in time off Santiago, won their reward when the Colón struck her flag. Speed has been a determining factor in many a naval action. It was that which gave the power to take and hold the old-time weather gauge. None knew its value better than Nelson, the chief fighter of the age of sail. Once he said that there would be found, stamped upon his heart, the want of frigates, the swift and nimble eyes of the fleet, in his day. If his career in warfare on the sea had been a century later, he would be found foremost among the advocates of high-speed battleships and quick-firing guns. It is, however, not only in the speed of warships that steam and mechanism have revolutionized fleets. For example, the displacement of the battleship of today is fully 3 1/2 times greater than that of her heaviest ancestor of the sailing age. With due limitation as to length of hull, it is evident that the wind would be, at best, a wholly inadequate and untrustworthy motor for this huge structure with its great weight of armor. It is true that, during the era of transition, sail and steam were both applied to ironclads, this absurdity reaching its climax in the British Agincourt and her sisters, which were 400 feet long, 10,600 tons displacement, and were fitted with 5 masts. It is said that a merchant steamer narrowly escaped collision at night with one of these vessels, believing from her length and rigging that there were 2 ships ahead, between which she could pass. What these large displacements mean, in contrast with those of past days, will be, perhaps, best illustrated by the statement that the Italia of 13,600 tons, a ship with which, in her day, Italy challenged the criticism of the world, carries on her deck a weight, in armor and armament, of 2,500 tons, or 1/4 more than that of Nelson's flagship Victory. Furnished by the author. Length 174 feet 10.5 inches. Beam 43 feet 6 inches. Mean draft 20 feet 0 inches. Displacement 2,200 tons. William Dowdy, Fake It. 1796, October. Joshua Humphreys, of Philadelphia, designer. Cloghorn and Hartley, of Boston, builders. Launched October 21, 1797. Again, the largest naval gun in the year 1800 was one firing but a 42-pound shot, while in the United States Navy we have now the 13-inch rifle of 60 tons, with a projectile of 1,100 pounds. And Great Britain has afloat 1,800-pounder breech-loaders which weigh 111 tons. Before monster ordnance such as this, the strength of man, unaided, is but crude and futile. He must call to his help, as he has done, steam as the source of power for the electric, hydraulic, or pneumatic engines, which load, elevate, and train the gun. In summing up the service of steam, directly or indirectly, to the ship of war, it will be seen that the speed of the battleship has been increased by fully 50%, and that of the cruiser has been doubled. That the displacement of the battleship is now 3½ times that of her sailing predecessor. And that, since the Century's birth, the gun has grown to such extent that the projectile for the Oregon's main battery weighs 26 times that of the heaviest shot in the year 1800. This, however, is not all. Steam acts primarily, as well, to raise the anchor, to steer the ship, and to effect her lighting, heating, drainage, and ventilation. To the genius of James Watt there must be ascribed the possibility for the growth and change which have produced the modern man-of-war. Closely allied with mechanism in this evolution, has been the transformation of the structural material of the hull, which has passed from the hands of the shipwright in wood to the engineer who works with steel. The reasons for this are not far to seek. They lie, firstly, in the greater strength of the metal construction to withstand the vibration of swift and heavy machinery, and the strains arising from the unequal distribution of massive weights in a hull which pitches or rolls with the waves. With wooden ships, the present proportions would have been unattainable. Again, there is a marked saving in the weight of the hull proper of the steel vessel, which is not only stronger but lighter. This weight in the days of timber averaged fully 1/2 of the displacement, while in the Oregon, whose tonnage, at normal draft, is 10,288, the hull percentage is 44.06, leaving a gain over the wooden vessel of 611 tons to be applied to armor, armament, or equipment. Finally, the durability of the metal vessel, with adequate care, greatly exceeds that of the wooden war steamer, whose average life was but 13 years. The creation of the steam machinery of navies has been the achievement of the engineers of practically but 3 great nations. The daring of France, the inventive genius of America, and the wide experience and sound judgment of Great Britain, have united in this work. Our country has led time and again in the march of improvement. Although our progress has been fitful, since, more than a generation ago, we turned from the sea to the development of the internal resources of this continent. Limits of space permit but brief review of a history which has had its full share of triumphs, not only in battle, but over wave and wind. A contemporary authority states that, when British Admiral Sir John Borlase Warren ascended the Potomac River, during the War of 1812, his expedition was reconnoitered by an American steamer. This appears to be the first record of the use of such craft for military purposes. In 1814 the United States built the first steam war vessel in the world's history. She was called the Demologos, later the Fulton, and her completion marked truly, as her commissioners said, an era in warfare and the arts. She was a double-ended, twin-hulled floating battery of 2,475 tons, carrying 2032 PDR. Guns, protected by 4 feet 10 inches of solid timber. She was driven by a single central paddle wheel, her speed was 5.5 miles per hour, and she was both handy and seaworthy. France, in 1820, sent a commission to America to report upon steam vessels of war, and in 1830 the French had 9 armed steamers afloat and 9 building. In 1821, the Comet, a small side-wheeler, was commissioned as the first steam warship in the British Navy, and in 1840, at the bombardment of Acre, steam vessels fought their first battle. The growth of steam in navies had been retarded by its application solely to paddle craft, whose wheels and machinery were incapable of protection in action. During the years 1842–43, however, the United States built the sloop of war Princeton, of 954 tons. This vessel was the product of the genius of John Ericsson, the ablest marine engineer the world has ever seen. She was the first screw-propelled steam warship ever built, and, in other respects, foreshadowed the advances which were to come. Thus, her machinery was the first to be placed wholly below the waterline beyond the reach of hostile shot. Her engine was the first to be coupled directly to the screw shaft, and blowers, for forced draft, were with her first used in naval practice. She was virtually the herald of the modern era. The Princeton was followed closely by the Rattler, the first screw vessel of the British fleet, and in 1843–44 the French 44-gun frigate Pomone was fitted with propellers. In 1843, also, the English Penelope was the first man-of-war to be equipped with tubular boilers, and the year 1845 was notable for the building of the ill-fated Birkenhead, the first iron vessel of the British fleet. In 1850, when the French constructed the screw line of battleship Napoleon, the English became alarmed, and began with vigor the renovation of their navy with regard to screw propulsion. France, in 1854, laid the keels of 4 armored batteries, 3 of which, forming the first ironclad squadron in history, went into action a year later under the forts of Kinbun in the Crimea. They were of 1,600 tons displacement, carried 4 1/3-inch armor and 1668 PDR guns, and had a speed of 4 knots. In 1862, Ericsson launched the famous Monitor, the first seagoing ironclad with a revolving turret, and an engineer's ship from keel to turret top. The Civil War found us with a sailing navy, and left us one of steam. Passing over its victories, in which steamers played always the chief part on sea and river, we come to that most notable triumph of Chief Engineer Isherwood, the cruiser Wampanoag of 4,200 tons displacement. This vessel, phenomenal in her day, steamed in February, 1868, from Barnegat to Savannah, over a stormy sea, in 38 hours. Her average was 16.6 knots for the run and 17 knots during a period of 6 consecutive hours, a speed which for 11 years thereafter was unapproached by liner or by warship. In 1879, the British dispatch vessel Mercury, of 3,730 tons and 18.87 knots, wrested the palm from America, but, in 1893, it was won again for the United States by the triple-screw flyers Columbia and Minneapolis of 7,475 tons, with speeds respectively of 22.8 and 23.073 knots. The laurels rest now with the Buenos Aires, which, though built in England in 1895, flies the flag of Argentina. She has a tonnage of 4,500 and a speed of 23.202 knots. The British ironclad Pallas, completed in 1866, was remarkable for having the first successful naval engines on the compound principle, in which the steam is admitted at high pressure to a small cylinder, and passes thence to a larger one which it fills by its expansion. To Great Britain the world owes also the development of triple expansion, i.e., the use of steam successively in 3 cylinders. This system was inaugurated in naval engines by the British, in 1885–86, and is now universally employed. Prior to 1879, the boilers of all modern war vessels had been those of the Scotch type, in which the flame passes through tubes fixed in a cylindrical shell containing water. In that year, however, France began a revolution in the steam generators of navies by equipping a dispatch vessel with the Belleville tubulous boiler, in which the water to be evaporated is contained within tubes surrounded by flame confined in an outer casing. The water tube principle, also, bids fair to become of universal application. It has had its most noteworthy naval installation in the British cruisers Powerful and Terrible, of 14,200 tons and 25,886 horsepower, completed in 1895. The use of more than one screw for propulsion dates back to 1853. During our Civil War multiple screws figured, to a small extent, in the tin-clads and larger monitors. The application of twin screws, in the modern era, begins with the British ironclad Penelope of 1868. France, in the years 1884 to 85, blazed the way for another naval advance of much importance in conducting a series of trials with the launch Carpe, equipped with triple screws. The system, however, although of much value, from engineering and tactical points of view, was not adopted in large, high-powered vessels until the advent of the French armored cruiser Dupuy de Lomé in 1890. And the protected cruisers Columbia and Minneapolis of the United States Navy in 1893. It has now won full approval in the navies of continental Europe, and triple-screw ships, aggregating 500,000 tons, are built or building there. The limits of space forbid more than a passing note of the triumphs of the engineer in torpedo craft, the light cavalry of the sea. With steamers of normal proportions, the speed and power depend largely upon, and increase with, the displacement. As has been stated, the maximum performance of large cruisers is now 23 knots on a tonnage of 4,500. These particulars give a faint glimpse of the extraordinary problem which has confronted the torpedo boat designer in driving hulls of, at present, about 150 tons at a speed which now approximates to 30 knots. With the brilliant record of success in this task, there will be linked always the names of Yarrow and Thornycroft in England, of Chichot in Germany, and of Normand in France. The achievement but recently of a British inventor, the Hon. Charles Algernon Parsons, in giving the Turbinia of 44.5 tons a speed of over 31 knots, has drawn the attention of engineers the world over to the possibilities of the steam turbine on the sea. This performance is phenomenal with such a displacement. The French Fourban, of 130 tons, has made 31.2 knots, and a reported speed of 35 knots gives a Chichot boat her temporary laurels as the fastest craft afloat. A brief glance at the improvements which have made possible these extreme speeds in cruisers and torpedo craft will be of interest. The progress which has been made has been, firstly, in the economy in the use of steam arising from higher pressures and multiple expansion. Secondly, in the reduction of weight, per horsepower, due to increase in strength of materials and in engine speed with the employment of forced draft, which was reintroduced by France, and the water tube boiler. And, finally, in the application of a more efficient propelling instrument. The advances of half a century in propelling machinery are shown, in some respects, by plates 3 and 4, which contrast, on the same scale, the side-wheel machinery of the United States war steamer Powhatan, of 1849. With the engines of the United States torpedo boat Erickson of today. The data of the former vessel are, horsepower, 1172, steam pressure 15 pounds, weight of machinery per horsepower 972 pounds, while, for the Erickson, the figures are, horsepower, 1800, steam pressure, 250 pounds. Weight of machinery per horsepower, 56 pounds. This comparison, however, must be qualified by the statement that the older engine was for a steamer of about 3,760 tons, while the torpedo boat is but 120 tons in displacement. The contrast lies, therefore, only in the reduced weight of material per horsepower developed and in the increased steam pressure, which, however, are in themselves most striking. V. The growth of ordnance. At Trafalgar, the Victory drifted before the wind into action. In her slow advance, at a speed of 1 1/2 knots through but 1,200 yards, she was for half an hour under the prolonged fire of 200 guns, and yet she closed, practically unhurt, with her foes, and lived, not only to win the day, but to bring undying glory to the English flag. What a contrast the latest sea fight of the century presents in the power of modern ordnance as compared with the puny guns of Nelson's time. Our battleship Oregon, at a range of nearly 5 miles, with one 1,100-pound shell, drove the Cologne, an armored cruiser, not only shoreward, but to surrender, stranding, and wreck. The largest naval guns in the year 1800 were the long 32 and 42 pounders, smoothbore muzzle-loaders, with a range of about 1,200 yards. Carronades, short pieces with a heavy shot but limited range, found favor also, especially with British sailors. Eager for that close-quarter fighting in which the smasher, as General Melville called his carronade, would be most effective in shattering timbers and in sending clouds of splinters among the foe. The projectiles were spherical shot, canister, and grape, the diabolical shriek of the shell being yet unheard. Both gun and shot were of cast metal, and the mount was a wooden carriage on low trucks. The training, or horizontal angle of the gun, was effected by rope tackles, and the amount of elevation of its muzzle depended upon the position of a coin, or wooden wedge, thrust beneath the breech. The recoil was limited by rope breeching, passing through the cascabel, a knob behind the breech, and secured to ring bolts in the ship's side. The gun was harnessed, as a horse is, in the shafts. Aiming was largely a perfunctory process, since the gun had no sights and the shot had excessive windage, its caliber being from 1/5 to 1/3 inch less than the bore, making its outward passage a series of rebounds and its final direction a matter of chance. Windage, however, was essential to facilitate muzzle loading and to provide for the expanded diameter of red-hot shot. It is true that in 1801 a proposition to use sights was made to Lord Nelson. He, however, rejected it with the words, "I hope we shall be able, as usual, to get so close to our enemies that our shot cannot miss the object." His blind courage in this cost his countrymen dearly when, in 1812-14, their shot flew wild, while their ships were hulled and their gallant tars fell before the then-sighted guns of the United States. To ignite the charge the slow match was still used, as is shown by the sharp words of a sailor of that time. Hailed in the darkness by a British ship and ordered to send a boat, his quick answer was, "This is the United States frigate Constitution, Edward Preble, Commodore, commanding, and I'll be d if I send a boat." Then to his men, silent and eager by the shrouded battle lanterns, "Blow your matches, boys." A full crew for a 32-pounder consisted of 14 men. An old rule as to this was 1 man to every 500 pounds. Weight of the gun, which would give the Oregon 1,100 men to handle the 4 13-inch rifles of her main battery, or more than twice her whole crew. Steam and mechanism have wrought a magic change in this. The slow match remained in use until well into the 19th century, although, until 1842, the flint lock was generally employed in the British Navy, having replaced the priming horn and match in 1780. In 1807 there was discovered a composition which could be ignited by friction or concussion, and in 1839 the French had adopted the percussion lock, which exploded the cap and retracted, uncovering the vent before the backward rush of the gas could strike it. Later, a similar composition was used with friction primers, or tubes filled with mealed powder and capped with composition, the tube forming a train leading to the charge, and the composition being fired by the friction of a rough wire drawn briskly through it. Percussion and friction have been in turn largely displaced by the electric primer, which consists essentially of a fine wire, or bridge, passing through a highly inflammable mixture. The bridge offers a resistance to the electric current, is heated thereby, ignites the composition, and fires the gun. The older type of the cast-iron smoothbore gun for solid shot reached its ultimate development in the 68-pounder, which endured until the advent of armor. In 1819 the system of firing shells loaded with gunpowder from smoothbore guns was suggested by General Paixhans, of France. In 1824, it was introduced into the French Navy, and about 1840 into that of the United States. At Sinope, in 1853, the terrible effect of shell fire upon wooden ships startled the world, when a Russian fleet destroyed absolutely 11 Turkish vessels, with their force of 4,000 men. The Paixhans gun was modified and its form improved by Admiral Dahlgren, U.S.N., and in the late 50s the armament, designed by him, of United States vessels was superior to that of any other in the world. The 9, 11, and 15-inch Dahlgrens formed the bulk of our guns afloat during the Civil War, the remainder being almost wholly rifles of the Parrott type. The resistance which spherical projectiles met from the air, their deviation in flight, owing to the frequent lack of coincidence of the centers of gravity and form, their excessive windage, and their light weight relatively to caliber, led to the adoption of the rifled gun and the cylindrical projectile. The principle of the former, making the shot act as a screw bolt and the bore as a screw thread, is very old, there being at Woolwich a barrel of this type bearing date of 1547. The objects aimed at in rifling are to give a pointed cylindrical shot rotation on its axis that it may keep steady during flight, and secondly, to obtain increased weight in the projectile from its elongated form. As to the latter consideration, it may be noted that the old 32-pounder smoothbore was of 6-inch caliber, while the United States 6-inch rifle of today throws a shot of 100 pounds weight. France, during the Crimean War, brought out the first heavy rifled gun. In 1860–61, Armstrong rifles were introduced in the British Navy. The labors of Krupp met such success that at Paris, in 1867, he exhibited a rifle weighing 50 tons with a projectile of 1,080 pounds. The Parrott rifle was brought out about 1856 in the United States, and was so developed that in 1862 it was the most powerful gun, for its weight and size, in existence. The adoption of rifling was the first great step on the road which engineering had laid toward the growth in power of modern ordnance. Having thus secured a projectile of great weight and moderate caliber which would bore through the air a true path to the distant mark, there remained to seek but four chief elements in the magnificent advance made within a generation by the naval artillery of our day. These factors were, first, increased strength in the material of the gun. 2d. A method of construction which would not only permit enormous pressures in the powder chamber, but would make possible the continuous acceleration of the projectile during its passage through the bore. 3d. An explosive which would satisfy the objects of the method of construction, and, fourth, a system of loading which would enable guns of great length to be charged with ease. The mounting of ordnance of any weight, its control, and its rapid and facile handling were but minor matters of engineering. In a paper such as this, of limited length and addressed to laymen, it is possible to give but a glance at the progress in the various elements of gun construction which have been noted. Of material, little need be said. The rifle of Crimean days was a cast-iron piece, Parrott ordnance was of cast and wrought iron, and the first Armstrong gun was built of wrought iron and steel. Cast and compound materials, however, have vanished with the past. Steel, hardened and toughened to the last degree by every refinement of manufacture, forms the reeking tube for the iron shard of the century's close. The method of construction is the built-up process, shown by the partial section on plate V. The barrel being reinforced by tubes which are shrunk on, like the tire of a wagon wheel, so as to produce initial compression. The explosion in the powder chamber strains and expands temporarily the barrel, and the application of the shrinkage principle enables a portion of the strength of the tubes to be employed in preliminary internal pressure. The barrel thus supported can be strained by the charge, not only to its own limit of safety, but to an additional amount equal to this initial compression. The all-steel, built-up gun has a possible rival in wire wound ordnance, a system which replaces the tubes, to a greater or less extent, by layers of wire, wound while in tension around the barrel. Powder is the soul of the gun. It transforms the huge inert mass into a flaming engine of death. The great development of explosives began but a generation since. The researches of Robbins and Rumford in the last century, and of Hutton in the dawn of this, formed the world's knowledge of the gun's internal ballistics until the year 1870. To the genius of Noble and Able is due the stimulus to growth since then. The powders have kept pace with gun construction in its advance. The increased strength of the chamber has been met by heavier and slow-burning charges, cocoa, brown prismatic, and the like, which have given not only greater initial velocity, but a continuous acceleration through bores whose maximum length has exceeded 47 feet. Indeed, to the production of this lingering combustion is due the great linear dimension and power of modern guns. Initial pressure had its limit, advance lay only in the subsequent acceleration given by late ignition of a portion of the charge. Gunpowder, however, after a reign of more than 500 years, has been dethroned. The villainous saltpetre of the monk, with its allies, charcoal and sulfur, yields now to nitro compounds, which produce not only far greater energy, but are as well smokeless. The sea fights of our war with Spain saw the last contending fleets to be wrapped in a cloud, lingering and baffling, of their own making. Cordite, one of these compounds in use abroad, is prepared in long cords from dinitrocellulose and nitroglycerin. The new smokeless powder of the United States Navy is made from nitrocellulose dissolved in ether alcohol. France was the first in employing explosives such as these, which, in their offensive and tactical advantages, form one of the signal triumphs of the century's last years. The long gun of modern days is of necessity breech-loading. The development of other elements gave, as a resultant, great length. And this, in turn, required a system of charging which would permit protection for the men while loading, and would obviate the intolerable inconvenience of ramming home powder and shot in a long muzzle loader, an operation which was, in fact, impossible beyond a certain limit of length. The advocates of the older construction, especially in England, urged long and earnestly its simplicity in the superior strength of a solid breech, but the logic of events was against them, and the breech loader won a complete triumph. It is worthy of note that it, like rifling and the principle of building up, was but a revival. From the warship Mary Rose, sunk in 1545 in action off Spithead, there were recovered in 1836 a number of guns, some of which are of wrought iron, built up and breech loading. There are in use two methods of closing the breech when the gun is loaded from the rear. In French, English, and American ordnance an axial screw plug is inserted. In the Krupp system a cylindro-prismatic breech block slides in a horizontal opening cut across the bore. The former, or interrupted screw mechanism, was first set forth in the United States patent of 1849 to Chambers. In projectiles the tendency of the modern era has been toward simplification. Bar shot, chain shot, and grape have disappeared, while canister and solid shot are becoming obsolete. There remain shrapnel as the man-killer of this age, an explosive shell, differentiated into armor-piercing and that for attack on unarmored structures. Lieutenant Shrapnel, in 1796, invented the projectile which bears his name. In its modern form, it consists of a steel case containing lead or iron balls and a light bursting charge of powder, ignited by a time fuse carried in the head. This projectile is most formidable against bodies of men, boats, and the embrasures of forts, since, when it is ruptured, the balls are dispersed, covering a wide area. The use of explosive shell in high-angle discharge dates back to the 15th century. From Paixhan's works, La Nouvelle Arme, published in 1821, came the stimulus to its development and to its deadly service, in our time, in horizontal fire. The common shell for the United States 13-inch rifle is made of forged steel, weighs 1,100 pounds, and carries within it a bursting charge of 50 pounds of powder, ignited by a percussion fuse set in its base. It will penetrate 6 or 7 inches of armor and then explode within the ship. The United States armor-piercing shell is manufactured from crucible steel, alloyed with chromium. It is tempered to extreme hardness at the point, which carries a cap of soft metal. The function of the latter would appear to be that of a support to the shoulder of the projectile, or as a lubricant thereto, since, without the cap, the shell is broken or deformed in the attack on armor of surface-hardened steel. To resist the crushing strain in its passage through massive plate, the walls of this shell must be so thick that no charge of gunpowder will burst it. Hence, as a rule, the shell is fired unloaded, although recently there have been adopted to some extent bursting charges of some high explosive, such as gun-cotton, jovite, or picric acid. In closing this brief review of the progress of ordnance, but passing mention can be made of matters minor, but in themselves of much importance. Gun carriages, or mounts, are now intricate mechanisms, practically the whole service of large ordnance being performed by electric and hydraulic machinery. The rapid-fire principle has been extended to pieces of 6-inch caliber, and bids fair to pass beyond that limit. Its success in increasing largely the number of shots within a given time lies in special breech blocks, aiming devices, and prepared cartridges. Machine guns of rifle caliber, partly or wholly automatic, have been so developed as to be capable of firing 1,200 rounds per minute. The discharge of high explosives in large quantity was effected with success by the United States steamer Vesuvius off Santiago. The torpedo gun afloat, however, would appear to be still in a tentative condition. A brief lapse into technical terms may be permitted in summarizing the gun's growth in power. The term muzzle energy is used to describe the work which the projectile is capable of performing when it leaves the bore. It is expressed in foot tons, i.e., the number of tons which the energy stored in the shot would lift to a height of 1 foot. The figures as to this for the 32-pounder of the century's beginning, for the United States 13-inch rifle and for the 111-ton English gun, are, respectively, 642, 33,627, and 54,690 foot-tons. Again, the round shot from the 32-pounder lost from the resistance of the air, in a range of 1,200 yards, 76% of its energy, while this loss, with the United States 13-inch, in a range of 1,000 yards, is but 11%. Finally, if the cast-iron shot of the 32-pounder were fired against armor plate, it would lose, in breaking itself up, 2/3 of its remaining energy, leaving it 1,200 yards but 51 foot-tons for effective work. While with the modern armor-piercing shell the entire energy left at the end of the range is expended upon the armor plate. It will be seen then that the immeasurable superiority of modern guns is owing both to their great increase in energy and to their wiser disposition of that which has been attained. The gun has maintained fully during the century its primacy among naval weapons. It is true that, in theory and on paper, its supremacy has at times been questioned. But as to its two rivals, the ram would seem to be rather the weapon of accident than action, and the torpedo has yet to score in battle against ships in motion, while the precision, rapidity, and power of the gun grow more deadly with every passing year. 6. The development of armor. Armor and the gun are natural and now hereditary foes. The function of the one is to resist, that of the other ever to attack. Since the beginning of the modern era in navies, there has been ceaseless strife for mastery between these two elements of warship design, the gun ever becoming more powerful, and the armor, at first through growing thickness and later through improved material, opposing a steadily more stubborn front. The official report of an English committee made in the year 1860 states that vessels clothed in rolled iron plates of 4½ inches thickness are to all practicable purposes invulnerable against any projectile that can be brought to bear against them at any range. The advance which 40 years have seen may be shown by the single statement that the Krupp 15.7-inch gun develops sufficient energy to penetrate at the muzzle 47 inches of wrought iron. The battleship is at best but a series of compromises, each factor of the structure yielding or growing as the skill or whim of her designer may indicate. In the present stage of this unceasing change, the gun would appear to be the victor, and the power of this mighty 132-ton rifle seems scarcely needed on the sea. The distinguished Chief of Ordnance of the United States Navy, in his annual report for 1898, says, "The development of the 12-inch gun has been so great and its power so much increased that the Bureau is of opinion that hereafter it will be the maximum caliber that it will be advisable to install on future battleships." With armor, as with the torpedo, the talent of Europe reaped where the genius of America had sown. John Stevens of New Jersey was the first inventor of modern times to suggest the application of armor to a floating battery, his plans being submitted to the United States government during the War of 1812. They received, however, no serious consideration, and to France, 42 years later, fell the honor of attaining the first practical results in the building of ironclads. Members of the Stevens family, however, continued the experiments of its founder, until by the year 1841 they had determined the thickness of iron necessary to stop spherical projectiles at point-blank range, and the comparative resisting powers of iron and oak. These results led to an appropriation by Congress, in 1854, of $500,000 to begin work upon an ironclad, the Stevens Battery, which vessel, however, never left the ways and was eventually broken up. General Paixhands, who revolutionized naval artillery by the invention of the modern shell, prophesied, in an official letter to the French government in 1824, that the new projectile would force the creation of armored ships. In 1841 he recommended officially the clothing of vessels with iron armor, as a protection against his own missiles. And in 1853 his words of warning met complete and terrible fulfillment in the annihilation by shell guns of the Turkish fleet at Sinope. This action was the immediate cause of the introduction of armor in modern navies. The British Admiralty, in 1843, had duplicated the Stevens experiments, using a target of 14 plates of boiler iron riveted together, which gave a total thickness of 6 inches. And experiments on laminated plating had been also at this time carried on at Gavers, in France. In 1845 Dupuy de Lomé, the famous naval architect, submitted to the French government the first European design for an armored frigate. His plans were, however, rejected, and only with the outbreak of the Crimean War was the construction of armored vessels begun. On October 17, 1855, the 3 French batteries which were the first results of this new departure went into action off Kinbun, in the Crimea, silencing in 4 hours forts which had held at bay the combined fleets of England and France. Armor had won its first victory, and had shown most signally its position as one of the main factors in the warship design of the years which were to come. These vessels, with 3 similar batteries constructed immediately thereafter by the British government, were clad with solid iron plates 4½ inches thick, backed by 27¾ inches of oak, comparative experiments at Vincennes, France, having shown the marked superiority of solid over laminated plating. They were, however, in but a most limited sense seagoing ships, their low speed and other inferior qualities being radical defects as to this. France led in a further advance, beginning in 1857 and completing in 1859 the transformation of the wooden line-of-battle ship Napoleon into the armored vessel of 5,000 tons, which, as La Gloire, is famous as the first seagoing ironclad. She carried a strake of 4¾ inch plating at the waterline, and 4½ inch plates in wake of the battery. England answered the challenge of her hereditary foe with the Warrior, an iron vessel of 9,210 tons, completed in 1861. While her rival had a fully armored side, but 212 of the Warrior's 380 feet of length carried plating. Its thickness was 4½ inches. At the outbreak of the Civil War in the United States, the government appointed a special naval committee to report upon types of ironclads. The conclusions of this board are of interest, in showing the state of armor development at that period. They required rolled armor of solid iron, whose minimum thickness was 4½ inches. Ericsson's Monitor, however, carried laminated plating from 3 to 5 inches thick on her low sides, and 11 layers, each 1 inch thick, on her turret. This construction, which the difficulties in the manufacture of solid plate necessitated, made the record of endurance of this type far from good. The defect lay mainly with fastening bolts, which broke frequently, thus loosening or detaching the side armor, and the heads or nuts of which, flying off with violence when the armor was struck by shot, became sometimes fatal missiles against those within the turrets. In contrast with this, the behavior of the new Ironsides, clothed with solid armor, was most excellent. She was a casemate ironclad frigate with unarmored ends, her plating was 4½ inches thick, and inclined throughout the citadel, at an angle of 30 degrees from the perpendicular. For 2 years she was subjected to the most severe test that a war vessel must meet, the tossing and straining of blockade duty and the fiery ordeal of close action with fortifications. In one engagement, she sustained alone a fight against the combined fire of the forts in Charleston Harbor, and, although struck on her side armor 60 times, came out of the struggle unhurt. The record of this ship is one which does honor to the flag. The achievement of the Confederacy during this war, in the matter of armor, was remarkable. With iron worth almost its weight in gold, and with most limited facilities for manufacturing, they yet succeeded in constructing some of the most formidable ironclads of their day. The Merrimac, for instance, with 3-inch armor, in 2 layers of narrow bars, at an angle of 30 degrees with the horizontal, sustained no material damage to her plating from the fire of the Monitor, although had the full charge of 30 pounds of powder been used in the 11-inch smoothbores of the latter, the story would have been different. Every fair blow would have smashed a hole completely through the armor, and driven a shower of splinters about the battery deck. Again, the armor of the Atlanta and the Tennessee, both casemate ships, with the sides of the citadel inclined at a sharp angle to the horizontal, was sufficiently strong, with the former vessel, to withstand, at 500 yards. The 11-inch projectile fired with a 20 pounds charge, and, with the latter, the same shot practically at the muzzle, although the 15-inch projectile broke through completely in both cases. It is unnecessary to follow in detail, through its many tests in peace, the advance of iron armor. Its growth in strength, as the power of the gun developed, came almost solely from increase in thickness, the latter reaching its maximum with the British Inflexible, completed in 1876. Which carries from 16 to 24 inches of iron on her belt and citadel. This plating, however, is divided and sandwiched with wood, there being, exterior to the skin, 6 inches of teak, then 12 inches iron, 11 inches teak, and an outer 12-inch plate. As armor, iron received its death blow in the famous tests at Spezia, Italy, during the autumn of 1876, when the 100-ton gun, with a full charge, at a range of 100 yards, attacked solid and sandwich targets of iron and solid targets of steel, the single or aggregate thickness of metal in each case being 22 inches. These trials were undertaken through Italy's desire to build, in the Duilio and Dandolo, the most formidable vessels afloat. Steel won the day, and the roar of that mighty gun, thundering from the Spezia firing ground, sounded the knell of iron armor, deprived the as yet unlaunched Inflexible of her crown of invulnerability, and demanded, with success, a revolution in the armor manufacture of Europe. As a compromise, compound armor, i.e., iron faced with steel, became popular for a time. As with steel, its beginnings were old, dating back at least to the year 1857. The first perfected compound plate, made by Cammell and Company of England, was tested at Shoeburyness in 1877. It was composed of 5 inches of iron with a 4-inch face of steel, the iron being raised to a welding heat and the molten steel poured on its top. The great heat partially fused the contact face, the two metals were united, and the combination was assured by immediate rolling. Compound plates sprang in 1877 from obscurity to popularity. By 1879 iron armor had become obsolete with progressive naval powers, and, in 1880, both compound and steel plates had reached such development that they were close rivals, the leading competitors being Cammell in England and Schneider in France. Steel, however, slowly forged ahead during the next decade, and, at its close, compound armor was practically out of the race. In steel's victory, its alloy with nickel, in minute proportions, has materially aided the combination imparting hardness without decreasing the toughness of the plate. This material gave superior results from the beginning. Its first plate, tested in 1889, was 9 1/3 inches thick. It was pierced by a Holzer shell, whose body did not pass wholly through and whose energy was 1.6 times that just necessary to perforate a wrought iron plate of the same thickness. To the increased strength given by nickel there has been added a further gain through the application of face-hardening processes, such as that of the American, Harvey, which produce superficial carbonization, transforming the surface into a high grade of very hard steel, without the pronounced plane of demarcation between the two qualities of metal, as in the weld of the compound plate. A 10 1/4 inch nickel-steel Harveyized plate, tested at the Indian Head Proving Grounds in 1892, showed a strength which previously had never been equaled in the history of armor, and established beyond question the value of the face-hardening process, which, by various methods, is applied to the nickel-steel plating of today. The distribution of armor in the development of battleship construction is shown by the shaded sections on plates 6 and 7, and its relative thicknesses, on various vessels during this progress, by plate 8. 7. The ram and the torpedo. For 2,000 years the ram, the razor-edged beak of the swift galley, was the chief naval weapon. With the advent of sail power and the employment of gunpowder, it vanished from the seas. But to reappear when the coming of steam gave again controllable propulsion. In 1859 there was built into the French frigate Magenta a sharp spur, the first modern ram. British construction of the modern era, from the Warrior down, has also recognized this weapon, and it is today a factor, although a minor one, in the design of all vessels of high speed. The ram has, however, but a scant record of service in action, while in accidental collision it has wrought more than once appalling disaster. The ironclad Merrimac rammed and sank in Hampton Roads, in March, 1862, the United States sailing sloop of war Cumberland, which, under the gallant Morris, went down with guns thundering and ensign flying. On July 20, 1866, during the action off the island of Lissa, in the Adriatic, the Austrian flagship Ferdinand Maximilian rammed the Italian armor-clad Re d'Italia, which, with many of her 800 men, sank with a swiftness that chilled the blood of those who watched. Like this, in its sudden tragedy, was the destruction of the British battleship Victoria by her consort, the Camperdown, off Tripoli, Syria, in the summer sunlight of a June day in 1893. The ram of the latter vessel cut a deep and fatal gash in the Victoria, which within 10 minutes turned bottom upward and went down, bow first, bearing with her 321 officers and men, whose unfaltering discipline gave a heroic splendor to their end. Despite these occasional instances of its deadly power, the ram holds a secondary place among naval weapons. To strike a modern vessel at high speed will require more than the skill of the swordsman. The torpedo, like the ironclad, was an American invention, whose neglect by the United States government brought retribution when this deadly engine of war in 1861–65 destroyed not a few war vessels flying our flag. Bushnell of Connecticut during the Revolution appears to have invented both the submarine boat and the marine torpedo, the latter being fired by clockwork. Fulton also met success in similar work during the period extending from 1801 to 1812. All of the elements of modern torpedo warfare, excepting the use of steam, compressed air, or electricity as a motive power, had been thus conceived by the early dawn of this century. The torpedoes of our day are practically of but two classes, the mine, or stationary, either buoyant or ground, as its position in the water determines, and the automobile, or fish, torpedo. The former type is fired either by closing an electric circuit in a station on shore, or by the ship herself in contact, or in electric closure. During the Civil War nearly 30 vessels were sunk by mines, usually wooden barrels filled with gunpowder and fired by hauling lines or slow-burning fuses. It was a minefield over which Farragut charged at Mobile Bay, when he uttered his famous oath and went full speed ahead, with the cases of the fortunately impotent torpedoes striking the Hartford's bottom. It was a mine which, it is claimed, sunk the Maine, and it was a minefield which kept Sampson's battleships from entering the harbor of Santiago de Cuba. The stationary torpedo is now charged with gun cotton or other high explosive. The origin of the most prominent of the automobile torpedoes is due to Captain Lupuis of the Austrian Navy, and its development from 1864 onward to Whitehead, an Englishman. It is a cigar-shaped submarine vessel from 14 to 19 inches maximum diameter and from 14 to 19 feet long, which is blown from a torpedo tube or gun within the ship by compressed air or an impulse charge of gunpowder. Twin-screw engines contained within its hull, and driven by compressed air stored in a reservoir therein, drive it at about 30 knot speed through an effective range of 600 yards. In its nose or warhead there is carried a large charge of gun cotton or other high explosive, which is fired by contact with the enemy's hull. It is provided with both horizontal and vertical rudders, the depth of immersion being regulated by intricate machinery contained in the balance chamber. The Whitehead has a somewhat formidable rival in the United States in the torpedo invented by Rear Admiral Howell, U.S.N. The automobile torpedo has never yet scored in battle against ships in motion. Its position in the naval warfare of the future is yet unfixed. The one certainty is, that its blow when struck home is almost surely fatal to ship and crew. The development of the submarine torpedo boat, whose weapon is the Whitehead, has in recent years received much attention through the labors of the American Holland and others. France, in the Gustavus Seed, of 260 tons, has a diving boat of this character, for which much is claimed. 8. The United States Fleet. Until the advent of the ironclad, the ships of the United States were equal, if not superior, in seaworthiness and fighting qualities to any in the world. The high standard set by the Constitution in her class of 1797 was maintained for 60 years, and, especially during the period from 1840 to 1860, the officers and men of the United States Navy trod the decks of the finest ships afloat. They felt, as their successors feel, that, ton for ton and gun for gun, they had no foe to fear. The early steamers of the Powhatan class built in the late 40s were a credit to the nation. The 5-screw frigates of the Merrimac type, 1856–57, aroused the admiration and imitation of foreign experts, and the 5 corvettes which followed them in 1858, 59, 60, of which the noble Hartford was the chief, bore their full share in the war which was so soon to come. The gallant Kearsarge was the leader of a new class introduced in 1859. During the Civil War 2 vessels, the Monitor and the new Ironsides, appeared which have left lasting traces on all battleship construction since their day. The great fleet of monitors, tinclads, 90-day gunboats, double-enders, and the like, which preceded and followed them during those dark years, served their country well. With the ending of that war, in the internal task of reconstruction and development, our maritime power was neglected and our fleet dwindled away. Its renaissance dates from the appointment of the first Naval Advisory Board in June, 1881. The growth since then has been so much a matter of national interest and pride that it needs no detailed recounting here, its results have been summarized previously herein. The seagoing personnel of the United States Navy includes the line, medical, pay, and marine officers, the chaplains and warrant officers, a total on March 1, 1899, of 1589, with an enlisted force of 17,196 bluejackets and 3,166 Marines. The officers who serve on shore are the naval constructors, civil engineers, and the professors of mathematics, a total of 69. Line officers are the commanders, navigators, gunners, and, by recent law, the engineers of our ships of war. Marine officers have charge of the policing of ships and shore stations and of the guns of light caliber afloat. The duties of the remaining officers are indicated by their titles. The titles of line officers and their relative rank, as compared with that of officers of the Army, are Navy/Army, Admiral/General, Rear Admiral/Major or Brigadier General, Captain/Colonel, Commander/Lieutenant Colonel, Lieutenant Commander/Major, Lieutenant/Captain, Lieutenant Junior Grade/First Lieutenant, Ensign/Second Lieutenant. Line and Marine officers and naval constructors are educated at the United States Naval Academy. All other officers are appointed from civil life. The Academy was founded in 1845 and is located at Annapolis, Maryland. The course comprises 4 years at the school and 2 years at sea on a naval vessel. The number of cadets at Annapolis is usually about 260. It is by reason of wars that navies exist, and a few words as to our, now happily ended, conflict with Spain, may fitly close this review of naval progress. The military lessons of that struggle have been fully set forth by able writers. More important, by far, than these is its teaching as regard to our state and future as a nation. The world has learned that the people of these United States are stirred still by the same stern and dauntless spirit which, in revolution and civil war, has made and kept us a nation. Furthermore, with one swift stroke, the bounds which in theory and in territory circumscribed us have been swept away, and the United States have passed from a continental to a world power. This is not chance. It is but the leading onward to a destiny whose splendor we may not measure now, whose light and peace and prosperity shall traverse a hemisphere. The one note of sadness in it all is the memory of the gallant dead, of the heroes who fell that this might be. To them, in Cuba and the Philippines, Colombia, with a smile of pride and a sob of pain, drinks in the wine of tears today, as the smoke of battle fades. Astronomy During the Century. By Selden J. Coffin, A.M. Professor of Astronomy, Lafayette College, Easton, Pennsylvania. Its progress, achievements, and notable results. Astronomy, the oldest of all the family of sciences, is not a whit behind its sister branches in activity of research and brilliance of discovery. The assiduity and zeal of its devotees are marvelous. The celestial field is so wide, the depths of space between the stars so vast, that no assurance can ever be given to an astronomer that a lifetime of faithful and intelligent research will be rewarded with even a single discovery of importance. In this respect it differs materially from other branches of science. Nevertheless, the patient labor of those who serve in its temple has rarely failed to receive an adequate reward. The discovery made in August, 1877, by Professor Asaph Hall, of Washington, that the planet Mars is attended by 2 satellites, is a convincing illustration of this peculiarity of the pursuit of astronomy as a study. An indefatigable watcher of the skies for many years, Professor Hall, looking at this planet at its opposition in 1877, when it was unusually near to the Earth, was surprised to note 2 tiny points of light quite close to it. Seeing them again the next evening, changed in their positions relative to Mars, it flashed upon him that the firm tradition that Mars had no moons was now disproved. His name will be forever associated with these 2 bodies, Deimos and Phobos, as their discoverer, although they are but wee orbs, only 7 miles in diameter. Astronomy a century ago. The end of the 18th century found the Copernican theory of astronomy well established, the principles laid down by Kepler and Newton fully elaborated, and the application of the higher mathematics to the needs of astronomy complete. But there were, as yet, no large telescopes, and observatories were few. In Germany, a great disposition to make observations in this science and in meteorology was displayed in 1783 and for a few years following, and the records then made have proved of much value in confirming discoveries announced at later periods. When Sir William Herschel, on March 13, 1781, pointed out a little star in the constellation of the Twins, and found that it had a perceptible disk and a slight motion, and was therefore not a star, but a newly found planet, to which the name Uranus was soon given, a careful inspection of the notebooks of previous observers showed that Uranus had been observed and recorded as a fixed star on 20 previous occasions in that century. One man had seen it 12 times, and made his record of it on a paper bag purchased at a perfumer's. Had he been a man of sufficient order and method to have penned what he saw on the regular records of his observatory, to him would have come the glory of the great discovery of that century. 2. How Bode's law promoted research. An erroneous guess, if it is a good guess, sometimes produces excellent results. In 1778, Bode, of Berlin, published a law that states the distances of the various planets from the Sun. It is often expressed simply in this way: set down 4, and add to it successively the numbers 3, 6, 12, 24, etc., and the sums obtained, viz., 4, 7, 10, 16, 28, etc., represent the relative distances of all the planets from the Sun, viz. Mercury 4, Venus 7, Earth 10, Mars 16, asteroids 28, Jupiter 52, etc. In reference to all the planets then known to exist, the correspondence of the alleged law to the facts was remarkable. The one point in which the alleged system utterly failed was in requiring the existence of a planet to fill the gap between Mars and Jupiter. So boldly did Biela press his convictions of the correctness of this law upon the notice of his fellow workers, that they resolved, in 1800, to divide the zodiac into 24 zones, to be apportioned among them, for the express purpose of searching for undiscovered planets. This well-organized effort was, ere long, rewarded by the surprising discovery of 4 new planets, the first one on the first night of the new century, January 1, 1801, and 3 more soon after. As no more seemed to be forthcoming, the search was relinquished in 1816. A 5th was found in 1845, and nearly 500 since. Since 1891 photography has been wondrously serviceable in finding these bodies. A sensitive plate, on being exposed toward that part of the sky which it is desired to examine, will record all the perceptible stars as round disks. While any planets that appear in the field of view will, by their motion, leave their trace in the form of elongated trails or streaks, thus betraying themselves at once on the photographs. In this way Charlevoix, of Nice, Italy, has found nearly 90 small planets. All these planetoids, as the minor planets are often termed, are quite small, being but 20 to 100 miles in diameter, and not consequential members of the solar system. Bode's law thus fulfilled its temporary mission. But egregiously failed when Neptune claimed admission to a place in the solar system, for its distance from the Sun was utterly out of harmony with that required by the law of Bode. 3. How Neptune was found. The patience of Job had a strong parallel in the labors of those tireless toilers to whose minute computations we owe our knowledge of Neptune's path in the skies. For this far-off planet was discovered not by the use of a telescope, or any optical instrument, but simply by a process of mathematical reasoning. The story is simply this. For 60 years after Uranus was recognized, there were irregularities in its motion that could not be satisfactorily accounted for. In the orbit that it was believed to pursue, it was sometimes in advance of its proper position, and sometimes it seemed to fall behind. Sometimes it appeared to be drawn a little to the right, and at other times as far the other way. The thought at last came separately to several penetrating minds, not that the observations of its position were in error, but that Uranus must be drawn away from its supposed path by the attraction exercised upon it by some unseen body. And if such an object existed, was it a planet? Where was it? How large was it? What was its path in the far-off ether? The inner circle shows the position of Uranus at various dates, the outer circle the position of Neptune. The arrows show the direction toward which Uranus was drawn. In the year 1842, the Royal Society of Sciences of Göttingen proposed as a prize question the full discussion of the theory of the motions of Uranus. It was specially sought to learn the cause of the large and increasing error of Bavard's tables that had been relied upon to show its motion and its precise position at any time. Several able mathematicians undertook this intricate problem. Among them were John C. Adams, of Cambridge University, England, Sears C. Walker, of Washington, a man whose sad fate it was to pass away ere his magnificent abilities could receive extended recognition, and M. Leverrier, of Paris. Working unknown to each other, they reached similar conclusions almost at the same time. Though not the first to solve the problem, the brilliant Frenchman was the first to announce his result, which he did by writing a letter to Dr. Gall, of the Berlin Observatory, where there was one of the largest telescopes in Europe, and asking him to search for his computed planet, and assigning its supposed place in the heavens. The very night he received the letter Dr. Gall found the planet within 1 degree of the point designated. The next night it had moved 1 minute of space, and was also seen to have a perceptible disk. This settled the question, and stamped it as a planet. Leverrier well merited the title bestowed upon him, first astronomer of the age. 4. Meteorites. The 19th century will be forever memorable for its witnessing the closing career and final destruction of a famous comet. First noticed in France, in 1772, and rediscovered, in 1826, by an Austrian officer named Biela, it bears his name. His computation showed that it traversed its orbit in 6½ years. When it reappeared in 1846, and again in 1852, it was seen to have split into 2 unequal fragments. It has not been seen since. But at every time when its return should have taken place the Earth has passed through showers of meteors supposed to be its constituent particles, and to indicate its entire disintegration. During the meteoric shower of 1885, on the 27th of November, a large iron meteorite fell in Mazapil, Mexico, and chemical and physical investigation joined to pronounce it a part of the lost Biela's comet. The large cabinets of the world contain hundreds of specimens of meteorites, known to be such by their chemical composition, but only a few have actually been seen to fall. The most remarkable fall ever witnessed was that of May 10, 1879, in Iowa, in which the heaviest stone weighed 437 pounds. On April 8, 1893, an aerolite fell near Osawatomie, Kansas, and struck the monument to John Brown that had been erected through the efforts of Horace Greeley in 1863. The meteor broke off the left arm of the statue. A Texas meteorite, owned by Yale University, weighs 1,635 pounds. A meteorite that fell in Jimenez, in 1892, now deposited in the city of Mexico, weighs 20 tons. And one lying on the coast of Labrador, which it is proposed to bring to the United States, is said to be still more massive. Do meteors often strike the Earth? It must not be thought that meteors usually strike the Earth. In truth, but few of them do. The Earth is surrounded by them, cold, dark, invisible, because unillumined. It is only when they become heated by rapidly impinging on the atmosphere that they can be seen at all. And unless they come near enough to become subject to the dominant power of the Earth's attraction, they pass off into space unnoticed, and their presence unsuspected. A case in point is the brilliant fireball of July 20, 1860, that moved rapidly over the United States, from Wisconsin to Cape Cod, and then passed off into the skies. The entire time of its visible flight over a path of 1,300 miles was about 2 minutes. It was seen about 10 o'clock in the evening. It was estimated to be from 100 to 500 feet in diameter, allowing for an increase as it expanded by reason of its striking with such velocity the lower and denser layers of the air. Its size and brilliancy were such as to arrest the attention of hundreds of persons, some of whom crouched in fear, and even alleged that they heard it hiss as it flew over their heads. Some fishermen in Lake Huron had ropes over the sides of their boat, ready to spring into the water if it came too near. James H. Coffin, LL.D., then professor of astronomy in Lafayette College, made an exhaustive study of this unusual phenomenon, and, under the patronage of the Smithsonian Institution, published a volume containing many observations that he collected, with the mathematical results derived from them. Professor J. Hahn, of Vienna, the highest authority on this subject, said that it was the most comprehensive study of a meteor's path ever accomplished. 6 years were spent in making the computations. Self-illumined by the heat evolved in striking the various layers of the Earth's atmosphere, it became sufficiently bright to be first seen when 70 miles above the surface of the Earth. It was within 40 miles of touching us at the time it was over the Hudson River, when the great heat acquired by its rapid transit caused it to burst into two masses, which, like Biela's comet, continued to pursue separate courses, side by side, until they were lost to view in their ascending flight, being last seen from the deck of a vessel off the island of Nantucket. No part of the fireball struck the Earth. Its orbit was an hyperbola, a curve not often found in nature, such that it can never come near us again unless, by the superior attraction of some celestial body, its course may be changed, and a new orbit result. 6. Astronomical observatories. The Royal Observatory, at Greenwich, England, was founded by Charles II in 1675. Its main purpose was to extend astronomical knowledge, so that navigators might better find the position of their ships at sea. This institution retains its prominence. All the longitudes on our maps are reckoned from it, and Greenwich time is used on every ship that traverses the ocean. The Nautical Almanac, issued by the observatory, was an indispensable part of the outfit of every sea captain until, in 1852, the United States provided its own American ephemeris, a collection of tables of the motions and places of the sun, moon, and planets for every day and hour, and occultations of the stars, with rules for calculating longitude and the like. Many valuable observations of the transit of Venus in 1769 were made at points near Philadelphia, but almost 70 years ensued before America witnessed the erection of any permanent buildings devoted to the purposes of this science. President John Quincy Adams, who was highly versed in science, and held the position of president of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in Boston for 20 years, often urged this matter on the attention of Congress, but without success. President Thomas Jefferson, who was also a man of no small scientific information, as evidenced in his keeping a systematic weather record at his home in Monticello, Virginia, proposed an elaborate survey of the national coast. This was authorized by Congress in 1807. In the year 1832, in reviving an act for the continuance of the Coast Survey, Congress was careful to append the proviso that nothing in the act should be construed to authorize the erection or maintenance of a permanent astronomical observatory. The expected return of Halley's Comet in 1835 again stimulated popular interest in the science, and aroused an intense desire to provide serviceable instruments, and to establish buildings suitable for their care and use. To Williams College, Massachusetts, belongs the honor of erecting, in 1836, the first astronomical observatory on this continent. Under its revolving dome was mounted an Herschelian telescope of 10 feet focus, which later became the property of Lafayette College, where it is still preserved. In 1843, John Quincy Adams laid the cornerstone of the Longworth Observatory in Cincinnati, and delivered a commemorative address, his last great oration. The construction of the United States Naval Observatory at Washington soon followed, and before 1850 there were 14 observatories established in this country. Nearly all the instruments they contained were made abroad, chiefly in Munich and London. Since then the number has risen to 200 recognized observatories, of which 24 are of superior order, where systematic work is daily pursued, and the results are regularly published in book form. About 200 observatories exist in other nations. 7. Improved instruments, their effect on the science. The great improvements in telescopes made during the century have been fruitful in two ways. A better knowledge of the surface of the moon and of the planets has been gained, and we have been enabled to learn with precision the exact motions and times of revolution of these bodies and of their accompanying moons. This information, by the use of the laws ascertained by Kepler and Laplace, gives us their exact distance, dimensions, and mass. With the increase of telescopic power, the census of the starry host has been so augmented that the number of stars within reach of our modern instruments exceeds 125 million. But we had gone little beyond this sort of information until the invention of the spectroscope. Previous to the year 1859 a few meteors, composed chiefly of stone or iron, some of which had been actually seen to fall from the sky, had been subjected to chemical analysis. But outside of this naught was known of the physical constitution of other worlds than ours. Our ignorance on this point was complete. All our attempts to become better acquainted with the structure of the planets, the composition of the sun, and the nature of the fixed stars would probably have been in vain but for the invention of the spectroscope. This surprising instrument is a master key with which to unlock many of nature's mysteries. Her recesses are brought to view, and the farthest star is subjected to an accurate chemical analysis, so far as the light that comes from it is sufficient to disclose the materials of which it is composed. The wondrous use of electricity as an agent for the production of light, heat, and power is no greater achievement, in its way. Then is spectrum analysis in bringing to our earthly laboratories the work of the divine hand performed in distant regions of space. Yet the story of the spectroscope is easily told. In its essential elements it is merely this: a ray of light, entering a darkened room through a hole in the window shutter, produces a bright beam on the opposite wall. A triangular glass prism held close to the crevice turns this beam into a band of rainbow hues. If the hole can be changed into a small slit, say 1/4 of an inch high and 1/50th of an inch wide, and if the light can further be made to pass in succession through several prisms, instead of through one, the band will be so elongated thereby that its various and surprising markings can be thoroughly traced and fully studied. To this band of bright colors Sir Isaac Newton gave the name of the solar spectrum. The image formed by the light of any luminous body, after it has passed through a prism, is said to be the spectrum of that body. 8. The spectroscope and its triumphs. The spectroscope consists essentially of three tubes joined in the form of the letter Y, one of which is a small telescope, in the focus of which a narrow slit is placed to admit the ray of light that is to be examined. A prism, or a ruled grating that disperses the light, so as to form a spectrum, and a view telescope, with which to observe the various parts of the spectrum. By using a small telescope to view the spectrum of the sun, Fraunhofer, a German optician, in 1814, discovered that the whole length of the spectrum was crowded with dark lines, very narrow, indeed, but scattered all through the 7 hues. He found that sunlight, whether taken directly or reflected from clouds or from the moon or planets, invariably gave the same spectrum, but in no case did light from the stars give a spectrum of the same sort as that from the sun. Dr. Kirchhoff, of Heidelberg, in 1859, explained the origin of the dark lines, and showed that there are 3 kinds of spectra: first, that of an incandescent solid or liquid, which is always perfectly continuous, showing neither dark lines nor bright. Second, the spectrum of a glowing gas, which consists of bright lines or bands separated by dark spaces. These lines are characteristic of the chemical elements that cause them. And so, from the composition of the bright lines in a spectrum, it is possible to tell their origin. Third, a spectrum crossed by dark lines, which occurs when an incandescent solid is viewed through absorbent vapors. In the solar eclipse of 1868, M. Janssen first noticed that the solar prominences gave a spectrum of the second kind, and thus proved that the prominences consist of glowing gas. Since that time the march of discovery has been exceedingly rapid. This simple instrument has thus led the way to a knowledge of the elements composing every heavenly body, no matter what its distance, provided only it is giving out light intense enough to reach our gaze. For the perfection both of the telescope and spectroscope we owe much to the optical skill and mechanical dexterity of the Clarks and Rowland, Hastings and Brashear, all Americans. About 40 chemical elements have now been recognized in the sun. The most prominent are iron, calcium, hydrogen, nickel, and sodium. A distortion, or displacement, of some of the lines in the spectrum enables us to calculate the speed at which the gases are rushing toward or from us. A given line in the spectrum of Aldebaran is displaced toward the violet in such a way as to show that the star is approaching the sun at the rate of 30 miles a second. While a similar line, in the case of Altair, so deviates toward the red end of the spectrum as to prove that it is receding from the solar system at a velocity of 24 miles a second. By this principle, recognized by Doppler in 1842, the motions of about 100 stars toward or from the solar system have been ascertained. There is no question but that the solar system, as a whole, is steadily moving away from Sirius, and toward the constellation of Hercules, whether faster than at a rate of 12 miles every second is still scarcely decided. But this rate would be about 1,000,000 miles a day, or 370 million miles a year. 9. What is done in a large observatory, its work. A visitor who wants to know what is done in a great observatory might go to Harvard some evening. He would probably find the large refractor pointed toward the satellites of Jupiter, Uranus, or Neptune, with a view of noting their precise places, so as to compute tables of their exact motions. Or he might find a laborious observer watching such double stars as have considerable proper motion, and making drawings of conspicuous nebulae. So that future astronomers may be able to decide whether time has wrought any changes in their constitution or figure. The great glass at Princeton, under the charge of Professor Charles Young, is largely used for spectroscopic work, examining the sun's photosphere by day, and noting the spectra of the stars at night. Spectral observation is an important part of the routine at the Yerkes Observatory in Wisconsin. Many faint comets have been successfully photographed at the Lick Observatory, on Mount Hamilton, California, and elsewhere by the use of very sensitive plates and a long exposure. S. W. Burnham, of Chicago, is famed for his acuteness of vision, tested in having detected and measured over 1,000 double stars which to other eyes had appeared only as single stars. The discovery of these objects belongs wholly to the 19th century, for in 1803, Sir William Herschel first announced the existence of sidereal systems composed of 2 stars, one revolving around the other, or both moving about a common center. Some of these binary systems have periods of as great a length as 1500 years, and some are as brief as 4, and even 2 days. Some of them afford curious instances of contrasted colors, the larger star red or orange, and the smaller star blue or green. X. The National Observatory at Washington. Professor William Harkness, U.S.N., M.D., LL.D. is widely known as the author of numerous astronomical and physical papers and books. He has also designed a number of instruments and made important discoveries. He has long been connected with the United States Naval Observatory, and now holds the position of astronomical director. His report for the year 1898 shows that the 26-inch reflector at Washington is now nightly engaged in mapping the relative positions of Rhea and Iapetus, the fifth and eighth satellites of Saturn. With the intention of securing a new and final determination of the mass of that planet, which has been heretofore reckoned as 13492d of the Sun. The 12-inch telescope is chiefly employed in studying comets and asteroids, and on Thursday evenings is at the service of the public. In the year 1898, 3,778 observations were made with the 9-inch transit circle, for which 2 men were detailed, with the services of 5 computers. A transit circle and an altazimuth instrument, each turned out of solid steel, have recently been added to the equipment, and are of a workmanship that compares favorably with anything ever manufactured in Europe. It is asserted that the latter instrument will give more accurate measurements of declination than a transit circle, which is an innovation on long-cherished ideas. Professor Simon Newcomb, of the United States Navy, is about to issue new tables of Mars, Uranus, and Neptune, and a catalogue of fundamental stars for the epoch 1900. During the year 1898, 3,000 copies of the American Nautical Almanac were published. This is but an illustration of the scientific labor accomplished at this busy hive of industry. During the year this observatory issued to the Navy 230 chronometers, 200 sextants and octants, and 1,400 other nautical instruments of value. 11. Star maps and catalogues. In the year 128 B.C., Hipparchus put out a catalogue of 1025 stars observed at Rhodes. 20 such works succeeded this up to the year 1801, when Lalande, of Paris, brought out a list of 47,390 stars. It will be remembered that few stars have names, except those known to the Arabians of old, but are designated by their positions in the heavens. It is customary to refer to them by their declinations and right ascensions, as so many degrees north or south of the celestial equator, and so many degrees, or hours, east of the vernal equinox, 15 degrees being the equivalent of an hour of right ascension, just like the latitude and longitude of cities on a common globe. During the 19th century many celestial atlases and astronomical catalogues have been published. These contain lists of comets and nebulae, and the places of the double stars and of the fixed stars. Of the latter alone over 100 have appeared, of which Argelander's is by far the largest, as it contains the places of more than 310,000 stars. The catalogue prepared by the British Association in 1845 is of great value, containing 8,377 stars. Yarnall's, of 10,658 stars, published in Washington in 1873, is most accessible to us. Professor C.H.F. Peters, of the Hamilton College Observatory, Clinton, N.Y., the discoverer of so many asteroids, has prepared a valuable series of star charts. By dividing the heavens into small squares and carefully photographing each of them, the places of a vast number of stars can be recorded with far greater accuracy than by the old plan of a separate instrumental measurement of the position of the stars. By the use of microscopes the determination of their positions can be made with precision. These plates are preserved with care, and when those of the same region of the skies, made in different years, are compared, any variation in the relative positions of the objects can be detected with certainty. The perfection of this method of star mapping is justly deemed one of the most important achievements of the century. For an amateur stargazer who is not provided with a set of maps, Whittle's planisphere is a very ready aid, as it can be instantly adjusted to any day and hour. The inexperienced, and those who have no instruments, can use it with ease and satisfaction to locate 1,000 of the most conspicuous stars. 12. Astronomical books and their writers. In England, this attractive study has been popularized chiefly by the interesting works of the two Herschels, who were voluminous writers, the Lectures of Proctor, and the admirable compend of facts so assiduously gathered by G.F. Chambers in his delightful treatise on astronomy. In our own country the heights of theoretical astronomy have been scaled by such minds as Benjamin Peirce, the profound mathematician of Harvard University, James C. Watson, of Ann Arbor, whose early death was a great loss to science, and Simon Newcomb, the genial savant of Washington. Chauvenet and Loomis have taught us the meaning of practical astronomy. And Olmsted, Young, Todd, and not a few others of distinction have prepared textbooks that fully present the elements of the science. Nor is this fascinating study limited to the students of the 484 colleges and universities of the land. The last report of the United States Commissioner of Education shows that in the public and private high schools of the nation there are over 9,000 boys and 16,000 girls pursuing the study of astronomy. 13. The practical uses of astronomy as an aid to navigation and geodesy. The practical value of this science is best appreciated by the navigator, who sees in the sun and moon his clock, and in the stars and planets the ready means of learning his latitude and longitude. It is one of the first tasks of the midshipman to become familiar with the use of the sextant, by which he works out the problem of ascertaining the exact place of the ship upon the ocean. Navigation is helpless without the assistance of astronomy. Yet it is only the A, B, C of the science that the sailor has any use for, its higher mysteries are away beyond his needs and of no practical profit to him. Nathaniel Bowditch, of Salem, Massachusetts, in 1802, issued a book entitled The New American Practical Navigator, which is still a standard treatise for seamen. His rare acquirements as a mathematician were signally displayed, and in a form that has proved enduring, when, in 1814-17, he translated into English, accompanied with copious notes of his own, the profound work, Celestial Mechanics, penned by the gifted Laplace in 1799. Although in name a translation of a foreign book with a commentary, it is in many respects an original work. Professor Elias Loomis, who left to Yale University $300,000 as an endowment fund to aid in prosecuting astronomical research, said of him, in 1850, "Bowditch has probably done more for the improvement of physical astronomy than all other Americans combined." Dr. Bowditch published the work in 4 ponderous quarto volumes wholly at his own private cost. These volumes he did not expose for sale, but generously gave them to such persons as proved to him their ability to appreciate and comprehend them. This outlay impaired the fortunes of his family, but became his own unique monument. This work remains one of the most profound efforts of mathematical research on record. Bowditch's accuracy has passed into a proverb. He gave the latitude of all the principal seaports of the world with marked precision. While some of the longitudes are now found to be slightly in error, it is surprising that his determinations of those of Boston and Philadelphia should be exactly the same as those obtained by the best methods in use today. But he makes San Francisco and Halifax 7 miles too far to the east, and New York 8 miles too far west. But we are to remember that for this computation the best available instruments were the chronometers of a century ago, and that lunar observations were made with the old-time sextant, made for University of Pennsylvania by Warner and Swayze. As applied to geodesy, astronomy has added a process of ascertaining geographical latitude with marvelous accuracy and speed by the use of the zenith telescope, an instrument devised by Major Talcott in 1835. This instrument can be set in a vertical direction with ease, and be pointed alternately to 2 stars that cross the meridian at a brief interval of time, the one north and the other south of the zenith. Difficulties that arise from refraction are avoided, and the resulting latitude is quickly computed. This method is largely employed in the surveys of the public lands, as also in establishing the boundary between the United States and British America. 14. Notable epochs in the 19th century. Worth marking as epochs of the 19th century were such dates as October 10, 1846, when the first determination of difference of longitude of two places was made by the use of the telegraph wire. Sears C. Walker, in Washington, and E. Otis Kendall, in Philadelphia, compared their clocks by interchanging telegraphic signals, and thus found their respective longitudes. In 1850, Professor William C. Bond, of Harvard College, invented the chronograph. Through the urgency of Sir David Brewster, it was shown in the Great Exhibition of that year in London, where a medal was awarded for it. The chronograph was speedily adopted throughout Europe, and together with other apparatus made by Bond constituted what there became known as the American method of recording observations. Through it the errors for which the personal equation is a partial remedy are largely eliminated, and a superior definiteness of record is obtained. On August 7, 1869, the first application of the spectroscope to the examination of the corona of the Sun was the beginning of the revelation of the inner mysteries of the constitution and activities of the great luminary. The transit of Venus that occurred on December 6, 1882, was fruitful in measurements, by which the estimates of the distance of the Sun were reduced from the long-accepted figures, 95 to 92 millions of miles. Yet this loss of 3 millions of miles resulted from the apparently trifling change of reckoning the Sun's parallax at 8.82 instead of 8.57. An occurrence of vast practical advantage to the whole nation was that of November 18, 1883, when the 4 standard meridians of railroad time were adopted and put into use. From that day the clocks of the Union were set to keep either Eastern, Central, Mountain, or Pacific Coast time. Professor Edward E. Barnard had used the magnificent telescope of 36 inches aperture, belonging to the Lick Observatory in California, but a short time before he astonished the world by discovering a 5th satellite of Jupiter, although it appeared as but a faint speck of light. Besides other honors for this achievement, in 1894 the French Academy of Sciences awarded him the Arago Medal, of the value of 1,000 francs, a distinction given but twice before, first to Leverrier, for the discovery of Neptune in 1846. And to Asaph Hall, for finding the 2 moons of Mars in 1877. Personal equation is the name given to the amount of error to which any person is habitually liable in attempting to note the time of a fixed occurrence. When the astronomer looks at a star passing the crosswires of his transit, he is likely to make the record 1 or 2/10 of a second after the true time, or possibly a like small amount of time before the actual occurrence, by anticipation. This is not a matter of wrong intention, nor due to willfulness. But in precise observations, especially where comparisons are to be made between the records of several persons, the personal equation must be determined, if possible, and allowed for. Various methods of correcting this inaccuracy have been used. But the best is that of Frank H. Bigelow, of the Nautical Almanac Office, Washington, who, in 1890, devised a process of taking star transits by photography. It entirely does away with this source of error, and has proved of great value. 15. Discarded doctrines and abandoned ideas. A few generations ago an 8-day clock was to be found only in the homes of well-to-do people, and a gold watch was a symbol of wealth, such as to subject its wearer to a special tax. In this age of dollar clocks and Waterbury watches, almanacs are no longer indispensable. We do not regulate our timepieces by the rising and setting of the sun. Nor can a future Jay Gould lay the foundation of his fortune, as did the one best known by that name, by setting up rural noonmarks for a fixed fee. Some pleasant dreams of past decades have vanished in the light of recent knowledge. The nebular hypothesis, that wondrous conception of Swedenborg, elaborated by Laplace and espoused by William Herschel and so many others, as affording a full explanation of the method by which our worlds were shaped into their present forms, has ceased to have general acceptance. M. Maedler, director of the Dorpat Observatory in 1846, had a firm persuasion that the collective body of stars visible to us has a movement of revolution about a center situated in the group of the Pleiades, and corresponding to the star Alcyone. But this notion of a central sun around which all the solar system is circling has lost ground. The distortion in the orbit of the planet Mercury has been accounted for by the urgent suggestion that there must be some planet, as yet undiscovered, that disturbs the regularity of Mercury's movements. But whose orbit is so near to the Sun as to baffle all ordinary efforts to see it? It has received, by anticipation, the prenatal name of Vulcan. Many eyes have peered most intently into the region indicated, and some few have imagined they had found what they sought. A physician of the village of Orgeries, France, M. Lescarbault by name, on March 20, 1859, saw such an object pass over the Sun's disk. The skillful Leverrier was much impressed by this physician's minute account of the occurrence. But there was no confirmation of the alleged discovery. At the time of subsequent eclipses that part of the heavens has been repeatedly examined closely, but in vain. So we must wait longer before believing that Vulcan does exist. When, in 1877, Professor Hall, through the powerful telescope at Washington, saw that Mars was attended by two tiny satellites, he put a permanent injunction on the further use of the once favorite phrase. The snowy poles of moonless Mars. And so of the question oft discussed in the old-time debating societies, are the planets inhabited? It may still be left in the hands of young collegians, notwithstanding the fact that our largest telescopes give only negative testimony. In a solar eclipse in February, 1736, that was annular in shape, just before the Sun was completely hidden, the narrow horn of light seemed to break into a series of dots, or luminous points, which, when noted again a century later and described by Francis Baily, received the name of Baily beads. It was attempted to explain this as caused by the Moon's mountains cutting off the last rays of sunlight, or else as produced by irradiation. But with the advent of stronger telescopic power the phenomenon has come to an end. David Rittenhouse, of Norristown, whom Thomas Jefferson considered second to no astronomer living, built an orrery worth $1,000, to illustrate mechanically the motions of all the planets. And though the instrument is still treasured in the University of Pennsylvania, and its duplicate at Princeton, among the relics of a past age, it is assigned to the category of toys. Mural circles, much dependent upon to measure the declination of heavenly bodies, have fallen into disuse, supplanted by improved transit instruments. 16. Problems for future study. Many problems are in store for the future. The field for research still opens wide. How the solar activity is to be maintained was answered by Newton in the suggestion that comets falling into it kept up its supply of matter and energy. Waterston, in 1853, propounded the thought that meteoric matter may be the aliment of the Sun. Now the prevalent theory is that a contraction of the Sun's volume, constantly in progress, but so slight as to be invisible to the most powerful telescope, is competent to furnish a heat supply equal to all that can have been emitted during historic periods. Professor Newcomb answers the question, how long will the Sun endure, by saying, the physical conclusion to which we are led by a study of the laws of nature is that the Sun, like a living being, must have a birth and will have an end. From the known amount of heat which it radiates we can, even in a rude way, calculate the probable length of its life. From 15 to 20 millions of years seems to be the limit of its age in the past, and it may exist a few millions of years, perhaps 5 or 10, in the future. Story of Plant and Flower. By Thomas Meehan. Vice President Academy of Natural Sciences, Philadelphia. Botany, in its general sense, signifies the knowledge of plants. In the earlier periods of human history plants appealed to mankind as material for food or medicine, and down to comparatively recent times botanical studies were pursued mainly in these directions. Dioscorides, a Greek, who lived in the 1st century of the Christian era, is the earliest writer of whom we have knowledge that can lay a claim to botanical distinction. But the medical property of plants was evidently the chief incentive to his task. It was not until the beginning of the 16th century that botany, in its broad sense, became a study, and Lecluse, a French physician, who died in 1609, may be regarded as one of its patriarchs. Still the medical uses of plants were steadily kept in view. The English botanist, John Gerard, who was a contemporary of Lecluse, or Clusius, as botanists usually call him, wrote a remarkable work on botany, remarkable for his time, but this was styled a herbal. As were other famous botanical works down to the beginning of the present century. Following the year 1700, the knowledge of plants individually became so extended that systematic arrangement became desirable. The first real advance in this direction was made by Carl von Linné, commonly known by its Latin form, Linnaeus, a Swede, born in 1707, and whose talents for botanical acquirements seemed almost innate. In his 23rd year he saw the need of a better system, and commenced at once the great work of botanical reform. He saw that plants with a certain number of stamens and pistils were correlated, and he founded classes and orders on them. Flowers with 5 stamens or 6 stamens would belong to his class Pentandria or Hexandria, respectively, and those with 5 pistils or 6 pistils Pentagynia, or Hexagynia, accordingly. And so on up to Polyandria, or Polygynia, many stamens or pistils, of which our common buttercup is an illustration. He further showed that 2 names only were all that is necessary to denote any plant, the generic name and its adjective, as, for instance, Cornus alba, the white dogwood. And that the descriptions should be brief, covering only the essential points wherein one species of plant differed from another. This became known as the sexual system. It fairly electrified intelligent circles. People generally took to counting stamens and pistils, and large numbers took pride in being botanists because they could trace so easily the classes and orders of the plants they met. The grand old man died in 1778, and though his artificial system had to give way to a more natural method, he is justly regarded as the father of modern botany. With the incoming of the 19th century, botany took a rapid start. It ceased to be a mere handmaid to the study of medicine. Chemistry, geography, teleology, and indeed the chief foundations of biology had become closely interwoven with botanical studies. And thus the progress of botany through the century has to be viewed from many standpoints. In classification, what is known as the natural system has replaced the sexual. Plants are grouped according to their apparent relationships. Those resembling in general character the rose form the order Rosaceae, the lily, Liliaceae. Sometimes, however, a striking characteristic is adopted for the family name, as compositae, or compound flower, for the daisy in aster-flowered plants. Umbelliferæ, or umbel flowering, as in carrot or parsley, leguminosae, having the seed vessels as legumes, like peas and beans. Classification has, however, derived much assistance from a wholly new branch of the science known as morphology. This teaches that all parts of plants are modifications of other parts. What nature may have intended to be a leaf may become a stem, the outer series of floral envelopes, or calyx, may become petals, petals may become stamens. And even pistils may become leaves, or even branches. The green rose of the florists is a case in which the leaves that should have been changed into petals to form a perfect rose flower have persisted in continuing green leaves, though masquerading as petals. And it is not unusual to find in the rose cases where the pistils have reverted to their original destination as the analogue of branches, and have started a growth from the center of the flower. So in an orange, the carpels, or divisions, are metamorphosed primary leaves. 2 series of 5 each make the 10 divisions. Sometimes the axis starts to make another growth, as noted in the rose, but does not get far before it is arrested, and then we have a small orange inside a larger one, as in the navel orange. Just the reverse occurs sometimes. The lower series is suppressed, and only the upper one develops to a fruiting stage, when the small red oranges known as the tangerines are the results. Illustrations of these transformations of one organ to another are frequent if we look for them. The annexed illustration shows a condition of the white clover, which, instead of the usual round head, has started on as a raceme or spike. These wanderings from general forms were formerly regarded as monsters, of no particular use to the botanical student, but are now welcomed as guiding stars to the central features of morphology. The importance of this branch of botany, in connection with classification, can readily be seen. The studies in the behavior of plants have made remarkable progress during the century, and this also derives much aid from morphology. The strawberry sends out runners from which new plants are formed, but, tiring of this, eventually sends the runner upward to act as a flower stalk. What might have been but a bunch of leaves and roots at the end of the runner is now converted into a mass of flowers and pedicels at the end of a common peduncle. In some cases nature reverses this plan. After starting the structure as an erect fruit-bearing stem, it sends it back to pierce the ground as a root should do. This is well illustrated by the peanut. In the common yucca, the more tropical species have erect stems. But in the form known in gardens as Adam's needle and thread, Yucca filamentosa, the erect stem is sent down under the surface of the ground, and is then a rhizome, instead of a caudex, or stem. Modification in connection with behavior is further illustrated by the grapevine and Virginia creeper. The whole leading shoot is here pushed aside by the development of a bud at the base of the leaf, that takes the place of a leading shoot. The original leader then becomes a tendril, and serves in the economy of the plant by clinging to trees or rocks, or in coiling around other plants in support. Great progress has been made in this department of botany within recent years. Darwin has shown that the tendrils of some plants continue in motion for some time in order to find something to cling to. The grapevine especially spends a long time in this labor if there is difficulty in reaching a host. The plant preserves vital power all this time, but no sooner is support found, than nutrition is cut off, and the tendril dies, though, hard and wiry, it serves its parent plant as a support better dead than alive. The amount of nutrition spent in sustaining motion is found to be enormous. A vine that can find ready means of support grows with a much more healthy vigor than one that has difficulty in finding it. Many plants present illustrations. Much advance has been made in the knowledge of the motions of plants as regards their various forms. Growth in plants is not continuous, but is a series of rests and advances. In other words, it is rhythmic. The nodes, or knots, in the stems of grasses are resting places. When a rest occurs, energy may be exerted in a different direction, and a change of form result. This is well illustrated by the common dogwood of northern woods, Cornus florida on the eastern, and Cornus natalii on the western slope of the American continent. On the approach of winter the leaf is reduced to a bud scale, and then rests. When spring returns these scales resume growth and appear as white bracts. In the annexed illustration the scales that serve for winter protection to the buds are seen at the apex of the bracts. In other species of dogwood the bud scales do not resume growth. Energy is spent in another direction. In this manner we have an insight as to the cause of variation, which was not perceived even so recently as Darwin's time. We now say that variation results from varying degrees of rhythmic growth, force, and that this again is governed by varying powers of assimilation. The Darwinian view, that form results from external conditions of which the plant avails itself in a struggle for existence, is still widely accepted as a leading factor in the origin of species. Those which can assume the strongest weapons of defense continue to exist under the changed conditions. The weaker ones do not survive, and we only know of them as fossils. This is termed the doctrine of natural selection. The origin and development of plant life, or, as it is termed, evolution, has made rapid advancement as a study during the century. That there has been an adaptation to conditions in some respects, as contended by Mr. Darwin and his followers, must be correct. The oak and other species of trees must have been formed before mistletoe and other parasites could grow on them. In the common dodder, species of Cuscuta, the seeds germinate in the ground like ordinary plants. As soon as they find something to attach themselves to, they cut loose from Mother Earth and live wholly on the host. As a speculation it seems plausible that all parasites have arisen in this way. Some, like the mistletoe, having the power, at length, to have their seeds germinate on the host plant, have left their terrestrial origin in the past uncertain. A number of parasites, however, do not seem to live wholly on the plants they attach themselves to. These are usually destitute of green color. The Indian pipe, snow plant of the Pacific coast, and squaw root of the eastern states are examples. The former called ghost flower from its paleness. These plants have little carbonaceous matter in their structure, and hence are regarded as having formed a kind of partnership with fungi. This is known now as symbiosis, or living together of dissimilar organisms, each dependent mutually. The fungus and the flowering plant in these cases are necessary to the existence of each other. They demand nitrogen instead of carbohydrates. The squaw root, Canophilus americana, though attached to the subterranean portions of the trunks of trees, is probably sustained by the fungus material in the old bark or even in the wood, rather than by the ordinary food of flowering plants. Lichens, as it is now well known, are a compound of fungi and water weeds, algae, and this doctrine of symbiosis is regarded as one of the great advances of the century. It is but fair to say that the doctrine of evolution by the influence of external conditions in the change of form, though widely accepted at this time, is not without strong opponents, who point to the occasional development or suppression of parts on the same plant, though the external conditions must be the same. For instance, there are flowers that have all their parts regular, as in the petals of a buttercup, and irregular, as in the snapdragon or foxglove. But it has been noted that irregular flowers have pendulous stalks, while the regular ones are usually erect. But once in a while, on the same plant, flowers normally drooping will become erect. In these cases the flowers are regular. In the wild snapdragon or yellow toadflax, Linaria vulgaris, one of the petals is developed into a long spur, the other 4 petals have, in early life, become connate and transformed into parts of the flower wholly unlike ordinary petals. But now and then the original petals will all develop spurs, resulting in the condition technically known as peloria. Linnaeus gave this name to this condition because it was supposed to be monstrous, or something opposed to law and order. Through the advance in morphological botany we have learned to regard it as the result of some normal law of development, innate to the plant, and which could as well be the regular as the occasional condition. In other words, there is no reason why nature might not make the 5-spurred flower as continuous in a wild snapdragon as in a columbine. Many similar facts are used by those who question the Darwinian law of development. That nutrition has more to do in the evolution of form than external forces has received much aid, as a theory, from the advance during recent times of a study of the separate sexes of flowers. On coniferous trees, notably the firs, pines, and spruces, the male and female flowers are produced separately. The female, which finally yield the cones, are always borne on the most vigorous branches. When these branches have their supply of nutrition shortened and become weak, only male flowers are produced. On the other hand, branches normally weak will at times gain increased strength, and then the male flowers give female ones. This is often seen in corn fields. The generally weak tassel will have grains of corn through it. It is not infrequent to find what should normally be perfect ears on stalks weaker than usual. In these cases the upper portion of the ear will have male flowers only. In connection with the doctrine of development, much attention has been given during the century to fertilization of flowers and the agency of insects in connection therewith. On the one hand it is contended that in all probability the flowers in the earlier periods of the world's history had neither color nor fragrance. In this condition they were self-fertilizers, that is, were fecundated by their own pollen. In modern phraseology they were inbreeders. When the struggle for existence became necessary, those which could get across with outside races became more vigorous in their progeny, and thus had an advantage in the struggle. In brief, without an occasional introduction of new blood, as it might be termed, there was danger of a race dying out. To support this view, Mr. Darwin published the result of a number of experiments. Many of them favored either side, but the average was in favor of the view that crossing was advantageous. Against this it has been urged that an average in such cases is not conclusive. If a number, though the minor number of cases, showed superiority by close breeding in his limited experiments, a new set of observations might have changed the averages, so as to make the minor figures in one instance the major in others. Again, it is contended that to increase a plant by other means than by seeds must be the closest kind of reproduction, yet some plants, coeval with the history of man, have been continued by offsets and are as strong and vigorous as ever. The banana is an illustration. Under cultivation it produces only seedless fruits. It is raised wholly from young suckers or offsets from the roots. Mythology gives it a prominent place in the Garden of Eden, and its botanical name, Musa paradisiaca, originated in this legend. Though much has been recorded in this line to weaken the force of the speculations that flowers late in the history of the earth developed color and sweet secretions in order to attract insects to aid in cross-fertilization. They are strongly supported by the fact that a large number of species, notably of orchids, are seldom fertilized without insect aid in pollination. But there are anomalies even here. Some plants capture and literally eat the insects that should be regarded as their benefactors. These are classified as insectivorous plants. Some seem to catch the insects in mere sport, while in the act of conveying pollen to them. These are known as cruel plants. There are numerous illustrations of this among the families of Asclepias and Opossum, the milkweed family. In our gardens a Brazilian climber, Arauga, or Physianthus albans, is frequently grown for its waxy flowers and delicious odor, but the treacherous blossoms are frequently strung with the insects it has caught. In the northern part of America a common wild flower of one of these families, Opossum androsmifolium, has this insect-catching habit. Numerous small insects meet death, and hang to the flowers like scalps to the wild Indian. Considerable advance has been made in vegetable physiology, though no one has as yet been able to reach the origin of the life power in plants. The power that enables an oak to maintain its huge branches in a horizontal direction, or that can lift or overturn huge rocks, or split them apart as the lightning rifts a tree trunk, is yet unknown. On the opposite page is an illustration of a circumstance frequently observed, wherein even a delicate root fiber can pierce a potato or other structures. Possibly the greatest botanical advance of the century is in relation to cryptogamic plants, those low organisms which as mildews and molds are most familiar to people generally. As microscopes increase in power, new forms are discovered. Over 40,000 species have already been described, and we may fairly say that there are nearly half as many forms of vegetable life invisible to the naked eye as can be seen by our unaided visual organs. Their wants and behaviors are very much the same as in the flowering plants or higher orders, as they are usually termed. But there is one great difference in this, that they feed mainly on nitrogen, and have no use for carbon. They care little for light, but yet have an upward tendency under certain forms, as do those which seek the light. The agarics that revel in the darkness of a coal mine, yet curve upward as heartily as a corn sprout in the open air. Just as in flowering plants, also, they are mostly innocuous, and indeed many absolutely beneficial to man, a very small portion only being poisonous, or connected with the diseases of the human race. Even in these cases their power is closely guarded by nature. The spores of fungi are found to require such a nice combination of conditions before they germinate, that, unless these occur, they will retain their vegetative power many years in a state of absolute rest. The mycelium of the mushroom, as the real plant, the cobwebby portion underground, only starts to grow when just so many degrees of heat, neither more nor less, with just so much moisture, and the proper food, are all at hand together. And large numbers are known to be very select in the kind of food they will make use of at all. One genus, known as cordyceps, will only start when the spore comes in contact with the head of a caterpillar. And various species of the genus will avoid a kind of caterpillar that another would enjoy. In our own country we have one that feeds on the larvae of the May beetle, and is known as Cordyceps melilanthe. In Australia is a very pretty species, which takes on the appearance of the antlers of a deer. This is known as Cordyceps andrewsii. The most minute of these are known as microbes. They are chiefly composed of a single cell, in the midst of which is the protoplasm, or material in which life resides, but the exact nature of which is still a mystery. One of the most useful and fascinating studies in modern times is geographical botany. It is found to have a close relation to the history of man, and to the changes which have occurred on the surface of the earth. Plants follow man wherever he wanders. And though every other trace of man should be abolished on the American continent, the plants that came with him from the Old World would enable the future historian to follow his tracks here pretty well. No one has any historical evidence that what is now the Pacific Ocean was once land, and that the area between the Pacific Ocean and the Mississippi was once a huge sea, but botany tells the plain story. Only for botany we should not know that the land now serving as the poles was once within the tropics. And mainly by fossil gum trees on the American continent, and the existence still of a few plants common to Australia, have we the knowledge of some land connection between these distant shores. Island floras, some of the species of which are now found only in very limited areas, tell of large tracts submerged of which only the mountain peaks are left as small islands, lonely in a wide expanse of water, while other islands, with only a limited number of well-known species, tell of new upheavals within modern times. It is in these lines chiefly that botany has advanced during the century. Herbariums for dry and botanic gardens for living plants are essential. The latter are not as necessary to the study as formerly, as the facilities for travel bring the votaries of the science to distant places in a short time. Nature furnishes the living material for study at a less outlay of time and money than in the old way of growing the plants for the purpose. Few modern botanic gardens have the fame of those of the past. It is the great herbarium of Kew, rather than the living plants, that makes that famous spot the great school for botany today. In our own country, the herbariums of Cambridge, Massachusetts, Columbia College, New York, the National at Washington, and that of the Academy of Natural Sciences of Philadelphia, are the most famous in America. Progress of Women Within the Century. By Mary Elizabeth Lease. Ex-President Kansas State Board of Charities. The whole woman question may be briefly summed up as a century-old struggle between conservatism and progress. Women are moving irregularly, and perhaps illogically, along certain lines of development toward a point that will probably be reached. While conservatism, halting and fearful, is struggling blindly to hold points and maintain lines that must be given up. Unfortunately for the rapidity of women's advancement, women themselves have no thoroughness, no clearness, as to the fundamental cause of their grievances or the ends to be attained, and are not yet alive to a consciousness of the fact that the question of woman's rights is simply and purely a question of human rights, the basic solution of which, on the broad plane of justice, will solve all the social, political, and industrial problems of which the woman question forms a part. The time when woman suffered silently and toiled patiently without once questioning the justice of her lot has happily passed forever. Confusion and antagonism are engendered because of misunderstanding of the real movement. Women are consciously or unconsciously struggling for that selfhood which has hitherto been denied them, and are seeking for opportunity to develop that personality which Browning, Ruskin, and other broad thinkers declare, is the good of the race. The most discouraging feature of the situation is the fact that women as a whole do not realize that a politically inferior class is a degraded class, a disfranchised class, an oppressed class, and that her economic dependence upon man is the basic cause of her inferiority. The grievances openly proclaimed by the advocates of woman suffrage as causes of hostility are too frequently childish, unreasonable, and unworthy of serious attention. In the majority of cases they center around some fancied wrong that is a result rather than a cause. The keynote not only to the woman question, but to the labor question may be found in the words of that deep thinker and able writer, Auguste Bebel: the basis of all oppression is economic dependence upon the oppressor. The widespread discontent with present social conditions is an augury of hope for the future. There is no element in the unrest which need excite grave apprehension. Thoughtful people perceive clearly that women are intensely human, nothing more, and that as human beings they are entitled not only to food, clothes, and shelter, but to an opportunity for development. It is only as we are familiar with the oppression that has been the common lot of women since the beginning of time that we can realize that her lot has been sweetened, her condition ameliorated, and her progress within the century marvelous indeed. The woman question, historically considered, contains all the physical subjugation and consequent inferiority which constituted all the differentiation between the physical and mental powers of men and women. It contains all the humiliation, uncertainty, and ultimate hope of her future. The history of the woman question is analogous with the history of the labor question, with the difference that woman slavery had its origin in the peculiarities of her sexual being. While the laborer's slavery began when he was robbed of the land which is the birthright of every human being. It will be seen, therefore, that woman's slavery antedates the thraldom of the thrall, and was more humiliating, more degrading, because she was treated and regarded by the laborer as his servant, his inferior. This condition largely prevails among laborers today, and was indirectly given utterance to a few weeks ago. When some of the members of the American Federation of Labor formulated a traditional resolution demanding that women be excluded from all public work and relegated to the home, a demand that would be to some extent reasonable, and no doubt acceptable, to the great army of working women, had the chivalrous laborers who formulated the demand the ability and industry to provide a home for the women whom they would render paupers by deprivation of work, and for the children for whom their fathers were unable to provide. It is gratifying to know that this resolution was lost in the committee room, and that its formulation was greeted by the press of the whole country with a storm of deserved disapproval. Inasmuch as the rapidly increasing number of breadwinners among women makes it evident that men are either unable or incompetent to provide for them. It remains for the working women of the country to formulate a resolution demanding that men be excluded from all work that has hitherto been considered as belonging to or peculiarly adapted to women. What an army of mosquito-legged men from the eating-houses, laundries, and dry goods establishments would rise up to proclaim the idiocy of women and protest against such injustice. On the threshold of the world's morning, says a distinguished writer and worker in the German Reichstag of today, we may correctly assume that woman was man's equal in mental and physical power. But she became his inferior physically, and consequently dependent upon his bounty, during periods of pregnancy, childbirth, and child-rearing, when her helplessness forced her to look to him for food and shelter. In the childhood of the race might made right, brute strength was the standard of superiority, the struggle for existence was crude and savage, and thus this occasional helplessness became the manner of her bondage. That nature is primarily responsible for the centuries of woman's enslavement there can be no doubt. And as nature's laws are unchanging, the advocates of woman's political advancement would do well to remember that woman's greatest importance as a public factor can only begin when the function of motherhood ceases. In a real sense, as a factory is meant to turn out locomotives or clocks, the machinery of nature is designed in the last resort to turn out mothers. Life to the human species is not a random series of random efforts. Its course is set as rigidly as the pathway of the stars, its laws are as immutable as the laws of the Medes and Persians. Drummond's Ascent of Man. Nature's great work for the individual is reproduction and care of the species. The first, Drummond terms the cosmic process, the second, the moral process. Statistics show that 1 child out of every 3 dies before maturity, and nature's task is incomplete unless at least 2 children be reared to the adult age by every family. Every couple, then, at marriage, assumes the responsibility to society and posterity of bringing 3 children into the world. Woman's part in the stupendous economy of nature is first and distinctively most important, that of motherhood. She can only pay her debt to nature, fulfill her mission to the world, and discharge her obligations to humanity by faithfully discharging the duties of motherhood. But as the function of motherhood ceases when the woman is in the prime of life, ripened by experience and fortified by maternal ties, she may yet have ample opportunity to exert her far-reaching influence in public work when she has exemplified in her own life the words, home, love, mother. And there can be, no rational objection to granting the fullest suffrage to woman at this period. Having located the basic cause of her dependence, it will be seen that the only solution possible for the complete emancipation and mental and physical development of woman is to render her, through industrial freedom, so economically independent in every way of man's grudging bounty that she will scorn his pity, resent his abuse, and claim her right to fullest individuality and opportunity as a human being. For countless ages women were separated from the world by a barrier as effective as the myriad-miled wall of China, vacillating between the condition of slave and superintendent of the kitchen. Taught nothing but those flimsy accomplishments that would catch the eye of the prospective husband and master. Sneered at, ridiculed, and abused whenever she attempted to cross the line which hoary prophets and patriarchal slaveholders had marked across her path, subject to man's whim and caprice. Her physical development, in time, became meager and crippled. And as her mental faculties were repressed and imprisoned in the narrowest circle of feminine opinions, it became difficult for her to rise above the most commonplace trivialities of life. Thus it came about that the term weaker sex, originally used to convey only the acknowledged truth that women are inferior to men in physical strength, came to include the mind as well as body. Be this as it may, the position of women for long centuries was inevitably one of extreme cruelty and oppression. Countless bitter and unnecessary limitations hedged her pathway and obstructed her development from the cradle to the grave. It is not to be wondered at that she in time became so inured to her degrading servitude as to accept it as her natural position. Madame de Staël has truly said, "Of all the gifts and faculties which nature has lavishly bestowed upon woman, she has been allowed to exercise fully but one, the faculty to suffer." The extent of this suffering and the deteriorating influence which it has exerted upon the race can never be estimated till fineness is written to the story of humanity. In the noonday of Grecian power and learning, woman trod not beside man as helpmate and companion, but followed as his slave. Demosthenes defines the wife as the bearer of children, the faithful watchdog who guards the house for her master. At the Council of Macon, held in the 6th century, the question of the soul and humanity of women was gravely weighed and debated, profound doctors of theology maintaining that woman is not a subject but an object for man's use and pleasure. For centuries theological divines whetted their wit on helpless woman, and the Church in holy zeal persecuted the woman who was guilty of a fault as a daughter of the devil, and held her up to public contumely as the concentration of all evil. Christianity, indeed, offered emancipation to women. It proclaimed a startling doctrine, the equality of the rich and the poor, the weak and the strong, in the sight of God the Father. And it became evident that such teachings would inevitably break down the barriers of class and caste, eliminate injustice, and usher in a time when all should stand equal before the law. But alas, the world, with the exception of isolated and individual instances, has never been offered an opportunity to test the efficacy of the all-corrective principles of the religion which Christ gave to the world. The repression of women biased the reformatory tendencies of Christianity, and rendered it as ineffective as a medium of relief to the oppressed as our one-sided political system of today. Christianity, under masculine domination, was lost in the rubbish of churchianity, which, professing but failing to practice the religion of Christ, has held woman in the same contempt in which she has been held by all the ancient and idolatrous religions of the world. Yet despite the fact that the great Master, were he to come today, would scarcely recognize in the churches a trace of the code which he lived and died to exemplify, it must not be forgotten that the vital principle of religion never dies. It eventually attains fullest development, and becomes identified with the progress of civilization and the highest purpose of a people. Therefore, we may reverently believe that in the ultimate triumph and rehabilitation of practical Christianity lies the hope of the oppressed, and true liberty not only for women, but for every human being. Even now the mists are lifting. The great change in the position of women, legal, social, and educational, within 100 years is breaking even the hard shell of orthodox usage. Whole denominations have dropped the word obey from the marriage service. Many ministers frequently omit it, or, if administered, it is pronounced by the bride with mental reservation, looked upon as a word that has only the most remote and shadowy significance. The new wine is breaking the old bottles. The spirit of the 19th century is too progressive for the usages and traditions of the 11th century. Modern churchianity, realizing that women constitute 3/4 of its membership, no longer wages a merciless warfare upon them. It has relaxed its Pauline grip upon her throat, "I suffer not a woman to speak in the churches." And the more advanced theological bodies have offered her the intellectual hospitality of the pulpit, where her eloquence is a pleasing change to those who have grown tired of preachers' platitudes. Clerical decrees are no longer hurled at her defenseless head. The doors of churches, schools, and colleges are swinging wide at her approach, though they sometimes creak on their hinges. The ministers no longer openly advocate that the gates of opportunity be bolted and barred against her. There is everything to stimulate hope. The wings of feminine nature have expanded till a return to the chrysalis is impossible. It is true that a very large number yet profess to believe that a woman fulfills her whole mission in the world when she makes herself as pretty and agreeable as possible, and devotes all her time and attention to the discharge of domestic duties. But there has been a wonderful modification of opinion since Schopenhauer declared that woman is not called to great things. She pays her debt to life by the throes of birth, care of the children, and subjection to her husband. Two things have tended to bring about this modification of opinion: the broader education and increased opportunities for development attendant upon the growth of individual liberty and republican forms of government, and the capability of self-maintenance due to improved mechanical appliances. It is not mere inclination on the part of the individual, nor is it the voice of the agitator, that is bringing about these changes. It is the irresistible logic of events. 100 years ago the education of women in the most progressive and wealthy families went little beyond reading and writing. In 1819, when Mrs. Emma Willard issued an address to the members of the New York legislature advocating the endowment of an institution for the higher education of women, there was not a college in the country for girls. In 1892, the colleges of the United States numbered more than 50,000 female students. In 1888, the ratio of female students to the whole number of students pursuing a higher course of education in universities and colleges in this country was 29.3%, or a little more than 1/4. At the same time the ratio in England was 11%, in France, 2%, while in Germany, Austria, and Italy the ratio was so slight as to be but a mere fraction of 1%. Such a thing as a female president of a college was unknown and probably undreamed of in the 18th century. But we learn from the report of the Commissioner of Education for 1887–88 that there are in the United States 42 colleges and institutions for the superior instruction of women having a woman for president. In the high and secondary schools, in 1888, over one-half of the students were girls. And in the same year, tabulated statistics revealed that 63% of the teachers were women. And this percentage will become greater and greater as we grasp the truth that woman is, by gift of greater intuition and sympathy, the natural instructor of the human race. The salaries paid to women teachers are grossly unfair and compared to the pay of male teachers for the same or less work. But as the difference in compensation is growing smaller every decade, there is at least room for hope that this injustice will soon be righted. The law of evolution is the discoverer and formulator of woman's advancement. The invention and use of gunpowder placed the peasant on an equal war footing with the mailed knight. The enormous increase in mechanical appliances and productive machinery has taken woman out of the rank of unpaid menials, has given her leisure for mental development, opportunity to receive recompense for toil, and is largely breaking down the physical barriers which had hitherto been considered unsurmountable. Statistics show that there are forms of machinery in the operation of which the production of a woman is even greater than that of a man, thus furnishing an actual proof of the falsity of the idea that woman is incapacitated for competition with man in the physical world. And the trend of events is indicated by the statistics given in the report of the Commissioner of Labor, from which we learn that in some trades and professions the percentage of women engaged has increased fivefold in the last decade. While woman's work has always been a recognized factor in the world's progress, yet her admittance to the field of remunerative work is limited to the last 100 years, is, in fact, the prominent feature of the 19th century. There is overwhelming evidence that her work in every department to which she has been admitted is as capable, acceptable, and in every way as faithfully performed as the work of her brother man. In the last century it is estimated that not more than 1% of artists and teachers of art were women, while in 1890 women comprised 48.08%, or nearly one-half of that profession. Nearly the same proportion of increase is found in the ranks of teachers and musicians, women now forming over 60% of the teachers of the United States. There are now about 3 million women and girls in this country who earn their own livelihood. And the 11th census reveals the startling information that in the city of New York there are 27,000 men who are supported by their wives. Yet these men, useless to society, a burden to the women who support them, are permitted the immunities and privileges of law and custom, while women have equality only in the duties and punishments. At the beginning of the 18th century there were but few occupations in which women were permitted to engage. Their abilities and ambitions were restricted to the school and the home. In the latter they received food and shelter as compensation, in the former, but 1/2 or 1/3 the salary allowed to male teachers. The first noticeable change in woman's condition, when she became something more than a mere household drudge, whose busy hands carded and wove, spun and knit, the family supply of cloth, dates from the first bale of cotton grown in this country in the early years of the 18th century. In that bale of cotton lay the seeds of not only a new movement in labor, but the beginning of a new epoch for woman, in which her work and wages were destined to take coherent shape and form. In all industrial progress since that time women have taken an active part while receiving a meager share of the product. Forced by the course of events to emerge from seclusion and repression, she has passed from one stage of development to another, always a step or two behind man in the progress of social evolution. Till the close of the 19th century reveals myriad changes and the actual realization of Tennyson's prophetic lines in The Princess, we have prudes for proctors, dowagers for deans. 100 years ago it was the duty of a woman to efface herself. She was expected to make of herself a mental blank book upon which her husband might inscribe what he would. Thus it is only lately that women have begun actively to compete with men in expression of any kind. Indeed, previous to that time, with a few notable exceptions, they were denied recognition of individual life. The woman, if unmarried, was merged in the family, or, if married, merged in the husband. Her name, her religion, her gods, were changed on marriage. But, married or single, the absorption was complete. So it has happened that woman, throbbing with poetic sympathy, has, with the exception of Sappho, produced less high and unmistakable poetry than man. With more harmony, more music in her nature, her very soul attuned to symphony and rhythm, she has been little known as a composer. With far vision and clear literary insight, she has been suppressed in art and literature. George Eliot gave her sublime literary productions to the world under a masculine nom de plume, because of the prejudice of even that not remote day. Fanny Mendelssohn was compelled by her family to publish her musical compositions as her brothers. Mary Somerville met only discouragement and ridicule in her mathematical studies. In every sphere, in every department of science and art, abuse, injustice, and the croaking of reactionary frogs have greeted each step of her upward way. The wonder is, then, not that she has accomplished so little, but that she is not in the same condition today that she was when Paul thrust a gag in her mouth in the shape of a Corinthian text, and if a woman would learn anything, let her ask her husband at home. It will be seen, therefore, that the oft-repeated assertion that women have not given to the world as much evidence of genius as men is a Lilliputian assertion tainted somewhat with envy. There has been no Shakespeare among women, says the advocates of man's supremacy. With all the world as their own, and the gates of boundless opportunities swinging wide, there has been but one Shakespeare among men. It has been asserted that George Eliot is the Shakespeare among women and Mrs. Browning the counterpart of Bacon. But their immortality has not been tested. They lived but a little while ago. But there is one woman, at least, who has established her claim thoroughly, and whose genius 25 centuries have tested. Sappho is truly immortal. Her fame and genius have been sealed by the approval of all the great literati of the centuries. Coleridge, who occupies no uncertain place in the world of letters, says of her, of all the poets of the world, of all the illustrious artists of all literature, Sappho is the one whose every word has a peculiar and unmistakable poetic perfume. A seal of absolute perfection and illimitable grace. Swinburne, the greatest living master in the world of verbal music, declares that, her verses are the supreme success, the final achievement, of poetic art. Sappho's claim to immortality exceeds that of Shakespeare's by 2,300 years. Men, viewing the literary productions of women, are apt to give them the color and bias of masculine thought. As instanced the poetic critic of a New York periodical, who wantonly affronts the gifted author of Poems of Passion, by declaring that her fervent verses are but the burning of unseemly stubble that fails to give forth light or heat. Yet Ella Wheeler Wilcox, all fair-minded critics will admit, has won a place in the ranks of poetic genius. Her poems throb with human sympathy, and from the exalted plane of her splendid womanhood she reaches down, fulfilling the law of Christly service, to lift up the fallen and soothe and bind the bruised and bleeding. Such masculine criticism is dying out, but it has not been uncommon in the past. Mrs. Browning and Jane Austen were accused of breaking down by their writings the safeguards of society. And they were admonished to cease their literary efforts and devote themselves to sewing and washing dishes if they would retain the chivalrous respect of men. Jane Eyre was pronounced too immoral to be ranked as decent literature. Adam Bede was classed as the vile outpourings of a lewd woman's mind. Yet Charlotte Bronte, George Eliot, Mrs. Browning, and Jane Austen have won an exalted and enviable place in the ranks of literature. Their writings have thrilled, uplifted, and sweetened humanity. The test of literary genius is to create a character of universal acceptance. The record of half a century has but one worldwide, world-known character of that kind. That character was created by a woman. In all literature, no book since the Bible has been so widely circulated, so extensively translated, or has so thoroughly commanded the profound attention of all classes as Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin. Mrs. Stowe impressed her genius upon the race in time, and marked a new epoch for freedom. Previous to the publication of her book only a few men recognized slavery as wrong, but a woman's sympathetic heart and throbbing genius laid bare the evil and disclosed to a horrified world the wrong underlying slavery. In philanthropy and the domain of morals there is none who is doing more heroic and effective work than Mrs. Elizabeth B. Grannis. She deals not with theories, but with real conditions. Her sympathies, her broad work, her manifold charities, go out to flesh and blood, men and women. She has the intuitive faculty of probing deep into human nature, leading those she would reform to mourn real defects, rejoice in real victories, and hope and struggle for better things. The constantly broadening sphere of woman's usefulness is in a large measure due to the organized forms of intellectual activity among women known as clubs. Half a century ago club life for women was unknown. Their social sympathies were limited to the political party that claimed the franchise of their male relatives, or the church at whose shrine the women worshipped. But so rapid has been woman's development in this direction that today women's clubs form a chain from ocean to ocean, binding them as one great whole. The effect upon the members is magical, nature is enlarged, charity broadened. Capacity for judgment increased, and hitherto unsuspected faculties are called into life and power. The first organized demand by women for political recognition in the United States was made in 1848, at what was known as the Seneca Falls Convention. Ridiculed, persecuted, kicked like a football from one generation to another, this brave demand for political recognition was destined to become an agency that would work a peaceful revolution. That the movement is progressing, and will eventually succeed, is evinced by the record of half a century. In that time school suffrage has been granted in 23 states and territories, partial suffrage for public improvements in 3 states, municipal suffrage in 1, and in 4 states full political equality. Wyoming was the first state to accord citizenship to her women, and she bears testimony to its efficacy in the progress, honor, and sobriety of her people. In 1893, the Wyoming State Legislature passed resolutions highly commendatory of woman suffrage and its results, and among other things said, "We point with pride to the fact that after nearly 25 years of woman suffrage, not one county in Wyoming has a poor house, that our jails are almost empty, and crime, except that by strangers in the state, is almost unknown. From the banks of the far-off Volga come the good tidings that even Russia is preparing to take a great step in advance by granting to women many legal and political privileges now enjoyed only by men. England granted municipal suffrage to women a quarter of a century ago, and has more recently granted partial parliamentary suffrage. And to the influence of English law, more particularly the Married Women's Act, is largely due the betterment of the legal status of women throughout the world. In England we find women prominent in art, literature, politics, the school and the church. While in this country the middle classes have heretofore carried on the suffrage agitation, in England it finds active workers among the peerage. Woman in politics meets with the opposition of job politicians, but she realizes that every step of her progress, from the unveiling of her face to a seat in the legislature of a state, has been taken in the face of fierce opposition and in violation of conventionalities and customs. Undismayed she advances for the ultimate betterment of humanity. The historian of the future will record the 19th century as the renaissance of womankind. And the ultimate effect upon the human race of having individuals, not servants, as mothers will surpass the progress made in science and in art. The 18th century found woman an appendage, the 19th transformed her into an individual. The wonderful altruistic 20th century, whose dawn even now is breaking, will so develop this individuality that women will contend for all the rights of the individual, cooperating with the nation in the fulfillment of its mission. And with the world in the development of the eternal law of progress. Through the harsh voices of our day, a low, sweet prelude finds its way. Through clouds of doubt and storms of fear, a light is breaking calm and clear. The Century's Textile Progress. By Robert P. Haynes. Examiner of Textiles, U.S. Patent Office. Antiquity conceals nothing more completely than the origin of the textile industry. Back in the Dark Ages and beyond authentic records, evidence is furnished that this art was not unknown. Egyptian mummies shrouded in fine linen fabrics give their silent testimony of ancient knowledge, but when or where the art had its inception still remains wrapped in mystery. Nearly every nation of the earth lays claim to its invention at some epoch in traditional existence. Thus the Chinese attribute it to the wife of their first emperor, the Egyptians to Isis, the Greeks to Minerva. But probably it had its birth in the Orient, where the making of cloth was known and practiced from the earliest times. Whatever the merits of rival claimants, certain it is that for many centuries the simple distaff and spindle were the only instruments used for spinning. While the warp and weft were woven together by hand implements not less primitive in structure. In the first spinning device, a mass of fiber was arranged on a forked stick, and, as drawn therefrom by hand, it was twisted between the fingers and wound on a spindle. During the reign of Henry VIII. Of England, however, the spinning wheel replaced the distaff and spindle, and in every cottage and palace it became an indispensable article of household equipment. The young women in all walks of life were taught to spin. Spinning became the female occupation of the age, and it is interesting to note that the modern term spinster, meaning an unmarried woman of advanced age, here had its origin. The spinning wheel, though superior to the distaff and spindle, was yet a crude machine. It consisted of a stand on which was mounted in horizontal bearings a spindle driven by a band from a large wheel propelled by hand or foot, and as twist was imparted to the fiber drawn through the fingers. The resulting yarn was wound on the spindle. The art of weaving was not more advanced. It is true that the middle of the 18th century found the hand loom develop from the original Indian structure to contain many of the essentials of the modern power loom. It embodied the heddles, the lay, the take-up and let-off beams, the shuttle for passing the weft, and in 1740, John Kay added the fly shuttle motion, whereby the shuttle was thrown through the shed by a sudden pull on the picking stick. Then in 1760, Robert Kay, son of John Kay, invented the drop box, whereby several colors of filling might be employed. Brilliant as these achievements were, the hand loom remained the crude embodiment of the simple principles of weaving until near the dawn of the 19th century, when, by the invention of Cartwright, a period of development was introduced in all lines of textile manufacture unsurpassed in the annals of industrial progress. The first great stride, and that which opened the door for further advance, was the creation of the spinning jenny, in England, by Hargreaves, about 1767, whereby 8 or 10 yarns could be spun at one time. Drawing rollers were subsequently added by Arkwright, and then traverse motion was given the bobbins in order to automatically build the yarn into a cop. It has developed since that the drawing rollers constituted one of the most important fundamental improvements in the spinning art. Their function was to draw out the fibers into a proper size of roving, and to feed this to be spun. Without them the modern spinning frame would not have been possible. Arkwright's drawing rollers and Hargreaves's spinning jenny combined under the invention of Crompton to produce, in principle at least, the modern spinning mule. Fairly good machines were thus provided on the advent of the 19th century for spinning unlimited quantities of yarn, but this, in turn, required proper loom structures to use the same and a corresponding supply of raw material. Inventive genius was abroad, and the necessity met by Eli Whitney, who, while at the home of General Greene, of Georgia, built the first practical machine for separating cotton fiber from its seed. Whitney's gin was constructed on the broad and simple principle that cotton fiber could be drawn through a smaller space than the attached seed, and this same principle is the soul and spirit of every saw gin of the present day. Prior to Whitney's gin, cotton fiber was separated from the seed by hand, a day's work being represented by 2 or 3 pounds of cleaned fiber. The daily product of the gin now reaches between 3 and 4,000 pounds. Such figures demonstrate the important position taken by the cotton gin among the developing agents of the cotton-growing states. It has rendered possible and profitable the cultivation of large districts of otherwise waste lands. It has stimulated cotton production, given employment to thousands of idle hands, cheapened the price of cotton cloths, and placed within the reach of the humblest people wearing apparel of fine and beautiful texture. Unlimited supply of raw material being thus provided, attention reverted to perfecting the machines for spinning it, and under the magical touch of Richard Roberts, of Manchester, England, in 1830, the crude mule of Crompton took practical shape. He gave to it the quadrant winding motion, provided for the harmonious working of the counter and copping faller wires, perfected the backing off and drawing up mechanisms, and gave attention to construction of details that placed the mule before the world as a practical success. Equipped in its present form, the self-acting mule presents one of the most striking examples of complex automatic mechanisms that can be found in the industrial world. The work of the attendant is confined to piecing broken ends and supplying roving, the machine passing through the entire cycle of its complicated movements without human direction. An idea may be had of its delicate and accurate operation when it is considered that 1 pound of cotton has been spun by it into a thread 167 miles long. Improvements have been made, indeed, on Roberts's mule, but aside from changes in details and form, the machine, as it left the hands of this mechanical genius in 1830, remains unchanged. During this period, the fly frame was developed from the machines of Hargreaves and Arkwright, but while it constituted a great advance over these machines, it presented no radical departure in principle. We may pause here, as we pass through the third decade of the present century, to witness the introduction of a spinning frame, which, for originality of conception and far-reaching influence on the textile industry, closely approximates the achievements of the pioneer inventions of this art. Reference is made to the ring frame in which the flyer is omitted, the bobbin being attached to the spindle and revolving with it. On the traverse rail, and surrounding each bobbin, is secured a flanged ring having loosely sprung thereon a light traveler, through which the yarn, as it comes from the drawing rolls, is led to the bobbin. Revolution of the bobbin carries the traveler around the ring imparting twist to the yarn, and as it is spun it is wound on the bobbin in proportion to the feed of the drawing rolls. The invention of this machine is attributed to John Thorpe, of Rhode Island, in 1828, and so popular did it become by reason of decreased power necessary to drive it, incidental to the omission of the flyers, and good quality of yarn produced, that, between 1860 and 1865, it nearly replaced all other machines in America for spinning cotton. The speed of the ring frame, as well as its output, appeared unbounded. But at high speeds, under unbalanced loads, the spindles were found to vibrate in their bearings, and the quality of yarn, in consequence, degenerated, the spindle bearings became worn, and the limit seemed to be reached at 5,000 revolutions per minute. A careful examination of the ring frame revealed no vulnerable part of its general structure that could be improved so as to readily secure increased speed and steadiness of the spindles when unevenly loaded. But with admirable foresight, developing intellect set to improve the spindles themselves, and, in 1871, Jacob H. Sawyer introduced and patented a spindle and bearing, which was one of the most important improvements in the ring frame. He chambered the bobbin, and by carrying the bolster T well up inside supported the former near its load center. The evolution of the spindle was not yet complete. The Sawyer type, at more than 7,000 revolutions, would vibrate, and of the many attempts to cure the defect none succeeded fully until the very simple change made by Mr. Rabbith in 1878. He gave the spindle a small amount of play by making the bolster loose in its supporting case, and placed a packing between the two. A. H. Sherman improved upon the Rabbith structure by making the bolster and step in one piece and omitting the packing, the cushioning being dependent upon the lubricating oil. The acme of development in this small but most important part of the ring frame was now reached. And in its approved form it embodies the sleeve whorl extending into the bobbin, the loose, yet adjustable bolster, tapering spindle, removable step, and lubricating reservoir. Such spindles are capable of unlimited speeds, 20,000 revolutions per minute have been given, and under absurdly unbalanced loads they run steadily and with less expenditure of power than the older forms at their slower speeds. Increased speed in the spindles, however, brought increased breakage in the yarn, and although stop-motion devices had been employed for several years, yet economy demanded ready means of piecing broken ends. This has been provided recently by mounting the stop clamp upon the roving rod well up near the first pair of drawing rolls, so that on pulling the stop wire into place the roving is at once fed between the drawing rolls and issues in front over the spindle, to be easily pieced by one hand. Prior to this, the operative was required to reach over the machine, feed the roving to the rolls with one hand, hold the stop wire down with the other, and the broken end of yarn in his teeth. Excessive ballooning was also incidental to the use of high-speed spindles, and, while inventive skill has never mastered it, yet the injurious effects have been obviated by an ingenious mounting of separators, one between each two spindles. Aside from minor details perfecting the mechanical construction, such has been the evolution of the modern spinning frame. In 1830, it required the constant attention of one spinner to oversee 20 slow-running spindles, whereas, in 1896, the same attendant could, with less effort, tend 75 or more of the high-speed type. And whereas, in 1790, when the first American cotton mill was established by Samuel Slater in Rhode Island, there were only 75 spindles on cotton fiber, in 1830, the number had increased to 1,246,703, and in 1890, to 14,188,103. Under such competition, no wonder the spinning wheel of our grandmothers has followed the economic law, that the fittest alone survive, and has been relegated to the woodpile or garret, or, bedecked with ribbons, finds a resting place in the chimney corner as a decorated curiosity. Its mighty rival is here. Its attendants have been liberated to more ennobling pursuits. The homespun has been replaced by beautiful fabrics, and the monster spinning frames of today pour forth their hourly product in miles of spun fiber. Where the wheels of our grandmothers were taxed to the utmost to produce a very small fraction of the amount. To appreciate the wonderful change, pause beside the domestic wheel used within the memory of the living, and compare its whir, in slowly producing its single thread, to the buzz of the modern spinning frame turning out its product from 1,000 spindles. The production of yarn required something more than spinning. The fibers in the massed cotton or wool, as delivered to the manufacturer, must be opened, untangled, straightened out, and laid parallel by a series of preparing machines prior to being spun, among which the carding engine ranks first. In the incipient form, this machine dates as far back as the middle of the 18th century, when, by hand manipulation, two cylinders covered with small teeth and working in close proximity disintegrated the fibrous mass. But the fibers were much broken and not evenly arranged. The addition of the workers and strippers around a rapidly revolving swift gave increased utility to the machine, and Bramwell's feed, in 1871. So regulated the amount of fiber fed at intervals that the resulting lap possessed the desired even character. This feed weighs the fiber as it is fed, stops the lifting apron while the scale pan dumps its load, resets the scale pan, and automatically starts the lifting apron to again feed the scale. A cycle of operations indicating a near approach to human intelligence. One additional machine at least, the comb, requires notice before passing to the all-important progress made in the loom structure. With advancing civilization and refinement came demands for superior fabrics, which could only be answered by a supply of better fiber. Such fiber could only be secured from the bale by separating the long from the short, a problem well calculated to tax the ingenuity of an enlightened age. Attempts had been made to do this by hand implements not unlike the curry comb of today, except that the teeth were long and tapering. This remained the only means employed for years, while other textile machinery passed through its phenomenal period of development. At last, in 1841, it occurred to Heilmann, while watching a lady comb her hair, that a machine might be constructed to comb wool by drawing a bunch of fibers over pins. He constructed a device on this principle, and in a developed form it is used still and known as the Heilmann or nip comb. In 1853, James Noble gave to the world the circle comb, wherein two flat circular rings, having projecting from one face vertical pins, were mounted, one eccentrically within the other, and revolved in the same direction. The object being to dab the fiber on the rings where they met. And then as they revolved and separated, the short fiber would be drawn off the large ring, leaving the long fiber freed from the short. These machines were successful, and above all they were practical. The operation of the hand comber disappeared from the face of the earth. The sudden birth and rapid development of mechanically perfect means for preparing and spinning fibers were due largely to the comparatively simple movements required to draw and twist the yarn, but in the loom no such problem was presented. Here the movements were complicated and varied, and the application of power to the manipulation of the delicate threads was not susceptible of sudden and successful solution. The warps, stretched in a sheet between two beams, had to be opened to form the shed, the shuttle had to be passed therethrough, the weft beaten to place. And means provided to feed the warp and to take up of the fabric an amount at each beat up corresponding to the size of the weft. These were the movements necessary in the most simple kind of weaving, and though fully understood for many centuries, as evidenced by the Indian and Egyptian looms, and as embodied in hand machines of the 17th century. It was not till 1787 that they were clothed with the application of power. Even then the first embodiment did not emanate from the hands of a weaver or engineer, but from Dr. Cartwright, a clergyman in the Church of England. It was not surprising that these looms failed of their expectations, for the shuttle would frequently get trapped in the shed, the driven power lay would break out the warp threads. The take-up and let-off motions were not graduated to compensate for the decrease of the warp and increase of the cloth beams, resulting in thin and thick places in the cloth. But this application of power to the loom was the initial step in the industrial supremacy of the machine, which today works with the perfect cadence of an automaton. The first years of the present century were of unsurpassed activity in the inventive field. The spinners were putting forth more yarn than the hand looms could use. It remained for the loom to keep pace with the times. Miller, in 1800, Todd and Horrocks in 1803, Johnston in 1807, Cotton in 1810, Taylor in 1815, and many others, concentrated their efforts to develop the plain power loom. But the second decade of the present century saw the old hand loom with its slow and cumbrous movements still mistress of the art. The name of Richard Roberts stands preeminent at this period, between 1820 and 1825, as giving to the power loom several perfecting touches in the means for letting off the warp the small amount necessary at each pick. The means for taking up the finished cloth, the means for shedding the warp for the passage of the shuttle, and the adaptation of the stop motions of his predecessors. These changes gave practical life to the machine, and overthrew the barrier that obstructed the advance of the textile industry. They were, however, only a few of the improvements added in perfecting the power loom, such as the automatic temple to hold the cloth extended and prevent drawing of the weft. The shuttle guard to prevent accidental jumping of the shuttle from the race, the perfect weft stop to bring the loom to a stand on breakage or failure of the weft, the protector mechanism to obviate a smash when the shuttle failed to box. And the loose reed, all of which stand out in bold relief as evidences of the progressive tendencies of the age, and combined in about the year 1838, more than a half-century after Cartwright's first conception of the idea. To complete the practical power loom. The loom had not reached a stage of mechanical perfection, much yet remained to be done, but the plain power loom of this period was both a practical and financial success. By its immediate predecessor, the hand loom, a good weaver and assistant could work from 40 to 50 picks per minute, and weave plain cloth. By the power loom of 1840, one weaver could tend two looms running from 100 to 120 picks per minute and produce the same cloth. Without passing through the various steps which culminated in the power loom for plain cloth, now in use, and tracing the causes that led to perfection of details. The amazing advance from the ancient and 18th century hand loom to the power loom of 1840 and that of today may well be shown by comparing the machines themselves. Such was the simple form of the power loom. One half of the warps were alternately raised and lowered for the shot of weft. But as a woven fabric is one in which the warp and weft are united by passing them over and under each other, the figure or pattern of the cloth will be varied as the threads are crossed in different combinations. And this will depend on the order of raising and lowering the warp threads, and the introduction of different characters and colors of weft. This brings up for review the most important parts of the loom structure, the shedding mechanism and shuttlebox motions, through whose agencies the most beautiful and complicated designs are produced. Shedding mechanism was present of course in all looms, but in the power looms of the early part of this century it was confined to tappets adjusted on a revolving shaft, and the number of heddles was limited to 6 or 8. Fairly good twills and other like fabrics could be produced within the limits of the few heddles, but with the introduction of the dobby, or that part of the loom which raises and lowers the harness frames, a new era in fancy weaving was inaugurated. By this ingenious device as many as 36 or even 40 heddles could be used and raised at will to form figures. The creation of the dobby belongs to the 19th century, and it is found in practical form about 1863 in the United States under the name of the American or Knowles dobby. The essentials are the two-cylinder gears revolving constantly, the vibrating gears, carried on the end of pivoted arms and having teeth on a part of their periphery, the harness jacks connected to the heddle frames, and the links joining the vibrating gears and harness jacks in such manner that part revolution of the former causes the latter to move the connected heddle frame, and consequently the warp threads, up or down. A pattern chain determines what vibrator gears shall engage the cylinder gears, and, once the chain is fitted to the design to be woven, nothing remains for the loom tender but to oversee the operation of the machine. Another form of dobby, not less popular than the Knowles, developed into a perfect automatic device about 50 years ago in England. Here two reciprocating knives are engaged, under the direction of a pattern chain, by one of two hooked jacks connected to the harness levers, and the shed is again formed without human intervention. Other forms of dobby structures have been evolved during the last 50 years, but these too, with some modifications and additions of details, have come extensively into practical use, and represent the zenith of development at the present time. By their aid great variety is rendered possible in the design on the resulting fabric. The figured tablecloths, damasks, twills, satins, bordered and cross-bordered fabrics, are now possible at a cost of 1,000th part only of that incurred when produced by any of the old types of machines. The subject of shedding, i.e., of opening the warp threads to afford a passage for the shuttle, is so inseparably connected with the name of jacquard, that attention is now carried to that wonderful invention evolved in the first few years of the present century, and by the use of which it may truly be said that anything can be woven as figure in a fabric that can be designed by the hand of man. It is as well adapted for the finest silks as for heavy carpets and figured velvets, and by an operation theoretically so simple as to excite wonder that it remained hidden until this age. Jacquard was a native of France and exhibited his machine complete in 1804, but so bitter was the opposition that the first machine was destroyed and burned. Its merits were clear, however, and reconstruction and general adoption in France followed soon after. It has since been applied not only for shedding but for every purpose where mechanical operations could be controlled by a pattern. In brief, this machine simply controls each warp thread separately by a cord having a hook attached. These hooks are arranged near the path of a reciprocating griff or frame carrying crossbars, and are controlled, as to engagement with the bars, by a card perforated according to a pattern. Thus any one or any number of threads can be raised at will. The dobby controls harness frames each carrying a large number of warp threads, the jacquard controls every thread separately. The greatly increased capacity of the latter machine is apparent. Thus a 1,500 hook jacquard will do the work of 30 dobbies of 50 jacks each. The hand shuttle box mechanism of Kay's time has developed into the machine operated as a sliding or revolving shuttle box controlled by pattern devices, which, being added to a dobby or jacquard-equipped loom within the last 25 years, presents the highest point of perfection attained in the textile art. In such looms the warp threads, arranged in any colors, may be raised at will collectively or individually, any one of 10 or 12 different colored wefts may be introduced as desired. And combinations may thus be formed to produce designs of the most complicated nature. Pile fabrics, cut, uncut, and tufted, represent a type quite distinct from those produced on the ordinary fancy loom just described, and, in the form of velvets, imitation animal skins, and Brussels carpet, were almost unknown prior to the invention of Samuel Bigelow of Boston, in 1837. Fabrics of this character, if made at all, were the products of tedious hand methods, and on account of the consequent high price were the exclusive property of the very wealthy. Carpets with pile surface had been made by the Persians and Turks ages ago, by tying pieces of woolen yarn around longitudinal or warp threads, and binding the whole together by a weft at intervals. And such tufts, being carefully selected as to color, were made to present rich designs, but, like all other hand-produced fabrics, these were the property of the few. The pile fabric loom of Bigelow opened the way for an advance in the carpet industry which continues to the present time, its ultimate effect being to place carpets within the reach of the humble cottager. And floors which were strewn with brush, or at best concealed by the homemade rag carpet, now became covered by a soft and beautifully figured fabric. This loom was a practical machine, and at once commended itself to the manufacturer. It consisted of the old power loom provided with a jacquard, already well understood, to which was added an attachment to introduce wires at intervals as false weft, and bind the warp around them by the usual weft threads. The wires being withdrawn after a few shots had been woven, left the warp loop standing, and these loops being formed under the dictates of the jacquard, any character of beautiful design could be produced. Velvets, brocades, even the fine imitation of sealskin, are the simple products of this form of power loom when the pile loops are cut. Greater cheapness in weaving cut pile fabrics has been secured by a slight modification in the Bigelow loom, so that two fabrics could be woven at one time. This idea was introduced about 1850, and it contemplated weaving the two fabrics face to face, keeping them separated by the usual pile wires of Bigelow, and passing the pile threads from one fabric to the other. Upon cutting the two cloths apart through the threads uniting them, two cut pile or velvet fabrics resulted. This loom required the service of two shuttles and double the number of warp beams, but it worked well, and is today largely in use and well adapted to its purpose. The demand for tufted pile fabrics, meaning those in which the pile is formed from tufts or yarns, individually tied to the foundation fabric, and of which the rich Turkish and Persian rugs are examples, had not been met by the Bigelow loom. In fact, it was only about 40 years ago that the mechanical production of such fabrics became possible. Smith and Skinner were the pioneers to enter this field, and the first, by the aid of machinery, to compete with the cheap hand labor of the Orientals. The invention of a machine that will select any desired color from a large number of yarns, carry it between the warp threads at the exact spot necessary to form the figure, tie it around these threads, cut it off to the length necessary to form an even and smooth surface, return the unused portion to place, and do all quickly, accurately, and with little cost, is an achievement that may rightly claim the admiration of the industrial world. Yet this is what the machine inaugurated by Smith and Skinner does today. The general movements and complicated parts of the power loom are present as for weaving a plain fabric, and on beams or large spools carried by a chain, under the control of a pattern, are arranged the tuft yarns, in the order in which they should appear in the figure. Through the pattern devices the proper spool or beam is brought into position to be seized by a pair of fingers which rise, take the spool from the chain, lower it to the warp. Pass the ends of the tuft yarn through and around the proper warp thread, hold them till the insertion of a binding weft, then, when they have been properly cut to length, return the spool into its place in the chain. This creation of mechanical genius takes rank with the wonders of the spinning mule and, like that machine, passes through its entire operation with the precision of an automaton. By its aid close imitations of the Oriental handmade rugs are placed before the world at 1/4 the former price, and, as a result, the fine maquette and Axminster carpets lend their beauty to nearly every home in the land. The credit for improving the power loom so as to adapt it for weaving fancy cassimers and suitings, belongs to William Crompton, a native of England, who came to the United States in 1836, and shortly thereafter, in the Middlesex Mills at Lowell, Mass. Constructed and operated the first fancy Casimir power loom, not only in this country, but in the world. Prior to this the harness for all woolen and worsted power looms was worked by cams, and the cloth was woven plain. But Crompton's loom of 1840 started a new era in the woolen industry, rendering it possible to produce any fancy weave by an arrangement of pattern chain and large number of harnesses in connection with the change shuttle boxes. Improvements followed, by the substitution of the reverse shuttle box motion in 1854, the perfection of the general loom structure in 1857, the addition of the upright lever harness motion in 1864, and the center stop in 1879. So that at the present time this machine is adapted to run at high speeds and weave at moderate cost the most complicated designs in woolen and worsted, such as shawls, checks, suitings, and all forms of fancy cassimers. The general industrial activity in all matters pertaining to textile manufacture between the years 1835 and 1860, brought forth many forms of looms of special adaptation to meet the increasing demands of society. The narrow-wear loom appeared in the third decade of this century, and the addition of the dobby, or jacquard, later, equipped this loom for the simultaneous production of several ribbons, or narrow fabrics, side by side, having plain or figured effect. The lay was divided into several reed spaces, and a corresponding number of shuttles, operated by rack and pinion, carried the weft threads through the adjacent warp. About the middle of this century, and until the adoption of the more rich and delicate fabrics, haircloth was the accepted covering for furniture, and power looms for its production quickly answered the demand. They reached such a degree of perfection and efficiency in this country that almost the entire industry was centered here. This fabric was made from the hair of horses' tails as weft, and a strong cotton warp. And as the weft could not be wound upon bobbins, as usual, each separate hair was inserted by an ingenious device made to reciprocate through the shed, and select one out of a bundle of hairs cut to the same length. The conception of a power device capable of the delicate operation necessary to weave haircloth, could never have been realized except in a highly intelligent manufacturing community. But in 1870, Rhode Island alone produced on such machines over 600,000 yards, consuming thereby the hair of about 800,000 horsetails. The evolution of the lappet loom started between 1840 and 1850 in England and Germany. It sought to enhance the pleasing effect of plain fabrics, by placing an embroidered or raised figure over the surface during the weaving process. Near the lower edge of ladies' skirts, on the ends of neckties and like articles, an embroidered effect was desirable, and this has been secured by the lappet attachment to the present power loom. In this a needle is mounted in appropriate location, usually back of the lay, and through an eye in the end thereof the lappet thread is led from a suitable supply. This needle is normally either above or below the warp. When a spot or figure is wanted, it is caused to move into the plane of the opposite warps of the shed, under the direction of suitable controlling pattern mechanisms. The shuttle being then shot, the lappet thread appears upon the surface, and it may be made to thus appear as often as desired. Its position being shifted as necessary under the guidance of a pattern chain to form, in embroidery effect, any character of small design. Closely allied to the lappet loom in the effect produced is the swivel shuttle loom, which has come extensively into use during the last 30 years to supply demands for spotted or embroidered figures. The loom is of the plain type, having small swivel shuttles movable in carrier blocks, which are secured to the supporting bar near the top of the lay reed, in convenient location to permit the shuttles to be depressed into the shed. Each swivel shuttle is provided with a rack engaging a suitable operating pinion to move the shuttles simultaneously from one carrier to the next. Normally these shuttles are held above the warp plane, and the loom in this condition weaves tabby or twill. At the desired moment, the supporting bar is lowered by a cam or jacquard to bring the shuttles in the shed. The shuttles are moved from one carrier to the next adjacent, and then all are raised to their normal position above the warp. The ground weft is laid and the beat-up takes place. Repetition develops a spot or figure at intervals across the entire fabric, and with the use of different colored swivel threads the greatest diversity of embroidered effect is secured over the entire ground. Some of the most beautiful spotted silks for ladies' dresses and fancy scarfs, never before contemplated, are now woven on this loom at prices that are very moderate for such a class of goods. A radical departure from the paths traveled by prior inventors was inaugurated about 1859, in adapting the power loom for weaving tubular fabrics. Resulting 20 years later in perfecting a machine in which the warp threads were arranged in circular series and the weft laid in the circular shed by a continuously moving shuttle. Fire hose and like tubular cloths resulted. Rapid development continued from the middle of the present century, so that nearly every conceivable form of loom, from the light running plain fabric and gingham looms to the heavy structures for weaving canvas and wire cloth, claimed the attention of the inventor. And in this last decade of the century looms are constructed to weave anything that can be woven. Wire, slats, cane, straw, and glass, as well as the light fibers of cotton, wool, or silk, are now easily manipulated on the power loom and woven into cloths, mattings, baskets, cane seats for furniture, bottle covers, and ever so many irregular forms that, in the dormant condition of this industry prior to the 19th century, were quite beyond consideration of the most active enthusiast of the art. Wonderful as these achievements have been, the restless ambition of inventive genius remains unsatisfied. Improvements continue, especially in the United States, under the fostering care of a liberal patent system, and attempts are now being made, and with success, to form the power loom into a thoroughly automatic machine incapable of producing any but the best quality of cloth. Upon the breakage or undue slackening of a warp thread, the loom would continue to weave and produce imperfect fabric until the attendant had pieced the broken end or adjusted the slack thread. Means were devised some years ago to remedy this defect, but with only partial success until near the close of this century. Breakage or failure more often occurred in the weft, however, and though the weft stop motion successfully detected the fault and stopped the loom, yet much valuable time was lost, and constant attention was needed to supply new filling. Progressive tendencies of the closing years of this decade have sought to meet this difficulty. As a result, means are now provided whereby, on failure or breakage of the weft, the loom discharges its imperfect filling from the shuttle, supplies itself with a new weft from the hopper, places it in the shuttle, and continues to weave. Such a loom provided with a warp stop motion is almost incapable of producing imperfect cloth, and so long as the warps remain intact and the hopper is kept supplied with weft bobbins, it will continue to weave. In fact, in many mills of the New England states these looms are now left to run during the dinner hour without an attendant, and no imperfect cloth is produced. Such machines are almost independent of human attention, yet they are the evolution of the old-time hand loom. Just 100 years ago the hand loom, running at 40 or 50 picks to the minute, required the watchful care of an expert weaver. In 1840, the same weaver could tend from 2 to 4 power looms running 100 to 120 picks. Today he oversees from 10 to 16 looms running from 150 to 200 picks. The homespun, with its old familiar butternut dye, has disappeared. The spinning wheel and loom no longer occupy a part of every home. In their stead, the farmer, as he looks beyond the thriving cornfields, beholds the reeking chimneys of 1,000 mills as they proclaim the majesty of the power machines. The fabrics produced are beautiful and varied in design, and their cost so low as to excite wonder that such progress could have been the result of 100 years of industrial activity. The emancipation of knitting, as a domestic occupation, dates from the romantic experiences of William Lee, a subject of Queen Elizabeth, of whom it is related that while watching the deft fingers of his ladylove guide the knitting needle from loop to loop, conceived the idea of performing the operation by mechanical means. It is a singular coincidence also that the invention of this, the first machine for knitting purposes, like that of the power loom for weaving, should have emanated from the hands of a student and clergyman, unfamiliar with the art. Lee's device was naturally crude. It contained only 12 needles, arranged in a row with about 7 or 8 to the inch, but it successfully formed a knitted web. Further progress in the art was slow, on account of the strong opposition to all machines which seemed likely to deprive the hand artisan of occupation. The Queen refused to grant a patent to Lee for this reason, and knitting remained the exclusive prerogative of women for many years. Like the spinning wheel, however, the hand-knitting needle beheld a rival, which in the diversity of human wants was destined to create one of the great industrial pursuits of the age. Stockings, like all other garments, were first made by sewing together pieces of linen, silk, cotton, or woolen cloth, resulting in a poorly fitting article, prolific of uncomfortable seams. Knitting the entire hose in a single piece by hand needles overcame these defects to an extent, and the Lee machine opened the way for the production of such articles on a scale that now furnishes the civilized world. Lee's machine produced a straight web which required to be cut and sewn to shape. Then to it was added the ribbing device and the narrowing and widening attachment, to shape the web to fit the body without cutting. But still a seam existed in the stocking where the edges united. In 1816, however, M.I. Brunel built a circular machine having an endless row of needles, and in 1831, Timothy Bailey, of New York, applied power to the knitting frame. The result being that at this time a tubular seamless fabric could be produced on a power machine. The latch needle, which has given to the knitting machine great capacity and diversity of product, was not invented until about 1847, by Mr. Aiken, of New Hampshire. A period of development then set in that continues to the present time. The needles by cam mechanism were made independently operative in a circular carrier. Narrowing and widening devices to produce pouches, such as the heels and toes of stockings, were added, as was also feeding mechanism for the introduction of different colored yarn, or a reinforcing thread. Such machines, of 1868 and 1870, would form a stocking or undergarment well fitted to the form. But they required the constant attention of a skilled knitter, until pattern mechanism was introduced to control the time of introduction of the colored or additional thread, and the place for formation of the narrowed or widened web. In forming the heel and toe pockets, a part of the needles are thrown out of action, and the movements to operate the active needles are changed from round and round, or circular work, to reciprocating. At each reciprocation one or more needles, at the end of the series, are rendered inactive, until one half the required pocket is formed, then they are successively returned to action, and circular knitting resumed. It may be also an additional thread is introduced to reinforce the wearing qualities of the heel and toe, or a differently colored yarn may be thrown in to give figure, but all such movements are now automatically controlled by a pattern mechanism. The ribbed leg portion of a stocking is formed either in the same machine that fashions the foot or in a separate machine to which the foot is transferred, but in either case the pattern mechanism again controls. Within the last 20 years this art has been so greatly improved, especially in the hosiery line, that the automatic machine of today passes through the entire operation of knitting the article, finishing it off, and starting afresh without other aid than a supply of yarn. Moreover, the machine now to be considered practical must be so constructed that it will continue thus to operate without repairs or loss of time from month to month. And its daily output will average more than the old hand machines could accomplish in a week. By hand knitting 100 loops could be formed per minute, by Lee's machine as many as 1500 were possible in the same time. But today, the automatic machine will average between 300,000 and 400,000 loops, and at the same time will produce a finer web, shaped to fit the form of the wearer. Such comparisons reveal the vitally important progress made in the knitting industry, through which most of our underwear, stockings, scarves, neck comforts, and woolen gloves are supplied. The labor and time-saving devices developed in this class of machines, and the fact that unskilled workmen may tend from 15 to 20 of them, largely accounts for the universal adoption of warm and comfortable wearing apparel by all classes of society. The number of patents granted on textile machinery during the 19th century furnishes an index to the progress made. Prior to 1800, less than 100 patents were granted in the United States, while since that time, and up until July, 1895, about 15,200 patents were issued, covering tangible and material improvements over the old structures. The beneficent effects of these inventions are attested by the wonderful and continuous reduction in cost to the consumer of all kinds of textile fabrics. For the manufacturer, these have made possible increased production in a given time with less manual labor. When it is remembered that the labor cost is about one-half the total cost of production of textile fabrics, it will be apparent that the beneficial effects of any labor-saving device are felt as well by the consumer as the producer. In 1870 the number of textile establishments in the United States was 35, giving occupation to 146,897 employees, and consuming annually 359,420,829 pounds of textile fibers, while in 1890 the number of establishments had increased to 4,114, employing 511,897 hands, and consuming the enormous amount of 1,572,548,933 pounds of fibers. Representing progress and growth in the textile arts not excelled by any other manufacturing industry. Food and clothing constitute the primary wants of man. The former grew ready for his use as a natural product of the soil. The latter he had to produce by artificial means to afford the protection which nature failed to provide. Next to agriculture, therefore, man's early attention was directed to securing a covering for the body. Looking back through the vista of years dimmed by the mists of very remoteness, we find the animal and vegetable kingdoms destined to contribute to his needs. There were the blue flax fields. Cotton bolls, scattered like powdered snow about the land, coquetting in wanton abandon with winds tempered by an all-wise power to the shepherd-watched sheep, goats roaming the vale of Kashmir. Silkworms of Ceres, and the grasses of spring, overflowing with allurements of assistance for his adornment. With these essentials has man wrought a mighty miracle. The genius of industrial art, awakened by the fascinating influence of nature, invoked the goddess of invention, approaching her temple not with loud acclaim, as marked the Herculean strides in other arts and sciences, but modestly, though tenaciously and most effectually. For not more is woman emancipated by the sewing machine than both sexes by the doing away of the spinning wheel, the household knitter, and handworked loom. Not more do electricity and steam power facilitate the various occupations of man than do the many textured fabrics add to his needs. In all the phases of social life is this industry manifest. If the banquet hall is warmed and lighted by electricity, so, also, is it adorned with tapestries, silken and artistic, napery surpassingly smooth, and laces intricately wrought. How like a fairy tale reads the evolution of textile progress. Conceptions, infinite in range and variety, alike pleasing to the eye and gratifying to vanity, have been spun, woven, knit, and embroidered, until, standing as we do at the dawn of another century, upon the summit of unparalleled achievements, we ask, can the mind conceive, the heart desire, or the hand execute more? The Century's Religious Progress. By George Edward Reed, S.T.D., Doctor of Laws. President Dickinson College, Carlisle, Pennsylvania. The closing years of the 19th century, both in Europe and the United States, are characterized by a religious life as phenomenal with respect to development and influence as those of the 18th were phenomenal for lethargy and decline. Never, says a writer in the North British Review, has a century risen on England so void of soul and faith as that which opened with N. 1702, and reached its misty noon beneath the Second George, 1732–1760. A dewless night succeeded by a sunless dawn. The Puritans were buried and the Methodists were not born. In this opinion, all historians and essayists concur. Among the clergy were many whose lives were of the Domini Sampson order, described in Scott's Guy Mannering, men whose lives were the scandal and reproach of the Church, who openly taught that reason is the all-sufficient guide. That the Scriptures are to be received only as they agree with the light of nature, pleading for liberty while running into the wildest licentiousness. Montesquieu, indeed, did not hesitate to charge Englishmen generally with being devoid of every genuine religious sentiment. If, he says, the subject of religion is mentioned in society, it excites nothing but laughter. Not more than 4 or 5 members of the House of Commons are regular attendants at church. From the colleges and universities, the great doctrines of the Reformation were well nigh banished, a refined system of ethics, having no connection with Christian motives, being substituted for the principles of a divinely revealed law. On every side faith seemed to be dying out. Indeed, would have died out but for the tremendous reformation in life and morals induced by the self-denying and heroic labors of the Wesleys and their coadjutors, to whom, more than to any beside, England owes her salvation from a relapse into barbarism, a service which in later years won for the Wesleys a memorial in Westminster Abbey. On the continent, religious conditions were no better. In France the masses were yet reeling amid the excesses of the Revolution. Voltaire and Rousseau were the oracles and prophets of their times, the popular idols of the hour. Voltaire, indeed, openly boasted that he alone would laugh Christianity out of the court of public opinion, declaring the whole system to be outgrown and powerless. Germany, given over to theological speculation, crushed beneath the weight of the Napoleonic Wars, and torn by internal dissensions, gave but little hope that upon her altars the dying fire of the Great Reformation would ever again flame forth as in the older and more heroic days. In the United States, similar conditions prevailed, especially during the last decade of the 18th century and the first of the 19th. Forms of infidelity the most radical and revolting prevailed throughout the land. Many of the leading statesmen, in private at least, did not scruple to confess themselves atheists or deists. Thomas Paine was the popular idol, his Age of Reason almost as common as the Bible itself. The majority of the men taking part with him in the founding of the government, with but few exceptions, held theological sentiments akin to his. Although declining to participate in his violent and brutal assaults upon the Scriptures and the institutions of Christian society. Speaking of the earlier days of the century, Chancellor Kent, in one of his published works, declared that in his younger days the men of his acquaintance in professional life who did not avow infidelity were comparatively few. Bishop Meade, of Virginia, in his autobiography, states that scarcely a young man of culture could be found who believed in Christianity. The colleges and universities were so filled with youthful skeptics that when, in 1795, Timothy Dwight assumed the presidency of Yale, he found but 4 or 5 willing to admit that they were members of churches. So far did they go in their devotion to the French infidelity prevalent at the time, that the seniors of the college were commonly known among themselves by the names of Diderot, D'Alembert, Robespierre, Rousseau, Danton, and the like. Harvard, Princeton, William and Mary, the University of Virginia, all the colleges indeed, were as thoroughly hotbeds of skepticism as nurseries of learning. The period, too, was one of internecine strife among the feeble churches themselves. Divisions on doctrinal lines were incessant, departures from the faith as numerous as they were disastrous. Of the missionary spirit so gloriously characteristic of the 19th century there was not even a trace. Up to 1793, not a missionary society was in existence on either side of the ocean. The same was true of hospitals, asylums, of every form of organized effort for the reclamation of the masses or the amelioration of human ill. In Boston, as late as 1811, men of literary or political distinction, eager to listen to the marvelous revival preaching of the celebrated Dr. Griffin, attended his services surreptitiously, or in disguise, fearful lest knowledge of attendance upon religious services of such vulgar character should detract from the dignity of their social standing. If, however, the times were bad, the outlook for Christianity dark, the period, nevertheless, was not wholly without gleams of light. The spiritual leaven imparted by Whitefield in his mighty preaching tours, by Edwards, Dwight, Asbury, Griffin, and others of equally heroic stamp, gradually began to work, slowly at first, but with ever-accelerating movement. Until at last the triumphant successes of the present century began their stately march. By degrees a new life appeared among the churches, heralding the dawn of a new and brighter day. Revivals of religion, many of them powerful and sweeping, broke out in many parts of the country. Massachusetts, Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, the Carolinas, Georgia, were in succession the theaters of movements which, before they had spent their force, had completely revolutionized the conditions of unfaith, immorality, and spiritual apathy so long prevailing. These upheavals of spiritual power, continuing during the first 25 years of the century, laid broad and deep the foundations of the mighty achievements of the Church which we are now to consider. How extensive, how wonderful, have been these achievements can perhaps best be understood by a consideration of the changed conditions marking the close of the century. In the first place, that the people of the United States are a religious people may be inferred from the amazing number and variety of religions abounding and flourishing within our borders. It may be doubted that in any other Christian country of the earth there can be found so many varieties of religion, so many church organizations, so many and diverse peculiarities of doctrine, polity, and usage as here. It is a land of churches. Churches for whites, churches for blacks, churches large and churches small, churches orthodox and churches heterodox, churches Christian and churches pagan, churches Catholic and churches Protestant. Churches liberal and churches conservative, Calvinistic and Arminian, Unitarian and Trinitarian, representing nearly every phase of ecclesiastical and theological thought. As Americans have distanced the world in the extent and variety of their material inventions, so have they distanced the world in the extent and variety of their theological and ecclesiastical forms. The state cannot control the church, and the church is as free as the state. As a man may freely transfer his citizenship from one state to another, to each in turn, so may he, if he shall so desire, pass from one ecclesiastical communion to another, until he shall have exhausted the list. If, perchance, no one of the 143 distinct denominations enumerated in the census tables shall suit him, there remain innumerable separate, independent congregations, no one of which lays claim to denominational name, creed, or connection, in some one of which he yet may find an ecclesiastical home. The principle of division, indeed, has been carried so far in America that it would be a difficult task to find the religious body so small as, in the judgment of some, to be incapable of further division. It is to be observed, however, that the differences of the 143 denominations into which our religious population is divided are, in many instances, so slight that, should consolidation be attempted, the 143 could easily be reduced to a comparatively small number, and this with but little change in doctrine, polity, or usage. Consolidation into organic union, however, is hardly likely to occur in the near future, even were such consolidation desirable. In the first place, such a result would be contrary to the genius of Protestantism, based, as it is, on the absolute right of private judgment with respect to matters of faith and morals, and, in the second place, it would be contrary to human experience. Religious controversies, as Gladstone says, do not, like bodily wounds, heal by the genial forces of nature. If they do not proceed to gangrene and mortification, at least they tend to harden into fixed facts, to incorporate themselves into laws, character, and tradition, nay, even into language. So that at last they take rank among the data and presuppositions of common life, and are thought as inexorable as the rocks of an iron-bound coast. In religion, when men separate, the severance is like the severance of the two early friends of whom the poet speaks. They parted, ne'er to meet again. But neither ever found another to free the hollow heart from paining. They stood aloof, the scars remaining, like cliffs which have been rent asunder. A dreary sea now rolls between. If, however, the diversities are great, increasing rather than diminishing, the unity of the Spirit in the bonds of peace, with respect to all essentials of doctrine, is as remarkable as the diversity in the outward form. Never, indeed, since the dawn of Christianity, were the members of the diversified bodies of the general Church of Christ in such thorough accord, in such closeness of attachment, with such generous recognition of all that is good in each of the several bodies, as now. Even the Roman Catholic Church, intolerant in all lands where its sway is practically undisputed, in the United States, at least, has caught something of the broader toleration of Protestants, giving to its millions of communicants a better and truer gospel than in those countries where it does not come into contact with Protestantism, while freely cooperating with other churches in various works of philanthropy and reform. In the next place, that we are a Christian people may be argued from the steady and enormous increase during the century of the material and spiritual forces of the Church of Christ. An increase phenomenal even amid the wonders of a phenomenal century. Whether we look at the increase of edifices or the multiplication of communicants, the results in either case are sufficient for both congratulation and amazement. Were it possible to obtain from the earlier records exact statistics of the actual number of edifices and communicants existing at the opening of the century, comparison would be comparatively easy. Such, however, is not the case, the records having been imperfectly kept and indifferently preserved. The census of 1890, indeed, was the first to furnish exhaustive and really reliable results. Taking that census as a basis, and adding to its figures those to be obtained from the year books of the various bodies up to and including 1894, the religious strength of the United States may be summarized as follows: churches, 189,488. Religious organizations, 158,695, ordained ministers, 114,823, members or communicants, 15,217,948, value of church property, $670 million. Seating capacity of churches, 43 million, while in the 23,000 places where organizations which own no edifices hold their services, accommodations could be found for 2,250,000 more. In the majority of the Protestant churches, at least 2 services are held on each Sabbath, in the Catholic, 6 or 7. Granting these premises, it is but reasonable to say that if, on any given day, the entire population of the country should desire to attend at least one religious service, accommodations could readily be found for the entire number. Ample proof that the spiritual interests of the millions are by no means neglected so far as privileges of worship are concerned. It is a showing all the more remarkable when we consider that all this vast provision is furnished on the basis of voluntary offerings, the state contributing not a dollar for religious purposes. It is probable that in these churches and edifices, on Sabbaths and on weekdays, not less than 15 million services are held each year, to say nothing of sessions of Sunday schools, meetings of young people's associations, and gatherings of kindred character. In them, too, not less than 10 millions of sermons and addresses on religious themes are annually delivered. The number of enrolled communicants, or members, however, by no means expresses the real strength of the religious life of the nation. To get at that, we must multiply each Protestant communicant by the 2.5 adherents allowed in all statistical calculations. Proceeding on this basis, omitting for the time all Catholics, Jews, Theosophists, members of societies for ethical culture, spiritualists, Latter-day Saints, and kindred bodies, and multiplying the 15,200,000 Protestant members by 2.5, we have over 50 million as the total Protestant population of the country. Adding to these 50 million the Catholic population, estimated by Catholic authorities as being 15% larger than the number of Catholic communicants, we have 57,062,000 as the total Christian population, leaving only about 7 million who are neither communicants nor adherents. Of the 7 million opposed, for various reasons, to the churches, comparatively few are to be reckoned as either infidels or atheists. While, on the other hand, it is true that of the 57 million reckoned as either communicants or adherents, millions are Christians only in name, either never attending the services of the churches, or at the best only at rare intervals. Gratifying as is this splendid exhibit of religious devotion on the part of the American people, the fact that there are millions in our land whose allegiance to Christian doctrine is but nominal, with millions more upon whose lives religion exercises no appreciable influence whatever, is a sufficient proof of the enormous task yet confronting the churches of Christ. If we are to stand before the nations as the great distinctive Christian nation of the world. The stupendous gain, however, in 94 years, of over 14,853,076 in Protestant churches alone is a record of religious progress unparalleled in the history of the world. Advancing to the question of distribution of the religious forces enumerated, we find that while these forces are distributed throughout every state and under 143 denominational names, they are, nevertheless, massed largely in a few denominations and in a comparatively few states. Competent authorities estimate that the 5 largest denominations comprise fully 60% of the entire number of communicants, the 10 largest, 75%. With respect to communicants, the Catholic Church is first, with 7,510,000. The Methodist, all bodies, second, with 5,405,076, the Baptist third, with 3,717,373, the Presbyterian fourth, with 1,278,332, the Lutheran fifth, with 1,233,072. With respect to population, reckoning the Catholic population at 7,510,000, which figures include children under 10 years of age, and adding to the communicant strength of the 4 other bodies mentioned the 2.5 adherents allowed for each communicant, we have the following: Methodist population, 18,918,466, Baptist, 12,990,805, Presbyterian, 5,525,162, Lutheran, 4,358,752. Total Protestant population, 50 million, Catholic, 7,510,000. With respect to value of church property, the Methodists are first with $132 million, the Catholics second, $118 million, the Presbyterians third, with $95 million, the Episcopalians fourth, with $82,835,000, the Baptists fifth, with $82,390,000. The total value of church property, reckoning all denominations, reaches the enormous sum of $670 million. To further particularize with respect to the lesser groups into which the religious forces are divided is impossible within the limits allowed for this chapter. To do it would require a volume instead of a chapter. When one remembers that 100 years ago it was a common boast of infidels that Christianity would not survive 2 generations in this country. The above exhibit shows a religious progress unequaled in the history of the kingdom of God in any land or any age. Turning to the field of missionary effort, we find that the spread of the Christian religion by missionary efforts, particularly during the last 100 years, forms one of the brightest chapters in the records of human progress. Within this period, the triumphs of the first 3 centuries have been far more than repeated. Following these early victories of the Christian faith came on, as all know, ages of darkness, dreary centuries, during the progress of which the power of the Church gradually waned, and, with respect to purely spiritual activities, seemed to die away. The voice of exhortation ceased to be heard. Christian song was hushed. Even prayer closed its supplicating lips, and the Church, overladen with corruption, worldliness, and human ambition, passed into the thick darkness of the long and disastrous eclipse of the Middle Ages. But amid the widespread darkness enveloping the world, even the ages known as the Dark Ages, were not without their gleams of light. Among the Saracens and in the lands of the Orient, always were to be found heroic men and women toiling ceaselessly for the conversion of heathen nations to the Christ. Later on, subsequent to the 13th century, and especially during the centuries immediately following the discovery of the New World, the desire for the Christianizing of the world flamed into an all-absorbing passion. The tremendous labors of Xavier, of Loyola, and their followers, in every quarter of the globe, have long been the wonder and admiration of the world. Checked in Europe by the rise of the great Protestant Reformation, the Catholic Church turned its energies to the acquisition of spiritual power in other lands, and with enormous success. Along the banks of the St. Lawrence, amid the wilds of Canadian forests, far away on the shores of the Great Lakes, then southward to the Ohio, along the Mississippi, even to the Gulf. In far Cathay, in Ceylon, in Japan, in China, in Africa, everywhere its missionaries could be found, heedless of hunger, of cold, of peril, reckless even of life, if by any means, whether by life or by death, they might sprinkle many nations, and establish the holy emblem of the Christian faith. Absorbed in the struggles going on in their own lands, Protestants made but little effort for the extension of the gospel in foreign fields, save the few but successful attempts made by the Moravians of Germany. Always the most zealous of all Protestant bodies in lines of missionary service. What, however, was lacking in the way of missionary effort in the 17th and 18th centuries has been more than made good in the glorious 19th, the distinctive missionary century of the Christian era. In the room of 7 societies organized for worldwide gospel evangelization at the end of the last century, there are now in Europe and America between 70 and 80 organizations, employing a force of nearly 3,000 American and European missionaries, and perhaps 4 times that number of native assistants. Full $10 million are annually raised among the Protestant bodies alone for missionary service, while the great Roman Catholic Church prosecutes its work with a zeal equally unflagging. A brief survey of the progress of 100 years of missionary effort will make it clear to all minds that the day is not far distant when the declaration of the prophet, "The earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord, even as the waters cover the sea," shall have abundant and magnificent realization. At the beginning of this century, every island of the vast Pacific was closed against the gospel. Today, nearly every one is under the influence, more or less extended, of Christian civilization. India, from Cape Comorin to the Punjab, from the Punjab to the Himalayas, from the Himalayas to Tibet, at whose gates the gospel is now knocking, has been covered with a network of mission stations, schools, colleges, and churches. Closer by far in its interlacings than that which at the close of the 3rd century had spread itself over the vast empire of the Caesars. Of the Indian archipelago, Sumatra, Java, Borneo, the Celebes, New Guinea, not to mention smaller groups of islands, are feeling the new life ever imparted by the advent of the cross. Japan, too, hungry for reform, and full of the stir of the age, by granting entrance to the gospel, has within its borders already a numerous Christian population with scores of evangelical congregations. The same is true of the hermit nation, Korea. In the lands of Islam, from Baghdad to the Balkans, from Egypt to Persia, and throughout all Turkey, are to be found centers of missionary enterprise, the vast influence of which is now being sensibly felt in the changing life of those remarkable peoples. In Burma, and recently in Siam, after years of patient and apparently hopeless service, fields are everywhere white unto the harvest. China, most populous of all heathen lands, is open to missionary effort from Canton to Peking, from Shanghai to Hangzhou. Africa also, once, in its northern sections at least, the home of the learning, the art, the science, the religion of the world, awakening from the sleep of long and dreary centuries under the influence of Christian civilization, again demands the attention of the great nations of the world. Everywhere, east, west, north, south, it is being invaded all along the line of Cecil Road's great railway, stretching northward from Cape Town for 3,000 miles, to meet the 2,600 pushing down from the north. From Senegal to Gabon and from Gabon to the Congo. On the shores of Tanganyika and along the banks of the Zambesi shine the lights of the gospel, which, wherever it has gone, has been the harbinger of a new and brighter day. Within the mighty domains of our own continent, upon the immense plains reaching from Labrador to the Pacific, upon the sterile coasts of Alaska, in the land of the Montezumas, in Central America, in South America, from Panama to Terra del Fuego. Equally marvelous have been the steady gains resulting from a Christianity the forces of which, like the waters that enrich the continent, penetrate all the bays and estuaries of human society and influence all classes and conditions of men. Looking upon the transformations effected by the labors of a single century of Christian effort, one may surely say, the peoples that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. Equally wonderful have been the vast contributions of the Church in America to the great causes of education, philanthropy, and reform, particularly in the line of educational work. The service of the Church in the great cause of education has never yet been fully recognized. Men forget, when charging the Church with hostility to human progress, to freedom of thought and action, that until within a period of 70 years nearly everything accomplished for popular education was carried out under the auspices of the churches rather than under the direction of the state. Until 1825, the state had done next to nothing even in the development of its common schools. In the great state of Pennsylvania, the system had no existence until the year 1835. Even today, among the 450 institutions of higher education in the various states, nearly all owe their foundation to the energy and sacrifice of Christian men and women. The total gifts of the churches to the cause of education, still existent in plant, in grounds and buildings, or in the form of endowment funds, reach the enormous aggregate of nearly $350 million. While the total of gifts to institutions of learning, largely from Christian sources, aggregate nearly $10 million per year. The religious activity of the century is further manifested in the enormous sums raised and expended for purposes of charity, reform, and general philanthropy. It would require an octavo volume of 400 pages to catalogue the various benevolent and charitable organizations in the city of New York alone. Add to that volume the hundreds more which would be required to enumerate the additional thousands to be found in Philadelphia, Chicago, Boston, in fact in every city, town, and hamlet from the Atlantic to the Pacific. 9/10 of which are distinctively Christian, and you have a faint idea, at least, of the vastness of the spiritual forces at work in these closing years of the century for the amelioration of human ill. The dispelling of moral and spiritual darkness, and the ushering in of the era of peace and goodwill, for the coming of which the Church has so ceaselessly prayed. What these philanthropies are we cannot in detail enumerate. Classified, they are for the poor, for the laboring classes, for the sick, for fallen women, for free schools, for the aged, for the blind, the deaf, the insane, the impotent, the degraded, the outcast, for sailors, for the protection of animals. For city evangelization, for home missions, for foreign missions, for religious publications, for the publishing of the Holy Scriptures, for peace, for young men's associations, young women's associations. For every cause that appeals to the sentiment of brotherhood so characteristic of the age. In number they are legion. In origin, 3/4 are the outgrowth of that spirit of Christian love without which they could not have been originated, and by which they are maintained and perpetuated. Those who assert that within this century Christianity has done more for humanity than in all the centuries preceding are doubtless correct. It has made men kind, made them humane. It has penetrated prisons, and with beneficent change. It has lifted the prisoner from damp and dreary dungeons into commodious structures, the pride of city and state. So far, indeed, have the reforms inspired by the gospel been carried, that men are beginning to inquire whether the limit has not been reached beyond which it may be dangerous to go. Such are the general facts of the religious progress of a century in the United States. Reviewing them, we can easily discern the vast and commanding influence of religion, the Christian religion, upon the character and fortunes of our people. Among the forces working for the upbuilding of the Republic, religion stands preeminent, the most powerful, the most pervasive, the most irresistible of them all. A free church in a free state, all its edifices have been built by private contribution, all its magnificent benefactions sustained by voluntary offerings, induced in every instance by the principle of Christian love. A corporation, it holds its vast properties for the common good of all. A relief society, the scope of its sympathies is as wide as the wants of man. A university, it does more for the education of the masses than the public school system itself. An employer of labor, it utilizes the brains and energies of the most highly educated body of men to be found in the Republic's broad domain. An organized beneficence, it outwatches Argus with his 100 eyes, outworks Briareus with his 100 arms. An asylum, it gathers within its protecting arms the halt, the maimed, the wounded of life's great battle, comforting them in trouble, sustaining them in adversity, while ceaselessly pointing them to Him who taketh away the sins of the world. Every cornerstone it lays, as one has said, it lays for humanity, every temple it opens for the world, every altar it establishes for the salvation of men. Its spires are fingers pointing heavenward. Its ministers are messengers of good tidings, its ambassadors, ambassadors of hope, its angels, angels of mercy. Under all our institutions rest the Bible and the schoolhouse, Christianity in education. Without them, the Republic is impossible. With them, we have Republican America for 1,000 years. Great Growth of Libraries. By James P. Boyd, A.M., L.B. Libraries are as old as civilization. Nothing marks civilized progress more distinctly than the collections of writings, whether on clay, stone, wood, papyrus, or parchment, which went to make up the libraries of ancient peoples. Such writings generally related to religion, laws, and conquests, and found their abode, in the form of archives, in capitals and temples. Recent explorations in Mesopotamia reveal collections, or libraries, of books inscribed on clay tablets, many of whose dates are beyond 650 B.C. These libraries seem to have found a home for the most part in royal palaces, and to have contained works abounding in instruction for the king's subjects. As unearthed and their contents deciphered, they throw much valuable light upon the remote history, as well as the arts, sciences, and literatures of Babylonia and Assyria. In ancient Egypt, collections of hieroglyphic writings were made in temples and in the tombs of kings from the earliest known dates. Some hieroglyphics still extant bear date prior to 2000 B.C. And one papyrus manuscript has been discovered whose supposed date is 1600 B.C. What were known as the Sacred Books of Thoth, 42 in number, constituted the Egyptian encyclopedia of religion and science, and became such a fruitful source of commentary and exposition, that by the time of the Grecian conquest they had grown in number of volumes to 36,325. Of the libraries of the Greeks we have little positive knowledge, though it is abundantly asserted by late compilers that large collections of books, writings, once existed in the various Grecian cities. Pisistratus is said to have founded a library at Athens as early as 537 B.C. Strabo says that Aristotle collected the first known library in Greece, which he bequeathed to Theophrastus, B.C. 322, and which, by the vicissitude of war, finally found its way to Rome. At Cnidus there is said to have existed a special collection of works upon medicine. Xenophon speaks of the library of Euthydemus. Euclid and Plato are mentioned as book collectors. But by far the most renowned book collectors of the Greeks were the Ptolemies of Egypt, who gathered from Hellenic, Hebrew, and Egyptian sources that wonderful collection of volumes, or rolls, which became famous as the Alexandrine Library. This was composed of two libraries, one estimated at 42,800 volumes, or rolls, connected with the Academy, the other estimated at 490,000 volumes, or rolls, deposited in the Serapeum. It is said that these immense collections were regularly catalogued and kept under the supervision of competent librarians, till consumed by the Saracens at the time of their conquest of Egypt, d. 640. The Romans at first paid little attention to literature. It is not until the last century of the Republic that we hear of a library at Rome, and then it was not a native collection but a spoil of war. It was captured from Perseus of Macedonia and brought to Rome in B.C. 167. So Sulla captured the library of Apellicon, at Athens, in B.C. 86, and brought it to Rome. Lucullus brought to Rome a rich store of literature from his eastern conquests, B.C. 67. Wealthy men and scholars now began to form libraries at Rome, some of which became very large and valuable. It is here we first hear of the dedication of libraries to the public, a step which made Rome for a time the resort of scholars from other nations, especially Greece. The most famous of the many imperial libraries of Rome was that founded by Ulpius Trajanus. It was called the Ulpian Library, and was at first founded in the Forum of Trajan, but afterwards removed to the baths of Diocletian. In the 4th century there are said to have been as many as 28 public libraries in Rome. Great, indeed, must have been their destruction under various vicissitudes, for when the Emperor Constantine moved the Roman capital to Constantinople, and founded his imperial library there, it numbered but a few thousand books. It was, however, greatly enlarged after his death, some say to 100,000 volumes. It was destroyed in A.D. 476, with the close of the Western Empire. With the spread of Christianity there arose a new incentive to write and collect books. The Church required both a literature and libraries as part of its organization. Pamphilus is said to have collected a library of 30,000 volumes, chiefly religious, at Caesarea, d. 309, his object being to lend them out to readers. But as bookmaking and collecting became narrow to the Church, general literature was proscribed and libraries ceased to flourish, except as encouraged by the monastic orders. Such libraries were necessarily small and of a private character. Their books were manuscripts written or copied by the priests, up to the date of the invention of printing. The libraries of this class which grew in importance were those of the Swiss and Irish monasteries, not omitting those in England, as at Canterbury and York. The invasion of the Norsemen, in the 9th and 10th centuries, was generally fatal to the monastic libraries on both sides of the English Channel. In France, the library at Fulda seemed to retain its books and respect. It was greatly enlarged by Charlemagne, who also founded a more ostentatious one at Tours. With the revival of learning, and with the hope of opening a wider field to secular literature, Charles VI. of France, founded a royal library which numbered 1,100 volumes by A.D. 1411. A similar library in England, that of the British Crown, numbered 329 volumes at the time of Henry VIII. In contrast with these early royal efforts stood that of Corvinus, King of Hungary, whose library numbered 50,000 volumes, mostly manuscripts, in 1490. This imperial collection was burned by the Turks in 1540. About this time the nucleus of the modern Laurentian Library of Florence was formed. In 1556, the Bibliothèque Nationale, or Royal Library of France, at Paris, was endowed by the king with power to demand a copy of every book printed in France. This power became the basis of the copyright tax, now universally levied by civilized nations, and which has been the means of greatly enriching all government libraries. In 1556 the Royal Library of France could boast of but 2,000 volumes. In 1789 it contained 200,000 volumes, the largest number of any library then existing. At the end of the 19th century it still retains the distinction of being the most extensive library in the world, containing approximately 3 million volumes. In Italy the libraries, though venerable and very rich in rare collections of manuscripts, are not noted for the number of books which represent modern literature. The most noted library is the Biblioteca Vaticana, or Library of the Vatican. It traces a vague history back to the 5th century, but its real foundation was in 1455. The number of volumes and manuscripts on its shelves is approximately 300,000. In Spain and Portugal are national libraries in their respective capitals, Madrid and Lisbon. The National Library of Spain contains some 560,000 volumes and manuscripts, while that of Lisbon contains over 200,000. Belgium and Holland are rich in libraries. The Royal Library at Brussels contains over 400,000 volumes. In 1830 it was made a part of the state archives and thrown open to the public. The National Library of Holland was established in 1798 by uniting the Library of the Princes of Orange with the smaller libraries of the defunct states. It thus became the Library of the States General, but in 1815 it was converted into the present National Library. It has a very valuable collection of books, numbering over 400,000. One of the best arranged and managed libraries in Europe is the Royal Library at Copenhagen. It was thrown open to the public in 1793, and has since been conducted under national auspices. 2 copies of every book published in the kingdom must be deposited in this library. Its volumes have increased very rapidly during the 19th century, and now number over 550,000. The Royal Library of Sweden is located at Stockholm. It contains over 350,000 valuable volumes, and is admirably arranged and conducted. The University Library at UPS is also a very valuable one, containing 300,000 volumes. There is also an excellent library of over 100,000 volumes connected with the University at Lund. The libraries of Norway, though not so large as those of Sweden, are numerous, valuable, and well managed. The University Library at Christiania contains over 330,000 volumes. In Russia, large and valuable libraries are not numerous outside of the cities of St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Warsaw. The Imperial Library at St. Petersburg ranks as the richest in Europe, excepting the libraries of Paris and the British Museum. It is open to the public, and contains approximately 1,200,000 volumes. Germany, with her multiplicity of minor capitals, her love of books and bookmaking, her numerous universities, excels every other European country in the number, extent, and value of her libraries. The largest is the Royal Library at Berlin, with approximately 1 million volumes. It was founded by the Great Elector, Frederick William, and opened as a public library in 1661. The Royal Library at Munich, long rated as the largest in Germany, with its 1,200,000 volumes, inclusive of pamphlets, the latter numbering some 500,000. But it was thought to be unfair to class so many small and inconsequential works as books, so that the library at Berlin was given precedence. Still, the Munich Library is particularly rich in incunabula and other treasures derived from the monasteries, which were closed in 1803. The University Library at Munich is also very rich in similar treasures. It contains well nigh 500,000 volumes. The other large libraries of Germany are the University Library at Leipzig, with over 500,000 volumes, the Royal and City Library at Augsburg, with 123,000, the Royal, at Bamberg, with 300,000 volumes, the University at Bonn, with 220,000 volumes. The Grand Ducal at Darmstadt, with 400,000 volumes, the Royal Public, at Dresden, with 410,000 volumes, the University at Erlangen, with 185,000 volumes, the City, at Frankfurt, with 190,000 volumes, the University at Freiburg, with 250,000 volumes. The University at Gießen, with 160,000 volumes, the Ducal Public, at Gotha, with 210,000 volumes, the Royal University at Göttingen, with 490,000 volumes, the City at Hamburg, with 510,000 volumes. The University at Heidelberg, with 410,000 volumes, the University at Jena, with 200,000 volumes, the University at Kiel, with 225,000 volumes, the University at Rostock, with 310,000 volumes, the University at Strasbourg, with over 700,000 volumes. The University at Tübingen, with 320,000 volumes, the Grand Ducal at Weimar, with 230,000 volumes, the Brunswick Ducal, at Wolfenbüttel, with over 300,000 volumes. Besides these, there are numerous others attached to various universities or publicly organized which have 100,000 volumes each. In Austria-Hungary, the largest library is that of the Imperial Public, at Vienna. It was founded in 1440 by Emperor Frederick III, and has ever since been munificently supported by the Austrian princes. Few libraries in Europe contain more important collections or are better organized and housed. Its volumes number 540,000. Admission to its reading room is free, but the books are loaned out under rigid restrictions. The University Library of Vienna was founded by Maria Theresa, and has grown very rapidly, numbering nearly 500,000 volumes. In Vienna alone the number of libraries exceed 100, many of them of considerable extent. The various university libraries throughout Austria-Hungary are rich in volumes, particularly that at Krakow, with over 306,000 volumes, and at Innsbruck, with 175,000 volumes. The National Library at Budapest, Hungary, and also the university at the same place, have rich collections, numbering 465,000 and 212,000 volumes respectively. In Switzerland libraries are very numerous and well conducted. The largest is that at Basel. It is called the Public University Library, and numbers 187,000 volumes. The next largest is the City Library, at Zurich, with 135,000 volumes. The smaller libraries of Switzerland exceed 2,000 in number, and are, as a rule, rich in literary treasures descended from the ancient monasteries. Though by no means as ancient as some others, the leading library of Great Britain, and the second in extent and importance in the world, the National, at Paris, France, being first, has had a phenomenal growth. It is located at London, and is known as the British Museum. It dates from 1753, when Parliament purchased, for £20,000, the Sir Hans Sloane collection, and afterwards consolidated there with many other valuable collections. It was given the privilege of copyright, by which means, and by frequent and fortunate private bequests of books, it grew apace and became a national repository, not only of home-written works, but of the literature and rarities of all nations. The number of its volumes at present exceeds 1,650,000. London does not contain many public libraries, but there are numerous collections of scientific and special works of great value to those pursuing certain lines of knowledge. The second largest and most important collection in England is that of the Bodleian Library of Oxford, with some 530,000 volumes, followed by that of the University of Cambridge, with some 510,000 volumes. Next in extent and importance in Great Britain is the Library of the Faculty of Advocates, in Edinburgh, Scotland. It dates from 1682, and contains at present about 400,000 volumes. The Library of Trinity College, Dublin, was founded contemporaneously with the Bodleian, and easily ranks as the largest and most important in Ireland, with its 200,000 volumes, to which about 3,000 are added annually. What has been said of the dearth of public libraries in London is in part true of all Great Britain. There are not a score of libraries in all her European domain that number over 100,000 volumes, and it is only within the 19th century that the public or free library system began to grow in favor. Indeed, such growth may be said to date from as late a period as 1850, when the Manchester Free Reference Library was established. It has shown in 50 years a most marvellous growth, and contains at present some 255,000 volumes. Great Britain has not neglected to encourage the use of libraries among her colonists. At Ottawa, Canada, is the Library of Parliament. It was founded in 1815, and grew slowly till 1841, when the two libraries of Upper and Lower Canada were consolidated. It was subsequently destroyed by fire, and in 1855 re-established. Since then it has grown rapidly, and at present contains over 150,000 volumes. The Laval University Library, at Quebec, is the next most extensive in Canada, containing over 100,000 volumes. The South African Public Library was founded at Cape Town in 1818, and has grown to contain some 50,000 volumes, many of them of great importance as bearing on the languages and customs of African peoples. In Australia are many libraries of considerable extent, whose volumes are, as a rule, free to all readers. The largest of these is at Melbourne, and is called the Public Library of Victoria. It is a collection of considerably over 150,000 books and pamphlets, many of which relate to Australasian themes. The Sydney Free Public Library is next to that at Melbourne in importance. It is said to contain the largest collection of works special to Australia in the world. The book collections of China, and indeed throughout the Orient, are by no means inconsiderable, and the favorite works relate to religion, philosophy, poetry, history, and the sciences. They are generally large and of encyclopedic style and proportions. Thus a Chinese history of national events from the 3rd century BC to the 17th AD occupies 66 volumes, as bound in European style for the British Museum. Libraries in Japan are more numerous, convenient, and extensive than in China and elsewhere in the Orient. The University Library at Tokyo, Japan, contains well nigh 200,000 volumes. Of South American libraries the largest is the National, at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, with some 240,000 volumes. The other republics of South America which passed through their wars for independence and their formative periods, not to say their internal jealousies and strifes, during the 19th century, have had but little opportunity or inclination to collect large libraries. Yet the spirit of education is by no means dormant, and the nuclei of many libraries have been formed, in which much pride is taken, and which bid fair to grow great in importance as scholarship expands and other fostering conditions come to prevail more generally. Even in the small and tumultuous republics of Central America there are some valuable collections of books which, in the course of time, will be greatly augmented and prove a source of literary and national pride. Notwithstanding all the ups and downs of the Mexican Republic during the century, she has, since the separation of church and state in 1857, evolved a creditable educational system, and built up many excellent libraries, especially in the capital, Mexico. The largest of these is the National, which contains over 100,000 volumes. The growth of libraries in the United States during the 19th century has been phenomenal. If its leading libraries have not yet matched those of the Old World in extent, they are, nevertheless, unique in their freshness, exceptional in their number, original in their systems, and most effective in their uses. And what is here said of the leading libraries is still more true of the smaller, for in no country has the library system so ramified as in the United States, and come down to such close touch with the people. Not only cities, towns, and even villages have their libraries, but states, schools, and myriads of special organizations, all of which are centers of culture and sources of literary pride. The oldest library in the United States is that of Harvard College. It was founded in 1638, and was destroyed by fire in 1764. It was speedily restored, and became the recipient of many private donations, which not only greatly increased the number of its volumes, but placed it in possession of a handsome endowment fund. Since its removal to Gore Hall, in 1840, it has been open to the public for reading within its walls, but only the students of the university and other privileged persons may borrow books. Its present collection numbers over 500,000 of volumes of books and pamphlets. In the year 1700, two other libraries were founded, that of Yale College, and that which afterwards became known as the New York Society Library. The first of these grew very slowly until the beginning of the 19th century, when it took on new life, and at the end of the century contained some 250,000 volumes. The latter also grew very slowly, and in 1754 became a subscription library. It is peculiarly the library of the old Knickerbocker families and their descendants, and the number of its volumes gravitates around 100,000. In 1731, Benjamin Franklin projected what he called a subscription library at Philadelphia. It was incorporated as the Library Company of Philadelphia, and grew rapidly through bequests of books and money. In 1792 it absorbed the very valuable Loganian Library, and in 1869 Dr. Benjamin Rush left a bequest of over $1 million to found its Ridgeway branch. The building erected for this purpose is, with the exception of the new Library of Congress structure at Washington, the handsomest, most commodious, and best arranged for library purposes of any in the United States. The collection of the Library Company of Philadelphia, commonly called the Philadelphia Library, now numbers well nigh 200,000 volumes. Of the 64 libraries in the United States reported to have been founded before the year 1800, 30 were established between 1775 and 1800. The more important of these, that is, those which rank as 20,000 volume libraries and over, are the Massachusetts Historical Society Library, at Boston, founded in 1791, the Georgetown College Library, at Georgetown, D.C., founded in 1791. The Dartmouth College Library, at Hanover, N.H., founded in 1769, the Columbia College Library, New York City, founded in 1754, the Library of the College of Physicians, at Philadelphia, founded in 1789. The College of New Jersey Library, at Princeton University, founded in 1746, the Brown University Library, at Providence, R.I., founded in 1768, the Department of State Library and House of Representatives Library, Washington, D.C. Founded in 1789, the Williams College Library, at Williamstown, Massachusetts, founded in 1793. From this standpoint we get a fair view of the tremendous strides of library growth in the United States during the 19th century. The 64 libraries of 1800 have grown to well nigh 4,000, not counting those of less than 1,000 volumes. And the less than 500,000 volumes of 1800 have increased to well nigh 30 million, omitting those in libraries of less than 1,000 volumes. Over 600 libraries in the United States take rank as 20,000 volume libraries and over, at the end of the century. And in the 6 statistical years between 1888 and 1893, which marked the greatest ratio of increase in volumes, there was a growth equal to 66% over all that had preceded. Nor has the century been more triumphant and wonderful in the accumulation of volumes and the number of book repositories than in the variety of systems and multiplicity of agencies by means of which library information is arranged and disseminated. Conspicuous among these has been the inauguration and growth of the free library system, by means of which public funds are provided for the support of libraries whose use is free to all. Hardly less conspicuous, and perhaps even more far-reaching, has been the adoption by many states of the school district library system, which draws upon a certain proportion of the school fund for the collection and maintenance of the district library. Again, most of the states have established libraries of their own for public use, and as centers to which may be gathered and whence may be disseminated the knowledge that appertains to the respective state localities. Special library systems have grown into great favor, covering and encouraging collections of historic works, of scientific literature, of information relating to law, medicine, theology, etc. In fact, there is hardly a line of investigation and mental activity that has not come to be represented in its library collections. At the head of all the century's library triumphs in the United States stands the Library of Congress. It is the national repository, and is to the country what the British Museum is to Great Britain and the Bibliothèque Nationale is to France. It was founded in 1800, when the seat of government was moved to Washington. In 1814 it was burned by the British soldiers, its home being then in the capital, which was also destroyed. The government purchased Thomas Jefferson's collection of 7,000 volumes as the nucleus of a new library. This grew to contain 55,000 volumes by 1851, when all but 20,000 volumes were again destroyed by an accidental fire. In 1852 it was refitted, the government appropriating $75,000 for the purpose. On the restoration of its halls in the capital, in fire-proof form, it began to grow rapidly in volumes. In 1866, it received the 40,000 volumes which constituted the library of the Smithsonian Institute. In 1870, the privilege of copyright was transferred to it from the Patent Office. This, together with the annual appropriation made by Congress, served to give it a more rapid growth than ever, and to nationalize its importance. It speedily grew rich in collections of history, science, law, and every branch of literature appertaining to this and other countries. Under its privilege of copyright, 2 copies of every volume desiring such protection are required to be deposited within it. It must, therefore, ere long become quite fully representative of the literary productions of the country. In 1882, it was augmented by the presentation of the private collection of the late Dr. Joseph M. Toner, of Washington, containing 27,000 volumes and nearly as many pamphlets. By 1890 it had outgrown its ability to accommodate its collections, and Congress made a very liberal appropriation for the erection of a new and separate library building, which was completed and occupied by 1897–98, the late Hon. John Russell Young being its first librarian. It is the largest, most elegant, and best-fitted repository of books in the world, being capable of accommodating over 2 million volumes. The public are privileged to use its books within the building, but only members of Congress and certain designated officials of the departments may take them away. It is open from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., except upon Sundays and other legal holidays. Its location is on Capitol Hill, quite contiguous to the Capitol itself. A pioneer of the system of free libraries, and the one which comes next to the Library of Congress in the number of its volumes, is the Public Library of Boston, founded in 1848. It has had a phenomenal growth, and is the center of a wide range of literary influence. Its numerous branches extend throughout the city and surrounding towns, bringing free reading to every locality. The number of its volumes exceeds 700,000. The free library system stands sponsor for a host of libraries throughout the larger cities. The Public Library of Cincinnati was founded upon this basis in 1867. It at once attained great popularity and speedily grew till, by the end of the century, its volumes numbered approximately 220,000. The same popularity and rate of growth characterized the Public Library of Chicago and that of Philadelphia. The former was founded in 1872, and now contains over 220,000 volumes. The latter was not founded until 1891, but by the year 1900 it grew to contain 203,102 volumes, with 15 branches, or divisions, throughout the city, and an annual circulation of 1,778,387 volumes. Other libraries of the United States founded or rehabilitated during the 19th century, and which ere its close have taken rank as libraries containing over 100,000 volumes, are the New York State Library, at Albany, with approximately 190,000. The State Library at Annapolis, Maryland, with 100,000 volumes, the Enoch Pratt Free Library, at Baltimore, with 165,000 volumes, the Peabody Institute Library, at Baltimore, with 125,000 volumes, the Athenaeum Library, at Boston, with 185,000 volumes. The City Library, at Brooklyn, New York, with 120,000 volumes, the University Library, at Chicago, with nearly 400,000 volumes, the Newberry Library, at Chicago, with 125,000 volumes, the Public Library at Detroit, with 135,000 volumes. The Cornell University Library, at Ithaca, N.Y., with 175,000 volumes, the Library of the State Historical Society, at Madison, Wisconsin, with 110,000 volumes, the Mercantile Library, at Philadelphia, with 175,000 volumes. The Library of the University of Pennsylvania, with 120,000 volumes, the Astor Library, New York City, with 265,000 volumes, the Mercantile Library, New York City, with 250,000 volumes, the Public Library at St. Louis, Missouri, with 105,000 volumes. The Sutro Library, at San Francisco, with 210,000 volumes. Of those libraries founded during the century in the United States, and which have secured a rank as over 20,000 volume libraries, there are very many that approach the 100,000 mark, and their average of volumes would gravitate around 50,000. It is by no means true that the importance and usefulness of a library must be measured by its number of volumes. Very many of the best managed, serviceable, and popular libraries contain even less than 20,000 volumes. The spirit of knowledge which has created in the United States such a demand for libraries has been happily supplemented by a spirit of liberality. Nowhere in the world have there risen so many and such munificent donors of means to found and support libraries. Without appearing invidious, mention may well be made of some of these munificent givers and founders. Conspicuous among them is John Jacob Astor, founder of the Astor Library in New York City, with its splendid endowment fund of $1,100,000. James Lennox, who founded the Lennox Library of New York City, and invested in buildings and endowment $1,247,000, George Peabody, who founded, in 1857, at Baltimore, the Peabody Institute and Library, with an endowment of $1 million, Walter L. Newberry, of Chicago, who, in 1889, left $2 million to found a free public library in the northern part of the city, John Crerar, of Chicago, who left an immense estate to found and endow the Crerar Library. Enoch Pratt, of Baltimore, who gave $1,150,000 to found the Enoch Pratt Free Library. Dr. James Rush, of Philadelphia, who left, in 1869, a bequest of over $1 million to form the Ridgeway branch of the Philadelphia Library. Andrew Carnegie, who founded the Pittsburgh Free Library, and several others in different places. The century's progress in library management has kept pace with the growth of volumes. Cataloging and arranging of books have been reduced to a science. Training of librarians and of students in the use of books has become an educational course in many higher institutions of learning. Library architecture and the numerous appliances for distributing books or rendering them accessible on the shelves have all been improved, so that the library of the end of the century is as much a seductive retreat as a world of knowledge. Progress of the Century in Architecture. By William Martin Aiken, FAA. Former U.S. Supervising Architect. Towards the close of the last century there arose in England a decided fashion for Greek columns and pediments, which was brought about by the publication in 1762 of the discoveries by Stuart and Rivet at Athens, and was still further stimulated by the bringing to England of the Elgin marbles in 1801, so that every building of any importance, whether church or school or country residence, had its portico with Doric, Ionic or Corinthian columns. Thus began the Greek revival, then followed the more slender columns, with arches and vaults, of the Roman, and to these were very shortly added the cupola or the dome and the balustrade of the Renaissance. In London, the Bank of England by Sir John Soane, the British Museum by Robert Smirke, a pupil of Soane's, the University by Wilkins, were all built early in this century, as were the Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, and the High School at Edinburgh. Magnificent colonnades adorning the front of each. St. Pancras Church, in London, has a spire of superimposed copies of the Temple of the Winds at Athens, each smaller than the one beneath it, and there are side porches which reproduce the caryatid portico of the Pandrosium. But the most successful building in England which was designed upon Greek lines is St. George's Hall, Liverpool, which has a central hall lit from above. At either end is a courtroom, and beyond, at one end, is an Odeon, or music hall. The taste for classical design gradually declined in England, and a new cult was assiduously propagated through the writings of Pugin, Brandon, Rickman, and Parker, whose text was that classicism represented paganism, and this, together with the remodeling of Windsor Castle, in 1826, by Sir Geoffrey Wyatville, caused a general interest in the revival of Gothic architecture. For some time, however, much illiterate work was done in the adjustment of old forms to new conditions. Throughout the last half of this century, the battle of the styles has been maintained by the adherents of the differing schools with varying success, and, although there may be notable examples to the contrary, it has virtually resulted in the adoption of Gothic designs for ecclesiastical buildings, conditions being much the same as formerly for these structures. Whereas, for secular buildings, with ever-changing requirements, the Classic or the Renaissance, which has shown even greater pliability, has been considered more appropriate. Among those whose success has been greatest in Gothic work may be mentioned Sir Charles Barry, who was knighted for designing the Parliament buildings, begun in 1840 and completed 20 years later. George Gilbert Scott, who did the Assize Courts, in Manchester, and New Museum, Oxford, George Edmund Street, whose law courts in London are so full of defects in plan yet so excellent in details. Alfred Waterhouse, whose interesting, Norman, Museum of Natural History gave substantial encouragement to the use of terracotta. T. G. Jackson, the author of much collegiate architecture at Oxford and elsewhere. J. L. Pearson, the designer of 8 churches in London. William Burgess, Sir Arthur Blomfield, and James Brooks, all well known for the high character of their work, as is also J.D. Setting, whose broad sympathies and refined spirit ranked him as one of the most talented men of his day. The first international exposition was held in London in 1851, and the single building in which it was contained was perhaps the most marvellous exhibit. It was designed by Sir Joseph Paxton, and was the first example of the use of iron and glass on a scale of such gigantic proportions. The so-called Victorian Gothic was used to a great extent for secular work as late as 1870, and as it was much stimulated by the writings of Street upon Spain and northern Italy and by Ruskin's Stones of Venice. There were frequent attempts at polychromy, shown in the use of different colored stone, brick, and terra cotta, and, in the Albert Memorial, by means of mosaic. R. W. Adis and E. W. Godwin were among the foremost practitioners of the time, but in spite of the cleverness and boldness of design shown in some of their city and suburban buildings, neither they nor others could prolong the life of the fashion. And it presently yielded to the revival of a previous one, and the Renaissance forms of the time of Queen and became the vogue, especially for country houses, nowhere more homelike than in England. In the suburb of Bedford Park, in Lowther Lodge, as in his designs for the Alliance Assurance Company in the New Scotland Yard, Norman Shaw showed the facility of his clever pencil. And Ernest George Peto gave many evidences of his skill and taste. Their work, however, often having a flavour of the Flemish. The building of the Thames Embankment, the opening of new streets, such as Holborn Viaduct and Shaftesbury Avenue, with the widening and straightening of others, have done much for the improvement of modern London. In France, there were very many important public buildings begun in the first 10 years of this century, during the reign of Napoleon I, although some of them were not completely finished until the time of Napoleon III. 1848 to 1870. Among those in Paris were the Arc de l'Étoile by Chalgrin, the largest triumphal arch ever built, being similar in height and width to the front of Notre Dame Cathedral, omitting the upper portion of the towers. Arc du Carrousel by Percier and Fontaine, both these arches commemorating the victories of Napoleon, the churches of the Madeleine by Vignon, and of St. Genevieve, in honor of the great men of France. And the wing connecting the palaces of the Tuileries with the Louvre, parallel to, but furthest from, the river. The Corps Legislatif, which was formerly the Palais Bourbon, was remodeled in 1807 by Poyet, and has for its river front a portico with pediment sustained by 12 columns, a greater number than any other existing building can show. If there be one style more than any other which needs sunshine and a clear atmosphere to show it to advantage, it is the classic. And a Greek or Roman temple in the atmosphere of fog, rain, and snow, of Edinburgh, London, Munich, or even Paris, does not produce at all the same impression as if it were under the blue skies of Italy, Sicily, or Greece. However, the frequent employment of classical motifs since the beginning of the century has contributed, to a degree unprecedented in modern times, towards placing Paris in the very foremost rank among the capitals of the world in the dignity and impressiveness of its public buildings. The encouragement given to architecture in France by Napoleon I was revived by Napoleon III. The remodeling of the streets, avenues, and boulevards of Paris, under the direction of Baron Haussmann, while it swept away many landmarks of medieval Paris, contributed wonderfully to its stately elegance as well as to its hygiene. The work begun upon the Louvre was completed from designs by Visconti and Lefeuille, and much entirely new work erected. There was a group of men, some of whom brought about the Neo-Grec movement, whose work was especially interesting, and although not extensively copied, yet exerted a marked influence for many years afterwards. These men were Labroust, who designed the library of St. Genevieve, about 1830, Duc, who remodeled the Palais de Justice, Dubon, who built the library for the School of Fine Arts, about 1845. Violet Leduc, who restored the Château de Pierrefonds, and wrote treatises and dictionaries upon architecture, furniture, etc., and was instrumental in the organization of the Society for the Preservation of Historical Monuments. Still later than these works are Vaudremur's Neo-Grec Church of St. Pierre Delaware Montrouge, built in 1860, and Abady's Byzantine Church of the Sacred Heart, still unfinished, Baltard's Church of St. Augustine, of brick and cast iron, and Central Market, of cast iron and glass, Garnier's Opera House, Hittorf's Northern Railway Station, the Trocadero, built for the Exposition of 1878, the Machinery Hall and Eiffel Tower, for that of 1889. Together with a host of other public buildings, not only in Paris, but in other portions of France, many of which have served as examples to the student of architecture in other lands. In this connection we should not forget the debt we owe to the French nation. During the reign of Louis XIV, the School of Fine Arts was founded in Paris, where free instruction in painting, sculpture, and architecture is still given to all who pass satisfactorily the entrance examinations. And in this school many of our successful architects have received gratuitous instruction from some of the distinguished men above mentioned. In the department of architecture the chief characteristics are the thorough and systematic study of the plan, and the adaptation of building materials to the conditions of the design. Other European cities besides Paris have profited by the general prosperity of the century. St. Petersburg produces the effect of a city of palaces, the many residences of grand dukes and nobles, the number of public institutions, the riding schools, much used on account of the severity of the climate, and even the barracks. In spite of the free use of stucco, each contributing to a certain impression of stateliness. The palace of the Archduke Michael, built by an Italian, Rossi, in 1820, is perhaps the most refined and dignified. Muscovite architecture is most conspicuous in the elaborate and bulbous domes, curious not only in form, but in color, of the churches of St. Petersburg, of Moscow and Warsaw. King Louis of Bavaria, having lived in Rome when crown prince, cultivated so great a fondness for the architecture of Greece and Italy, that when he came to the throne he commissioned his architects to design for his capital city of Munich the Valhalla, Rumschau, Glyptothek, and Pinakothek, after classical models. In Dresden, the most interesting buildings designed upon Greek or Italian traditions are the theatre and the picture gallery, by Semper, who will long be ranked as the foremost German architect of his day. In Berlin there is a theatre, unique of its kind, with stage in the center, and an auditorium for winter use at one end and one for summer at the other, designed by Titz. At Karlsruhe, Stuttgart, and Strasbourg there are theatres and schools in the same style. The present emperor has added many schools throughout the empire, but they are of late German Renaissance. The public buildings of Germany and Belgium show few designs of interest in recent years, the Parliament House at Berlin, by Wallot, and the Palais de Justice at Brussels, by Pollard, being colossal in mass and clumsy in detail. Many of the private houses designed in the Italian Renaissance were very elegant and attractive, but within the past decade there has been a woeful deterioration in the character of both surface and line, the grotesque replacing the graceful. The villages built for their employees by Krupp, the gun manufacturer, and Stumm, the maker of steel, are notable instances of the application of private capital to the improvement of the domestic conditions of the laboring class. In Austria, Vienna has developed wonderfully since the days of Maria Theresa. The classic Parliament House by Hansen, in 1843, is one of the most delightful of its kind to be found anywhere. Schmidt's Gothic Town Hall is interesting, but cannot be said to be so successful in design. The votive church by Ferstel, in 1856, also Gothic, the Opera House by Sickardsberg and van der Null, with the City Theatre, an elaborate Renaissance structure, by Semper and Hasmauer, are all worthy of note. The university with the two museum buildings, facing each other upon a small park, and other public buildings and residences along the Ringstrasse, are extremely satisfactory, in spite of the fact that stucco has been so extensively employed. Only a few years ago the municipality of Budapest offered immunity from taxation for 15 years to all prospective builders, under certain conditions as to character and cost of buildings. With the result that the newer portion of the Hungarian capital was quickly occupied by buildings of the most desirable kind. The Parliament House, Opera, Cathedral, Technical School, and several clubhouses and private residences, each testify to the spirit with which the citizens responded to this desire to beautify the city. Since the unification of Italy there has been considerable building in some of the principal cities, but very little of special importance. In Rome, the changes are more perceptible than elsewhere. The excavations of the Forum, the embankment of the Tiber, the widening and straightening of the Corso, and the opening of the Via Nazionale and other streets, have destroyed comparatively little of the picturesque that was worth retaining. Have brought to light many treasures of art, and, supplemented by the drainage of the Campagna by Prince Torlonia, have certainly made it a healthier city to live in. The monument to Victor Emmanuel, the National Museum, and the Braccio Nuovo of the Vatican Museum, are among the few public structures of interest. The many blocks of apartments and tenements are orderly and inoffensive, though brick and stucco are the materials used in their construction. Turin is the modern manufacturing city, while Florence preserves its medieval air, and Venice dreams of the bygone days when the splendor of the Renaissance attracted the wealth, beauty, and talent of all Europe to the city of the Doges. Bologna and Genoa have each built in the suburbs a magnificent Campo Santo, or cemetery, with chapels, colonnades, and other accessories of architectural value. In Milan and Naples there are lofty glass-covered arcades through the center of a block and connecting with cross streets, and the semicircular colonnades of St. Francesco di Paolo, at Naples, surround a piazza which is the great public resort of summer evenings. During the reign of King George a new Athens has sprung up alongside of and overlapping the old city. Although the nation is not wealthy, the individual bequests of certain Greeks have given her the museum, university, an academy, each of strict classic design, and a hospital of Byzantine design. Under the sunny skies of Greece those buildings certainly appear to much greater advantage than if in a more northern atmosphere, and their statuary and polychromy show the value of these accessories to such architecture in this climate. Abdul Aziz, the predecessor of the present Sultan of Turkey, had so great a fondness for building that his extravagance in this respect was one of the causes which led to his downfall. The Dolma Bagh Palace, erected directly upon the shores of the Bosphorus from the designs of Balzan, an Armenian architect, suggests Spanish work of the 16th century. In Constantinople and at Therapia, a summer resort at the northern end of the Bosphorus, many of the foreign governments have built official residences for their representatives. As for the architecture of our near neighbors on the north, the buildings of Canada have been sturdy and substantial rather than comely, but the long continuance of cold weather and the lack of means have often hampered the builders. Since the completion of the Canadian Pacific Railroad, the prosperity of city and country seems more assured, the older cities growing in importance and extent, and new towns springing up along the line to the west. In Ottawa the Parliament buildings and the Octagonal Library, in Toronto, and, to some extent, in Montreal, the university's buildings, are Victorian Gothic. The later buildings of the university in Montreal, excepting the Girls' College, are not so interesting. But there are two railroad stations, a hotel, cathedral, with several banks, insurance buildings, and residences that call for more than passing notice. Perhaps the finest building in all Canada is the Chateau Frontenac, in Quebec, built by Bruce Price of New York, on the Dufferin Terrace, overlooking the St. Lawrence River, and commanding a view that is hardly surpassed on the Bosphorus, the Rhine, or the Hudson. Although the history of architecture in America cannot be written without some reference to contemporary work in Europe. Since so much of our architecture in the first half of the century is adopted from that of our ancestors and adapted to our uses, and in the last half so many of our architects have studied there and so many of our citizens have traveled there. The problems and their conditions in the Old World are very different from those of the New. Europe was already mature when steam and electricity were introduced, precedent was always to be considered, and modern requirements were often forced to conform to existing circumstances. There has, therefore, been comparatively less change there during the century than during the past 30 years with us. With our republican institutions, many of the monarchical formulas soon became obsolete, though the general trend of our architecture has been in the direction of classic models. As the country has grown larger and more wealthy, the problems given to architects have become more complex. Less reliance could be placed upon precedent and a premium was placed upon originality, which, in spite of innumerable vagaries, has brought American architecture, at the end of the century, to be the most notable of the day. At the end of the 18th century, this republic consisted of hardly more than a number of communities extending at intervals along the Atlantic seaboard, with an occasional settlement beyond the Allegheny Mountains and across the Ohio River. Their resources were extremely limited, their wants very few, and their intercommunication irregular, but their methods of living were simple and frugal, and their courage and endurance phenomenal. Among the settlers of New England were many mechanics and manufacturers, and these soon began to replace the primitive log cabins with frame dwellings. Those of the southern states were chiefly planters, who imported much of their labor, and often the bricks as well as the glass, hardware, tiles, and other materials for their houses. Many of those who colonized the Middle States had come from countries in Europe where these materials were made, and brought their secrets with them, while others were farmers and stock growers, whose snug little cottages and enormous barns may be seen to this day in New York and Pennsylvania. At the beginning of the 19th century we possessed a national style of architecture, which, although it had come to us from Italy, through France and England, was yet distinctly American. It was, however, almost exclusively confined to residences, and there were very few public buildings of any description, except certain churches, said to have been designed by followers of Sir Christopher Wren, some of whom were doubtless ship carpenters who had studied the works of Sir William Chambers. The colonial style, as we now term it, was sufficiently elastic in its adaptability to conform to the requirements of the merchant, manufacturer, or mariner living at Salem, Boston, or Newport, as well as to those of the planter living at Charleston or Savannah. There were certain differences, more or less pronounced, peculiar to each section and to each city, but all houses were alike in this respect. There was no gas or water, and the open fireplace was depended upon for heat. In New England the dwelling houses were placed near the ground, the chimneys built in an interior cross wall, the kitchen, with its accessories, as near to the dining room as possible. The ceilings were low, with cornices sometimes of plaster, sometimes of wood. The roof, which was often hipped and often of the gambrel shape, but rarely a gable of even slope, was always covered with shingles, which covering was occasionally used also on the exterior walls. In the South, some of the characteristics were the high basement, broad piazzas, frequently at the level of the second as well as the first story, and placed on the south and west sides, the chimney on outside walls. The kitchen in a separate building, detached from the dwelling, a broad hall through the center, giving access to large rooms with high ceilings. The roof quite as frequently hipped as gabled, and often, in either case, a huge fanlight set in a low gable on the front for ventilation of the attic. Dormers were seldom used, as the attic was not inhabited. The gambrel roof was uncommon. Slate, and occasionally tile or shingle, was used for roof covering. Our first public buildings of any importance, and which show the influence of contemporary work in England, were the White House, designed by Holbein in 1792. The Capitol, begun by Dr. Thornton in 1793 and completed by B. H. Latrobe in 1830, the wings, containing the present Senate and House of Representatives, were added later. The Dome, designed by Thomas U. Walter, was begun in 1858, but not completed until 1873. Our early presidents took much interest in architecture, Washington directing and criticizing the planning of the Capitol and building his own home at Mount Vernon, and Jefferson designing the dome and colonnades of the University of Virginia at Charlottesville, and his own home at Monticello. Massachusetts was the first state to erect its capital, the State House in Boston, by Bulfinch, dating from 1795. The City Hall of New York was our first work of unmistakable French character, and shows the influence of the time of Louis XVI. It was designed by Mangin, a Frenchman, begun in 1803, and completed in 1812. After the War of 1812, many state and national buildings were erected. From that time colonnades and domes seem indispensable to the proper dignity of the Capitol or courthouse. The use of both brick and stone became more general, and, for private houses, the form of the gambrel roof gradually disappeared in favor of the hip and gable. Subsequent to 1830, the accepted type of the larger or more pretentious house was the Italian villa, with a square tower accentuating the front entrance, often 1 story higher than the main building, all roofs of low pitch, covered with tin. The exterior walls faced with stucco. About this time bay windows and sliding doors for principal rooms of first story, and better facilities for the use of heat, light, and water were introduced, and the symmetrical disposition of parts often neglected. The very steep pointed Gothic roof denoted the modest cottage, and the perforated wooden tracery of windows and porches, or the barge boards of gables. became the simple beginning of that riotous growth of jigsawed fretwork afterwards so prominent upon those houses constructed with mansard or French roofs of rectilinear, concave, or convex form. The works and writings of Downing had much influence at this time, and it was shown not only in these Italian villas or Gothic cottages, but also in landscape gardening about suburban residences. The political disturbances in various countries of Europe in 1848 brought very many immigrants to our shores, and the discovery of gold in California, in 1849, was the beginning of that steady flow of settlers which has since then peopled so many of our western states and territories. Then followed our own Civil War, from 1861 to 1865, and subsequent to that the period of Reconstruction, during which time there was some building, but very little architecture, throughout the country. In 1869 the Pacific Railroad was completed, and this not only gave a new impetus to western mining and farming, but created a new market for eastern manufactures. So great was this manufacturing and commercial activity that vast fortunes were made, and there were many opportunities calling for the services of architects. But as they had hitherto been rarely employed, except in a few of the larger cities, upon churches or public buildings, a great proportion of them were untrained amateurs or self-taught carpenters and masons. However, the first school of architecture had just been organized at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, in Boston, and to William E. Ware, who was its professor of architecture from 1866, and who organized a similar school at Columbia College, New York, in 1880. The profession and the public owe more than to any other one man for well-directed efforts towards the development of such qualifications as may eventually give a national character to our architecture. These schools came none too soon, and within the past 25 years many others have been founded and many traveling scholarships endowed, collections of books, photographs, and casts have been provided in various cities. Architectural periodicals published, and architectural societies and sketch clubs formed, each of which has contributed to the higher education of the profession and to the greater appreciation by the public. Prior to this time, each section and each city had certain peculiarities of architecture, as of speech, which were unmistakable. The white New England meeting house, the red schoolhouse, the country house with its kitchen, washroom, and woodshed trailing in the rear, or the swell front city house, were as characteristic as the endless blocks of brown stone. High stoop houses of New York, or the monotonous rows of red brick dwellings with white marble trimmings of Philadelphia, or the broad verandas and halls of the Southern home. Cast iron was the recognized material for the front of business buildings, the designs being chiefly in the Corinthian or composite orders, and the arch or lintel used indiscriminately, and when the dry goods store of A. T. Stewart and Company was built, in 1872, to occupy the whole block from Broadway to 4th Avenue, and from 9th to 10th Streets, it was the largest and most important of its kind. Before this class of commercial architecture disappeared, a front was designed by R. M. Hunt, about 1878, for a store on Broadway, near Broome Street, where the plastic forms of the tile and stucco of Saracenic architecture were used as being more logical for this material than an imitation of Roman forms in stone. There were not many summer resorts, and a few weeks at Saratoga, Newport, or the Virginia Springs was the limit of the annual vacation. The Orthodox Hotel was a rectangular frame building, with veranda on one or more sides, covered by a flat roof supported by square piers having the height of several stories. The length, width, and height of the building were governed by no other proportion than that of the number of guests. In the South and West there were virtually no hotels, and the belated traveler applied for food and shelter for himself and his horse to the nearest friendly farm. These were the prevailing conditions when the nouveau riche appeared upon the scene. To him as citizen prosperity meant a better home, to the congregation a larger church, to the community a new city hall or courthouse, to the state a more expensive capital. While these buildings were being everywhere erected, in accordance with the time-honored fashions of construction and with elaborate finish, the disastrous conflagrations of 1871 in Chicago, and of 1872 in Boston, called general attention to the necessity for more permanent building. And the precautions now taken against similar occurrences were the beginning of efforts toward methods of fireproof construction. Granite, marble, and limestone were discarded in favor of sandstone, brick, and terracotta. Iron beams carrying brick or concrete, subsequently hollow terracotta, arches were introduced, and metal laths were substituted for the wooden strips to a certain degree. But as these fires were mainly in the business districts, such reforms have been confined almost exclusively to commercial architecture. In 1873 the financial panic gave a check to many building operations, but it was of comparatively short duration. For in 1876 all the other nations of the earth were invited to unite with us at Philadelphia in celebrating the centennial anniversary of our independence. This was our first international exposition, and it was not remarkable that in our eagerness to learn, and in the enthusiasm of prosperity, we sought inspiration from all those peoples who had brought their goods for our inspection. At once we began to build queen and cottages or to remodel existing houses with many bays and towers, rooms set at all angles, floors at different levels, walls of many materials, and roofs of varying slopes. As well as to apply many tints and shades of color within and without. The summer hotel and summer cottage began to appear at the seashore, in the mountains, and along the shores of the Great Lakes, and the winter resorts of the Carolinas, Florida, and California to attract the seekers for health and pleasure. The interior decoration of our houses was the chief lesson of 1876, and having once seen the European and Oriental hangings, draperies, rugs, and bric-a-brac, we set about furnishing our rooms with them. Hitherto American architecture had been most influenced by English precedent, and the Victorian Gothic had able advocates, especially in Boston, where the Art Museum by Sturgis and Brigham, as well as many stores, residences, and churches by Cummings and Sears, Peabody and Stearns, and others, showed much vigor and originality. William A. Potter, as supervising architect for the government, adopted this style, in 1875, for his buildings at Fall River, Massachusetts, Nashville, Tennessee, and Covington, Kentucky, and R. M. Upjohn designed for Hartford, Connecticut, the only Gothic state capital in this country. R. M. Upjohn and Henry M. Congdon of New York had already done much Gothic ecclesiastical work and, with the possible exception of Grace Church in 1840, and St. Patrick's Roman Catholic Cathedral in 1886 by Renwick, there is no example of this style which shows such appreciation of proportion or of form, in mass and in detail, as Trinity Church, 1843, by the first-named architect. It was perhaps rather fortunate that just as the Queen and fashion, with its multiplicity of detail, was brought to us from England, H. Richardson, of Boston, called our attention to the bigness and, almost brutal, simplicity of the Romanesque from southern France. From the date of the building of Trinity Church, in Boston, 1876, may be reckoned the parting of the ways. Heretofore everything we had done of any importance had an English stamp upon it, henceforth the work that was done showed the result of training of the Parisian atelier or of the well-filled sketch-books of continental travel. Not only in this church, but in his libraries at Woburn, North Easton, Quincy, Milford, Burlington, and New Orleans, did Richardson show his grasp of the subject. Trinity is unmistakably a Christian temple, and its bigness most conducive to the sense of awe and reverence. His libraries leave no doubt as to their having been built for the storing and reading of books. His stone buildings, whether the courthouse and jail in Pittsburgh, the Chamber of Commerce in Cincinnati, or private houses in Buffalo or Chicago, show their purpose and emphasize their material. His brick buildings, whether a college building at Cambridge, railway station at New London, or residence at Washington, tell their story in brick. And his country houses about the suburbs of Boston, to be what they are, could not have been other than of wood. His influence upon the architecture of the day was therefore not surprising. But there was a subtleness in the character of his designs that his imitators could never acquire and even his immediate successors could not long retain after his personality was lost to them. And from the lack partly, perhaps, of true sympathy, partly from the modification of conditions, his art may be said to have died with him. As R. M. Hunt had the last word on the cast-iron front, so he had the first on the modern skyscraper, a peculiarly American production. The walls of the Tribune building, however, carry both their own weight, and that of the floors, being built before the days of the methods of steel skeleton construction. Hunt was trained in Paris, as was Richardson, and had assisted in the design of the Pavillon de Flore under Lefnel, and he showed his appreciation of the Neo-Grec movement in his design for the Lenox Library. It is somewhat unusual for an artist to do his best work in his latest years, but surely no better work of its kind has been done in modern times than the residences which he designed for 3 members of the Vanderbilt family at Newport, in New York City, and at Biltmore, N.C. The design which he left for the Fifth Avenue front of the Metropolitan Museum, now being carried out by his son, is a magnificent Corinthian order, whereas much of his other work is late French Gothic. That he was called upon to design the base for Bartholdi's Liberty in New York Harbor, and the administration building at the International Exposition of 1893, and that a portrait bust has been erected to his memory, all testify to the appreciation in which he was held by the profession. To McKim, Mead and White, of New York, we are greatly indebted for their influence upon secular architecture, and their casino at Newport, built in 1880. Was probably more far-reaching in its effect upon country houses than any other building at that time. Among the other work from their office may be mentioned the Boston Public Library, the Madison Square Garden, reproducing in its tower the Giralda of Seville, the library and other buildings for Columbia College, the Metropolitan and University Clubs, the Agricultural Building, of Staff, in Chicago in 1893, now being reproduced in marble for the Brooklyn Institute, the Tiffany, the Villard, and other city houses, and a host of country houses at Newport, Lenox, and elsewhere. There is another architect whose talents should be acknowledged, for about 1880, when the shingle house had just begun to take shape, there was none more clever at that sort of thing than W.R. Emerson, of Boston, and his resources seemed endless in harmonizing form and color with conditions of seashore or mountain, as shown in his houses at Bar Harbor, Milton, Newport, and many other summer resorts. Philadelphia, which had hitherto always been extremely conservative in architecture, soon began to erect some of the most singular and fantastic structures that could well be imagined. But fortunately the refined simplicity and fertile originality of such men as Wilson Eyre, Frank Miles Dane Bro, and Cope and Stewardson have prevailed, and in both city and suburban work they and certain others have done and are doing much to counterbalance the character of the eccentricities of their predecessors. As shown in buildings for the University of Pennsylvania and the Academy of Arts and Sciences. But the restless activity of Eastern loom and machine shop, and of Western farm and mine, seem to meet and concentrate in Chicago, the entrepot for the raw material of the West and the finished product of the East. The unprecedented increase in value of land, the low price of iron and steel, with the introduction of high-speed elevators, combined to develop a new type of skyscraper. And as the nature of the soil was entirely unlike that of other cities, the foundations of these buildings presented problems which were solved by Chicago architects in various ways hitherto untried. The Rookery by Burnham and Root, Pullman Building by S.S. Beeman, and the Auditorium, Opera House, Hotel, and Office Building in one, by Adler and Sullivan, at the time of their completion were most notable examples of architectural engineering, and were soon followed by many others more or less similar. Designed by W. L. B. Jenny, Hollibird and Roche, Henry Ives Cobb, and others. The buildings for the Chicago University, the Athletic Club, and Newberry Library, by the last-named architect, show a high degree of ability. The peculiarly rich arabesque ornamentation designed by Louis H. Sullivan, and the direct and rational handling of the buildings upon which it was used, are certainly indicative of the spirit of enthusiasm and conscientiousness of a well-trained mind. It is by such characteristics that John W. Root was able to accomplish so much for the advancement of architecture in the West. What Krupp and Stumm had done for the employees in their works in Germany, Pullman determined to do for his men and their families here. And a town, with dwellings, schools, churches, waterworks, etc., for many thousand inhabitants was designed and built by S.S. Beeman, which has been reported by experts to be the best of its kind. In Chicago, in 1893, was held our second International Exposition. And that the exhibits should be suitably housed, some of the most prominent architects of the country were called together, buildings were assigned to each of them, and Frederick Law Olmsted was appointed to lay out the grounds, waterways, and bridges. Except for the difference in material, never did Rome in the days of Augustan magnificence show buildings similar to those grouped about the court of honor. A Greek would surely have been proud to walk through the peristyle, or to have visited the art galleries, and a Roman to have sauntered about the terminal station or the triumphal arches of the manufactures building. Right nobly was the Spanish aid to Columbus acknowledged in the design of Machinery Hall. But to France, whose generosity had trained so many of our architects, sculptors, and painters to do such things, was the greatest triumph in the unanimity with which they had all worked and the success which crowned their labors. The building occupied by the federal government was one of the few unworthy of its location or of the occasion. While the architecture of the people had been advancing steadily for 50 years, that provided by the Treasury Department in Washington had been quite as steadily retrograding. The Custom House, Boston, Sub-Treasury, New York. The Mint, in Philadelphia, the Treasury, Post Office, and Interior Department buildings, in Washington, have stood almost alone since the middle of the century. The few Gothic buildings referred to previously were honest and intelligent attempts to improve the quality of design for the government. But the politicians decided that artistic ability was not a prerequisite for the office of supervising architect. Since 1895, there has been some infusion of new life into the designing room, and such work as the designs by William Martin Aiken, for the Buffalo and San Francisco post offices and courthouses, the Denver and the Philadelphia mints, and the new London post office, were about being materialized, when once again the politicians, who cared not a whit for one design more than another, interfered to oblige the government contractor. But the good seed had been planted, and the work of the present incumbent, James Knox Taylor, is likely to show a marked advance over that of many previous years. The general scheme of the Congressional Library was conceived by Smith Meyer and Pels, the details carried out subsequently by General Casey and his able assistants and successors, and the building opened to the public in 1896. The experiment of the collaboration of sculptor and painter with the architect had resulted so favorably in Chicago, that the artists invited to decorate this building gladly responded. And although the remuneration was inconsiderable, their loyalty to the country, as to art, resulted in such mural decoration as had not been seen since W.M. Hunt decorated the Senate Chamber in Albany, or Lafarge did the figures in Trinity Church, Boston, and St. Thomas Church, New York. Blashfield's dome, typifying all the nations of the earth, Vedder's Minerva, in mosaic, H.O. Walker's large lunettes, illustrating English poems, and Symonds' small lunettes, filled with exquisite little figures, are but a few of the many interesting works in color. Two of the main entrance doors of bronze were modeled by Olin L. Warner, but he did not live to complete them. The marble stairway is by Martini, and the statues which adorn the main reading room are by Adams, Bartlett, Partridge, Ward, and others. The plan of the building is that of a central octagon containing the general reading room, connected by wings containing the book stacks with a surrounding hollow square containing rooms for special collections. There are ample reading rooms for representatives, senators, and the public, and a tunnel by which books are sent to the Capitol. This is the last building of considerable importance constructed by the government, and it was built on time and within the appropriation of $6 million. It may be said to be dignified and suitable to its purpose, and to be representative of the people at the close of the century. It now seems probable that New York will build the handsome library designed by Carrere and Hastings. The Egyptian lines of the reservoir occupying the site, emphasized by the varying hues of the ivy for so many seasons, will give place to those of an example of modern French Renaissance. Among the changes incidental to the growth of this city is the recent disappearance of the old Tombs prison, which was another building of Egyptian architecture, good of its kind, and quite dignified and impressive. There are certain other buildings designed in the style of a country almost as tropical as Egypt, and as light and airy as that is somber and gloomy, but which seem quite as appropriate for their different purposes. They are the Casino Theatre and the Synagogue at Fifth Avenue and 43rd Street, each an excellent example of Saracenic architecture, the former of brick and terracotta, and the latter of varicolored sandstones. Another synagogue, by Brunner and Tryon, further up the avenue and facing Central Park, has a decided Byzantine flavor, the large arch accentuating the entrance, carrying a small arcade, and being surmounted by the traceried dome. The largest and most expensively elaborate hotel in America is the Waldorf Astoria, and although certain features of the exterior may not be justified by interior arrangements, it has certainly been planned with a view to great comfort and luxury. While New York has the largest and most expensive private residences, the chief of these is that of Cornelius Vanderbilt. Philadelphia has the greatest number of small houses owned by their occupants. And of late years, there are a greater number of attractive homes in St. Louis than anywhere else in this country. Very many of them have been designed by Eames and Young, or by Shepley, Rutan and Coolidge. And with much open space about them, they have an air of elegance and hospitality that is lacking to the homes in most other cities. New York, from its position as the commercial and financial center of the country, in spite of its situation on a long, narrow island, may be accepted as the typical city. What is done here architecturally is done, only to a different degree, elsewhere, and its growth horizontally in the northern portion of the city has kept pace with its perpendicular growth in the more congested business portion. This general expansion has altogether changed the character of many streets, the residences becoming apartment houses, and the shops becoming office buildings from 10 to 20 stories, or even more. The masses becoming larger and the detail proportionately less prominent. The skyline has entirely changed, the spire of Trinity is lost in such surroundings as the Bowling Green, Empire, Washington Life, and American Surety buildings, and in the vicinity where the Tribune Tower was once conspicuous, now the St. Paul building rises 25 stories, and the Ives Syndicate building even higher, further and further up Broadway, and to the right and left of it, these monster buildings continue to rise. But among them all there is not one which shows a more masterly handling of the problem than the Surety, where the architect, Bruce Price, has emphasized the entrance with a colonnade and 6 figures of much dignity and grace, and has concentrated the ornament about the upper part of the building, crowning it with a fine cornice, which is more effective from the simplicity of the 4 walls beneath. This building holds its own among such others as the Washington Life and St. James buildings, New York, or the Ames building, Boston, Harrison building, Philadelphia, Schiller Theater, Chicago, Wainwright building, St. Louis, or Examiner building, San Francisco. It is impossible, in so brief a survey of the field, to enumerate more than a very small fraction of the buildings illustrating the progress of the architecture of the century. And aside from the residences, apartments, and hotels where we live winter or summer, and commercial buildings in which our working hours may be occupied, there are very many examples of churches, schools, colleges, libraries, and museums, donated, equipped, and endowed for our instruction, theaters and music halls for our entertainment, railroad stations for transportation, storage warehouses for the safety of valuables, and armories for the use of our militia. Besides these, there are engineering works of considerable importance, such as the Eads Bridge, at St. Louis, or the Roebling Bridge, between New York and Brooklyn, and the works of the sculptor St. Gaudens, the Washington Arch by Stanford White, the Farragut and Lincoln statues in New York and in Chicago, which should surely be mentioned, since monumental works are the poetry, whereas the secular and commercial works are but the prose of architecture. As we review our productions, we should certainly feel encouraged to believe that if we continue to meet and solve each problem in the same direct, honest way that we have been doing for the last quarter of the century, there need be no misgivings as to the future of architecture in these United States. The Century's Progress in Chemistry. By Harvey W. Wiley, M.D., Ph.D., Doctor of Laws. Chief Chemist, Agricultural Department, Washington, D.C. The science of chemistry, as it is known today, had its real origin towards the end of the 18th century. Before and up to that time it is true there were many great workers in chemistry, whose names are associated with investigations in chemical science, such as Boyle, Stahl, Black, and Scheele. Contemporary with the close of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th must also be mentioned, particularly the names of Priestley, 1733 to 1804, Cavendish and Humphrey Davy, 1778 to 1829. All these workers had to contend, first of all, with erroneous theories, which made it difficult to rightly interpret the data of experiment. The old theory of phlogiston produced an environment in which it was difficult for true scientific methods to survive. The great investigator, who did more than any other one man to overturn this false theory and place chemistry on a firm foundation, was Lavoisier, 1743 to 1794. Born near the middle of the 18th century, his scientific activity began about 1770, and before he was 25 he was made a member of the French Academy of Sciences. At the age of 40 he was recognized as the foremost scientist of his age. Priestley discovered oxygen in 1774, but failed to recognize its true relations to other bodies. It was Lavoisier who discovered oxidation, 1776, an achievement which meant more to chemistry than the discovery of oxygen. The observation that metals when heated in confined air increased in weight while the volume of the confined air decreased, is the crucial experiment upon which the whole science of chemistry rests. This experiment was made most rigorously by Lavoisier, and the apparatus which he used is still preserved in the Museum of l'École des Arts et Métiers in Paris. This apparatus, simple in character and yet almost perfect in construction, has for the chemist a peculiar significance and sacredness, producing an impression similar to that inspired in the devout Christian by the relics of the Cross and the Holy Sepulchre. In the brief space which is assigned for a discussion of the progress of chemistry during the 19th century, economy of words will be secured by briefly tracing some of the salient points in the progress of some of the more important branches of chemical science. In the following pages, therefore, will be found a brief statement of what has been accomplished, of the most important character, in the science of chemistry, under the following heads: Inorganic chemistry, physical chemistry, organic chemistry, analytical chemistry, synthetical chemistry, metallurgical chemistry, agricultural chemistry, graphic chemistry, didactic chemistry, chemistry of fermentation, and lastly electrochemistry. No attempt will be made in this paper to enter upon the discussion of the progress which has been made in medical, pharmaceutical, and physiological chemistry. The discussion outlined under the above heads does not by any means embrace the whole subject. It will be sufficient to indicate only the lines of progress along which the greatest advances have been made. Inorganic and physical chemistry. The three propositions established by Lavoisier, which serve as the foundation for inorganic and physical chemistry, are the following. 1. Bodies burn only in contact with pure air. 2. The air is consumed in the combustion, and the increase in weight of the burnt body is equal to the decrease in weight of the air. 3. In combustion the body is generally changed, by its combination with the pure air, into an acid, and metals are changed into metal calx. The total number of elementary bodies known at the beginning of the century was probably less than 30. Many had been recognized as such since remote antiquity, but none of the non-metallic elements, except oxygen and sulfur, was known, and even their properties were not established with any degree of precision. Not only did Lavoisier establish the fundamental principles of modern chemistry, but in connection with Fourcroy, 1755 to 1809, Berthollet, 1748 to 1822, and Guyton de Morveau, 1737 to 1816, laid the foundation of modern chemical nomenclature. The contributions to chemical knowledge at this time were greatly increased by the works of the Swedish chemist, Scheele, 1742 to 1786. And in the beginning years of the century the great work which was accomplished by Sir Humphrey Davy advanced very rapidly the general knowledge of chemical science. Davy's first works served to elucidate the connection between electricity and chemical processes, and it was through the classical experiment with an electric current that he isolated, 1807, the metals sodium and potassium, and described their properties. This achievement of Sir Humphrey Davy's was the second great step in the progress of chemistry, after the one taken by Lavoisier. By means of the metals sodium and potassium, other metallic elements were separated, notably aluminium, by Wohler, 1845. Basing his work upon the above experiment, Saint Clair Deville developed the metallurgy of aluminium, 1854, and Bussy isolated magnesium, 1830. In 1811 iodine was discovered by Courtois, and its properties examined simultaneously, 1814, by Davy and Gay-Lussac. The contributions made by Berzelius, 1779 to 1848, who was a contemporary of Davy and Gay-Lussac, 1778 to 1850, were of the most important character. Berzelius not only added to the knowledge of inorganic chemistry but also established many of the important theories on which chemical action depends. His elaboration of the employment of the blowpipe in chemical analysis was of the greatest practical value. In 1807 Dalton published a work entitled New System of Chemical Philosophy, in which was announced for the first time the law of the definite proportions of bodies forming a definite union. The atomic theory of matter was also developed by Dalton, who gave it a definite form and expression. Chemists now began to consider the elements as definite indestructible particles of matter, forming unions among themselves and with different kinds of atoms to form molecules, which were considered as the units of substances. As a result of this supposition, the development of the principle of the relative weight with which bodies combine was the logical consequence. Now for the first time the elements began to assume not only names and descriptions of properties but also numbers, showing the relative weight of their atoms or final conditions of existence. It was only necessary, therefore, to assume the standard of comparison for any one element, in order to determine the relative weights with which it combined with others. Thus the system of atomic weights was developed. As a result of the law of chemical action, that most elementary bodies exist in a condition where two atoms are joined together to form a molecule, it follows that in most instances the molecular weights of the elements are double their atomic weight. There are, however, many notable exceptions to this rule. The supposition of the existence of atoms was followed soon by another theoretical proposition, advanced by Prout, 1815. Assuming that the atomic weight of hydrogen was 1, Prout's hypothesis asserted that the atomic weights of all other elementary bodies were multiples of that of hydrogen. The most rigid investigations of recent years have shown that Prout's hypothesis is untenable. But the remarkable fact still remains, that in a great many cases the atomic weights of the elements are almost whole numbers, or differ from whole numbers by almost a half unit. The determination of the atomic weights of the various elements during the past 100 years has been worked on by hundreds of chemists whose names it would be impracticable to mention. The most important of them are Berzelius, Cook, Cleve, Delafontaine, Dumas, Hermann, Marchand, Marignac, 1817, Morley, Noyes, Palaus, 1807 to 1867, Richards, Schneider, Stoss, 1813 to 1891, and Thomson. Of all these workers Stoss, a Belgian chemist, is perhaps the most renowned. Among those mentioned, Cook, Morley, Noyes, Delafontaine, and Richards are citizens of the United States. From the less than 30 elements which were known at the beginning of the century, there are known today 72 with certainty, and perhaps one or two more whose identity has not yet been fully established. The chemists who have become most renowned by the discovery of elementary bodies are Cavendish, Scheele, Berzelius, Wohler, 1800 to 1882, Davy, Gay-Lussac, Priestley, Bunsen, born in 1811, Crookes, born in 1832, and Ramsay. 2. Physical chemistry. In strictly physical chemistry the relations of electricity and heat to chemical action have been extensively developed during the century. The specific heats of the elements and of most of their compounds have been carefully determined, and thermo and physical chemistry under the leadership of such master minds as Berthollet, Thomson, Van't Hoff, and Ostwald have been brought to the highest degree of perfection. The chemist now does not consider that he knows any body until he knows thoroughly its relations to heat and to electricity. The action of light must also be included, but this subject will be more thoroughly discussed under graphic chemistry. The nature of solutions has also been developed by the studies of Ostwald and Van't Hoff, and as a result of these studies, a flood of light has been thrown upon the constitution of compound bodies. In the development of physical chemistry, attention should be directed to the help afforded by Newlands, 1864, and Mendeljeff, 1869, and others, showing that the elements form groups which tend to recur with a periodicity which is sufficiently definite to enable the investigator to foretell to some extent the properties of the elements which have never yet been discovered, and whose existence is necessary in order to fill up the gaps in existing groups. By this method the existence, atomic weight and properties of scandium, gallium, and germanium were foretold years before their discovery. Such actual realization of a scientific prophetic method is one of the strongest indications of the basis of fact upon which it rests. Although a rigid application of the principles of the periodic law is not possible, yet its discovery and elaboration mark one of the great forward steps of chemical philosophy. If we regard any material system by itself, i.e., independently of any other system or influence by which it may be surrounded, we recognize it as consisting of essentially two things, matter and energy. A precise definition of either matter or energy is difficult, if not impossible. But what is connoted by these names is sufficiently well understood by their well-known properties. Both energy and matter are essential to each and every system. They are coexistent. In the light of human experience, we cannot conceive of one existing without the other, and in the study of any material system, consideration of one of these components without the other can only be regarded as incomplete. But, for the sake of convenience, this has been the practice, and, generally speaking, chemists have concerned themselves with matter changes of equilibria, while physicists have more especially directed their attention to energy equilibria. The object of the physical chemist is to follow equilibria changes in given systems, having due regard for both the matter and energy involved. Berthollet may be regarded as the first true physical chemist, on account of his classical views on mass action. Largely because the time was not ripe for it, his views were not generally adopted. A quarter of a century later, 1867, Goldberg and Weige gave a precise mathematical expression of the law, but still it attracted very little attention from investigators. A tremendous impetus was given to the subject by the electrolytic dissociation theory of Arrhenius, 1887, and the extension of the additive laws of gases to dilute solutions, by Van't Hoff, 1885. This was but a comparatively small field in the subject, but it stimulated activity along the whole line, the wonderful increase of our knowledge concerning the velocity or rates of reaction, the heat changes involved, and the marvelous development of electrolytic chemistry being pertinent instances. The generalization of Gibbs, known as the phase rule, 1876, which accurately states the condition for equilibrium in the system, and the theorem of Le Chatelier, 1884. That any change in the factors of equilibrium from outside is followed by a reverse change within the system, together with the mass law, now give us a consistent theoretical foundation for the subject. In general terms, it may be said that all chemistry, at least all theoretical chemistry, properly belongs to the province of physical chemistry, and the title, while in many ways convenient, is misleading. Free, organic chemistry. Compounds containing carbon enter into all the products of a living cell. For this reason the chemistry of carbon compounds came to be known as organic chemistry. This should not be taken as a definition, however, without limitations. Many of the compounds containing carbon are not known to enter into living tissue in any way, and their connection with it is very remote and not essential. On the other hand, it should be remembered that many organic compounds, and those even of most importance, contain some other element, nitrogen, for example, as the significant one. While nearly all the known elements can enter into organic compounds, the vast majority of such substances are composed of but very few. For instance, those classes of which sugar, starch, the fats, etc. are examples, contain only carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen. With nitrogen, sulfur, and phosphorus added to these elements, almost the entire range of organic chemistry is covered. Organic chemistry, therefore, differs from inorganic chemistry in that, while the number of compounds is much larger, the number of elements involved is very limited. Berzelius may be regarded as having founded organic chemistry in the beginning of this century. As a result of his analyses of the salts of organic acids, he clearly demonstrated that the laws of definite and multiple proportions hold equally for organic compounds and for inorganic ones. The work of this master was ably furthered by Liebig, 1803 to 1873, who devised most elegant methods for the analytical investigation of organic compounds, methods which are in use today without any essential change. Very soon, however, it was found that organic compounds existed having the same percentage composition, but quite dissimilar properties, physical and chemical, as, for instance, sugar and starch. Other striking examples are Faraday's discovery, 1825, of a compound identical in composition with ethylene, but wholly different in properties, and Wöhler's classical synthesis, 1828, of urea by the transformation of ammonium cyanate. Similar facts in the domain of inorganic chemistry, though now well known, were at that time wanting, and thus this most fruitful idea, designated as isomerism, was introduced into the science. The next great step was the introduction of the theory of radicals, first suggested tentatively by Berzelius, 1810, but put forward in a definite way as one of the results of the classical investigation on benzoyl by Liebig and Wöhler, 1832. That is to say, a group of elements, or radical, can pass through a series of compounds, from one to the other, as though the group were one single element. For years this idea was the guiding principle in chemical investigations, and was most useful in aiding the classification of chemical compounds and bringing order out of the chaos of accumulating observations. But the search for radicals was in a sense a vain one. We now know that no radical exists as such by itself. Meanwhile, Dumas and his pupil Laurent had introduced and developed the theory of types, whereby all chemical compounds could be classified under 4 types, which marked a distinct step in advance. Laurent, together with his colleague Gerhardt, 1816 to 1856, recognized the shortcomings of both the radical and type theories in their earlier forms, and showed their interrelation, when modified so as to do away with certain inconsistencies. Dumas had before this demonstrated the theory of substitution, 1834, that is, that in certain compounds one or more of the elements can be driven out and replaced by others without changing the essential characteristics of the compound. For instance, chloroacetic acid, in which part of the hydrogen of acetic acid has been replaced by chlorine, contains all the essential characteristics of acetic acid. In fact, some of them, its acidic properties, for example, being markedly accentuated. This theory was fiercely assailed at first, notably by Liebig. Like all theories of science, it was in the beginning pushed to the extreme, and put forward to explain things to which it was not applicable. It gradually came to demonstrate its own right to existence, largely as a result of the work of Laurent and Gerhardt, and made its influence felt in the exposition of their ideas, to which reference has just been made. The development of these theories, about the middle of the century, was greatly hastened by the work of many brilliant investigators, notably Wurtz, 1817 to 1884, Hoffmann, 1818 to 1892, Williamson, 1824, Colby, 1818 to 1884, and Franklin, 1825, among others. Kekulé proposed a new type, marsh gas or methane. Shortly afterwards, his well-known formula for benzene, the starting point and foundation of the vast class of aromatic bodies, was proposed. He insisted that the time had come when chemists must ask what those ultimate particles, or atoms, of the elements themselves were doing in these compounds of various types. The answer was a grand one, and the result, our magnificent store of information concerning the constitution of organic compounds, or the way in which the atoms are connected with each other. It is not to be inferred that our knowledge on this subject, in any one case, is complete. Far from it. Much that is most interesting and important is apparently as remote from our grasp as ever. But we do know something about the general relations of the atoms in the molecule, and our knowledge, so far as it goes, is definite and precise. Somewhat later, Van't Hoff and Lebel, at the same time but independently, introduced the study of the space relations of organic compounds by suggesting the simplest possible space formula, the tetrahedron, for marsh gas or methane, of which all other organic compounds may, theoretically at least, be regarded as derivatives. Many inexplicable relations, especially among isomers, now became clear. The theory was at first bitterly assailed, especially by Colby. It found an able champion in Wislicenus, 1838, however, and has so thoroughly established itself, that it may be safely said that at the present day it is the controlling idea in the large majority of organic investigations. The carbon atom is characterized by a wonderful facility in uniting not only with other elements, but with itself. It would even appear as though its influence in this regard extended to other elements united with it, as nitrogen, for instance, shows an unexpected ability to unite with nitrogen in organic compounds. Further, the carbon atom is characterized by an unusually constant valency, namely, 4. These two characteristics account for homology, that is, for a series of similar compounds differing in composition one from the other by Ch2, and enables us to trace back all organic compounds to one mother substance, marsh gas or methane. These ideas have also been more or less successfully applied to the study of the composition of inorganic compounds. The assistance organic chemistry has given to the general subject is incalculable. Finally, it may be said, that while in the nature of the case our ideas of structure in organic compounds cannot be regarded as proved, or as not subject to possible future modifications, we have, at least, a consistent theory and good working hypothesis. A homely illustration of our present ideas may be drawn from the modern high city building. The skeleton of this building is made of iron, about which are grouped the brick, stone, wood, and other materials to form a complete building. So the organic body is built on a chain or framework or skeleton of carbon atoms, about which are grouped the atoms of hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, or radical compounds thereof. It is not possible here to even name some of the more eminent workers who for a quarter of a century have contributed to our knowledge of organic chemistry. This branch of chemistry has been the vogue, and has been pushed almost to the limit of possibility since 1875. Many almost unexplored fields still remain, but chemists recognize the fact that in theory and practice organic chemistry has reached a high degree of perfection. And they are returning to continue the researches in other fields which have for so long been almost neglected. 4. Analytical chemistry. No branch of chemical science has a more general interest for the public than that which relates to the determination of the materials of which bodies are composed, and the proportions in which they exist. At the beginning of the century considerable progress had been made in this branch of knowledge by the researches of Boyle, 1626–1691, Hoffmann, Marggraf, 1709–1780, Scheele and Bergman, 1735–1784. Berzelius, as has already been mentioned, had added a new and valuable factor to chemical analysis by the development of the blowpipe, and in the early part of the century mineral analysis was still further advanced by Klaproth, 1743–1817. Rose, 1798–1873, and many others. No one man did so much to advance this branch of chemical science as Fresenius, 1818–1897. He collated and proved all the proposed methods of analysis, both qualitative and quantitative, and out of a confused mass of material formed a logical system of procedure, which has proved invaluable to the progress of chemical science in all its branches. The volumetric methods of analysis, which save so much time and labor without sacrificing accuracy, were developed by Gay-Lussac, Vauquelin, 1763–1879, Moore, 1806–1879, Volhard, Sutton, Felling, and Liebig. The methods of gas analysis have been worked out chiefly by Bunsen, ably assisted by Winkler and Hempel. The methods of determining the elementary bodies in organic compounds have been developed by Dumas, Liebig, Will, Varentrap, and Kjeldel. To the last of whom chemical analysis owes a debt of gratitude for the invention of a speedy and accurate method of determining nitrogen. Not much less is the debt due to Gooch for the invention of the perforated platinum crucible, carrying an asbestos felt for securing precipitates by filtration, in a form suitable to ignition without further preparation. Through the classic researches of Arago, 1786–1853, and Biot, 1774–1862, polarized light has been made a most valuable adjunct to chemical research, serving as it does to measure the quantity of various alkaloids, essential oils, and sugars. Based on these researches of Biot and Arago, Vensk, Soleil, Scheibler, Dubosc, Landolt, and Lippisch have constructed apparatus, which have made an exact science of optical saccharimetry. Optical analysis is not without its relation to theoretical chemistry, for by it has been proved the assumption that optically active bodies contain an asymmetrical carbon atom, that is, one which combines with 4 different atoms or radicals. Electricity has become also one of the most useful factors in chemical analysis. Many metals are easily deposited by electrolytic action, and their separation and determination rendered easy and certain. Chemical analysis has not only given us accurate knowledge of the constituents of matter, but by revealing the deportment of molecules and groups of molecules in inorganic and organic compounds, has opened up a path for organic and synthetic chemistry which otherwise must have remained forever closed. The discovery and development of spectrum analysis is one of the great achievements of the 19th century in chemical science. Wollaston, in 1802, first noticed that the spectrum of the sun's light, when greatly magnified, was not composed of colors gradually changing from one to the other, but that the continuity of the colors was interrupted by dark bands. Fraunhofer, in 1814, had made a map of the solar spectrum, showing 576 of these dark lines. Fraunhofer was entirely ignorant of the cause of these dark lines, but when he had found them, not only in the light from the sun, but also from the moon and the fixed stars, he properly concluded that they were due to something entirely independent of the earth. It remained for Bunsen and Kirchhoff, in 1860, to point out the fact that these dark lines were characteristic of certain chemical elements existing in the sun and its photosphere, and this fact is the foundation of spectrum analysis. The broad black band in the sun's spectrum, called by Fraunhofer D, corresponded exactly in position and in width with the yellow band produced by a flame containing incandescent sodium. There was no doubt whatever, therefore, that the two phenomena were due to the same cause, but why in the one case should the band be black and in the other yellow? This question was answered by the discovery of the fact that a ray of light colored by incandescent sodium, passing through a luminous atmosphere of the same metal, would lose by absorption all of its yellow color, and would display a black band where before the yellow color existed. Based upon this observation, the development of spectrum analysis went forward with amazing rapidity. The hundreds of lines in the sun's spectrum were found to occupy exactly the position of luminous lines in the spectra of various metals, and thus it was possible for the chemist to extend his investigations beyond the limits of the earth, and distinguish the chemical elements in the sun and in the fixed stars billions of miles farther away from us than the sun itself. Celestial chemistry has thus become a fixed and definite science. But the value of spectral examinations has extended still farther. Many luminous lines were observed in the spectrum which were not found in the spectra of any known element. The inference then logically arose that there were elements yet undiscovered to which these lines were due. From this starting point investigations proceeded which have led to the discovery of a large number of elementary bodies. Among the important elements that have been discovered by means of spectrum analysis may be mentioned cesium, rubidium, thallium, indium, gallium, ytterbium, and scandium. Spectrum analysis is also extremely useful in proving the verity of supposed new elements. For if a supposed new element should be found to give a series of spectral lines coincident with those already known, it would be a positive proof of the fact that the supposed new element was but a mixture of bodies already known to exist. v. Synthetical chemistry. This branch of chemical science has for its object the building up of the more complex from the simpler forms of matter. In the early part of the century, Chevreul and Wohler laid the foundation of the science by the synthesis of fatty-like bodies and urea. Berthelot and Friedel, 1832, in France, and Williamson and Franklin in England, added much to our knowledge. Colby, in Germany, made salicylic acid so abundantly as to banish the natural article from the market. The synthesis of coloring matters resembling indigo was also a great blow to that industry. From the products of the distillation of coal, chemists were able to make thousands of valuable bodies of the greatest utility. Many medicinal substances and nearly all the common dyes trace their origin to coal. Fischer, B. 1852, in Germany, has contributed his remarkable results in the synthesis of sugar to the last years of the century. Lilienfeld, in Austria, has gone still further, and has built up a body which has many of the properties of protein, one of the most highly organized of organic substances. In the inorganic world, synthesis is not so difficult a matter as the vast number of compounds attest. By means of the electric furnace, Moissat, in France, has succeeded in uniting carbon with many of the metallic elements, and thus opened the path for new achievements in passing directly from inorganic to organic compounds. The progress of chemical synthesis has already blotted out the old distinction between inorganic and organic chemistry, and we can no longer say of organic bodies that they are the products of living cells. Organic bodies are those which contain a carbon or other elementary skeleton, to which are attached the elements or groups of elements forming the complete body. The claim which has been made that synthetical chemistry would in the near future produce the food of man, and thus relegate agriculture to the domain of the useless or forgotten arts, is, however, wholly without scientific foundation. The function of the farmer will not be usurped by the chemist. The future will see the most important contributions to chemistry coming from the field of organic chemistry, but it will also see the farmer following in the furrow, and man depending for his food on the fields of waving grain. 6. Metallurgical chemistry. This is the oldest branch of chemical science, and naturally the one which was furthest advanced at the beginning of the century. Nevertheless, the advances which the past 100 years have seen in this science are most surprising. Gold and silver are now secured from ores so poor as to have rendered them of no value 100 years ago. The Bessemer process of steel making, 1856, has revolutionized the world, and made possible railroads and steamships. The basic Bessemer process of making steel from pig iron rich in phosphorus, has opened up rich mines of iron ore hitherto valueless. The basic phosphatic slag, resulting from this process, is of the highest value in the fields, and has brought agriculture and metallurgy into intimate relationship. The electric furnace has made aluminium almost as cheap as iron, bulk for bulk, and electric welding bids fair to take the place of the old process, with the cheapening of metals. 7. Agricultural chemistry. Sir Humphrey Davy, in the beginning of the century, delivered a course of lectures on the relations of chemistry to agriculture, and these were published in book form. In France, important contributions were made to agricultural chemical science by Vauquelin, Chevreul, 1786–1889, and Boussingault, 1802–1887, who made important researches before the middle of the century. The most important work in agricultural chemistry, however, was done by Liebig. His achievements so overshadowed those of his predecessors that he is generally regarded, although improperly, as the father of that branch of the science. The early achievements of these workers showed the relatively small portions of the crops that were derived from the soil. The study of the ash constituents of plants laid the foundation of rational fertilizing, and the utilization of the stores of plant food preserved in great natural deposits. Beginning with the middle of the century, the attention of agronomists was called to the desirability of utilizing the deposits of guano, found in the islands along the west coast of South America. Of the deposits of phosphate rock existing in many localities, and later, of the potash salts, discovered near Stassfurt, which completed the trio of available natural foods most useful to plants. The establishment of an agricultural experiment station by Sir John Laws at Rothamsted, 1834, before the middle of the century, set an example which has been followed by the establishment of experiment stations in all the civilized countries of the world. Under the great stimulus given to agricultural research by these stations, progress during the latter half of the century has been very rapid. There now exist in Europe nearly 100 stations devoted to agricultural research, and in this country the number is half as great. Conspicuous achievements, marking the closing years of the century, have been the discovery of the methods whereby organic nitrogen is rendered suitable for plant food, and atmospheric nitrogen fixed and rendered available by leguminous plants. In the first instance, it has been established that organic nitrogen in the soil can only be utilized by plants after it has been oxidized by bacterial action. In the case of leguminous plants, nitrogen is rendered available for nutrition by means of bacteria inhabiting nodules in the roots of the legumes. These two great discoveries have proved of incalculable benefit to practical agriculture. Chemical science in its relations to agriculture has shown that the fertility of the soil may be conserved and increased, while the magnitude of the crops harvested is sustained or augmented. Thus, no matter how rapid may be the increase of population, agricultural chemistry will provide abundant food. 8. Graphic chemistry. The honor of discovering that prints could be made by the action of light on certain salts, such as those of silver, belongs to Daguerre, in 1839. The fundamental principle of graphic chemistry is that metallic salts, sensitive to the light, when in contact with organic matter, suffer a complete or partial reduction and are rendered insoluble. The intensity of the reduction is measured exactly by the intensity of the light. When light is reflected from any object capable of producing different degrees of intensity, as from the hair and face of a man, the reduction of the metal is greatest by the light from that portion of the physiognomy which gives the greatest reflection. Thus, when the unreduced metallic salt is washed out, a permanent record, the negative, of the object is left. It is a long step from the first daguerreotype to the modern photograph, but the principle of the process has remained unchanged. Photographs in natural colors have of late years been obtained. One method is by interposing a film of metallic mercury behind the sensitive plate, which must be transparent. The reflected rays of light, having different wavelengths, precipitate the metal in superimposed films, corresponding to the wave or half-wave length. When a negative thus formed is seen by reflected light, the emergent rays from the superimposed films acting as mirrors are transformed into the original colors of the photographed object. The various methods of printing by heliotypes, photolithographs, photogravures, etc., are illustrations of the application of graphic chemistry to the arts. 9. Didactic chemistry. The lectures of Davy and Faraday in England, of Wohler and Liebig in Germany, of Chevreul and Dumas in France, and of Silliman, 1779–1864, in this country, made the study of chemistry attractive and easy during the early part of the century. It was noticed, however, that the students who finished these courses, while well versed in the principles of the science, were not able to apply them in practice. Towards the middle of the century, therefore, a radical change in the system of instruction was inaugurated. The student was put to work and taught to question nature for himself. The universities of France and Germany were equipped with working desks where students of chemistry put into practice at once the principles of the science which they heard elucidated in the lecture room. Cook, at Harvard, was the chief apostle of the laboratory method in this country, and this method of instruction has now spread, until even the high and grammar schools have their chemical laboratories. In our universities, students may now begin their chemical studies associated with laboratory practice in the first year of their course, and continue it to the end. Graduates of such courses are not only grounded in the theories of chemistry, but are thoroughly familiar with its practice. Under this system, coupled with the demand for chemical services in every branch of industry, the number of trained chemists has speedily increased. At this time, 1899, there are more than 4,000 trained chemists in the United States. X. Chemistry of fermentation. Our knowledge of fermentation and bacterial action is practically all comprised in the achievements of the 19th century. Prior to this time it was known that fermentation took place, but its causes and character were wholly mysterious. The great work of Pasteur, 1859, resulted in the fact that fermentations were chiefly caused by the activity of living cells, which have the capacity of reproduction. The most common form of fermentation is that whereby sugar is converted into alcohol and carbon dioxide. The name of the organism that produces this change is Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Another class of fermentation is seen in the process of digestion. This species of fermentation is typified by the action of sprouted barley on starch, whereby the starch is converted into sugar. The active principle of the saliva, ptyalin, has the same property, and when starchy bodies are masticated, a part, at least, of the starch which they contain is converted into sugar. The active principle of malt is known as diastase, and this, as well as ptyalin, belongs to a class of ferments which are incapable of reproduction. All the decompositions of organic matter, such as the decay of meats and vegetables, are now known to be forms of fermentation, due to the action of certain organisms known by the group name of bacteria. This discovery led naturally to the process of preserving organic compounds by sterilization. The principles on which this process depends are very simple. If an organic body, such as a fruit or vegetable, be subjected for some time to a high temperature, that of boiling water will usually suffice, the fermentation germs which it contains will be destroyed. If then it be sealed in such a way, either hermetically or with a plug of sterilized cotton, so that no living germ can reach it, decomposition cannot take place. Certain chemicals, such for instance as salicylic acid and formaldehyde, have the property of paralyzing or suspending germ action, and hence organic bodies treated with these substances may also be protected against decomposition. The activity of fermentation is made use of in the technical arts. Bread is made light by fermentation, and wine, beer, and cider are made by the fermentation of fruits and grains. Alcohol is produced by the fermentation of grains and potatoes, their starch having previously been converted into sugar by malt. Buchner has lately shown that all fermentation is of one kind, namely, that due to ferments of the diastase type. The fermentation produced by yeast, for instance, is not due, according to his observations, to the living cells, but to the products of their activity. By destroying yeast cells, by grinding in high pressure, and using their contents, he has secured a vigorous fermentation similar in every respect to that caused by the cells themselves. 11. Electrochemistry. The electric furnace, which affords a higher heat than chemists had been able to secure, has been the promoter of great advances in inorganic chemistry. Moissat, B. 1852, a French chemist, has been the most successful in applying the heat of the electric furnace to analytic and synthetic studies. One of the practical results which has come from these studies has been the virtual bridging over of the chasm which has been supposed to exist between organic and inorganic compounds. Under the influence of the heat of the electric furnace, carbon, which is the keystone of organic compounds, has been made to combine directly with the metals, forming a series of bodies known as metallic carbides. The carbide of calcium, under the action of water, yields a gas known as acetylene, which by a series of reactions can be converted into alcohol. Thus alcohol, which only a short time ago was supposed to be solely the product of organic life, is shown also to result from a simple inorganic reaction such as has been shown above. The importance of electrolysis in metallurgical and analytical chemistry has already been noticed. So rapid has been the progress along these lines that the terms metallurgical chemistry and electrochemistry are in some respects almost synonymous. Electricity has also been employed in many of the chemical arts, e.g., in the promotion of crystallization and purification of organic solutions as practiced in the sugar industry. Though belonging rather to analytical than to electrochemistry, one may here mention the wonders of that discovery which belongs to the close of the 19th century, and which is known as liquid air. Until 1877 air, oxygen and nitrogen, was regarded as a permanent gas. Oxygen liquefies at 300 degrees below zero and nitrogen at 320 degrees. When air is cooled to those degrees it assumes a misty form and falls like raindrops to the bottom of the vessel. It then gives off vapor, like boiling water. If poured out on a conductor, as iron or ice, it assumes the gaseous state so rapidly as to amount to an explosion. The many experiments with it are simply wonderful, and the practical claims for it are without end. Already it runs an engine and motor vehicles. It is claimed that it will complete the problem of aerial navigation. That it is the coming power in gunnery and blasting, that it affords the ideal sanitation, that in surgery it offers the most perfect chemical cauterization. Conclusion. There is no branch of science that holds such an intimate relation to the progress and welfare of man as chemistry. First of all, it is chiefly instrumental in providing him with food and clothing, as has been shown in the paragraph on agricultural chemistry. In the second place, it has extended his domain over matter and, in connection with physics, has established the identity of the composition of the universe with that of the earth. The universe has thus been shown to be of a single origin and of uniform properties. By understanding the constitution of matter, with which he is surrounded, man is able to utilize to the best advantage the material at his disposal. Thus invention is promoted and the application of chemical knowledge in the arts extended. The Century's Music and Drama. By Ryder Fitzgerald, A.M. Dramatic Critic, City Item, Philadelphia. Music. Music finds its highest artistic development in the happy combinations which go to make up the opera. These combinations passed through various historic stages, and ripened into noble maturity by the end of the 18th century, under the guiding genius of the Handels, Mozarts, and Glucks of the times. Their legacy passed, in the 19th century, to a host of worthy successors, among whom stands, as a central figure, Verdi, the great Italian operatic composer. While Wagner, of Germany, has striven with Herculean might to revolutionize the lyrical drama by polemical writing, by twofold authorship of words and notes, and by a new application of principles gathered from antecedent reformers. His efforts produced a commotion in the art world which might be compared to that excited by the rivalry between Buonaccini and Handel in London, or Piccini and Gluck in Paris. But for the fact that in each of these instances the contention was between one composer and another, whereas in the case of Wagner it was the opposition of one composer to all others in the world, save the few who, believing in the man, his teachings, and his wonderful powers of application, undertook propagandism as a duty, and endeavored to make proselytes to their faith. He did not live to see the day when his efforts could be called completely successful, and his death in 1883 left judgment quite wide open as to his theoretical and practical merits. The 19th century closes with the question still on as to the permanence or evanescence of his many unique, ponderous, and revolutionizing productions. Verdi, who still lives, surpasses all the composers of his time in the beauty of his melodies and the intensity of his dramatic power. Rossini, whose Guillaume Tell, which was produced in Paris in 1829, was his masterpiece, ruled the operatic world before Verdi, until he died in Paris in 1868. Meyerbeer, whose principal operas are Les Huguenots, Le Prophète, and L'Africaine, the latter produced in Paris in 1865, the year after its composer's death, was regarded as a remarkable composer, whose knowledge of effect was unsurpassed, and whose fine intelligence and musical knowledge almost made the world forgive him for frequent lack of inspiration. Halévy, whose only lasting success was La Juive, composed other operas, such as Charles VI, La Reine de Chypre, Leclerc, and Les Mousquetaires de la Reine, that achieved a certain amount of success in France, which success was interrupted by Halévy's death at Nice in 1862. Gounod, in 1859, made his most remarkable success with his greatest opera, Faust, which, after the subject had been treated by Spar, Lind Painter, Schumann, Berlioz, and other distinguished composers, has remained the only completely successful opera on the subject, although Boito's Mephistophile, another version of the subject, achieved a marked success in Italy in 1868, and placed Boito among the remarkable composers of the day. As for Gounod, his other operas never equaled his Faust. Next in merit comes Romeo et Juliet, produced in Paris in 1867, and then his Mireille, which appeared in 1864, and Philomène et Baucis, an exquisite little comic opera produced in 1860. His last opera, Le Tribut de Zamora, was given at the Grand Opera, Paris, in 1881, and failed. Donizetti, who died in Bergamo in 1848, was for many years one of the most popular operatic composers. He possessed undoubted ability, but wrote carelessly, as the Italians did in that day. But his operas contain much that is beautiful, and often show fine dramatic power. His Lucia contains inspired pages, while other portions are inexcusably commonplace. The same remark applies to his Lucrezia Borgia, La Favorita, and Maria di Rohan. While in his comic operas, such as Don Pasquale, which was composed in 3 weeks, his L'Elisir d'Amour, and La Fille du Regiment, Donizetti appears to better advantage. They are melodious and very agreeably written. His fertility may be imagined when you are told that he composed over 60 operas during his career, as well as other compositions. Bellini, whose career was a short one, as he was born in 1802 and died in 1835, was badly trained and could not be called a well-schooled musician, being rather a musician by instinct. But he possessed remarkable ability, and, perceiving that the persistently florid style of Rossini, which all the composers of that time blindly imitated, was approaching an end, treated his melodies with a simplicity and directness that at once attracted attention and met with approval. Bellini's knowledge of instrumentation was childish, but his intimacy with Rubini, the famous tenor, aided him in achieving an admirable treatment of the voice. His operas were very sweet and melodious. The 2 operas by which he will be remembered are La Sonnambula and Norma, the latter being, with all its faults, a great opera. Another talented and prolific operatic composer was Mercadante, whose Il Giuramento, produced in 1837, achieved considerable popularity. But Mercadante's successes were generally confined to Italy. He composed 60 operas, and died in 1870 in Naples. Ponchielli, who was born in 1834 and died in 1886, will be principally remembered by his remarkably beautiful opera, La Gioconda, produced in 1876, which, together with a rewritten version of his first opera, I Promessi Sposi, gave him great popularity in Italy and spread his reputation to other countries. As for Italy's young composers that profess to represent the modern Italian school of opera, they are led by Puccini, whose Manon Lescaut and La Bohème are melodious and full of merit. Mascagni and Leoncavallo, whose Cavalleria Rusticana and I Pagliacci achieved popularity, have not realized expectations. Nor has Giordano, whose Andrea Chenier was well received in Italy. Bizet, whose Carmen is one of the most remarkable of modern operas, died in Paris in 1875. Carmen has remained in the repertoire. His other opera, Les Pichas de Perles, only achieved a moderate success. One of France's greatest musicians, Hector Berlioz, was born in 1803 and died in 1869. His operas, Les Troyens, Benvenuto Cellini, his Damnation de Faust, his Romeo et Juliet Symphony, are all great and afforded Wagner a model that he imitated persistently. In 1871 France lost one of its most talented operatic composers, Auber, whose Masaniello and Fra Diavolo are 2 of the most popular operas ever written by a Frenchman. Auber composed comic operas charmingly, and his Domino Noir, Diamants de la Couronne, Haydée, and other works of a similar character, entertained the French people for many years. Auber's death has left a vacancy that has not been filled. The modern French composers cannot be called great. Saint-Saëns, whose most successful work is Samson et Delilah, which is more of an oratorio than an opera, and which was produced in 1877, has composed other operas, such as Henri VIII, Ascanio, etc., which lack originality and inspiration. Massenet has composed Le Roi de Lahore, Hérédade, Manon, Werther, etc., that have had passing successes. Both Saint-Saëns and Massenet have attempted to follow Wagner in their sonorous orchestration, but their works lack distinction. The French composers of today have been demoralized by Wagner's affectations. The death of Ambrose Thomas, in 1895, caused France the loss of one of her most successful and accomplished operatic composers, whose Mignon will be long admired as a very charming opera comique, while his Hamlet, though containing portions that are ably written, has never attained outside France any remarkable success. Ryer, whose Sigurd was produced in 1884 with considerable success, is a follower of Meyerbeer. His Salammbô was produced in 1890, but did not attract the attention expected outside of France. German opera of the latter part of the century has been so demoralized by the influence of Wagner that the German composers have become little more than imitators of his pronounced mannerisms. Weber's Der Freischütz remains the most popular of German operas, just as Verdi's Il Trovatore is the most popular of Italian operas. Spar, Lind Painter, and many other German composers of ability have been laid on the shelf. Marschner, who died in Hanover in 1861, showed in his Hans Heiling that he was a follower of Weber, as well as in his Templar and Jewess. Cornelius, who died in Mainz in 1874, made his principal success with his Barber of Baghdad, a comic opera in which the manner of Wagner was imitated. In 1864, the Cid was produced in Weimar, but it was found depressingly heavy and labored. Goldmark, a follower of Meyerbeer, made a success in 1875 with his Queen of Saba that was not equaled by his Merlin, produced in 1886, or his Prisoner of War, produced in 1899. To return to the great leader of opera, Verdi, one may say of him that his operas are divided into three periods. The first included the works written in the old Neapolitan style as he had found it. To this class belong Nabucco, Attila, etc. To the second period, which shows remarkable dramatic color and beautiful melody, belong Rigoletto, Ernani, and Ballo in Maschera, in which Verdi began to pay attention to his instrumentation. To the third period belongs Aida, which is his most characteristic and remarkable opera, in which the melody is wonderfully fresh and beautiful, combined with remarkable science. Otello is also a great work, written at a time of life when most composers retire, and broadly dramatic in its treatment of the situations, illuminated by rich and expressive instrumentation. As for Falstaff, the latest opera that Verdi has written, and probably the last he will write, it is the greatest modern comic opera, just as Mozart's Nasse di Figaro is the greatest comic opera of the past. It convinces the world that Verdi's genius is inexhaustible. Next to Verdi comes Wagner, the anarchist of music, who began in Rienzi and The Flying Dutchman by imitating the Italian forms of melody. In Tannhauser, portions are very beautiful and melodious, in Lohengrin, portions are fine, but Wagner's idea of effect was bad and he never knew when to stop, so that many of the scenes are interminable. This fault increased as Wagner composed the Nibelungen series for the Crazy King of Bavaria. Melody vanished, the singers became secondary to the orchestra, which was persistently noisy. Wagner's effort was to create a new school of opera, in which everything should be minutely descriptive. He went too far and opened the question of failure. In opera the voices claim the first place, and the orchestra is an accompaniment, so that Wagner's method was radically wrong. Independent of this, he attempted to infuse life into the Nibelungen series, whereas he adopted a tangled and childish fairy story that was more absurd than impressive. The later Wagner operas, which the composer calls music dramas, are tiresome and monotonous to such a degree that, with all the remarkable talent of Wagner, they may never become popular, and may be eventually laid on the shelf, to be regarded in the future as musical curios. The musicians of the United States are steadily developing, and for so young a country we have a large number of composers of first-class ability, such as MacDowell, Foote, Lang, Chadwick, Gilchrist, and many others who have produced important compositions. In opera the American composers have done nothing, for the reason that there are no opportunities for the production of such works. If there were, we should soon have many operatic composers, and should speedily take high rank in the lyric drama. 2. Drama. The theatre of the latter part of the century shows a remarkable advance, in certain respects, over the theatre of the past, which consisted of a star, an inferior company, poor scenery and appointments, etc. Whereas today there are many more really good actors and actresses, the theatres are far more comfortable and artistic, the scenery, costumes and details are beautiful and correct. We have no Mrs. Siddons, no Kemble, no Rachel, no Talma. But we are confident that the actors and actresses of today are like the theater of today, they have more finish, and the results, while they may not rise to the plane of the school of Shakespeare, are nearer nature than they have ever been. The school of declamation, which belonged to the plays of the past, is the severest loss the stage of today has felt. The actors and actresses fail in elocution. They do not know where to put their emphasis. They seem lost when they appear in costume, and Shakespeare today has no distinguished exponents. The English-speaking stage of the century has been adorned by such eloquent interpreters and powerful tragedians as Edwin Forrest, Charlotte Cushman, Edwin Booth, and Henry Irving. But this illustrious role has been almost extinguished by death. And, especially if applied to America, the question may well be asked, where is the actor or actress who can play Hamlet, or Macbeth, or King Lear, or Shylock as we were wont to see them rendered by those masters of the dramatic art? Or as they should be rendered. Salvini and Rossi have both passed away. Irving verges on retiracy. Of the great dramatic actresses left to the closing of the century, Madame Sarah Bernhardt stands preeminent. The day of the imposing declamatory drama seems to have lost its luster at the sunset of the century. But the modern dramas and comedies are acted, even in the smaller parts, with admirable intelligence and effect, and we may add that the vice that disgraced the stage of the past is by no means so visible in the theatre of the present. The coarseness that clung so long to the theatre is gradually disappearing, and the theatre-goers of today have discovered that the theatre, which was created to entertain the world, can do so without recourse to vulgarity. The theatres of the United States are the handsomest and most convenient in the world. This Madame Sarah Bernhardt acknowledged the other day, while criticizing the theatres of Paris, which lack many conveniences. Up to within 25 years of the close of the century, plays written by American authors were rare. Managers had to rely upon those composed in Europe. But at present the United States possesses many able and successful playwrights, just as it does its artists in all departments. There has not been a time during the century when the personal character of actors and actresses has escaped discussion, and sometimes violent criticism, by those prejudiced against the theatre. This does not seem to have lessened the estimation in which dramatic art is held, nor to have seriously diminished in number the legion who find in the drama their most pleasurable recreation and keenest intellectual delight. In answer to challenges of the morality of the stage, Bronson Howard has fittingly said, "I have never yet seen anybody who wanted a bad picture just because it was painted by a good man." It is society that corrupts the stage, not the stage that corrupts society. The Century's Literature. By James P. Boyd, A.M., L.B. In contrasting the world's 19th-century literature with that of the 18th, one is impressed with the many remarkable differences. But by no means all of such differences are to the discredit of the older literature. As instances, the prose literature of the 19th century may not surpass that of the 18th in elegance and accuracy of expression, though its progress has been very marked in the diversity of its applications to mental needs. And the poetical literature of the 19th century may not excel that of the 18th in beauty and virility, though it has advanced in loftiness of theme and tenderness of mode. And so, when literature is divided into its many minor branches, as history, philosophy, the sciences, etc., various features of the old compare favorably with the new. It is in its general tone and universal aptitude that the literature of the 19th century stands out preeminent. The wonderful intellectual activity of the century has been, as it were, compelled to go forth along literary lines quite parallel with those that distinguish other fields of activity. This may have had a tendency in some instances to rob the century's literature of some of the sweetly imaginative elements, and to harden it in some of its essential forms. But the process was necessary to secure for it just that quality which would best meet a progressive demand. As the drift of human energy was toward the practical, so the dominant literary thought took on the form of direct and exact expression. There was less and less room for the indulgence of literary foible or speculative whimsicality. Even where elegance of style met with occasional sacrifice, it was more than compensated by that general rise in literary tone which has characterized the century. Literature could not be untruthful amid active inquiry and scientific progress. It must reflect, more accurately than ever before, its birth inspirations and its legitimate uses. It must keep even pace with the demands for it. A world crying for intellectual bread could not be put off with an antiquated stone. Without closer analysis, the above is true of the literature of all reading and writing peoples who have kept touch with the century's progress. But it is especially true in the literature of English-speaking peoples. History has, in accordance with a growing spirit of research, become more truthful, philosophy more expressive, and science more exact. The outcrop of books shows the yearnings of the century, not only as to their number but as to theme and treatment. Authors have multiplied as during no other world's era, and the proportion of those who have attained permanent distinction was never larger. German literature, says Professor Ford, in Self-Culture, for February, 1899, has had its measure of ups and downs, but its first age was its golden age. From the beginning of the century to the present day is a far cry in German letters. Romanticism, idealism, realism, the fatherland has lived through them all. And for what? In a land of scholars no great philosopher, among hosts of verse-makers no great poet. Among innumerable story-writers, not one who has become known over a continent. Still these last years in Germany have not been without some good work done, though often achieved under the spur of wrong ideals and improper motives. From the days of '48, when young Germany felt for the first time the seductive charm of revolutionism, a new feeling has possessed German literature, a feeling that the past is past and out of date, potent once but potent no longer. And that the new age of man demands new principles, new ideals, a new faith. And so the modern literature, particularly so since 1870, has been marked by iconoclasm and startling innovation. It has discarded sentiment and line writing, and made a plea for scientific methods, with the privilege of exhibiting exact, scientific results. Crimes, disease, and grinning skeletons have been dragged forth to the public gaze, for art is no longer art that portrays the ideal and not the true. Such, in short, is the creed by which the realistic or naturalistic school has thought to overthrow the old, conventional, and frivolous, to foster the spirit of the new nationality, and prepare a balm for the wounds of the poor. Two men stand today as leaders of this new movement, Hermann Sudermann and Gerhard Hauptmann, the most commanding figures in contemporaneous German literature. During the 19th century the United States took a high and firm place in the domain of literature, and, it may be said, has evolved a literature that in scope and style is peculiar to her institutions and environment. Her array of authors, both in number and reputation, compares favorably with that of countries boasting of 1,000 years of literary domination, and her literature is as diversified and practical as her activities. Among the many illustrious historians of the century she numbers her Bancroft, her Hildreth, her Prescott, her Motley, worthy counterparts of England's Lingard, Hallam, Macaulay, Buckle, and Kinglake. Among her poets are Longfellow, Whittier, Bryant, Lowell, Halleck, fit companions of Tennyson, Browning, Wordsworth, Scott, Swinburne. Among her novelists are Cooper, Hawthorne, Stowe, worthy congeners of Dickens, Thackeray, and Eliot. And so, the comparison holds in travel, philosophy, theology, law, and science. If in dramatic literature the United States has, during the century, produced few authors of permanent reputation, and perhaps none to be compared with Knowles, Boucicault, Taylor, and Robertson, of the Old World. Nevertheless it cannot be said of these that their plays have had more than a stage value. The drama of the century in following the demand for artistic and commercial results has sustained only in part the reputation of its literature. But in lieu of this partial decadence, there have sprung up new branches of literature which are, in a measure, compensatory. Among these are the critical literature of arts and design, the literature of philology, or of language, and the literature of political and social science. To these must be added two other kinds or classes of literature which, if not peculiar to the century, have yet found in it their most surprising evolution, greatest glory, and widest influence. These are the literature of the newspaper and magazine, as distinguished from that of the book. But before making further mention of these, let us read somewhat of New World literature as viewed from a critical English standpoint. Says the critic, English critics are apt to bear down on the writers and thinkers of the New World with a sort of aristocratic hauteur. They are perpetually reminding them of their immaturity and their disregard of the golden mean. Americans, on the other hand, are hard to please. Ordinary men among them are as sensitive to foreign censure as the irritable genius of other lands. Mr. Emerson is permitted to impress home truths on his countrymen, as, your American eagle is very well, but beware of the American peacock. Such remarks are not permitted to Englishmen. If they point to any flaws in transatlantic manners or ways of thinking with an effort after politeness, it is, the good-natured cynicism of well-to-do age. If they commend transatlantic institutions or achievements, it is, according to Mr. Lowell, with that pleasant European air of self-compliment in condescending to be pleased by American merit which we find so conciliating. Now that the United States have reached their full majority, it is time that England should cease to assume the attitude of guardian, and time that they should be on the alert to resent the assumption. Foremost among the more attractive features of transatlantic, American, literature is its freshness. The authority which is the guide of old nations constantly threatens to become tyrannical. They wear their traditions like a chain. And, in canonization of laws of taste, the creative laws are depressed. Even in England we write under fixed conditions. With the fear of critics before our eyes, we are all bound to cast our ideas into similar molds, and the name of freethinker has grown to a term of reproach. Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress is perhaps the last English book written without a thought of being reviewed. There is a gain in the habit of self-restraint fostered by this state of things, but there is a loss in the consequent lack of spontaneity. And we may learn something from a literature that is ever ready for adventures. In America the love of uniformity gives place to impetuous impulses, the most extreme sentiments are made audible, the most noxious have their day and cease to be. And the truth being left to vindicate itself, the overthrow of error, though more gradual, may at last prove more complete. A New England poet can write with confidence of his country as the land where no one suffers loss or bleeds for thoughts that men calls heresies. Another feature of American literature is comprehensiveness. What it has lost in depth it has gained in breadth. Addressing a vast audience, it appeals to universal sympathies. In the northern states, where comparatively few have leisure to write well, almost every man, woman, and child can read, and does read. Books are to be found in every log hut, and public questions are discussed by every scavenger. During the Civil War, when the Lowell factory girls were writing verses, the Biglow papers were being recited in every smithy. The consequence is, that, setting aside the newspapers, there is little that is sectional in the popular religion or literature. It exalts and despises no class, and almost wholly ignores the lines that in other countries divide the upper 10,000 and the lower 10 million. Where manners make men, the people are proud of their peerage, but they blush for their boors. In the New World there are no grand seigneurs and no human vegetables, and if there are fewer giants, there are also fewer mannequins. American poets recognize no essential distinction between the village blacksmith and the cast of Vere de Vere. Burns speaks for the one, Byron and Tennyson for the other, Longfellow, to the extent of his genius, for both. The same spirit which glorifies labor denounces every form of despotism but that of the multitude. Freed of the excesses due to wide license, and restrained by the good taste and culture of her nobler minds, we may anticipate for the literature of America, under the mellowing influences of time, an illustrious future. In treating of newspaper literature, one cannot proceed without blending its origin, style and aims with the business enterprise that cultivates and supports it. And this may be done all the more cheerfully and properly, for the reason that there is no history more interesting than that of the evolution of the newspaper. And no consummation of mental and physical energy that places the 19th century in more vivid contrast with preceding centuries. For the fatherhood of the newspaper we have to travel to a land and date calculated to rob modern civilization of some of its boastfulness. The oldest known newspaper is the Tsingtao, or Peking News, mention of whose publication is made in Chinese annals as far back as d. 713, when it was then, as now, the official chronicler of the acts of the emperor, the doings of the court, and the reports of ministers. It has appeared daily for nearly 1400 years, in the form of a yellow-covered magazine, some 3 3/4 by 7½ inches in size. The pages number 24, and are printed from wooden movable type. 2 editions are published, one on superior paper, for the court and upper classes, the other on inferior paper, for general readers. Its editorship is in the Grand Council of State, which furnishes to scribes or reporters the news deemed fit for publication. As an official organ, it first finds circulation among the heads of provinces, and is by them further distributed to patrons. This ancient purveyor of news seems to have pretty fully gratified the Chinese taste for that kind of literature. For even at the present day there are few newspapers in the empire published in the native language. The few that have sprung up are confined to the larger cities, as Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Peking, where they are liberally patronized. But their circulation and influence do not extend far into the interior, owing to the lack of postal facilities. The modern Chinese newspaper can hardly be called a native enterprise. It grew out of the necessity for a literature and a means of news communication which arose at the time the Chinese ports were forced open to the world's commerce. As a consequence, a majority of the Chinese publications have found their inception in foreign brains and capital, and remain under the management of foreigners. The same is true of Japan, where the modern native newspaper practically dates from the arrival of the foreigner. But by reason of their greater mental and commercial activity, and the rapidity with which they adjusted themselves to modern modes of civilization, the Japanese have far outstripped the Chinese in their evolution of newspaper literature and enterprise. Whereas, what may be called the first modern Japanese newspaper was founded in 1872, there sprang up in the following 20 years the almost incredible number of 648 newspapers and periodicals, not only due to native capital and enterprise, but under native control. This wonderful growth took place, too, in the face of the severest code of press laws existing in any country. In Europe, the earliest inklings of a newspaper literature consisted of news pamphlets of infrequent and uncertain publication, and dependent for circulation upon temporary demand. The earliest departure from this stage was in Germany, in 1615, when the Frankfurter Journal was organized as a weekly publication, for the purpose of collecting and circulating the news of the day. Antwerp followed with a similar enterprise in 1616. The first attempt to do likewise in Great Britain was in 1622, when The Weekly News was founded in London. None of these enterprises were by editors, in a modern sense, but by stationers, in the line of their ordinary trade. They did not depend for patronage on regular subscribers, but sold their publications on the streets through the agency of hawkers, corresponding to our modern newsboys, though they bore the classical name of Mercuries. The foundation of the first newspaper in France that attained permanence and fame was in 1631. It was called the Gazette de France, and owed its origin to a demand for mingled news and original discussion. It was largely under the control of Richelieu, and, of course, reflected his sentiments. In these beginnings of the newspaper, we find little or no attempt at journalism, as now understood and practiced. No promise and potency of a literature peculiar to newspaper enterprise. The journalist had yet to come into being. He first appeared as a writer of newsletters, generally from some capital, or seat of legislation, or commercial center. His duty was to keep a line of masters or patrons supplied with news during their absence from court, legislative hall, or business mart. His duty evolved into a calling. His patrons became regular paying subscribers, to each of whom he wrote. These letters, coming from all countries of the continent of Europe, and covering a wide field of information, became of great interest, and many collections of them are still in existence in libraries, adding no little to their historic value. The step was easy from this journalistic stage to the regular periodic publication, open not only to the newsletter, but to discursive thought. Thus, in 1641, the Weekly News, of London, began the publication of parliamentary proceedings in addition to its budget of newsletters. This era witnessed a rapid establishment of weekly newspapers, requiring editorial supervision and regular contributions. They were not without their vicissitudes. Many of their careers were brief and marked with pecuniary losses. Yet out of the wreckage sprang some of the most important of the modern journals. By 1703 Great Britain was ripe for a daily newspaper, and in that year one appeared under the name of the Daily Courant. The advent of this enterprise gave further impetus to newspaper publication. The English press of the 18th century rose into great popular favor. It was able, and quite too independent for royalty and royal courtier. For corrupt and ambitious government it often became a whip of scorpions, and in revenge was both severely taxed and invidiously censored. But it seemed to prosper amid opposition and persecution, and by 1776 53 newspapers were published in London alone. During the reign of George III, 1760 to 1820, the history of the English newspaper is one of criminal persecutions, amid which editors and contributors were repeatedly defeated, and sometimes severely punished. Yet it is doubtful if at any period the press gained greater strength from protracted conflict, or turned ignominious penalties into more signal triumphs. It is significant that out of this dark, tumultuous, and forbidding era sprang many of the newspapers whose influence is most potential today in English affairs of state and in the literature of journalism. The era marks the turn in newspaper values. The establishment became a concrete thing, a lively property, an energy composed of practical business minds, surrounded and supported by the best procurable literary talent, adapted for treating diversified topics. Thus, the London Morning Chronicle, founded in 1789, rose to be a property in 1823 which sold for $210,000. While, the Morning Post not only gave to Coleridge his fame as one of the greatest of publicists, but enlisted the brilliant attainments of Mackintosh, Southey, Young, and more. The sturdy London Times, which dates from 1785, and for years encountered malignant royal hostility, proved itself strong enough to brave the government and at the same time sufficiently enterprising to introduce steam printing and every mechanism calculated to give it precedence as a metropolitan journal. As a property, it is today worth a figure incredible at the beginning of the century, and so powerful was its hold on popular favor for the first half of the century that no other daily could compete with it. Indeed, it may be said to have had a lone field up to the establishment of the Daily News in 1846, the Daily Telegraph in 1855, and the Standard in 1857. The 19th century journalism of Great Britain is characterized by its great plenitude. Morning and evening papers abound in all the centers. The weekly paper is still an important literary and news factor. Class papers are numerous and excellent in their way. Again, the century's journalism is characterized by its property value. Many of the leading English journals have become immense properties worth millions of dollars each, and requiring the ablest management to improve and perpetuate them. Further, the English press is characterized by able and conservative, if prosaic, editorial methods. Its correspondence is cautious, and covers every important field. Its news columns, so far as they depend on the telegraph and telephone, are sprightly and well filled, but limited and dull when the local reporter is the source of supply. As already stated, the annals of French journalism began with the founding of the Gazette de France in 1631. The evolution of the French newspaper was not rapid till the 18th century was well along, when the era of the First Revolution called for a news and literature peculiar to bloody and exciting times. Myriads of newspapers sprang into existence, all but two of which found their graves with the passing of the emergency which called them into being. Early in the 19th century, 1836, the introduction of cheap journalism gave great impetus to enterprise, and by the middle of the century the number and circulation of French newspapers had more than trebled. This rate has been, in great part, sustained throughout the latter half of the century, and the French people are today abundantly supplied with a newspaper literature which for vivacity and amplitude is unexcelled. It may not have the solid and lasting influence of the sober outcrop of other nations, but it is singularly adapted to a sprightly and mercurial people, and is well sustentative of the great political transition of the people and empire since the beginning of the 19th century. The evolution of the newspaper in Germany was slow. Between 1615, the date of the founding of the Frankfurter Journal, and 1798, when the Allgemeine Zeitung, General News, was founded by the bookseller Cotta, at Leipzig, no journals of a high order made their appearance. And it needed the inspiration of the French Revolution to beget in the German mind a desire for a livelier newspaper literature than had pre-existed. Thus, the Zeitung soon sprang into great popularity as a purveyor of news and as a medium of discussion, and has ever since maintained a leading place in the German political press. It not only set the style of the press at the turn of the century, but proved to be a pioneer in that wonderful journalistic march which spread over all German-speaking countries during the 19th century, giving to them media of news and discussion as able and influential as exist in any land. By 1870 there existed in Germany proper 3,780 newspapers and periodicals, in Austria-Hungary, 700, in Switzerland, 300, not to mention the many hundreds printed in German in other countries, especially in the United States. A proportionate increase would greatly augment the above figures by the end of the century. The rise of German socialism proved to be a prolific source of journalism. The socialist seems to be a born editor and literary combatant. He is also a great reader and bold and independent thinker. Under the socialistic demand for a literature peculiar to itself, there has arisen a score of German printing offices and perhaps 50 political journals, a third of which are dailies. In the Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Russia, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and other European countries, the press of the 19th century has kept pace with the mental needs and spirit of enterprise of the respective peoples. Indeed, there is no such an accurate criterion of the general makeup of a people, of their place in the lines of progress, of their influence upon civilization, as that afforded by their press. The Belgian press is nimbly commercial, that of the Netherlands prosy and substantial, while that of the Scandinavian countries is rugged, accurate, and solemnly influential. The Russian press, where free, is despotic and unprogressive. But it is so frequently under censorship that it can hardly be said to reflect with any degree of certainty the popular spirit of the empire. The Italian press is indolent and easygoing, inaccurate, spicy by spasms, of little relative influence, except as it has been improved since the unification of the Italian states. Spain is a country of 18 million people, but has fewer newspapers and periodicals than the single state of New York. Of Spain's 1,200 papers, only 500 are newspapers. Of the rest, 300 are scientific journals, mostly monthly, 100 are devoted to religion, and 30 to satire, music, poetry, art, etc. Barcelona and Madrid are the great centers of journalistic literature. The political papers are the most powerful. The reading public of Spain is limited, and the average circulation of a Spanish newspaper is only about 1,200 copies. In the New World the demand for newspaper literature during the 19th century has proven quite as strong as in the Old World, and, in certain localities, even stronger. Even among the youthful and tumultuous republics of South America, with their large percentages of lower classes and illiterates, there are few centers of importance that do not support respectable and fairly influential journals. The news-gathering and news-consuming spirit may not be so active as elsewhere, nor the commercial sense so acute. Yet the century has laid the groundwork of journalistic enterprise so firmly that future years can afford to build upon it with certainty. The same may be said of journalism in Mexico and the other Latin republics of North America. In Canada, the century shows a highly complementary growth in newspaper literature and influence. Great pride is taken in accurate and able editorship, and in that kind of management which is best calculated to convert investment into permanent and profitable property. What they lack on the repertorial, or strictly newsy, side, they make up in free, clean, and independent discussion. The people are readers and, therefore, generous supporters of the enterprises designed to supply them with their periodical literature. During the century the newspapers and periodicals of Canada increased in number from a very few to 862, as reported in 1894. Of these, 87 are dailies, 583 weeklies, 138 monthlies, 3 tri-weeklies, 22 semi-weeklies, 6 bi-weeklies, 21 semi-monthlies, 2 quarterlies. The largest centres of circulation are the province of Ontario with 507 newspapers and periodicals, and Quebec with 132. The century's grandest field for journalistic opportunity has been the United States. Here journalism has developed with the greatest rapidity, exemplified its manifold features to the fullest extent, most successfully proved its influence as an educative and civilizing agency. Starting with the great and essential encouragement of freedom, it has found unremitting and energetic propulsion in the unprecedented growth of population, in the marvellous activities requiring intercommunication of thought. In an intelligence which constantly recruited armies of omnivorous readers, and in facilities for the preparation and dissemination of the literature at command. The beginning of newspaper enterprise in the United States was in Boston, in 1690, when the Public Occurrences appeared under the auspices of Benjamin Harris. It was designed to be a monthly, and was printed on 3 sides of a folded sheet, each side being only 11 inches long by 7 wide. It was suppressed after its first issue by the colonial government of Massachusetts, thus restricting the avenues of news to the foreign journals or local coffeehouses. But the demand for home news was not thus to be crushed. There sprang up a medium of communication by newsletters, such as then existed in England, and in 1704 the postmaster of Boston undertook to keep certain functionaries informed of the course of events by a periodical newsletter in printed form. This he called the newsletter, a title which, with some, is treated as that of a newspaper. It was to appear weekly, and would be sent to subscribers for such reasonable sum as might be agreed upon. After a lapse of 15 years, without competition, it had attained a subscription list of only 300 copies. A subsequent postmaster started an opposition sheet in 1719, called the Boston Gazette. Its appearance caused him to lose his office, but the rival papers continued to exist, the newsletter up to the evacuation of Boston by the British troops in 1776, and the Gazette up to 1754. The Boston Gazette appeared on December 21, 1719. One day after, December 22, 1719, Andrew Bradford started the American Weekly Mercury at Philadelphia. On August 17, 1721, James Franklin started the New England Courant, on which Benjamin Franklin learned the trade of printer. After an existence of 7 years its publication ceased. On October 23, 1725, William Bradford started the New York Gazette. The New England Weekly Journal succeeded the Boston Gazette and Courant in 1727. The Maryland Gazette, the first paper published in that colony, appeared in 1727. In 1728 Samuel Keimer started the Universal Instructor in all the Arts and Sciences and Pennsylvania Gazette, at Philadelphia. The following year Benjamin Franklin bought Keimer's plant, and shortened the name to the Pennsylvania Gazette. The first paper in the colony of South Carolina, called the South Carolina Gazette, was published on January 8, 1731. On November 5, 1733, the New York Weekly Journal appeared as a rival to the Gazette. In 1736 the first newspaper appeared in Virginia. It was published at Williamsburg, and was called the Virginia Gazette. In 1739 a German newspaper appeared at Germantown, Pa, and another, in 1743, at Philadelphia. All these pioneer papers, with the exception of a few, notably the Pennsylvania Gazette under Franklin, and the New York Weekly Journal under Zenger, were merely news purveyors, or, if any opinions were expressed, they were in accord with the authorities of the day. After 1745 the press of the colonies became more independent and progressive, in obedience to a demand for literature bearing upon the questions relating to the coming revolution. New journals of the weekly class sprang up with considerable rapidity and, for the most part, in opposition to England's methods of colonial government. Among these were the Boston Independent Advocate, started under the auspices of Samuel Adams, in 1748, the New Hampshire Gazette, in 1756, the Boston Gazette and Country Gentleman, in 1755, the Newport, R.I. Mercury, in 1758. The Connecticut Courant, in 1764. By 1775, the commencement of the struggle for independence, the colonial press numbered 30 publications, all weekly. Of these, 7 were published in Massachusetts, 1 in New Hampshire, 2 in Rhode Island, 3 in Connecticut, 8 in Pennsylvania, and 3 in New York. In the first year of the war 8 new weeklies were added to the list, 4 of them being in Philadelphia. On December 3, 1777, the first newspaper, the Gazette, appeared in New Jersey, and in 1781, the first in Vermont, the Gazette or Green Mountain Post Boy. Such was the fatality overhanging the colonial press that, of the 63 newspapers which had come into existence prior to 1783, only 43 survived at that date. From 1789, the date on which the Constitution went into operation, till the close of the 18th century and early beginning of the 19th, several newspapers were founded, most of which were ardently political, and, though employing writers of ability, were bitterly vituperative. The most powerful of this class were the Aurora of Philadelphia, Jefferson's leading organ, the Evening Post of New York, the organ of the Federalists, and the American Citizen of New York, an organ of the Clintonian democracy. The close of the 18th century witnessed also the advent of the press in the Mississippi Valley. The Sentinel of the Northwestern Territory was started at Cincinnati, November 9, 1793, and the Scioto Gazette, at Chillicothe, in 1796. The press of the early part of the 19th century grew rapidly in number, circulation, and influence. While it was largely partisan, the field of discussion gradually broadened, and the news departments became more vivacious and comprehensive. Many of the newspapers founded during the first decades of the century exist at its close, having enjoyed their long careers of influence with honor, and become properties of incalculable value. During this period the transition from the weekly to the daily newspaper gradually went on in the large cities. The first American daily paper, the American Daily Advertiser, was published at Philadelphia in 1784. With it came the first use of reporters, or regularly employed news-gatherers, an innovation as important to the public as the advent of the daily itself. Special, or class, newspapers also began to get a firm foothold during this period. The Niles's Weekly Register appeared in Baltimore in 1811. The first religious newspaper attempted in the United States appeared at Chillicothe, 1814. The first of the agricultural press was The American Farmer, which appeared at Baltimore, April 2, 1818, to be followed by The Plowman, at Albany, N.Y., in 1821, and by The New England Farmer, in 1822. Several strictly commercial and financial papers found an origin in this period, the most successful of which was The New Orleans Price is Current, established in 1822. During this period the newspaper, whether daily or weekly, was distributed only to the regular subscriber, the price of a single copy on the street being prohibitory. The slow-going mail facilities of the time prevented the large circulations that are credited to modern journalism. Prior to 1833 no leading newspaper could throw sufficient enterprise into its business to raise its circulation above 5,000 copies. This kept the price of advertising low, and consequently limited a source of profit which has since grown to enormous proportions. The period ended with the advent of the penny press, in New York, in 1833. The initial experiment in this line was made by H. D. Shepard with his Morning Post, and it proved a failure in the short period of 3 weeks. The next was The Daily Sun, September 23, 1833, claiming to be written, edited, set up, and worked off by Benjamin Franklin Day. It remained a penny paper for a long time and attained a large circulation. It was reorganized in 1867, when Charles A. Dana became its editor. Though the price was put up to 2 cents, it became under his control one of the most potential news and political factors of the century, and attained a circulation of over 100,000 copies daily. In May, 1835, James Gordon Bennett followed in the tracks of Day with The New York Herald. Its sprightly news columns and fantastic advertisements commended it to popular favor, and proved a source of great profit. It has since greatly varied its prices, but by dint of stupendous, if peculiar, enterprise, it has grown into enormous circulation, and become a property worth millions. In 1841, Horace Greeley started The New York Tribune, at first as a penny paper, though on an elevated plane. It soon grew into popular favor, and with its weekly and semi-weekly editions for country circulation became one of the most widely circulated and influential journals in the country. The New York Times also began as a penny paper in 1851, under the control of Henry J. Raymond. While the era of a distinctive and popular penny press was short-lived, it witnessed one of the most notable advances of the century in journalism. It stimulated newspaper enterprise throughout the entire country, and journals multiplied enormously. The era practically ended with the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861, which event caused a rise in the price of paper, a demand for expensive correspondence, telegraph news and battle scenes, and a consequent necessity for enlarged and quadrupled sheets. Many of the penny papers went up to a 5-cent price under the stimulus of war excitement, the improved system of collecting news, and the added expense of publication. This era of phenomenal newspaper expansion extended even to the end of the century. It has witnessed the wonderful evolution of the newspaper in all its modern phases, the advent of the Sunday newspaper, the growth of the daily sheet to mammoth proportions, the incorporation of the Associated Press, with its thousands of agents in every part of the country gathering and sending the minutest events of the day. Correspondence from every quarter of the globe, and covering every field of activity, a highly improved and more independent editorship, a greatly enlarged, more active, and more conscientious reportorial staff. The coming of the interviewer, at first an impertinent pest, but now recognized as a valuable journalistic adjunct in reflecting opinions and sentiments not otherwise obtainable. The employment of the 1,001 new appliances for printing, such as stereotyping, electrotyping, improved types, typesetting machines, rapid presses, folding machines, etc. By 1883 a reaction came on in the prices of leading journals, and they were forced to reduce them by reason of the strong competition offered by the numerous and powerful 2-cent journals which had come into being and had proven to be valuable properties. Indeed, this reaction did not leave the 2-cent journals untouched, for it brought many of that class to a 1-cent basis, with the claim that a consequently increased circulation would enhance the profits from advertising. This claim is a debatable one, and it may be safely said that most of the newspapers established near the end of the century have adopted a 2-cent basis as a golden mean between the 1-cent and 3-cent journals. Proportionally speaking, the growth of the press in the United States has been as even as it has been rapid. No leading city is without press establishments and prominent journals, some of them conducted on the largest scales of expenditure, the West vying with the East, and the South with the North, in liberality and enterprise. The newspaper office of the early part of the century was generally dingy and cramped. The abode of many, especially in the larger cities, has become a handsome pile, conspicuous in architectural effects, capacious and cleanly. Fitting hive for the myriad of workers that toil at midday and midnight in pursuit of the art preservative. The annual expenditure of a single newspaper operated on a large scale has been thus computed: editorial and literary matter, $220,000, local news, $290,000, illustrations, $180,000, correspondence, $125,000, telegraph, $65,000, cable, $27,000. Mechanical, $410,500, paper, $617,000, business office, $219,000, a total of $2,153,500. Nearly every town in the United States of 15,000 population has come by the end of the century to have its daily newspaper, and few of even 1,000 population, especially if a county seat, are without their weekly newspapers. It has become possible to conduct a rural weekly of fair proportions and with quite readable matter upon a very economic basis, by means of a central office in some large city. This office prints and supplies to the rural offices, of which it may have hundreds on its list, the 2 outside pages of a weekly, leaving to the local office only the duty of supplying and printing on the inside pages its domestic news. In the number of its newspapers and periodicals the United States easily leads the world. Only approximate figures for the close of the century are at hand. But these, for the United States, gravitate around a total of 20,000 newspapers and periodicals, while those for other countries which report are as follows: Great Britain, 4229, France, 4100, Germany, 5500, Austria-Hungary, 3500, Italy, 1400. Spain, 1200, Russia, 800, Switzerland, 450, Belgium, 300, Holland, 300, Canada, 862. In the report of 1894 for United States newspapers and periodicals, the following subdivision appears: dailies, 1853, triweeklies, 29, semi-weeklies, 223. Weeklies, 14,077. Bi-weeklies, 62, semi-monthlies, 290, monthlies, 2501, bi-monthlies, 70, quarterlies, 197. The states in which over 1,000 newspapers and periodicals are printed are: New York, with 2001, Illinois, with 1520. Pennsylvania, with 1408, Ohio, with 1108. The states next in order, and with a number of newspapers and periodicals between 500 and 1,000, are: Iowa, with 978, Missouri, with 907, Indiana, with 753, Kansas, with 732, Michigan, with 727. Massachusetts, with 664, Texas, with 656, Nebraska, with 639, California, with 637, Wisconsin, with 551, Minnesota, with 549. The century's newspaper literature in the United States has been further characterized by the introduction of the comic feature. The comic newspaper came into being about the middle of the century, but did not strike a practical-minded people with favor. It was not until the century was well rounded out that the cartoonists' and jokers' art came into sufficient demand to make a comic newspaper a commercial success. Even now their number is limited to a very few that can boast of permanent success. The daily newspapers of the latter part of the century have not been dissuaded by earlier attempts to make illustrations a conspicuous feature. On the contrary, newspaper illustration has grown to the proportions of a special art. And all of the larger and better equipped dailies have organized departments into which are gathered photographs and engravings ready for reproduction as events demand. So the correspondent and reporter have added to knighthood of the pen that of the camera, and the scenic view has become an essential part of serious correspondence and sprightly reporting. An immense, imposing, and highly useful current of literature flows through the magazines, which have, by their number, beauty, and adaptation, come to be a distinguishing feature of the 19th century. This class of literature is usually called periodical, and it embraces the magazines and reviews devoted to general literature and science, the class magazines devoted to particular branches of science, art, or industry, and the publications of schools and societies. Most periodicals published in the English language are monthlies. The same is true of those published on the continent of Europe, save that there the old-fashioned quarterly style is still much affected. Periodical literature found a beginning in France as early as 1665, in what is still the organ of the French Academy. The first English periodical was published in 1680, and was hardly more than a catalogue of books. The growth of the periodical or magazine proved to be very slow. Up to 1800, not more than 80 had found mentionable existence as scientific and technical periodicals, and only 3 as strictly literary periodicals. The advent of the Edinburgh Review, in 1802, gave great impetus to periodical literature in Great Britain, and the period from 1840 to 1850 was one of special development, but to be surpassed by that of 1860 to 1870. when the shilling magazine came into vogue. This class of literature also developed very rapidly in France during the century, Paris having 1381 periodicals of all kinds by 1890. There was an equally rapid development in Germany, Austria, and throughout the continent. The English magazine found several imitators in the United States during the latter part of the 18th century, most of which had brief existences. Such was the fatality overhanging this class of enterprise, that until 1810 but 27 periodicals could be counted in the United States. While the next 40 years were marked by several magazine successes, such as the Knickerbocker, Graham's Magazine, and Putnam's Monthly, they were, nevertheless, strewn with long lines of melancholy wreckage. Indeed, it was not until the middle of the century that the demand for magazine literature became sufficiently intense to make investment in it profitable and permanent. Since then the development has been almost phenomenal, keeping even pace with that of the newspaper. At the end of the century the number of monthlies published in the United States approximates 2,800. And there are over 300 fortnightlies, 56 bi-monthlies, and 192 quarterlies. These cover the vast domains of general literature, religion, science, art, and industry, and in many respects vie with the newspaper in popularity and influence. Many of them have developed into magnificent properties, whose value would appear incomprehensible to our grandfathers. They employ excellent talent when special topics are treated, and rise to occasions of war or other excitement through graphically written and highly illustrated articles. Indeed, one of their most impressive features is the high degree to which they have carried the art of illustration. Toward the close of the century, periodical literature has been greatly expanded and popularized by the introduction of the cheap magazine. The older and more dignified periodicals had not thought of permanent and profitable existence at a price less than 25 to 50 cents a copy. But those of the younger and 10-cent class, by dint of what seems to be a newly discovered enterprise, have found cheapness no barrier to commercial success. Within a decade they have duplicated patrons of magazine literature by the million, and proven quite as clearly as the newspapers have done that we are a nation of readers. The Records of the Past. By Morris Jastrow, Jr., Ph.D. Professor of Semitic Languages, University of Pennsylvania. The present century has so many distinguishing features that it is a hazardous undertaking to summarize its achievements. All branches of science, philology, history, mathematics, medicine, theology, and philosophy, have felt the stimulating influence of a new spirit that made its appearance after the French Revolution. New methods of investigation have not only led to profound modification of views in all departments of science, but have brought about considerable additions to the sum of human knowledge. In the domain of natural science, the discovery of new principles and of hitherto unknown forces has widened the horizon of humanity and created new mental disciplines. But while perhaps less conspicuous, because not so directly connected with the actual concerns and needs of the present, the fertility of historical research during this century is not less remarkable. The larger area now embraced under the caption, History of Mankind, furnishes the best proof for the success that has signalized the labors of scholars, philologists, historians, and explorers, devoted to the study of the past. Ancient history no longer begins with the Greeks or the Hebrews. Its certain limits have been removed to as remote a date as 3000 B.C. While the anthropologist, supplementing the work of the historian, has furnished a picture in detail of the life led by man in various quarters of the globe during that indefinite period which preceded the rise of culture in the true sense of the word. This extension of knowledge in the domain of human history is primarily due to the spade of the explorer. Though it required the patience and ingenuity of the philologist and archaeologist to interpret the material furnished in abundance by the soil that happily preserved the records of lost empires. Documents in stone, clay, and papyrus have been brought forth from their long resting places to testify to the antiquity and splendor of human culture. By the side of written records, monuments of early civilization have been dug up, palaces, forts, and temples filled with works of art and skill, to confirm by their testimony the story preserved by those who belonged to the age of which they wrote. Researches in Mesopotamia. The archaeological researches conducted during this century have definitely established the fact that the earliest civilizations flourished in the valley of the Euphrates and in the district of the Nile. Until the beginning of this century, Egypt, Babylonia, and Assyria were little more than names. The spirit of skepticism which accompanies the keen desire for investigation led scholars to question the tales found in classical writers of the great achievements of the Babylonians and Egyptians. At the beginning of this century scarcely a vestige remained of the cities of ancient Mesopotamia. The site of Nineveh was unknown, and that of Babylon was in dispute. A profound sensation was created when, in 1842, P.E. Bada, the French consul at Mosul, discovered the remains of a palace beneath a mound at Khorsabad, some miles to the north of Mosul on the east bank of the Tigris. Bada's discovery marked the beginning of an activity and exploration in Mesopotamia which continues to the present day. At first the excavations were confined to the mounds in the north, in which the palaces of the great Assyrian kings, Sargon, Esarhaddon, Sennacherib and Assurbanipal, or Sardanapalus as he was called by Greek writers, were unearthed. As well as the great sacred edifices that formed one of the glories of ancient Assyria. The buildings exhumed abound in long series of sculptured slabs, on which are depicted incidents in the campaigns of the kings and in their private life. Historical records on stone and clay furnished the needed details in illustration of the scenes, and lastly, literary remains in profusion were found, which revealed the intellectual life and religious aspirations of the masses and of the secular and religious leaders. To England and France belongs the glory of these early explorations. Through Bada and Sir Austen Henry Layard, the ancient cities of Nineveh, Kala, and Ashur, were rediscovered. But as the field of activity extended to the mounds in the south, in the valley of the Euphrates, other countries, notably Germany and the United States, joined in the work. The excavation of the remains of the city of Babylon were first conducted by Sir Henry Rawlinson in 1854, and much work was afterward done by Hormuzd Rassam. But the most notable achievements of recent years are the excavations conducted by de Sarzeck, under the auspices of the French government, at Tello, from 1881 to 1895, and those of the University of Pennsylvania at Nippur, begun in 1888. And which are still going on. Through these excavations the history of Babylonia has been carried back to the 4th millennium B.C. And while there are still some important gaps to be filled out, the course of events in Babylonia and Assyria from this remote period down to the year 587 B.C. when Cyrus the Mede established a new empire on the ruins of Babylonia and Assyria, is tolerably clear. Hand in hand with the excavations has gone the decipherment of the inscriptions found in such abundance beneath the mounds. On clay, stone, and metals, rulers inscribed records of their reigns, and added to pictorial illustrations accounts of their achievements in war as well as in the internal improvements of their empires. Clay, so readily furnished by the soil, became the ordinary writing material both in Babylonia and in Assyria, and in the course of time an extensive library, embracing hymns and prayers, omens and portents, epics, myths, legends, and creation stories, arose. In every important center there gathered around the temples bodies of priests devoted to the preservation and the extension of this literature. Assyrian culture being but an offshoot of the civilization in the south, Assyria reaped the benefit of the literary work accomplished by the scribes of Babylonia. And the most extensive collection of the literary remains of Babylonia has come to us from a library collected through the exertions of Assurbanipal, and discovered in 1849 by Layard in the ruins of that king's palace at Nineveh. The basis for the decipherment of the cuneiform inscriptions, as they are called from the wedge-shaped characters, was laid by George F. Grotefend early in this century, whose system was further worked out with great ingenuity by Edward Hincks, Jules Oppert, and Sir Henry Rawlinson. These pioneers have been succeeded by a large coterie of scholars in all parts of the world, who are still busy studying the large amount of material now forthcoming for the elucidation of the past. Not merely have we learned much of the public and official events and religious ideas and customs during the period covered by the Babylonian and Assyrian empires. but through thousands of little clay tablets that formed the legal and commercial archives deposited for safekeeping in the temples, an insight into the life of the people has been obtained, of their occupation, of their business enterprise and commercial methods, and of many phases of social life, such as the position of women and slaves, of the manner in which marriages were contracted and wills drawn up. Perhaps the most characteristic feature of the remarkable civilization that arose in the valley of the Euphrates is the domination of the priesthood over all except the purely political interests of the people. Thus the priests, as scribes, as judges, as astronomers, as physicians, brought that civilization to its high degree of excellence, while under their guidance, likewise, the religion of the country developed from a crude nature worship to an approach to a monotheistic conception of the universe. The heir of the Babylono-Assyrian Empire was Persia, which, from the days of Cyrus till the advent of Alexander, swayed the fortunes of the ancient world. In all that pertains to art and architecture, Persia remained largely dependent upon Babylonia. Extensive excavations conducted at Susa by Dulafoy, about 10 years ago, and quite recently continued by M. De Morgan, have proved most successful in revealing the general nature and interior decoration of the great royal palace at that place. In brilliant coloring of the brick tiles which, as in Babylonia, formed the common building material, the Persians passed beyond the Babylonians and Assyrians. One of the most interesting rooms in the Louvre at Paris is that devoted to the exhibition of the colored wall decorations from the palace at Susa, representing such various designs as a procession of archers and a series of lions. The columns still standing at Persepolis have long been famous. And it is here likewise that the first cuneiform inscriptions were found which, couched in Persian, Median, and Assyrian, formed the point of departure for the decipherment of cuneiform scripts. Egyptian researches. The civilization of Egypt rivals in age and grandeur that of Babylonia and Assyria. Here, witnesses to the past that survived in the shape of obelisks and pyramids gave scholars in this century a good start in the work of unraveling the fascinating narrative of Egyptian history. Notwithstanding this, our present knowledge of the history is due largely to the remarkable series of excavations which have been conducted in Upper and Lower Egypt since the early decades of this century, and which continue with unabated activity at the present time. The stimulus to Egyptian research was given by Napoleon in 1798, who, when setting out upon his Egyptian expedition, added to his staff a band of scholars entrusted with the task of studying and preparing for publication the remains of antiquity. The result was a monumental work that forms the foundation of modern Egyptological studies. Another direct outcome of the expedition was the discovery of the famous Rosetta Stone, in 1799, which, containing a hieroglyphic inscription accompanied by a Greek translation, served as the basis for a trustworthy system of decipherment of the ancient language of the Nile. The Frenchman, Jean-François Champollion, and the Englishman, Dr. Thomas Young, share the honor of having found the key that unlocked the mystery of the hieroglyphic script. As in the case of Babylonian archaeology, so here, excavations and decipherment went hand in hand. A few years after the advent of Bada at Mosul, Mariette inaugurated in Egypt a series of brilliant excavations under the auspices of the French government. About the same time the German government sent Richard Lepsius on an expedition to Egypt, which resulted in the establishment of a large Egyptian museum at Berlin. In 1883 England entered the field through the formation of the Egyptian Exploration Fund, and since that time a large number of cities in Lower Egypt, in the Fayum district, and in Upper Egypt have been unearthed. Year after year W. Flinders Petrie, Edouard Neville, F.L. Griffith, and others have gone to Egypt and returned richly laden with material that has found its way to the museum at Gizeh, to the British Museum, to Boston, to New York, and to the Museum of the University of Pennsylvania. The activity of the French was continued after the death of Mariette, through Gaston Maspero, E. Gribaut, J. De Morgan and E. Amelino, so that the mass of material at present available for Egyptologists is exceedingly large. The cities of Memphis and Thebes have naturally come in for a large share of these excavations. Through the texts discovered within the pyramids at Thebes and the surrounding district, the history of the early dynasties was for the first time revealed. At Balas and Nagada, a short distance to the north of Memphis. The excavations have brought us face to face with the indigenous population of the Nile that maintained its primitive customs long after those who founded the real Egyptian empire had established themselves in the country. In the district of the Fayum, notably around Arsino, at Hoera, Ilahun, and Gurub, traces of early foreign influence, Phoenician and Greek, were discovered. While in Lower Egypt the towns of Naucratis and Tanis represent extensive Greek settlements made in Egypt as early, at least, as the 7th century B.C., through the magnificent illustrations in the tombs of Beni Hassan, which have recently been carefully copied by English artists, almost all phases of ancient Egyptian life have been revealed. Though dating from the 11th and 12th dynasties, the picture that they afford applies to earlier and later periods as well. Thus, through the work done in all parts of the ancient empire, the links uniting the earliest period to the sway of the Ptolemies and the invasion of the Romans have been determined. Wonderful chapters, replete with interest, have been added to the history of mankind, and though much remains to be done, we are much nearer to a solution than ever before of that most important problem as to the origin of the mysterious Egyptian culture. We know for a certainty that when the Egyptians came to the region of the Nile, they found a fertile district populated by a people, or by groups of people, that had already made some progress on the road to civilization, though not yet knowing the use of metals. The Asiatic origin of the Egyptians is regarded as clearly established by so eminent an archaeologist as M. de Morgan, though it is likely that his views will be somewhat modified by further research. The infusion of Greek ideas, we now know, begins at a much earlier age than was formerly supposed, so that it becomes less of a surprise to find, even before the advent of Alexander, considerable portions of Egypt absorbed by foreign settlers. A noteworthy feature of archaeological work in Egypt during the past decade has been the discovery of a vast amount of papyri containing long-lost portions of Greek literature. The famous work of Aristotle on the Constitution of Athens and the poems of Bacchylides may be mentioned as the most notable among these discoveries, and the sources from whence these treasures have come seem still far from being exhausted. Greek ruins. The mention of Greek literature leads one naturally to speak of the work done in this century in that land which stands so much nearer to us and to modern culture in general than either Babylonia or Egypt. While, thanks to the activity and industry of Greek and Roman historians, the records of the inspiring history of the Greek states during their most glorious epoch are well preserved, the earlier periods were enveloped in doubt and obscurity. While of the remains of Greece, of her beautiful temples and her famous works of art, comparatively few vestiges remained above the soil. The most notable of these were the Parthenon and the Erechtheium, with their works of art, that stood on the Acropolis, and it is precisely here that some of the most remarkable archaeological discoveries of the century were made. The Parthenon dates from that glorious period in the history of Athens which follows in the wake of disasters in the 5th century, when the Persians entered the city and laid waste its beauties. The earlier Athens, which reached its zenith in the days of Pisistratus, has been brought to light through the excavations conducted by the Greeks themselves. In 1882 a systematic excavation of the Acropolis, under the auspices of the Greek Archaeological Society, was begun. The foundations of the ancient temple of Athena that stood close to the modern Parthenon were discovered, and numerous works of art, statues, fragments, pediments, bases and vases, dating from the earlier period, by means of which we are enabled to trace the development of Athenian sculpture from the rough beginnings to the perfection that it reached in the days of Phidias. The style of these earlier works differs totally from that which we had hitherto been accustomed to regard as the type of Athenian art. And yet even the rudest of the earlier statues possess already some of that charm which is so strongly felt in the works of the later period. Most remarkable, perhaps, among the remains of the earlier Athenians are a large series of figures that appear to have been set up in rows within the Temple of Athena. It is through these figures, dating from various periods, that we are best able to trace the evolution of Greek art. They are unquestionably votive offerings, the gift of faithful followers of Athena, and, while intended probably as representations of the goddess herself, but little care was taken to give the goddess those accompaniments in dress and ornament which are never absent in the best specimens of the later period. As a result of these excavations on the Acropolis, aided by the investigations of numerous scholars, among whom Ernst Curtius and William Dörpfeld merit special mention, the entire plan of the little sacred city that stood on the Acropolis can now be traced in detail. The construction of the beautiful Propylaea by Nesicles, of which remains are still to be seen, has been determined, and various temples to Athena, worshipped under the different guises that she assumed, have been discovered. The place where the great bronze statue of Athena, one of the master works of Phidias, stood, has been fixed, and through the inscriptions found on the Acropolis, numerous problems of Greek history have been solved. Every one knows the story of the Elgin marbles that once formed the decoration of the friezes of the Parthenon, and which in the early part of this century were brought to London by Lord Elgin. That act, though frequently denounced as a piece of vandalism, has probably done more to arouse an interest in Greek archaeology throughout Europe than anything else. Even the indignation which Lord Elgin's act provoked has served a good purpose, not only in leading Greece to take better care of her great treasures, but in inducing scholars of England, France, Germany, and the United States to establish in Athens architectural schools where young archaeologists may be trained, and where expeditions can be organized for the systematic investigation of the numerous cities of ancient Greece and the surrounding islands. The most important work done through these schools is the excavation of Olympia by the Germans, and of Delos and of Delphi by the French, while only some degrees less noticeable is the work done by a zealous Greek, M. Karpanos, at Dodona, by the Greek Society at Eleusis, Epidaurus, and Tanagra, and by the American school at Eretria and at Argos. At Olympia the discovery of the great temple to Zeus, the grand theater in which the famous games took place, the numerous shrines erected in honor of various deities that belonged to the court of Zeus, and of hundreds of votive inscriptions commemorating the victors in the games, have enabled scholars to restore for us the ancient glories of the place, and to trace the history of the sacred city through its period of glory to its decline and fall. The master work of antiquity, the golden statue of Zeus made by Phidias, is, alas, forever lost, but it was at Olympia that the Germans found the wonderful statue of Hermes by Praxiteles, a find that in itself was worth the 1,000,000 marks spent by the German government as a tribute to ancient Greece. At Delos and Delphi, the careful work done by the French has added to our material for tracing the course of Greek religion. Next to Olympia there is, perhaps, no place in ancient Greece which had such a strange hold upon the people as the seat of the great oracle at the foot of Mount Parnassus. The work at Delphi is still progressing, but enough has been found to justify the great reputation of this religious center in ancient times. We can now traverse once again the sacred way leading past numerous buildings to the great shrine of Apollo, and to the cave from which the Pythian priestess obtained her inspiration. Fewer works of art have been discovered here than in Olympia, though perhaps the soil still harbors treasures which the coming years may reveal. The worship of Demeter and the nature of the Eleusinian mysteries are much clearer since the successful excavations that were conducted at Eleusis. Tanagra is of interest because of the clay figurines, the manufacture of which was one of the specialties of ancient Boeotia. Those figures, prepared partly from religious motives, partly as a tribute to the dead, are valuable as illustrations of popular customs. Great credit is due to the American school for the thorough manner in which excavations have been conducted by it, and while the results are not as striking as in some other places, so fundamental a problem as the arrangement of the Greek theater, which has been engaging the attention of archaeologists for the past decade, has been brought nearer to its solution through excavations at Eretria. At Argos a head of Hera was discovered, which is now famous as one of the best specimens of the Polycletan school. No sketch of Greek archaeology, however brief, would be complete without mention of a man who exhibited singular devotion and rare enthusiasm for the study of the past. Heinrich Schliemann, by dint of individual effort, laid bare the remains of pre-Grecian civilization at Mycenaean Tiryns, and, prompted by a theory which for a long time provoked naught but ridicule, devoted many years and a large fortune to excavations at Hisarlik, on the coast of Asia Minor, which, he believed, was the scene of the Trojan War. At the latter place no less than 9 cities, erected one above the ruins of the other, have been found, but the theory of Schliemann which identified the second layer with ancient Troy, afterward known to the Greeks as Ilium, has been shown to be false. It is the sixth layer that represents the ruins of Homer's Troy. At the same time, it must be remembered that the Homeric poems, while based upon historic events, are not history. And the attempt to test their supposed historical accuracy by the results of excavations is now regarded by Greek students as futile and unscientific. But this view in no way diminishes the credit due to Schliemann, who not only did more to stir up popular interest in ancient Greece than any other man living, but has illuminated the early chapters of Greek history which were almost unknown to the scholars of this century. It now appears that Phoenician traders, settling on the coast of Asia Minor and in districts adjacent to the islands of the Aegean Sea and harbors, which furnished a refuge for their ships, gave the first impulse to Greek art, and, although they were outdistanced by their apt pupils, the traces of Phoenician influence remain in Greek architecture, and more particularly in Greek cults, down to the latest times. Apart from the direct bearings of the excavations conducted in various parts of Greece upon the development of Greek art, the most important results of the work consist in the vast increase of material for Greek history, which is now being rewritten on the basis of the many thousands of inscriptions that have been found in the great centers of ancient Greece. As the work of excavation continues, each year brings its quota of new facts, and it is safe to predict that the recovery of ancient Greece will be noted in future ages as one of the most notable achievements of the 19th century. Phoenician ruins. With Egypt, Babylonia, and Greece we are still far from having exhausted the field covered by archaeology in this century. At Cyprus much has been done by Lohr, Cesnola, and Ohnfallschrichter. The cities of Cyprus are interesting as forming a meeting ground for such various civilizations as Phoenician, Egyptian, Proto-Grecian, and to a limited extent Babylono-Assyrian. The result is a curious mixture of art and of equally strange syncretism in religious rites. It is one of the disappointments of scholars that we as yet know so little of the Phoenicians who played such an important role in history. The traces of this people of wanderers and merchants have been found in tombs and votive inscriptions throughout the lands bordering on the Mediterranean, in northern Africa, in southern Spain, in Sicily, Malta, Asia Minor, Cyprus, Crete, Italy, and even southern France. But in Phoenicia itself but few inscriptions have been unearthed, and only scanty remains of the important cities of Sidon and Tyre, which once flourished on the coast of the Mediterranean. The fate of these cities, subjected in the course of centuries to so many different powers, is a sad one. Almost everything that belonged to a high antiquity has disappeared, and such scanty excavations as have been undertaken, the most notable of which is that of Amelawamet by the late Ernest Renan, in 1861, have been of little value. Tombs have been discovered, but only few of them belong to the Phoenician period in the proper sense. The sarcophagus of Eshmunazar, king of Sidon, with a long Phoenician inscription, is however a most notable monument and of great historical importance. But the most remarkable find within the limits of ancient Phoenicia was made a few years ago by Hamdi Bey under the auspices of the Turkish government. In the necropolis at Sidon a series of sarcophagi were unearthed which, belonging to the Greek period, are valuable as furnishing a specimen of the art of Greece transplanted in foreign soil. Researches in Palestine. Ancient Palestine, likewise, so full of sacred recollections for millions, has been chary of yielding up the treasures which there is every reason to believe still lie somewhere beneath the soil. In 1870, a stone was found in the land of Moab which commemorated the victory of King Mesha over Israel, about 800 B.C., and forms one of the most valuable monuments for tracing the history of the Phoenician alphabet, of which the one we use is a direct successor. At Jerusalem a single inscription, belonging probably to the age of Hezekiah, was found by accident at the Pool of Siloam. This paucity of archaeological returns is not due to any lack of interest in recovering the monuments of ancient Palestine. In Germany and England, societies for the exploration of Palestine have been in existence for the past 20 years, and much important work has been done by them in making careful surveys of the country, in identifying ancient sites, and in adding material to our knowledge of the geography of the country. The combined opposition of fanatical Turks, Arabs, Christians, and Jews has prevented, until recently, the undertaking of excavations in the important centers of the country, such as Jerusalem, Samaria, Bethlehem, Hebron, and the like. A few years ago the Mound Tel El-Hizi, covering the site of the ancient city of Lachish, was thoroughly explored by F. J. Bliss, and no less than 10 layers of cities identified by him. But the results, except for some pottery and a most important discovery of a cuneiform tablet which belongs to the Elamarna series and dates from the 15th century B.C., have been rather disappointing. Recently Mr. Bliss has succeeded in obtaining permission to undertake excavations at Jerusalem. He has begun his work by tracing carefully the walls of the ancient city, but until this work is pushed to the extent of actually digging down some 40 feet below the level of the present Jerusalem, it is not likely that significant discoveries will be made. There are good reasons for hoping that the time is not far distant when systematic work, such as has been done in Egypt, Babylonia, and Greece, will also be undertaken in Palestine. When that time does come, we may expect that many of the problems besetting students of the Old and New Testaments will find their solution. Hittite remains. Archaeology does not only solve problems, but frequently raises new ones. Such a new problem is that of the Hittites. During the past 15 years, a large series of monuments, many of them sculptured on rocks, have been found in various parts of Asia Minor, from the district of Lake Van almost to the Mediterranean coast, and notably at Hamath, on the Orontes. They all betray the same art, and are accompanied by inscriptions in characters to which the name Hittite has been given. It is to be borne in mind that this term Hittite is to a large extent a conventional one, covering a series of peoples that may have belonged to different races. We hear of these Hittites in the Asiatic campaigns of Egyptian kings from the 17th century B.C. down to 1400 B.C. Establishing an empire on the Orontes, they gave the Assyrians a great deal of trouble, and it was not until the end of the 8th century that they were finally conquered. Though we know a good deal of the history of these Hittites from the records of Egyptians, Babylonians, and Assyrians, their origin remains wrapped in obscurity. The Hittite characters have not yet been deciphered, although various attempts of interpreters have been made. The last of these is that of Professor Peter Jensen, of the University of Marburg, who believes that the Hittite language is a prototype of the modern Armenian. Although a number of prominent scholars have acknowledged their acceptance of the Jensen system, it cannot be said as yet to have been definitely established. Nor is it likely that a satisfactory key will be found until a large bilingual inscription containing a record in Hittite characters with a translation, perhaps, in Assyrian or Aramaic, shall have been found. Such a find may be expected at any moment. Meanwhile, it may be said that from an ethnological point of view, it seems more plausible to regard the Hittites as a part of the Turanian stock rather than belonging to the Aryan or Semitic races. The exploration of India, China, and Japan can scarcely be said to have more than begun. The notable series of inscriptions that recall the period of Indian history connected with Akoka may be regarded as a specimen of what we may expect when once those distant lands are as thoroughly explored as the countries situated around the Mediterranean Sea. Roman ruins. Coming to the last and greatest of the empires of antiquity, Rome, a word should be said about the activity that has characterized the excavations at Herculaneum and Pompeii, and recently in the city of Rome, which are carried on so successfully by Rudolfo Lanciani. While our knowledge of Roman history has always been much more complete than that of Greece, still many questions of detail have only recently been settled through these excavations. An insight has been afforded into the public and private life of the Romans which supplements that which was to be gained from the study of the classical writers. Europe and America have also been seized with the archaeological fever. In Germany, Austria, France, Sweden, Denmark, Holland, Switzerland, North America, and South America, the knowledge of the past has been extended through exploration and excavation. So large is the field of archaeology at present, that it is impossible for one person to make himself familiar with more than a small section. But, on the other hand, so close is the sympathy between the various branches of mankind scattered throughout the world that there is no work carried on in one division of archaeology which has not its bearings upon many others. What Goethe said of human life may be said of archaeology, or packt, ist interessant. Progress in Dairy Farming. By Major Henry E. Alvord, C.E., Doctor of Laws. Chief of Dairy Division, U.S. Department of Agriculture. Nearly all industries have their branches or specialties. Farming is no exception, and one of the most interesting, highly developed, and remunerative of its branches is dairying. To be successful, dairying requires good judgment, knowledge of the relations of modern science to agricultural production, constant study, system, and close attention to details. Hence it is regarded as among the highest forms of farming. The occupation is itself so stimulating and the rewards are so substantial, when brains and brawn are applied to it in judicious combination, that dairying districts are commonly conspicuous as the most enterprising, prosperous, and contented of the rural communities of their section of country. In all lines of farming at least one money crop seems to be the aim, although this term may include animals and animal products. A great disadvantage in certain kinds of farming is that the returns come at long intervals, perhaps but once a year, while the expenses are continuous for 12 months. Dairying, as conducted by modern methods, distributes the farm income through the year. The cash returns are monthly, or oftener, the pernicious credit system disappears, money circulates, and at all seasons a healthy business activity prevails in the whole community. It is a noteworthy fact, that during periods of agricultural depression experienced in the United States during the 19th century, the products of the dairy have maintained relative values above all other farm products. And dairy districts seem to have passed through these periods with less distress than most others. The greater part of this country, geographically, being well adapted to dairying, this branch of agriculture has always been prominent in America, and its extension has kept pace with the opening and settlement of new territory. For many years a belief existed that successful dairying in the United States must be restricted to narrow geographical limits, constituting a dairy belt lying between the 40th and 45th degrees of latitude, and extending from the Atlantic Ocean to the Missouri River. And the true dairying districts were felt to be in separated sections occupying not more than 1/3 of the area of this belt. These ideas have been exploded. It has been shown that good butter and cheese can, by proper management, be made in almost all parts of North America. Generally speaking, good butter can be profitably produced wherever good beef can. Decided advantages unquestionably exist, in the climate, soil, water, and herbage of certain sections, but these influences are largely under control, and what is lacking in natural conditions can be supplied by tact and skill. So that, while dairying is intensified and constitutes the leading agricultural industry over wide areas, including whole states, where the natural advantages are greatest, the industry is found well established in spots in almost all parts of the country, and is developing in unexpected places, and under what might be considered as very unfavorable conditions. Dairying existed in colonial times in America, and butter and cheese are mentioned among the early exports from the settlements along the Atlantic coast. But this production was only incident to general farming. Dairying, as a specialty in the United States, did not appear to any extent until well along in the 19th century. The history of this industry in this country is therefore identical with its progress in that century. This progress has been truly remarkable. The wide territorial extension, the immense investment in lands, buildings, animals, and equipment, the great improvement in dairy cattle, the acquisition and diffusion of knowledge as to economy of production, the revolution in methods and systems of manufacture, the general advance in quality of products, the wonderful increase in quantity, and the industrial and commercial importance of the industry, have kept pace with the general material progress of the nation and constitute one of its leading features. During the early part of the century, the keeping of cows on American farms was incident to the general work, the care of milk and the making of butter and cheese were in the hands of the women of the household, the methods and utensils were crude. The average quality of the products was inferior, and the supply of our domestic markets was unorganized and irregular. The milch cows in use belonged to the mixed and indescribable herd of native cattle, with really good dairy animals appearing singly, almost by accident, or, at the best, in a family developed by some uncommonly discriminating yet unscientific breeder. The cows calved almost universally in the spring, and were generally allowed to go dry in the autumn or early winter. Winter dairying was practically unknown. As a rule, excepting the pasture season, cattle were insufficiently, and therefore unprofitably, fed and poorly housed. In the eastern and northern states, the milk was usually set in small shallow earthen vessels or tin pans, for the cream to rise. Little attention was paid to cooling the air in which it stood in summer, or to moderating it in winter, so long as freezing was prevented. The pans of milk oftener stood in pantries and cellars than in milk rooms specially constructed or prepared. In Pennsylvania and the states farther south, where springhouses were in vogue, milk received better care, and setting it in earthen crocks or pots, standing in cool, flowing water, was a usual and excellent practice. Churning the entire milk was very common. Excepting the comparatively few instances where families were supplied with butter weekly, and occasionally a cheese, direct from the producers, the farm practice was to pack the butter in firkins, half-firkins, tubs, and jars, and let the cheese accumulate on the farms, taking these products to market only once or twice a year. Not only were there as many different lots and kinds of butter and cheese as there were producing farms, but the product of a single farm varied in character and quality, according to season and other circumstances. Every package had to be examined, graded, and sold upon its merits. Prices were low. These conditions continued, without material change, up to the middle of the century. Some improvement was noticeable in cattle and appliances, and in some sections dairy farming became a specialty. With the growth of towns and cities, the business of milk supply increased and better methods prevailed. Buttermaking for home use and local trade, in a small way, was common wherever cows were kept, and in some places there was a surplus sufficient to be sent to the large markets. Vermont and New York became known as butter-producing states. Franklin County butter, from counties of this name in New York, Vermont, and Massachusetts, was known throughout New England, and the fame of Orange County, and Goshen butter, from New York, was still more extensive. New York, Ohio, and northern Pennsylvania produced large quantities of cheese. And the total supply was so much in excess of domestic demand, that cheese exports from the United States, mainly to Great Britain, became established, and ranged from 3 to 17 million pounds a year. The 25 years following 1850 was a period of remarkable activity and progress in the dairy interests of the country. At first, the agricultural exhibitions or cattle shows, and the enterprise of importers, turned attention towards the improvement of farm animals. And breeds of cattle specially noted for dairy qualities were introduced and began to win the favor of dairymen. Then the early efforts at cooperative dairying were recognized as successful, and were copied until the cheese factory became an established institution. Once fairly started, in the heart of the great cheese-making district of New York, the factory system spread with much rapidity. The war period lent additional impetus to the forward movement. The foreign demand for cheese grew fast, and the price, which was 10 cents per pound and less in 1860, rose to 15 cents in 1863, and to 20 cents and over in 1865. There were 2 cheese factories in Oneida County in 1854, and 25 in 1862. The system spread to Herkimer and adjoining counties, and in 1863 there were 100 factories in New York, besides some in Ohio and other states. The number increased to 300 in the whole country in 1865, to 600 in 2 years more, and to over 1,000 in 1869. From that time the cooperative or factory system practically superseded the manufacture of cheese on farms. Establishments for the making of butter in quantity, from the milk or cream collected from numerous farms, soon followed the cheese factories. Such are properly butter factories, but the name of creamery has come into general use for an establishment of this kind, and seems unlikely to change. Placing the real beginning of cheese factories as a system of dairying in 1861 or 1862, the first creamery was started in 1861, in Orange County, New York. In Illinois, the first cheese factory was built in 1863, and the first creamery in 1867. In Iowa, the respective dates were 1866 and 1871. The effect of these industrial establishments, comparatively new in kind, is to transfer the making of butter and cheese from the farm to the factory. Originating in this country, although now extensively adopted in others, the general plan may be called the American system of associated dairying. The early cheese factories and creameries were purely cooperative concerns, and it is in this form that the system has usually extended into new territory, whether for the production of butter or cheese. The cow owners and producers of milk cooperate and share, upon any agreed basis, in organizing, building, perhaps, equipping, and managing the factory in disposing of its products. Another plan is for the plant to be owned by a joint stock company, composed largely, if not wholly, of farmers, and milk or cream is received from any satisfactory producer. The factory may be allowed a certain rate of interest on the investment, or may charge a fixed price per pound for making butter or cheese, and then divide the remaining proceeds pro rata according to the raw material supplied by its patrons. The proprietary plan is also common, being managed much like any other factory, the proprietor or company buying the milk or cream from the producers, at prices mutually agreed upon from time to time. And all these plans have their variations and modifications in practice. The third quarter of a century was also a period of unprecedented progress in the application of mechanics to the dairy. The factories and creameries required new equipment, adapted to manufacture upon an enlarged scale, and equal attention was paid to the improvement of appliances for farm dairies. The system for setting milk for creaming in deep cans in cold water, preferably ice water, was introduced from Sweden, although the same principles had been in practice for generations in the springhouses of the South. Numerous creaming appliances, or creamers, were invented, based upon this system. Shallow pans were changed in size and shape, and then almost disappeared. Butter workers of various models took the place of bowl and ladle and the use of the bare hand. Churns appeared, of all shapes, sizes, and kinds, the general movement being towards the abolition of dashers and the substitution of agitation of cream for violent beating. About this time the writer made a search of the United States Patent Office records, which revealed the fact that 40 or 50 new or improved churns were claimed annually, and after rejecting about 1/4. The patents actually issued provided a new churn every 15 days for more than 70 years. This illustrates the activity of invention in this line. It was admitted by all that at this period the United States was far in advance of any other country in the variety and excellence of its mechanical aids to dairying. The same period witnessed the organization of dairymen in voluntary associations for mutual benefit in several states, the formation of clubs and societies of breeders of purebred cattle, and the appearance of the first American dairy literature of consequence in book form. The American Dairymen's Association was organized in 1803. Its field of activity was east of Indiana, and accordingly the Northwestern Dairymen's Association was formed in 1867. Both of these continued in existence, held periodical meetings, and published their proceedings for 12 or 15 years. Then the formation of state dairy associations in Vermont, 1870, Pennsylvania, 1871, New York, 1877, Wisconsin, 1872, Illinois, 1874, Iowa, 1870, and other states took the place of the pioneer societies which covered wider territory. The Shorthorn breed led in the introduction of improved cattle to the United States, and for a long time the representatives of this race, imported from England, embraced fine dairy animals. Shorthorn grades formed the foundation, and a very good one, upon which many dairy herds were built up during the second and third quarters of the century, and much of this blood is still found in prosperous dairying districts. This was the period of greatest activity in importing improved cattle from abroad. But Shorthorns have been so generally bred for beef qualities that the demand for them is almost exclusively on that line, and they are no longer classed as dairy cattle. Ayrshires from Scotland, Holstein Friesians from North Holland, and Jerseys and Guernseys from the Channel Islands, are the breeds recognized as of dairy excellence, and upon which the industry mainly depends for improvement of its milch cows. The first two named are noted for giving large quantities of milk of medium quality. The other two breeds, both often miscalled Alderney, give milk of exceeding richness, and are the favorites with butter makers. There are also the brown Swiss and Simmental cattle from Switzerland, the Normandy breed from France, and red polled cattle from the south of England, which have dairy merit, but belong rather to what is called the general purpose class. Associations of persons interested in maintaining the purity of all the different breeds named have been formed since 1850, and they all record pedigrees and publish registers or herd books. Purebred herds of some of these different breeds are owned in nearly all parts of the country, and half-breeds or higher grades are found wherever cows are kept for dairy purposes. The quality and production of the average dairy cow in America are thus being steadily advanced. The development of dairying in the United States during the closing decades of the 19th century has been uninterrupted, and marked by events of the greatest consequence in the entire history. The importance of two inventions during this period cannot be overestimated. The first is the application of centrifugal force to the separation of cream from milk. This is based upon the specific gravity of the milk serum or skim milk, and of whatever impure matter may have entered the milk, such gravity being greater than that of the fatty portion or cream. The dairy centrifuge, or cream separator, enables the creaming or skimming to be done immediately after milking, preferably while the milk is still warm. The cream can be at once churned, while sweet. But a better practice is to cure or ripen it for churning. This can be done at a comparatively high temperature, dispensing with the necessity of so much ice or cold water. The skim milk is available for use while still warm, quite sweet, and in its best condition for feeding to young animals. This mechanical method is more efficient, securing more perfect cream separation than the old gravity system, and the dairy labor is very largely reduced. The handling and caring for the milk may be thus wholly removed from the duties of the household. A usual plan is to have a skimming station, to which the milk is hauled at least daily from the producing farms in the vicinity, and where one or more separators are operated by power. Separators are also made of sizes and patterns suited to farm use, where they may be operated by hand or by light power, electricity, steam, water, a horse, a bull, a sheep, or a dog. Besides its economy and its effect upon labor, this machine almost eliminates the factor of climate in a large part of dairy management, and altogether has worked a revolution in the industry. The centrifugal separator is still a marvel to those who see it working for the first time. The whole milk, warm, flows into the center of a strong steel bowl, held in an iron frame. The bowl revolves at a rate of 1,500 to 25,000 times per minute, and from two projecting tubes cream and skim milk flow in continuous streams to separate receptacles. The machines can be regulated to produce cream of any desired thickness or quality. These separators, of different sizes, are capable of thus skimming or separating, or more properly, creaming, from 15 to 500 gallons of milk per hour. A machine of standard factory size has a speed of 600 to 700 revolutions a minute, and a capacity for separating 250 gallons of milk an hour. The world is indebted to Europe for this invention, at least as a dairy appliance. Yet investigations were in progress contemporaneously in this country along the same line, and many of the material improvements in the cream separator and several entirely new patterns have since been invented here. The first separators were put into practical use in this country and Great Britain in the year 1879. The century closes with 35,000 to 40,000 of these machines in operation in the United States. The second great dairy invention of the period is the fat test for milk, being a quick and easy substitute for chemical analysis. This is one of the public benefactions of the agricultural experiment stations which, under state and national endowment, have been established during the last part of the century, so that there is now at least one in every state. A number of these have done much creditable work in dairy investigation, and from them have come several clever methods for testing the fat content of milk. The method which has been generally approved and is now almost universally adopted in this and other lands is named for its originator, Drive S.M. Babcock, the able chemist and dairy investigator, first of the New York station at Geneva and since of the Wisconsin station at Madison. This tester combines the principle of centrifugal force with simple chemical action. The machine, on the Babcock plan, has been made in a great variety of patterns, simple and inexpensive for home use, more elaborate and substantial for factories. By them from 2 to 40 samples of milk may be tested at once in a few moments. And by slight modifications in the appliances, the fat may be determined in samples of milk, cream, skim milk, or buttermilk. This fat test of milk has wide application, and is second only to the separator in advancing the economies of dairying. The percentage of fat being accepted as the measure of value for milk for nearly all purposes, the Babcock test may be the basis for city milk inspection, for fixing the price of milk delivered to city dealers, to cheese factories and creameries, and for commercial settlements between patrons in cooperative dairying of any kind. By this test, also, the dairyman may prove the quality of milk from his different cows, and, with quantity of milk yield recorded, may fix their respective value as dairy animals. With perfect apparatus in careful hands, the accuracy of the test is unquestioned, and it is of the highest scientific value. It should be noted that although clearly patentable, and offering an independence through a very small royalty, this priceless invention and boon to dairying was freely given to the public by Dr. Babcock. The advent of the 20th century finds the dairy industry of the United States established upon a plane far above the simple and crude domestic art of 3 or 4 generations ago. The milch cow itself, upon which the whole business rests, is more of a machine than a natural product. The animal has been so bred and developed to a special purpose, that instead of the former short milking period, almost limited to the pasture season, it yields a comparatively even flow of milk during 10 or 11 months in every 12. And if desired, the herd produces as much in winter as in summer. It is not unusual for cows to give 10 or 12 times their own weight of milk during a year. And the quality has been so improved that the milk of many a good dairy cow will produce as much butter in a week as could be made from 3 or 4 average cows of the olden time. Instead of a few homely and inconvenient implements for use in the laborious duties of the dairy, generally devolving upon the women of the farm. Perfected appliances skillfully devised to accomplish their object and lighten labor are provided all along the way. The factory system of cooperative or concentrated manufacture has so far taken the place of home dairying, that in entire states the cheese vat or press is as rare as the handloom. And in many counties it is as hard to find a farm churn as a spinning wheel. Long rows of shining tin pans are no longer seen adorning rural dooryards, as one drives along country roads, but in their place may be found the bright faces of the women folks, who rejoice over the revolution of modern dairying. Here is an example of this radical change in the system of making butter. Northern Vermont has always been a region of large butter production. St. Albans, in Franklin County, is the natural business center. During the middle of the century the country-made butter came to this town to market every Tuesday from miles around. The average weekly supply was 30 to 40 tons. This was very varied in quality, was sampled and classified with much labor and expense, placed in 3 grades, prime, fair, and poor, and forwarded to the Boston market, 200 miles distant. During 25 years ending in 1875, 65 million pounds, valued at $20 million, passed through this little town. All of this was dairy butter made upon 1,000 or 2 different farms, in as many churns. In 1881, the first creamery was built in this county. Now, the Franklin County Creamery Company, located at St. Albans, has 50-odd skimming stations distributed through this and adjoining counties. To them is carried the milk from 30,000 cows or more, and the separated cream is sent by rail to the central factory, where from 10 to 12 tons of butter are made every day. A single churning room for the whole county. All of this butter is of standard quality, and sold on its reputation upon orders from distant points received in advance of its manufacture. The price is relatively higher than the average for the product of the same farms 50 years ago. In one respect dairy labor is the same as 100 years ago. Cows still have to be milked by hand. Although numerous attempts have been made, and patent after patent issued, no mechanical contrivance has yet been a practical success as a substitute for the human hand in milking. Therefore, twice a day, every day in the year, the dairy cows must be milked. This is one of the main items of labor in the dairy, as well as a most delicate and important duty. Allowing 10 cows per hour to a milker, which is pretty lively work, it requires the continuous labor of an army of 300,000 men, working 10 or 12 hours a day throughout the year, to milk the cows of the United States. The industry is becoming thoroughly organized. Besides local clubs, societies, and unions, there are dairy associations in 30 states, most of them incorporated and receiving financial aid under state laws. In some states, the butter makers and cheese makers are separately organized. 16 states provide by law for officials known as dairy commissioners or dairy and food commissions. These officers have a national association, and there are also 2 national organizations of dairymen. At various large markets and centers of activity in the commerce of the dairy, there are special boards of trade. The United States Department of Agriculture has a dairy division, intended to watch over and promote the dairy interests of the country at large. Dairy schools are maintained in several states, offering special courses of practical and scientific instruction in all branches of the business. These schools and the agricultural experiment stations, with which most of them are closely connected, are doing much original research and adding to the store of useful information as to the applications of modern science to the improvement of dairy methods and results. Weekly and monthly journals, in the interest of dairy production and trade, are published in various parts of the country. And during the last decade or two a number of noteworthy books on different aspects of dairying have been published, so that the student of this subject may fill a good-sized case with substantial volumes, technical and practical in character. The business of producing milk for town and city supply, with the accompanying agencies for transportation and distribution, has grown to immense proportions. In many places the milk trade is regulated and supervised by excellent municipal ordinances, which have done much to prevent adulteration and improve the average quality of the supply. Full as much is being done by private enterprise, through large milk companies, well organized and equipped, and establishments which make a specialty of serving milk and cream of fixed quality and exceptional purity. This branch of dairying is advancing very fast, and upon the substantial basis of care, cleanliness, and improved sanitary conditions. Cheese-making has been transferred bodily from the realm of domestic arts to that of manufactures. Farm-made cheeses are hard to find anywhere, are used only locally, and make no impression upon the markets. In the middle of the century about 100 million pounds of cheese were made yearly in the United States, all of it on farms. At the close of the century the annual production of the country is about 300 million pounds, and 96 or 97% of this is made in factories. Of these establishments there are some 3,000, varying greatly in capacity. New York and Wisconsin each have over 1,000, the former state makes nearly twice as much cheese as the latter, and the two together produce 3/4 of the entire output of this country. The other cheese-making states, in the order of quantity produced, are Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, but all are comparatively unimportant. More than 9/10 of all made is of the familiar standard variety copied after the English cheddar, but new kinds and imitations of foreign varieties are increasing. The cheese made in the country, with the small importations added, gives an allowance of less than 4 pounds a year to every person. But as 30 to 50 million pounds are still annually exported, the per capita consumption of cheese in the United States does not exceed 3.5 pounds. This is a very low rate, much less than in most European countries. Great as has been the growth of the factory system of butter making, and fast as creameries are multiplying, especially in the newer and growing agricultural states, such as Minnesota, Nebraska, Kansas, and South Dakota. There is still much more butter made on farms in the United States than in creameries. Creamery butter controls all the large markets, the dairy product making comparatively little impression on the trade. But home consumption and the supply of small customers and local markets make an immense aggregate, being fully 2/3 of all. Estimating the annual butter product of the country at £1,400,000,000, not much over 400 million of this is made in the 8,000 or 9,000 creameries now in operation. Iowa is the greatest butter-producing state, and the one in which the greatest proportion is made on the factory plan. This state has 850 creameries, only 3 counties being without them, about 2/5 are cooperative. In these creameries about 90 million pounds of butter are made annually from 750,000 cows. It is estimated that in the same state 50 million pounds of butter in addition are made in farm dairies. The total butter product of the state is therefore 1/10 of all made in the Union. Iowa sends over 80 million pounds of butter every year to other states. New York is next in importance as a butter-making state, and then come Pennsylvania, Illinois, Wisconsin, Ohio, Minnesota, and Kansas. Yet all these combined make but little more than half of the annual butter crop of the United States, and in no one of them, except Iowa, is half of the butter produced made in creameries. The average quality of butter in America has materially improved since the introduction of the creamery system and the use of modern appliances. No butter is imported, and the quantity exported is as yet insignificant. Consequently, the home consumption must be at the yearly rate of 20 pounds the person, or about 100 pounds annually to the family of average size. If approximately correct, this shows Americans to be the greatest butter-eating people of the world. And the people of this country also consume millions of pounds every year of butter substitutes and imitations, known as oleomargarine, butterine, etc. Most of this is believed to be butter by those who use it, and the state dairy commissioners mentioned are largely occupied in the execution of laws intended to protect consumers from these butter frauds. The cows in the United States were not counted until 1840, but they have been enumerated for every decennial census since. It has required from 23 to 27 cows to every 100 of the inhabitants to keep the country supplied with milk, butter, and cheese, and provide for the export of dairy products. The export trade has fluctuated much, but has never exceeded the product of 500,000 cows. With the closing years of the century, it is estimated that there is 1 milch cow in the United States to every 4 persons. This makes the total number of cows about 17,500,000. They are quite unevenly distributed over the country, being largely concentrated in the great dairy states. Thus Iowa leads with 1.5 million cows, followed by New York with almost as many, and then Illinois and Pennsylvania with about 1 million each. The states having over 500,000 each are Wisconsin, Ohio, Kansas, Missouri, Minnesota, Nebraska, and Indiana. Texas is credited with 700,000, but very few of them are dairy animals. In the middle and eastern states the milk product goes very largely to the supply of the numerous cities and large towns. In the central west and northwest butter is the principal dairy product. It is estimated that the dairy animals of the United States include nearly 500,000 which are purebred, and that this blood has been so generally diffused that more than 1/4 of the cattle are grades. In a classification of the various annual farm products of the country by values, meats and closely related products stand first in order, the corn crop second, dairy products and the hay crop alternate in the third and fourth places. And wheat occupies the fifth. Hay and corn are so largely and directly tributary to the dairy as raw materials for its support, that it is fair to place the products of the dairy as second only to meat products in the general list. The cotton crop of the country is considered one of great importance, but during recent years it rarely equals the butter crop in value. The dairy aggregate exceeds all the mining products of the United States other than coal, oil, and gas. There never has been a year when the entire gold and silver product of the world was enough to buy the annual dairy products of this country at the present time. These comparisons show the commercial importance which the dairying of America has assumed. It is a branch of farming of such magnitude as to command attention and justify all reasonable provisions to guard its interests. The Century's Moral Progress. By Sarah Y. Stevenson, SC.D. Secretary Department of Archaeology, University of Pennsylvania. In dealing with a subject so indefinite in its limits as the progress of morals in the 19th century, it may be well to establish by a brief survey of previous facts some solid basis upon which to rest the discussion. The notion of duty or of moral obligation, i.e., of well-doing viewed in the abstract and outside of expediency, does not appear to have been brought forward by the Greek philosophers, to whom is mainly due the origin of our own conceptions with regard to morality. Even Plato, who dealt with nearly all duties, while insisting especially upon the negative duty of committing no injustice or evil, even against one's foes, nowhere systematically treats of duty. Indeed, the Greek equivalent for the word did not exist in his time, and the notion was conveyed by a periphrase. That morals have a bearing upon the welfare and character not only of the individual and of the family, but of the whole body politic, was however early recognized. Theognis, for instance, who lived in the 6th century B.C., stigmatized in the most energetic terms the evil influence exercised upon the destiny of nations by the immorality of the upper classes. In the earlier schemes of civilization, where worship played a dominant political role, morals were regarded as under the protection of the sacred law. Worship and law were closely united in the government, and morals were included in these and governed by motives of expediency. Man's obligation to the deity was then mainly confined to material offerings and propitiatory rites, whilst the law dealt with conduct in so far as order must be enforced, authority respected, and certain mutual rights recognized. If the welfare of the nation was to be maintained, that the moral standards of these early societies were high cannot be doubted. Those which prevailed in ancient Egypt, as preserved to us in the maxims of sages, as well as in certain chapters of the sacred books, prove that the rule of conduct which was to ensure to the subjects of the pharaohs respect and popularity in this world and happiness in the world to come was in no way inferior to our own. The men who taught their contemporaries, "Do not save thy life at the cost of another," had little to learn from the high-bred Parisians who recently escaped unhurt from the burning walls of the French Charity Bazaar. For the Greek thinkers, however, who first systematically dealt with the subject, ethics was a branch of politics, i.e., the science of government. Aristotle, like Socrates and Plato, took for the starting point of his argument the sovereign good, or the idea of absolute well-being. All that man undertakes has an aim which, under analysis, is found to be the greatest advantage to him who is acting. Accordingly, all knowledge tends to this end. And as all its elements are more or less connected, there must be one, the final end of which is essential. This is the political science which aims at the highest well-being not only of each man, but of man collectively, i.e., of society. The nature of this highest well-being, which is generally termed happiness, gave rise among Greek philosophers to discussions which have been revived by modern thinkers. It may therefore be stated that in ancient thought, at least until the time of the Stoics, morals and virtue were studied, whether in connection with religion or with politics, under the light of expediency rather than under that of abstract right. And that, they were discussed as functions more than as moral obligations. The fullness of significance which at present is conveyed in the word duty, is mainly due to the gradual and complex development of religious, legal, and philosophical modes of thought, in which certain human acts are regarded as enjoined and others as forbidden by a higher power, and in which conscience enters as an important and ever-increasing factor. A sense of duty is the legitimate product of human nature under cultivation. But although we should look in vain among the ancients for the abstract notions which the words, conscience, duty, and right, evoke in the modern mind, we find in groping our way up the stream of time that germs of these concepts had long lain concealed in the precepts of ancient moralists. The fact of virtue existed long before it was made the subject of theoretical systems, and if with the development of the reasoning faculty our moral code has been elaborated and our ethical terminology enriched, broadly speaking, the rules of conduct laid down by civilized men in the remote past and those which govern us today are, in kind, virtually the same. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, thou shalt not bear false witness, are coeval with the beginnings of communities. It is in the scope and degree of their application, not in their nature, that mainly lies the difference existing in this respect between the past and the present. In the highest stage of our moral development, the unselfishness which seeks gratification in the welfare of others and in duty accomplished, at the cost of self, may in final analysis be reduced to a refined egoism. The motive held up to man by most moralists is still expediency. The reward, whether it is promised on this earth or in the world to come, is still a reward, and to the greatest advantage of him who is acting. Moreover, moral standards today, as in the past, have a strong bearing upon political government, and it is in studying the development of democratic ideas that we may best follow the evolution of modern ethics as characteristic of our epoch. For to this development is due a higher sense of justice, the recognition of the rights of men and of the unimportance of the ego as compared with the race. All of which form distinctive features of the modern creed for which the words altruism and humanitarianism have been coined. It may also be said, to the honor of the present century, that there exists a growing tendency to accept abstract truth and right outside of expediency as standards of conduct, and to apply these regardless of sex, class, or persons according to the inflexible logic of a trained reason. 2,000 years ago Christianity established itself upon the wreck of ancient civilizations, preserving that which in them was immortal. Grafted upon the Roman world, the gospel of democracy which it preached could be accepted as the official religion of the empire only at the cost of its own purity. How could God and Mammon rule together? How could a Constantine rise to an understanding of the teacher who said, "Ye know that they which are accounted to rule over the Gentiles exercise lordship over them, and their great ones exercise authority over them. But so shall it not be among you, but whosoever will be great among you shall be your minister, and whosoever of you will be the chiefest shall be servant of all." Street Mark X, 42-44. Christ had established religion among his followers as distinct from worship. The people soon relapsed into worship, whilst for the clergy theology took the place of religion. With the alliance formed between church and state in the Christian community, much of the Sermon on the Mount was necessarily forgotten. Many of the parables in which the teacher embodied his doctrine of justice, of tolerance, of love and humility, were to lose their living force. Under the banner of faith, conduct sank to the second rank. The dry subtleties of scholasticism helped to crush morality beneath the words and formulae of a learned dialectic. Although for centuries the Spirit of Christ continued to protect the weak and the lowly, although from the very body of the Church, then ever ready in its arrogance to cast its anathemas upon every effort of man to assert his freedom, sprang reformers who endeavored to restore to the gospel some of its early significance, the Church strayed ever farther from its founder. Was this because, as Michelet said, the reformers themselves needed reforming? Once more man found himself crushed under the law which Christ had declared was made for him, until, at last, in the forcible words of Mr. Darmesteter, of all the teacher's lessons Christian Rome seemed to remember only one: return unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. However fiercely monarchy might struggle against the temporal encroachments of the Church, it joined with it to repress the people. Authority rested upon a mystery. Its right came from above. Power was divine. Obedience to it was a sacred duty, and inquiry became a blasphemy. Then from the great schools and universities the developing intellect of Europe awakened to a sense of its rights. Suddenly there came inquiries into the reality of this spiritual power over human souls and over the human understanding which Rome claimed to be derived from heaven. In its revolt against dogma, from Abelard and Arnold de Brescia to Huss and Wycliffe, from Luther and Pascal to Voltaire and Rousseau, the human thought struggled for freedom under the banner of learning and of reason, and fought for the rights of the people against the privileged few. "I will not speak of tolerance," cried Mirabeau, in his plea for the emancipation of the Jews in the National Convention, 1791, "The freedom of conscience is a right so sacred that even the name of tolerance involves a species of tyranny." At the close of the last century, freedom at last planted its standard in Europe above the ruins of despotism. In the fiery torrent which swept away the ancient traditions of the Church, as well as those of the state, it seemed for a time as though religion as well as the Church, right as well as might, must disappear from the surface of the earth, and that in the smoke of battles and the revelry of reason, truth and morals must perish and anarchy prevail. But a moral rule is indispensable to society, and religion is after all but the highest expression of human science and of human conscience. Its germ, innate in man, grows with his understanding in its constant strain to establish a relation between himself and the universe. To the moral chaos that for a brief space followed the overthrow of the old order of things succeeded, in the beginning of this century, a period of readjustment, and now, in the words of a poet whose own mental processes are a type of those of his time, of a hopeless epoch is born a fearless age. After the absolute negations of the early years of the 19th century, after the violent controversies not only of arrogant science and of prejudiced faith, but of scientific and theological schools inter se which fill the serious literature of the last generations, a reconciliation between faith and science is taking place. A certain unity of thought is being reached with regard to conduct and to the rights of men. And the century, at its close, shows us the Protestant churchman less tenacious of his dogma, the Romanist less certain of the infallibility of Rome, the scholar less convinced of the infallibility of his science, the agnostic less boastful of his skepticism, the monarchist awakened from his dreams of a divine right of kings and of a preordained subjection of men, the socialist sobered of his revolutionary frenzy and repudiating the extremes of anarchy and nihilism born of his earlier teachings, all marching shoulder to shoulder under the banner of a broad tolerance toward a common goal. In a united effort to lift the masses from the depths of poverty, ignorance, vice, and often crime, to which centuries of repression seem to consign them, and seeking in friendly cooperation to bring about a better social order. For in our time has taken place a great broadening of the moral standpoint from which the old rules of conduct are in future to be applied. Toward the end of the last century the equality and fraternity of men was proclaimed to the European world and received a baptism of blood. This official declaration of the rights of men professed to be universal. But, like other dispensations that had preceded it, in its application it fell short of the democratic ideal. All men were declared equal, yet with striking inconsistency those who proclaimed the new creed held others in bondage, and race disqualification survived. The honor of leading in the greatest moral reform which the world has seen is due to the French revolutionary leaders. On February 2, 1794, the Convention decreed the abolition of slavery throughout the French colonies, and all slaves were admitted to the rights of citizenship. It was only in 1833 that slavery was abolished in the British colonies by Act of Parliament, and that coolie labor was substituted. In 1861 Emperor Alexander II, following the policy inaugurated by his father, Nicholas I, freed the serfs in Russia. It is a curious fact that the United States, which for many reasons might have been expected to lead in the movement, only followed in 1863. The terrible struggle of the public conscience against expediency and class interest, which then took place upon this continent, must form one of the most important lessons which this century will offer to posterity. Right prevailed, and with this triumph of justice the human conscience, throwing aside casuistry and evasion for a time, faced its problems honestly and asserted its own sovereignty. The consequences of the mighty struggle did not stop here. Once the principles of abstract justice established, not only against might but against tradition and expediency. Once the rights not only of men, as in 1776 and in 1789, but of all men, recognized in a broader application of the principles of a true democracy, there came a tendency to extend its application to mankind at large. And women, who according to their station in life had hitherto been dealt with theoretically as either useful or ornamental possessions, began to find their place as members of the community. The rights of slaves as men had been officially proclaimed. The rights of women as citizens began to be discussed. In the widespread shifting of levels which has taken place in the last 100 years, affecting directly and indirectly the moral progress of all classes of society, certain important elements have entered which cannot be overlooked in the present discussion, and which in future ages must stand as preeminently characteristic of the 19th century and the Anglo-Saxon ascendancy. The reign of machinery in the industrial world, the advent of steam, of electricity, of compressed air, as motors, have done away with the human machine. Whether in peace or in war the skilled workman has crowded him out. Labor-saving inventions have done away with the necessity for a multiplicity of hands. The need today is for trained heads. From evaporated fruit and canned meats to heat, light, and intercommunication, science is brought to bear upon every detail of existence. As an immediate consequence of the part necessarily played by learning in our industrial and commercial life under modern conditions, public education has become the mainspring of national prosperity. Freedom and public education have made our laboring classes the self-respecting, thinking people they are. The human automaton upon which formerly played the greed, the vice, the craft of others now holds a comparatively small place in the modern community, outside of Latin Europe. The vile multitude, as M. Thiers still stigmatized it, before he turned Republican, no longer exists. The world has moved, and so have men. If the shuttle would weave of itself, said Aristotle in his Apology for Slavery, there would be no need of slaves. The miracle, which seemed impossible to the founder of science, has been accomplished with the predicted result. The shuttle weaves of itself and slavery has disappeared. Even in Oriental lands, under Anglo-Saxon supremacy, the carrying out of great public works is stimulating a demand for education among the people. And the sum total of ignorance and poverty is gradually decreasing and making way for better conditions. For only a trained hand guided by a trained intellect can use the modern tools. This applies to agriculture as well as to industries. In the rising tide of intellectual and material progress, woman has been carried along to a great extent unconsciously. It is a matter of grave doubt whether the early suffragists did more than be the first to recognize and herald the logical drift of contemporary events. It is through higher education that woman has quietly forged her way to the place she occupies in the modern community, and that she is claiming her share of the common heritage of freedom and independence. The prophecy embodied in Bulwer's coming race is being realized. From year to year her sphere is broadening. She is fast becoming self-supporting. In education she already holds a leading place. Her influence as a moving force is becoming patent. It is officially recognized to a varying degree in certain parts of the civilized world, England, New Zealand, Russia, and 22 of the United States, where she stands before the law not only in her relation to man as his mother, wife, or sister, but in a direct relation to society, as a reasoning being and as a citizen. The increased self-respect born in woman's mind of a consciousness of equal training and culture, the growing number of women whose ambitions have been stimulated to higher achievement, and the consequent increasing influence wielded by them in the community, suggest the thought that in time their legal status will be generally established, as it already is now in several localities. Much leveling has taken place since the abolition of the ancient regime, not only in the relations of the various classes composing society, but in the relation of men and women. The process is still steadily going on. And it is not unreasonable to believe that, with the gradual elevation of the ideals of one half of the population, that half which is in control of the early training of children of both sexes, a common standard of character and morality may in time be acknowledged which will admit of but one rule by which the actions of mankind, without distinction of persons, class, or sex, may be measured. The fact that all distinction in favor of the privileged class has already been removed in the eyes of modern public opinion holds out such a hope. The casuistry which still discriminates between evildoers can but retard moral progress, and the more earnestly modern parents urge upon their sons the same observance of the laws of hygiene and propriety, of truth and self-respect, as they exact from their daughters, the nearer to true civilization will society reach. The world is yet far from this goal. No legislative act has as yet saved society from the ravages of vice, sensuality, and greed, and today every degree of savagery and immorality still exists in so-called civilized countries. Education, taking the word in its broadest sense, can alone, by its refining influence, force the savage to give way before reasoning man. And it is by the constantly increasing proportion of educated, self-respecting men and women that the coarser instincts of the human race are being controlled and brought to yield to reason. By holding up the same standards of conduct to humanity, the important place occupied by casuistry and expediency, in the discussion of the ethical problems set before the moralist, may be reduced. And a logical facing of the serious issues to be met may follow. Such a result must tend to strengthen the marriage tie and the family relation, upon which rests the whole moral structure of society. At present, modern casuistry, if it no longer seeks to justify falsehood and crime committed on behalf of church or state, still exonerates, in the world of affairs, the high railroad official or the industrial magnate of an infraction of the higher code by which his own personal integrity is judged, provided that infraction is committed in the interest of his constituents. Many a man of high standing, whose personal honor is beyond suspicion and whose conscience would not allow him to take an unfair advantage of another, does not hesitate to transgress when dealing with rival corporate bodies or with public interests. Hence the corruption which prevails in public life to a degree dangerous to the commonwealth, and which is in direct contradiction with the professed standards of the age. Must we then think that living up to the highest moral standard is incompatible with business success, and agree with M. Jules Lemaitre that the attaining to moral perfection is really possible only in the solitude of literary or artistic pursuits, in the humility of manual labor, or in the dignity of such disinterested functions as those of priest or soldier? However this may be, new conditions have created new problems which the public conscience alone can solve, as it has already solved that of slavery and of race, with unflinching logic. The human mind, if less concerned than it was in the days of Molina with polemics on the nature of the human will, a question, by the way, which Rome after 11 years and 33 councils dared not then settle, or with theological controversies regarding the value of indulgences, is not yet at peace with itself. Indeed, for being less immaterial, the issues now before it for adjustment are, owing to their bearing upon practical life, all the more vital to the moral health of the body politic. To the respective rights and duties of labor and capital our best thinkers must turn their attention before an equitable solution can be reached. That such a solution must be reached cannot be doubted, for the interests at stake are fundamental. Whilst individualism in thought and in conduct asserts itself at every turn, never were the principles of organization so actively carried out among all classes of society. To the strain caused by the forming of trades unions and of united labor leagues for the protection of the wage earner is now succeeding the danger produced by the concentration of capital in the hands of powerful corporations and the creation of mighty trusts, the undue extension of which in this country seems to threaten the prosperity of the nation and to add to its political corruption. As against these monopolies, public ownership and operation of common utilities is being successfully tried, notably in England and the British colonies, and the honest municipalization of all community service, carried on as the post office is carried on among us, results in positive benefit to the people, that is, in good wages and reduced taxes. To discuss these important problems would encroach upon the domain of political economy and social science, but there is no doubt that the public morality is closely dependent upon their solution. Whether so-called civilized nations, whilst regarding murder as a capital offense and punishing dueling when indulged in by individuals, will long continue to train their best men at enormous expense, in order that in cold blood they may scientifically destroy the greatest possible number of other trained and equally good men. Whether peaceful communities of practical tradesmen will some day cease to emulate barbarians in their rejoicings over the slaughter of so-called enemies whom they are individually prepared to befriend and whose prowess they are ready to extol, are glaring contradictions offered by the problem of war which must be left to future generations to reconcile. The leading part which the Anglo-Saxon race has taken in urging arbitration as a proper means of settling international differences places it in the foremost rank of civilization. Whilst the peace conference proposed by one of Europe's most powerful potentates, the Tsar of Russia, must bring a ray of hope to the hearts of those who labor for the advent of universal peace. Such are the great moral issues of the present day. And in these many minor ones are included. Everywhere and at all periods of history the theory of ethics has widely differed from practical conduct. The race conflict which is taking place in France as the result of the Dreyfus trial, more than a century after the emancipation of the Jews before the law was proclaimed, is a late illustration of this fact. To this, the corruption and failure of justice which recent exposures have revealed in the highest circles of Republican France add peculiar significance. As already stated, the broad outlines established in precept remain unchanged, and it is in their logical application that lie all present growth and future hope. To trace, even in sketchy outline, the debit and credit account of modern ideas upon the various subjects involved in the above-mentioned issues would be a serious undertaking. A chapter must be devoted to each nation, for the moral progress of each differs as does its besetting sin. Moreover, every shade of opinion must be weighed and considered. Inherited traditional views are, in each modern mind, hopelessly interwoven with the new articles of a code of morals which public opinion is even now evolving from contemporary conditions. Each of us, says Edmund Scherer, belongs to two civilizations, that which is coming and that which is going, and as we are accustomed to the first, we are poorly placed to judge or enjoy the latter. There never was an epoch when the struggle for existence was fiercer and when earthly possessions were more keenly prized. But despite the many survivals which still point to a semi-barbaric inheritance of selfishness descended through millenniums, a decided moral gain may, on the whole, be placed to the credit of our era. With the decrease of the sum total of ignorance, not only among the lower but among the upper classes, the sum total of well-doing and well-being has immeasurably increased. The sympathy for suffering is more widespread than it has ever been. No middle-aged person can fail to note the rapid change which has taken place in the public mind with regard to the general treatment not only of children, but of animals. The present mode of dealing with school children according to their individual capacity, the trust in their honor which governs their relation to the teacher, the absence of any corporal punishment, form a recent departure in education well calculated to produce the best moral results. The improvement of modern methods in relief work as well as in the treatment of vice, now viewed more in the light of a pathological condition than in that of a sin, must make this a memorable epoch in the ethical history of humanity. No branch of civilization has undergone greater change in modern times both in theory and practice than public and private charity. Today the humanitarian endeavors to lift up the fallen and the needy, and almsgiving on the part of the well-to-do is fast becoming relegated to the category of a self-indulgence which is not to be encouraged. The distinction between the old methods and the new is given in the formula that, henceforth the chief test of charity will be the effect upon the recipient. Any relief calculated to undermine self-reliance and independence is discouraged by those who have in view the prevention of our moral ills rather than their relief. Indeed, the new school preaches scientific charity as against emotional charity. What it may have lost in impulse it has more than made up in effectiveness. The attempt to teach the needy to help themselves, the work of college settlements and of the organized efforts in the poorest and most neglected districts of large cities, with a view to fostering by personal contact and example habits of thrift and self-respect ere those virtues are most lacking, are among the truest if more homely glories of the closing century. Verily, never was a more thoughtful effort made everywhere to mitigate the cruel distinctions of race and sex, of wealth and poverty, and to harmonize the social antagonisms of modern life. Never was so much consideration given to the betterment of humanity, nor was the aggregate of earnestness so great. In our more robust intellectual world the tree is judged by its fruit, and acts tell, not creed. The principle that well-doing, unless it is disinterested, forfeits its claim to the highest respect of men, is growing in strength. Whilst the feeling is gaining ground among the thoughtful that in the development of personality may be found a sufficient motive for the exercise of virtue, and that character, not reward, being not having, are the highest aims. If we resume the moral progress of the 19th century, allowing for its inconsistencies, carefully weighing its negative and positive results, and taking as a balance what is original in its contribution to the ethical development of the human race, we will find that this contribution mainly lies in the direction of tolerance and of altruism. This altruism is distinct from the charity of Saint Vincent, which sacrificed self in a loving attempt to relieve individual distress. Such pure sacrifice, admirable as it is not only narrow in its scope, but because of its austerity must fail to survive in the struggle for existence. Modern altruism aims at removing the main cause of individual distress, and spends itself in educational efforts, in which the well-doer finds happiness in the consciousness of usefulness. It is also unlike the socialism of Condorcet, which reached down in an endeavor to make all institutions subservient to the interests of the poorer and most numerous classes, for it aims at lifting these to the highest possible plane. The mountain summits are not to be lowered, but the valleys are being filled. To raise the people, to build up, not to tear down, is the avowed end of all modern moral effort, and must ever stamp the humanitarian struggles of the present age as distinct from those of the 18th and preceding centuries. With this we may claim an increase in individual freedom, and a perceptible tendency to a logical and ever-broadening conception, not only of the rights, but of the duties of citizenship. To a more honest recognition of the place assigned by expediency to evil in the social and business intercourse of a practical life. To a growing scorn of casuistry, and to a stronger faith in the reality of right and of abstract truth as they are revealed in every thinking man's heart, and the uniformity of which is reflected in the public conscience. Progress of Sanitary Science. By Charles McIntyre, A.M., M.D. Lecturer on Sanitary Science, Lafayette College, Easton, Pennsylvania. Since blessings brighten as they take their flight, it may be difficult to realize how much of our present happiness and comfort depend upon the constantly abiding benefactions brought about by the progress of sanitary science in the present cycle. The proper care of the body in the prevention of disease, rather than its cure, have occupied the minds of men from the dawn of history. Moses is the author of a well-digested code of hygiene, and erudite scholars can find hints of the proper conservation of health in the Egyptian papyri. Hippocrates wrote about the prevention as well as the cure of disease. Indeed, all along the course of time the master minds of medicine attempted the solution of many of the problems of sanitary science as eagerly as they sought for the elixir vitae or for the universal solvent. Notwithstanding all this, one can truthfully say that sanitation could not be fairly termed sanitary science until its rules of procedure began to be formulated with more or less exactness upon careful experiment and accurately recorded observation. Sanitary science, as such, could not begin to be until pathology, a knowledge of the morbid processes of disease, and etiology, a study of the causation of disease, had builded upon a scientific foundation. Before this all deductions were from experience, and had no other reason than the seeming helpfulness of the procedure. After this, as fast as the facts were demonstrated, deductions were made that determined a procedure which would of a certainty accomplish the purpose. In the olden times, during an epidemic of a contagious disease, tar barrels were burned in the streets, and not without some benefit. At the present, the room, with its contents, can be disinfected with a certainty of destroying every atom of contagion. This difference must be kept in mind when comparing the old with the new, and the true reason of the great advance be recognized as due to the spirit of scientific investigation, which began in the latter part of the last century with the employment of instruments of precision in research, and which has developed so wonderfully up to the present that the experimental psychologist measures the minute portion of time it takes to form a thought. At the same time, it must be kept in mind that the sciences which furnish sanitary science much of its material are progressing and, because progressing, changing. That the conditions desired to be removed are prevailing, and the necessity of overcoming them urgent. Not in every case has the sanitarian fully demonstrated and laid down scientifically accurate data on which to base his method of procedure. Hence it happens that even now sanitary empiricism must needs be mingled with sanitary science, and the mingling is sometimes as much of a motley as the dress of the court fool of the Middle Ages. Since sanitary science had its origin during the present century, it will be helpful to assign a definite period for its birth. Not that anyone would have the temerity to dogmatically assert that the science came into being at a fixed date, but rather to fix a period of time when the conditions working through the ages were so shaped that, perforce, the problems of sanitation would thereafter be treated more in a scientific and less in an empirical method than before. This time is associated with the beginning of the reign of Queen Victoria of England, since the first Act of Parliament for the registration of births, marriages, and deaths was passed in 1837. And the beginning made of accurately gathering information which is to the sanitarian what the pulse is to the physician. With his fingers on this telltale of the flow of the heart blood of the nation, he is enabled to determine whether disease is above or below the normal, the character of the disease that abounds, and its whereabouts. Knowing where to find any disease in excess, he can study the conditions and surroundings, comparing them with other places, whether afflicted in like manner or, more favored, free from the disease. By means of these vital statistics he can compare year with year, and tell with a degree of exactness heretofore impossible whether any disease is increasing or decreasing. He can lay his returns by the side of the figures of the meteorologist and learn if the weather has any influence on the death rate. He can follow the results of his efforts to improve the condition of the people and vindicate his expenditure of the public money by pointing to the reduced mortality rate. It may seem to be a gruesome task for every physician in the land to send to the proper official a notice of each death and of each patient suffering from a disease apt to be communicated to someone else. And almost ghoulish for the officer to sit at his desk, day after day, and catalogue and tabulate these returns. But it is only a modern version of the old riddle of Samson, out of the bitter came forth the sweet. For without this, much of the progress of sanitary science would be well nigh impossible. The act adopted in Great Britain has been modified and improved upon since then, and in the United States many of our cities and some of our states have been engaged in a similar effort. As yet we have no central bureau or collecting office for the nation, nor is this necessary, if each state would do its duty, or, at least, the general government in that event need only tabulate the returns of each of the states. The effort is now making, under the auspices of the American Public Health Association, to secure a uniform method of registration in all offices collecting vital statistics, by which the same name will be given to the same disease and the same facts recorded in each return made. This will cause a little confusion at first in those offices where statistics have been tabulated for a number of years, but the advantage will be so great as to fully repay any inconvenience at the first. If we desire to obtain the full benefits from the advance of sanitary science, we must see to it that in every state there is an efficient bureau of vital statistics. Whether under the supervision of the State Board of Health or some other department of the state. The absence of such a bureau reflects upon the intelligence of the people or the integrity of the lawmaking power. Are there tangible results to warrant so sweeping an assertion? Is a fair question, since at the time of the preparation of the census of 1890 New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, and Delaware were the only states collecting vital statistics. And since then but Maine and Michigan have been added. Before quoting figures, it must be premised that even now the returns only approximate accuracy. They were much more inaccurate at the first, and before the general registration was undertaken most of the statements are merely estimates, after the fashion of the geographer who gives the number of inhabitants in China, where a census never has been taken. It may happen that the benefits are not as great as the figures seem to show, but after making all allowance there is great improvement. The Encyclopaedia Britannica asserts that 2 centuries ago the mortality of London was 80 per 1,000, while now it is but a little over 20. In 1841, out of every 100,000 people in England, 30,000 would have died before reaching the age of 10, and 1/2 would have died before they were 40 years old. In the decennium 1881 to 90, before 30,000 would have died out of each 100,000 some would have lived to be 17, and some would have lived to be 55 before 1/2 of the number had departed into the unknown and the hereafter. The figures of the statistician must be quoted again and again in the progress of the article, as no more tangible evidence can be given of the benefits resulting from improved methods of sanitation. Very early a coincidence was observed between the uncleanly and the death rate. Neighborhoods where little or no care was taken to remove the refuse, where there were foul drains and a deficient water supply, were found to be the abodes of special forms of disease, so much so that these diseases soon received the name of filth diseases. Acting upon the suggestion, the gospel of cleanliness was preached and its practice enforced. There was a redding up in its eventuality as thorough as the cleansing of Santiago de Cuba in recent days. It did not take long to discover that decaying organic matter in some way was the offending body, and that this contaminated the water supply. Wells were condemned and public water supplies installed. Means were sought to enable the cleansing to be constantly carried on, and sewers for house drainage followed or accompanied the water supply. In proportion as this has been thoroughly done has the death rate from certain diseases diminished. During the last century the European armies were decimated by fever, typhus or relapsing, to such a degree that the work of the fell destroyer at Santiago was trifling in comparison. On into the present century, the great scourge of Great Britain was these same two fevers, so much so, that, the fever meant the dread jail or typhus fever. It was imported into this country, and epidemics of ship fever were of frequent occurrence. Thus, as late as 1846, it was estimated that in Dublin alone there were 40,000 cases of fever, with a total in Ireland of 1 million cases. There were 10,000 deaths in Liverpool, a city especially prone to the disease, while in Edinburgh 1 person out of every 9 of the population was attacked, and 1 out of every 8 of the sick died. Turning from this account to the medical returns of the war for the Union, there were reported only 1723 cases, with 572 deaths, to the office of the Surgeon General. And even these a very competent authority after careful investigation decided not to be instances of true typhus. Or turn to civil practice, the disease is found so seldom with us that it is not necessary to assign to it a column along with the other diseases in publishing the mortality returns by our health authorities. The deaths from fever in London during October, November, and December, 1898, were but 296. London has an estimated population of 4,504,766, and the fever in the report included typhoid, simple and ill-defined forms of fever, as well as typhus. This makes a death rate of but 0.26 per 1,000. Had sanitary science no other trophy, its votaries could still boast of the great benefits to humanity brought about by their labors. This is but one of many. Thus, scurvy, the great bane of the Navy, is now a disease that few physicians have the misfortune to see, or patience to endure. Then that disease somewhat akin to typhus, and until within the memory of the fathers confounded with it, hence called typhoid fever, is likewise fast disappearing, more rapidly in cities than in rural communities however. The suppression of typhoid proceeds with equal step with the introduction of a public water supply in our towns, the adoption of the proper means to furnish this water unpolluted, and the proper removal of domestic waste through sewers, whose contents are so treated as to work no harm after they escape. Notwithstanding these great triumphs, if boasting is permissible, the sanitarian's boast is rather that his science, which had its beginning, as we have seen, at the time when there was a great awakening of the national conscience in British politics for the larger sympathy of man with man, has broadened with the years of its growth, has endeavored to care for one's brother so that his blood would not cry up from the ground, so that, after 40 or 50 years had passed, a distinguished sanitarian could write with literal accuracy, whatever can cause, or help to cause, discomfort, pain, sickness, death, vice, or crime, and whatever has a tendency to avert or destroy, or diminish such cases, are matters of interest to the sanitarian. And the powers of science and the arts, great as they are taxed to the uttermost to afford even an approximate solution of the problems with which he is concerned. One and the crowning glory of the science today is the care it bestows upon the weak, the ignorant, and the helpless, the efforts it makes to ameliorate every undesirable condition of society. It would be misleading to infer that all of these benefits have been brought about solely through the collection of vital statistics, although much of it would have been difficult without the knowledge furnished by these statistics. Workers in almost every branch of pure science have contributed to the progress, the physicist, the meteorologist, the chemist, and by no means the least, the biologist. Indeed, with the more recent investigations, the culture tube of the biologist has almost revolutionized medicine and all that pertains to it. Sanitary science seeks to accomplish two ends. It purposes to prevent disease and to promote public health. If it seeks to prevent disease, after the fashion of the oft-quoted cookbook, it must first secure the disease, or what is essentially the same thing, know what causes it. If the cause be known, and we can conquer the cause, we can prevent the disease. Thus a disease known as Trichina spiralis, from the name of the parasite invading the body and causing sickness and death, is caused by eating pork infected by the trichina. We can certainly prevent trichina in persons by forbidding pork. But we also know that the trichina do not occur in all pork, and that their presence can be detected by the microscope. If, then, a sample from every slaughtered pig is submitted to the microscopist, the infected pork can be discovered. This is done in our large packing establishments, especially for that pork which is to be exported. Again, a thorough cooking will kill the trichina, even if present. Only the grossest carelessness, consequently, can account for a case of trichina, and, indeed, it is a very rarely occurring disease. This illustrates the importance of a knowledge of the cause of the disease, to enable one to devise a method for preventing it. In the study of disease causes, the biologist has been very successful during the past few years, and a number of our communicable diseases are demonstrated to be caused by the growth and development of bacteria. From this demonstration in the case of some, a general hypothesis has been formulated, which is useful as a working hypothesis, but by no means safe to call a theory as yet. This hypothesis is that all of our communicable diseases are caused by living organisms originating in one person and conveyed to another, where they begin to grow, to reproduce their kind and to perform their life functions. Hence all communicating diseases are infectious. Some of these infectious diseases, like measles or smallpox, are capable of direct communication from one person to another, rendering them contagious. Others, like typhoid fever and cholera, are not contagious in this sense of the word. This is a very excellent distinction to make in the use of these much abused words. The biologist has rendered sanitary science great service not only in discovering the causes of certain diseases, but also by aiding to determine the nature of the disease in any outbreak. It makes a vast difference if a given case is one of true diphtheria or not, or of Asiatic cholera or not, and often the symptoms alone are not conclusive. Here the biologist comes to our aid, as is seen so often in cases of supposed diphtheria. A portion of the throat secretion is sent him under such precautions that no bacteria from the outside can possibly contaminate. With this secretion he stabs or inoculates a jelly composition which he has placed in a test tube, stuffs a wad of absorbent cotton in the mouth of his tube and puts it in a warm chamber or incubator. If there are any microbes present, they will begin to grow, and the expert biologist can tell the bacteria from its manner of growth as readily as the gardener can distinguish between his radishes and lettuce when they sprout in the spring. And in this way is able to report the nature of the germs. If he is in doubt, he carries his cultivation further and employs other tests to prove his observation. The biologist has also rendered great aid to sanitary science in discovering many other species of bacteria that are helpful to man. Our polluted waters could not be purified, our air could not be cleared from foul odors, nor the proper decomposition of organic matters go on, without the aid of bacteria. These little vegetable growths, while working much harm upon humanity, contribute far more to their comfort, well-being, and happiness than they do to their ill. Possibly no better illustrations can be given of the value of bacteriology to sanitary science, and the great progress it has brought about, than to contrast a cholera outbreak of a few years ago with one occurring more recently. Or to point to the efficacy of purifying water by the assistance of bacteria. Another disease, pulmonary consumption, may also be noticed, but the triumph here is not so marked as yet. The first outbreak of cholera in the United States occurred in 1832. In one special hospital in New York City, 20-30 patients were received in the 9 weeks from July 1 to September 1, and of these 850 died. An eyewitness, who was personally known to the writer, one not given to exaggeration, said that the state of dread and alarm had been increasing until, when the disease first made its appearance in New York. Fully 1/2 of the population had left the city, many of the physicians fleeing with the rest. There was no efficient health department, and no organized system for the protection of the public health. This gentleman was a city missionary, and, in the performance of his duties, visited many of the houses. He mentioned visiting one of these on a morning when the 15th body had been carried out. It was the time of the rumble of the dead cart and the indiscriminate burial in public trenches. Contrast the horrors of this scene with the last attempt of cholera to invade the United States, in 1893, when, notwithstanding its presence at the quarantine station in New York Harbor, and the actual presence of a few well-authenticated cases in the city itself, not one of these cases proved a focus for the spread of the disease. The opinion that water in some way acts as a conveyor of disease can be generalized after a very little observation. To explain how it does this is a problem that was attempted to be solved by the chemist. He added vastly to our knowledge, but it was not until the biologist showed the presence of the disease-producing bacteria in water that a full explanation was possible. But the biologist has done more. It has been found, and notably in the very complete series of experiments carried on by the Massachusetts Board of Health, that even an effluent of a sewer, if filtered through a bed of sand, is purified to such an extent that the filtrate is a perfectly safe water to drink. The dangerous organic matter disappears, and 98% of the bacteria is removed. And it is pleasing to note, when one has so much to say of the dangers of bacteria, that the purification is entirely brought about by the action of bacteria working for the good of man. A sand filter bed does not purify water properly until it has been in operation for a few days, when the top of the bed is covered with a slime in which the bacteria act upon the organic matter in the water and purify it. The fact of the purification was known before the manner in which it was done was understood. And in those cities where the authorities have acted upon this knowledge and have purified their water supply, the influence upon the death rate of typhoid fever is almost as marked as those already quoted for typhus fever. While the scourge of cholera has been almost entirely removed from their borders, as many an instance during the late outbreak in Europe could illustrate, it does not contribute to our self-esteem to know that most of the water supplies so filtered are to be found abroad. There is not enough of practical politics in filter beds to charm the traditional aldermen of our cities. It is now clearly proven that a species of bacteria is uniformly present in pulmonary consumption. This bacillus is to be found in the material coughed up by those who are ill with that disease. It has considerable tenacity of life. The expectorated material can be dried, pulverized into dust, and carried about on the wind. Should the bacteria so dried and carried find a proper soil, they can grow and reproduce the disease. Fortunately, a combination of circumstances is required for the contraction of this disease, or it would be far more prevalent than it is. Notwithstanding, it already claims more victims than any other single disease. What has sanitary science done for its repression? It is attempting, in a tentative way, to obtain a registration of those who are consumptives, in order to teach them to avoid being possible sources of infection. To disinfect the discharges carrying the bacteria, and at times the rooms occupied by the consumptives. In Rome, for example, the services of the public disinfectors are asked for as eagerly for the room occupied by a consumptive as for one that had been used by a person suffering from diphtheria. In New York City, where the Department of Health has been exercising an oversight and care over the consumptives, there has been a constantly diminishing death rate from all tubercular diseases from 1886, when the rate was 4.42, to 1897, when it was 2.85, with the single exception of 1894, which was lower than 1895. It is too soon to predict the result, but the proper care of consumptives promises much to check the ravages of the disease. One of the charms connected with the great results indicated is the simplicity of the methods employed to bring them about. While complex schemes and elaborate machinery may be necessary whenever the amount of service to be rendered requires organization and division of labor to properly accomplish the desired results, the principles are such that they can be executed in the smallest hamlet, and with the very crudest paraphernalia. The two great weapons of the sanitarian in fighting disease are isolation and disinfection. Dr. Henry M. Baker, the efficient secretary of the State Board of Health of Michigan, has for years collected and tabulated the results of the observing and non-observing of these precautions in his state. He has a happy faculty for graphically presenting the results. One of his diagrams is presented here and needs no explanation. In very few of these outbreaks could there have been any municipal disinfecting plant or isolating hospital. Isolation and disinfection, but the old quarantine and fumigation under new names. Who of us has not sympathized with the traveler of the earlier days in the Levant, when he was condemned to days and weeks of detention in the barren lazaretto? And even at so comparatively recent a date as the pilgrimage recorded by Mark Twain in his Innocents Abroad, he states that the Italians found it more to their convenience to fumigate travelers than to wash themselves. How very different is a modern quarantine station, such as may be found near any of our more important ports on the Atlantic coast. If the health officer of the port finds a contagious disease upon board, he immediately removes the sick to the hospital, and keeps the well under supervision long enough to see if the disease has been communicated to any. He may keep them on shipboard, but more likely, if the ship must be disinfected, he removes them to the detention station, safely separated from the hospital. The steerage has been crowded, and there is need of disinfection of their persons and clothing. Under proper supervision, each is required to take a bath, for which abundant facilities are furnished. And while this is doing, their clothing has been placed in the steam disinfecting apparatus, a partial vacuum secured, superheated steam introduced, the clothing thoroughly disinfected, a partial vacuum again produced. Whereby the contents are rapidly dried, and they are ready to be put on again by the time the bath is completed. The luggage is treated in the same way, while the cargo is probably treated to a sulfur fumigation, the sulfur being burned in furnaces and the fumes carried to all parts of the cargo through lines of hose. In the course of a very few days, at least, all but the sick can proceed on their journey without any risk of conveying the disease. Everything that has thus far been chronicled regarding the progress of sanitary science has related to the diminution of the death rate and the prevention of disease. After all, is this worthy the telling? When one learns how the other half lives, or, with more restricted knowledge, realizes to a degree the intensity of the remark of a young Hebrew, replying to a command of a police officer to clean up. As related in The Workers, by Professor Wyckoff, "You tell us we've got to keep clean," he answered in broken English, lifting his voice to a shout above the clatter of machines. "What time have we to keep clean, when it's all we can do to get bread? Don't talk to us about disease, it's bread we're after, bread." Is it worthy of boasting that sanitary science is only increasing the hardships and adding to the number of mouths to be fed, without opening up new ways to earn one's bread? Even if it be so decided, and all the claims of progress thus far may be declared wanting, there still remains much worthy of praise. Sanitary science strives not only to prevent disease, but also to promote health, and its progress is fully as marked in its efforts at promotion as in those of prevention. Although we do not possess the cold figures of even imperfect vital statistics to demonstrate the proposition, it must be kept in mind that sanitary science is wider than sanitation in its technical sense. One would not care to assert that philanthropic effort and sweet charity are resultants of the development of sanitary science, very few care to assert an evident untruth. But the influence of this study has been widespread and beneficial. The whole round of social science is also permeated with the truths demonstrated by the sanitarian, and is likewise deeply indebted to its teachings. Our field broadens greatly as we view it, just as one who has been traveling through a vale of surpassing grandeur, because of the mountain barriers on either side, finds himself confronted by a park whose beauty is enhanced by its variety as well as its extent, bounded, it is true, by the same mountains, but merely a hazy definition of the distant horizon. In the construction of dwellings, for example, the small, low-ceiled rooms, whose earthen or stone floors were covered with rushes seldom removed, the absorbers of whatever might fall upon the floor, the unpaved, unswept, and unsewered street. The domestic water supply but a well into which filters the water from the adjoining cesspool, these and many similar destroyers of health and comfort can no longer be found among nations classed as enlightened in our school geographies. Even the improvements of half a century ago, the tenements improvised out of the deserted mansions of the well-to-do, with the additions built on the rear of the lot to increase the density of the population and the rent of the owner, as well as the death rate, are disappearing. And in their places we find dwellings capable of furnishing air and light to all of the residents. Then, in the matter of streets, how much more attention is now given to small parks. When about the middle of the century interest in public parks was revived, the efforts of the various cities were directed to the securing of large tracts of ground and beautifying them in every way. They were open to every one, it is true, but too often too far removed to be of use to the submerging tenth. Now, while not adorning these with one garland less, the effort is making to break up the congestion of the crowded districts by breathing spaces, to the comfort and vigor of those who must make the surrounding houses their homes. The streets, too, no longer paved with the unsightly cobblestones, are made noiseless with the asphalt paving and, what is more to the purpose, can be easily cleansed by flushing. When practical business, and not practical politics, prevails in the municipality, there is no opportunity for the household refuse to accumulate, although no longer rushes are available to receive it, for it is regularly and promptly removed. The exigencies of trade compelled our government to establish its Bureau for the Inspection of Meat. The necessity of an inspection of foodstuffs for export demonstrates the possibility of adulteration for the home market. While, possibly, the ingenuity of the sophisticator has more than kept pace with the keenness of the inspector, the health of the people has been maintained, their comfort promoted, and their resources husbanded by the inspections carried on by the various city and state boards of health. The welfare of the people at home, in their dwellings and at their tables, does not limit the efforts of the sanitarian. He takes cognizance of the daily toil, the ceaseless grind, to win one's daily bread. He recognizes that some callings are dangerous or annoying to the people, and devises methods to overcome this, or failing in this, insists that such occupations must be carried on remote from the dwelling place of man. Others, he finds, bring danger to those who are employed. This may not be an inherent danger, but one acquired by our crowding of operatives, or in other ways not securing to them proper comfort. And factory inspectors are at work to reduce these dangers to a minimum, and to prevent child labor as well, giving to youth, as far as cessation from overmuch toil can give, an opportunity to develop into physical manhood or womanhood. The sanitarian insists upon proper ventilation in mines, and tries to devise the means to remove the danger from those trades that ordinarily are inherently dangerous. The sanitarian seeks to aid in the amenities and relaxations of life as well. The playgrounds for children, the athletic grounds by the riverside at Boston, recreation piers in New York, are examples of this. And all of these are comparatively recent efforts, adding to the catalogue of achievements during the century. It was the arch-enemy who, in the poem of Antiquity, said, "All that a man hath will he give for his life." But he made the remark after much observation, and to Jehovah, unto whom even he would not dare to lie. And the rolling years since the Hebrew epic was first written have only added testimony to the truth of the assertion. In these later days, when the rule and plummet are everywhere applied, where the scientist delves and classifies to seek the cosmos in the apparent chaos, there was evolved out of self-seeking for life a higher and better quest. A search for those things which make for the health of all. This search has widened, until many a broad savanna has been trodden, many a mountain scaled and wilderness explored. With its ever-extending view, new responsibilities and greater cares have been thrust upon those who are endeavoring to rule in this domain. A community, a nation, is but a unit. Let one part suffer, and all are in pain. Let one but decay, and rot is imminent everywhere. There can be no true social progress, no real stability of government, no national prosperity worthy the name, unless the environment of each individual permits the enjoyment of personal health. If he individually observes but the ordinary care of self, and whatever else of progress for sanitary science may be granted or denied as belonging to our century, the crowning claim of all, which cannot be taken from her, is that, along with the ideas embodied in commonweal and commonwealth, she has added the other of equal dignity and worth, public health.